it didn't matter. So she shook her head and told Bar it was okay. Bar then relaxed and entered the classroom with Deborah. As soon as they entered, everyone's gaze once again turned toward Deborah. But this time, the looks were more complicated than before. Or rather, there was less hostility and more envy and admiration. Cough, cough, Bar stood on the podium, trying to remain calm. Methinks everyone has already heard what happened earlier, I won't say much about it. But, I still want to tell you all that I really admire Deborah for sticking to her choice of major despite having an easy way out. The final exams are over. After teachers assign the homework this afternoon, the school will officially start winter vacation. Everyone can pack up and go home. This is the last holiday before the college entrance exam. When we return to school next year, the college entrance exam will be right around the corner. So I hope everyone makes full use of this vacation. As your homeroom teacher, I sincerely hope every student can get into their dream university and major through their own efforts. Once Bar started talking about studies, he had already forgotten about the embarrassment of forgetting to turn off the microphone, speaking seriously and solemnly. Winter vacation is coming. It was only after hearing Bar's words that Deborah suddenly realized she had been in Illegitimate for 6 months, spending 1 semester at Xingjing High School. Time flies so fast. Before noon dismissal, Olaf sent her a message saying that he had booked a restaurant near the school. Because waiting for her at the school gate might attract too much attention, the 3 professors had gone ahead and asked her to join them directly after school. The meal went very well. Perhaps it was the first time they met such an all-around excellent child with great character. They liked her immensely. Clark and Gillis Wei were settled in Beijing. Olaf's family was in Beijing too, but his institute was in Illegitimate, so he mostly stayed here. After lunch, at the restaurant entrance, Clark and Gillis Wei took a taxi to the airport to fly back to Beijing that afternoon, leaving only Olaf and Deborah. Watching the taxi disappear from sight, Olaf looked at Deborah. Oh yes, Janine, I didn't just invite you for special admission. I have something for you. What is it, Matt Peng? Deborah was momentarily stunned and looked at Olaf. Didn't I call you last month and tell you that FSI had accepted your paper? Olaf said. After you submitted the final version, they notified me yesterday that your paper will be published in the core journal of FSI within a few days. FSI awards bonuses to authors whose papers are accepted. Based on the paper's value, there are 5 levels, the highest being 200,000 yuan, and naturally, you got the top level. And the top-rated papers also come with a commemorative item. I brought both the card and the gift for you. Take a look. Olaf reached into his bag and pulled out a bank card and a beautifully packaged blue gift box. Deborah reached out and took everything. She didn't care much about the money, but she was quite interested in the contents of the gift box. Because it was said that FSI's gifts were all carefully prepared. As expected. Opening the exquisite gift box, inside was a star made of blue crystal. About palm-sized, it was transparent and beautiful under the sunlight, sparkling brilliantly. Deborah genuinely liked it. It's a star made of blue crystal, Olaf said as he saw it. It seems they designed it based on your pen name. It looks quite beautiful, much better than what I received back in my day. Deborah noticed Olaf had a look of reminiscence tinged with regret, and couldn't help but ask curiously, Matt Peng, what was the memento you received back then? My first paper to be accepted was about the lungs, so the memento I received was a lung made of eco-friendly materials, as big as a head. As he spoke, Olaf gestured to indicate the size. Seeing this, Deborah burst out laughing. A lung that big, it truly had great commemorative significance and would definitely catch everyone's eye if placed on a shelf. Olaf was initially taken aback by Deborah's laughter but then chuckled with relief and satisfaction. Yen Nike, a father to his own child, he gently patted Deborah's head, unable to hide his sentimentality. You seldom laugh, but when you do, you're very pretty. I don't know why, but Matt always feels like you have something heavy on your mind, different from the other kids your age. But that can't be helped, after all, you are a genius. Sometimes, having too high an IQ and seeing through the essence of the world too early can also be a burden. But no matter what, Matt hopes you'll be a happy person. If you run into any trouble in college, feel free to reach out to me for help anytime. Upon hearing this, Deborah genuinely smiled and looked up at him. Thank you, Matt Peng. I will. After saying goodbye to Olaf, Deborah headed back to school, knowing she still needed to pack her things for the holiday break. At the same time, in the taxi, the man in his 40s with thick brows, full lips, and a square face put away his camera, eyes gleaming with malice. Glancing at the photos and videos he had taken, he smirked coldly, his gaze filled with cunning. He picked up his phone and sent a text message. Hello, Mr. Gavin, I have a scoop for you. It will definitely make tomorrow's front page. Chapter 306, You Don't Job Know Her Background? The man with a square face in the taxi was Marissa's brother, Rene. The last time Rene came to Illegitimate was for Marilyn's participation in the piano competition. Once, he had racked his brains to give Marilyn a chance to get a special admission spot at Illegitimate University. Upon learning that the piano competition was moved up, he immediately called and informed Marilyn. Later, on the day before the competition, he even specially rushed over from the capital just to accompany Marilyn to participate in the competition, cheering her on. At the time, when he learned that Deborah also received a competition entry quota, Rene did not take Deborah seriously at all. A little bastard from the countryside, probably hadn't even taken formal piano lessons. How could she compare to their Juliana, who had been meticulously cultivated since childhood? She must have gotten the quota by selling herself to some old men. Such an unashamed and low-born child of a homewrecker. In the end, what Renee didn't expect was that his face was almost swollen on the day of the competition. First, he took Marilyn to greet Cohen and try to build a rapport, but Cohen didn't even recognize them and directly asked who they were. Cohen was dismissive towards them, yet when he turned to Deborah, he was incomparably warm, a stark contrast that was utterly demoralizing and left his face burning with shame. Then there was the competition itself. At Marilyn's request, he had her performance scheduled right before Deborah's. Listening to Marilyn perform Dusk Methunking, Renee stood up on the spot, agitated, thinking Marilyn was sure to win this time. But when Deborah appeared on stage, her unconventional rendition of On the Wasteland stunned the entire audience. He felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, completely unable to regain his composure. Although he couldn't fathom how a girl from the countryside like Deborah could play the piano so brilliantly, her performance on stage was far superior to Marilyn's, leaving no room for dispute after the loss. But the most humiliating thing was that the piece Marilyn performed, which he thought was really good, turned out to be stolen from Deborah. Almost 50 years old, Renee had never been more embarrassed in his life. At the scene, he could barely hold his head up. As soon as the piano competition ended, he gave Marilyn a severe scolding. Later, in order to save face for both the Gillisong and Liu families, he still had to seek out the organizing committee to suppress the incident. After everything was done, he immediately flew back to the capital, thoroughly disappointed in his niece, Marilyn. Even though Marilyn sent many tearful messages pleading for help, he ignored them all. Originally, he had boasted about his talented niece's piano skills and assured everyone that she would shine at the piano competition. Now, he had lost face spectacularly. When he returned to Gillison University, he didn't know how much ridicule he'd receive from colleagues and students behind his back. Renee was a first-class professor in the Department of Biomedical Sciences at Gillison University and Deputy Dean of the Medical College. Thus that day, he hadn't cared about Marilyn anymore. Even when he heard she was sent abroad for studies, he didn't bother. These few months, he had been busy with his own promotion to dean. Initially, his promotion to dean was virtually certain. Last month, all materials were prepared, only the final vote remained. Renee never expected that Olaf would cast an opposing vote during the open voting process, citing that he was overly eager for quick success and couldn't focus on academia, with too many outside interests. Peng even claimed that if Gillisong became dean, the students would prematurely be tainted by materialism. What kind of reason was that? It wasn't any different from publicly accusing him of being solely profit-driven and lacking integrity. Worse, Olaf was a distinguished professor, carrying the highest voting weight. With Peng's opposition, his promotion to dean was doomed, and it was uncertain when the next opportunity would come. Renee hated Olaf to the core. For the past month, he had been watching Olaf closely, looking for anything that could bring him down from his position as a distinguished professor. However, Olaf was quite an oddball. Over 50 years old, unmarried, and childless, he was peculiar and introverted, rarely interacting with others, fully immersed in his research work. Despite Renee's efforts to find faults, he found none. Yet, Renee truly couldn't believe that there existed a man who didn't care about money or women and focused solely on work. Yesterday, when he heard that Olaf was rushing back from the capital to Gillisangching for a female high school student and offering her a special admission quota, Renee instantly perked up and booked a ticket to Gillisangching. A single-minded, 50-year-old man suddenly becoming so attentive to a young girl and actively offering her a special admission quota, it just didn't add up. Renee had taken a taxi to follow them to the restaurant. After waiting for a long time, he finally saw Olaf, Clark, and others come out of the restaurant. Although he didn't know why Clark and Evan were also there, what shocked Renee even more was the girl dining with these people turned out to be Deborah. The illegitimate daughter that the Liu family brought back from the countryside? What could she possibly have that allowed her to dine with people like Olaf, Clark, and Evan? But this wasn't important anymore. When he saw Clark and Evan leave by car, Olaf gave Deborah a bank card and some gifts, and even affectionately patted her head. Renee quickly snapped several photos, his hands trembling with excitement as he imagined the future scene of him stepping on Olaf. Regardless of what the truth was, Olaf coming to Gillisangching to meet a girl, offering her admission quotas, giving money and gifts, and touching her in broad daylight. Wasn't this exactly like a professor using quotas and money to lure an innocent minor girl into corruption? Who wouldn't call it indecent? Renee didn't care about the relationship between Deborah and Olaf, nor did he care if she was really tempted by Olaf's money and quotas. After all, she shared no blood relation with him, she was just a bastard child left behind by Randall outside the family. He just wanted to ruin Olaf's reputation. Once this video and these photos were exposed, with some guiding comments added, public opinion would definitely push Olaf to the center of controversy. Olaf shouldn't expect to remain stable as a distinguished professor. Renee immediately texted Gavin, a reporter from the Gillisangching Daily, asking him to post the photos and video on Weibo. Just say they received an anonymous tip-off and write an apparently objective but guiding report. If the report achieved its effect, he was willing to give 100,000 yuan as a token of appreciation. However, unexpectedly, after looking at the photos, Gavin directly refused. No way, Professor Gillisong, I dare not publish this. Renee was stunned, asking, why? What Renee didn't expect was that Gavin's hesitation wasn't because of Olaf, but due to the clearly visible side face of the girl in the photo. Professor Gillisong, you don't know this girl's background, do you? Chapter 307 Janine is about to become the class pet. Background of Deborah? Hearing reporter Gavin's words, Renee snorted with disdain, his tone brimming with undisguised scorn. Isn't she just the illegitimate daughter that the Liu family brought in from the countryside? A daughter born to a cheap woman who now has to call my sister her mom. What background could that possibly be? It was clear that Renee had lived in the capital for a long time and did not care about events happening in Gillisangching. Reporter Gavin's expression turned mysterious as he leaned close to Renee's ear and whispered a name. Upon hearing what reporter Gavin said, Renee's face froze and he couldn't help but take a deep breath. What do you mean? You're saying this Deborah is connected to Hewitt? Those in the media are always among the first to get inside information. Reporter Gavin directly stated, more than just connected. I heard that CEO Yanni cares about her very much. There's a rumor that Hewitt spent several $100 million buying her an island just to build an estate for her 18th birthday gift. And apparently, the people at the Yanni residence treat her like a young Madam and Mrs. Yanni. What did you say? Reporter Gavin's revelation obviously surpassed Renee's understanding. Hewitt spent several $100 million buying an island for Deborah to build an estate as a birthday gift? Renee's eyes widened, disbelief plastered across his face. Yes, replied reporter Gavin, so Professor Gillisong, if your photos captured Olaf with any other girl, I would have published the report already. But Tegan is the apple of CEO Yanni's eye. If this report involves her, wouldn't it stir up trouble for me? If I offend CEO Yanni, I can't afford the consequences. This isn't something 10,000 yuan can resolve. Only then did Renee understand what reporter Gavin meant. Firstly, it was the concern about Hewitt, and secondly, the money offered was insufficient. Renee detested such cunning and opportunistic individuals who tried to haggle prices, but there was nothing he could do. He had spent a whole month to catch Olaf doing something worth reporting on. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. If he missed this chance, how could he possibly get revenge on Olaf? Thus, Renee took a deep breath. I wasn't originally targeting a kid like Deborah. I wanted you to use these photos and videos to guide public opinion against Olaf. So, you could blur out Deborah's face and just reveal their school uniforms so people know it's a high school girl. If anything happens later, you could just say you received blurred images from an anonymous tip-off and didn't know who the girl was. As for the reward. Renee gritted his teeth, the resentment of being vetoed by Olaf surfaced in his heart. I'll give you 200,000. If you can also help find some online trolls to operate and make everyone on the internet curse Olaf, I'll add another 100,000. 200 plus 100,000, that's 300,000 in total. When reporter Gavin heard this, his face lit up with joy. A report earning 300,000 with no risk, and it would increase traffic for their newspaper, why not? He readily accepted the job. Sure thing, Professor Gillisong, wait and see. After all, online, truth doesn't matter much. Netizens usually follow the herd blindly and love standing on the moral high ground to judge others. Xingjing. In the afternoon, all students were immersed in a mix of happiness and misery at school. They were happy because winter vacation was about to start. They didn't have to go to school starting tomorrow. The misery came from the fact that winter vacation homework was way too much. From tomorrow until the Lantern Festival, barely a month, yet each subject gave out dozens of worksheets. Stacked together, they weighed so much it was hard to carry. Students wondered if they were going home for rest or to work overtime. Phew, I'm dead tired. Xingjing gives us more homework than number 1 high school. Brenda finished packing the books she was bringing home, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and looked at Deborah. By the way, Janine, why aren't you even organizing your tests and books? Are you planning not to bring anything back? After asking, she glanced at Colt, whose calm demeanor mirrored Deborah's, and couldn't help but shrug. Well, you two don't really need to bring books back. After all, there aren't any questions you two can't solve based on the textbooks. Not really, Deborah glanced at the desk. I'm not taking the books, but I will bring the test papers. After all, I can't skip the homework. Brenda laughed. Your homeroom teacher must be very happy to hear that. Not only are your grades good, but you're also so obedient. While Brenda was chatting with Deborah, she glanced over and saw 3 or 4 girls from their class seemingly looking in their direction, their expressions appearing conflicted. Brenda, always straightforward, called out to the group from a distance, Hey? What's up? Do you need anything? Seeing Brenda had directly addressed them, the girls exchanged glances, took a deep breath, and walked toward the back row. First, they looked at Brenda, then shifted their gaze to Deborah, their demeanor somewhat reserved. One of the taller girls finally spoke. Well, it's like this. Winter break is coming up soon, and we were wondering if Deborah has any study notes. If you do, could you possibly take some pictures for us? It would be helpful if we had something to refer to while studying at home. The girl speaking was named Bernie, who looked embarrassed and spoke softly. These girls came from families that weren't especially wealthy but were very diligent in their studies. It wasn't surprising they felt so constrained, almost hesitant as they approached. Deborah's presence made them feel a considerable distance between her and themselves. Mathun's her first day at Xingjing, she had always been the center of attention. No matter if it was positive or negative, whether being admired, praised, envied, or targeted, even when placed in a spotlight, she always handled situations gracefully and turned things around. She was too beautiful, too outstanding, completely different from ordinary people. Or rather, there seemed to be an invisible barrier between them and someone like Deborah. Only people like Colt, Mathewena, Brenda, and Jobert, who were similarly extraordinary, seemed qualified to approach her, speak with her, and become friends. So for all this time, no one from the class had ever ventured close to the last row where Deborah sat, nor had anyone else taken the initiative to talk to her. And Bernie didn't know about others, but she personally hadn't dared to. Standing beside such a brilliant person made her feel inferior just imagining it. She feared that person wouldn't even acknowledge her, which would be embarrassing. Study notes? Upon hearing the girl's words, Deborah lifted her eyes. Sorry, I don't keep those. Oh, okay, fine. No problem, we were just asking. Though Deborah didn't have any study notes to share, the fact that she responded and even apologized left Bernie feeling honored. Bernie waved her hands while speaking and prepared to leave with the others but was stopped by Deborah. Wait. The girl's voice remained clear but gentle, her gaze softening. Even though I don't keep study notes, the knowledge is all in my head. If you encounter any problems while reviewing at home, you can directly message me on WeChat. Chapter 308, Girls can add as friends, boys can't. Huh. If there's anything you don't understand, you can directly send a WeChat message to ask her. To be honest, when Bernie heard Deborah say this, she was dumbfounded, and for a moment, she and the few girls around her exchanged confused glances. And as Deborah's words fell, the entire classroom suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Many people in the class looked over in their direction. Their gazes were unmistakably filled with shock and surprise. Yeah, Deborah, seated in the last row of the classroom, didn't seem to care about others' gazes. She just pulled out her phone and asked Bernie, "Do you have your phone on you now?" Bernie snapped out of her surprise and subconsciously took out her phone, nodding, "I have it." Then scan my QR code and add me as a friend. As Deborah spoke, she handed over her phone, which had already been set to show the QR code, maintaining her usual tone, "I'm ready to accept new friends right now." Okay. Bernie hurriedly opened WeChat. For some reason, her hands were still trembling, probably afraid that Deborah would be waiting too long holding the phone. She quickly aimed her camera at Deborah's QR code and scanned it. Ding. It showed the scan was successful. Bernie glanced at the contact card she had just scanned. The WeChat name was simply 2 characters, Deborah, and the profile picture was a simple cartoon image. For some reason, Bernie suddenly felt a sense of emotion in her heart, that Deborah, like them, used WeChat as well. Even the profile picture was one that ordinary girls liked. It seemed that Deborah's image wasn't so distant or unreachable anymore, it became more down to earth. Bernie felt a bit excited inside and pressed the Add Friend button. Then she suddenly remembered something and looked up at Deborah, saying, My name is Elio. Bernie, I know. Deborah looked at her and smiled gently, "Your Chinese essays have always been excellent. The teacher has praised you several times before, and I remember." Bernie really didn't expect that Deborah would know her name and even remember such a small detail like being praised by the Chinese teacher. Her face flushed red immediately, not knowing how to respond without appearing too nervous. No. It's Deborah who is outstanding, scoring a perfect score on the special admission exam essay. I was just lucky, I had seen that little comic before, so it was easier to write, Deborah said while operating her phone. Okay, request accepted. Deborah lifted her eyes and said softly, "Just as I mentioned earlier, if you have any questions during winter break, feel free to send me a WeChat message, and I'll reply when I see it." "Sure, I will. Thank you, Deborah." Hearing Deborah say that, Bernie couldn't help but nod eagerly. Seeing this, the other girls exchanged looks and couldn't stand still anymore. Can I also add your WeChat, Deborah?" And me too." "Deborah, can I add your WeChat too?" Perhaps it was because Deborah's image in front of everyone had always been aloof. Or perhaps it wasn't just because of her image. After all, Deborah's perfect scores, piano skills, boxing champion alias, nothing of hers was reachable for ordinary people. In the morning, 3 top-level big shots had specially come to the school to fight for her. And they were all rejected. The gap between them and her was too large. The whole class had already gotten used to geniuses being like Deborah E. Disliking others getting close, preferring to stay alone in a corner, forever wearing a look of indifference. So they never thought that Deborah would be so patient and friendly to anyone other than Deborah E., Porhelan, and Mathewena. Deborah wasn't bothered by it, approving all the girls' WeChat friend requests. But when she raised her eyes, she felt that the atmosphere in the class seemed to have changed. That is, many people were looking at her. Unlike the usual covert glances or those with animosity, this time their gazes carried a kind of earnestness. Humans are very complex beings. For those much better than themselves, only a few people admire and revere them, while most harbor hostility or an attitude of not wanting to get close. Not wanting to get close, no matter what public reason is given, is mostly due to 2 reasons subconsciously. Firstly, standing in front of someone too dazzling makes people feel the gap is insurmountable, causing feelings of inferiority, frustration, and dejection. No one wants to make themselves uncomfortable. Secondly, it's a self-protection mechanism because someone too excellent has already entered a different level from oneself. Actively approaching may result in them not even acknowledging you. To avoid being ignored, it's better not to take the initiative at all and save oneself from embarrassment. This was the thought of most people in Class A. Did no one really want to talk to Deborah and be friends with her? Not exactly. It's just that they felt Deborah's personality was too aloof, always hanging out with Jorge Lanning and others, looking down on them, and fearing rejection if they approached her. But now things were different. Deborah was actually friendly to even the most inconspicuous students in the class. She remembered their names and invited them to add her as a friend and ask her questions via message. This was completely different from what they had imagined. While these few girls were adding Deborah as a friend at her desk, many others in the class gathered around, wanting to add Deborah on WeChat. They surrounded her desk almost entirely. There were both boys and girls, including the boy who earlier stopped the class president from reminding the teacher about the microphone being on. This boy had always left an impression on Deborah. His family was quite wealthy, and he was usually very active in the class. "Wow, goddess, you have such a good personality. If I had known, I would have come over to borrow your study notes. I also want to add you as a friend, can I?" The boy looked full of anticipation. "Having you in my contact list might bring me some of your luck, and my next exam scores could skyrocket." Goddess? This was the first time someone had called Deborah by this name. However, before Deborah could respond, someone suddenly reached out and blocked the boy's phone. A slightly cold, emotionless voice spoke up. "Girls can add as friends, boys can't." Chapter 309. Finally, President Yanni is going to have a date with Janine. It's not easy. Deborah looked up and realized her fourth brother, Lottie E., had come over at some point and was now standing in front of her. "What? Why not?" The boy couldn't help but shout in protest. "There's no reason." Unlike Deborah, Lottie E. was truly aloof. His face was completely expressionless, not even wanting to say more than a few words. Deborah knew why Lottie E. didn't want her to add the boy as a friend, simply because he was afraid she would be harassed by some boy. After all, once you add someone on WeChat, you'd inevitably chat a bit. Honestly, she herself wasn't very keen on adding him either. All right then. The boy gritted his teeth. After all, Lottie E. was Deborah's elder brother. What could he say if her brother wouldn't let her? But his next words shocked everyone around them. "If I can't add Deborah, can I add you, God, on WeChat?" The boy's gaze became even more eager as he looked at Lottie E. expectantly. "You've gotten perfect scores every single exam for 3 years. If you were in my contact list, I'd feel much more confident." Lottie E. found that he might have overthought this. This person really wasn't trying to harass his sister. He just wanted someone academically excellent to put in his contact list as a lucky charm. "What do you think?" Lottie E. glanced at the boy again, still without any expression. The boy had no choice but to put his phone away with an air of grievance. No matter what, after what had just happened, the classmates felt that both Deborah and Lottie E. were different from what they had previously imagined. This pair of genius siblings was indeed too strong for ordinary people to compare with, but they weren't actually arrogant or detached. Honestly speaking, people like Deborah and Lottie E. could easily be disliked, but it would also only take a little initiative to make them well-liked. At this moment, Deborah could feel many appreciative and friendly glances from her classmates, which greatly replenished her long-depleted soul power. Almost everything was packed up, and it was almost time to go home. Today was the start of the holiday, so everyone had to carry quite a few books and test papers back home, meaning most families had sent cars to pick them up. As an elite school, Xinjiang School Gate was always crowded with luxury cars. Finding a car worth less than 1,000,000 yuan was rare. It was even more extravagant today. Deborah hadn't even reached the school gate when she saw numerous cars of different brands, colors, and styles already jammed outside the entrance, making it look like there was a car show happening. She left with Brenda, while Lottie E. and Atli stood to their left and right. Naturally, upon arrival, Atli took up the position closer to Deborah. The two boys naturally shouldered the responsibility of carrying the books and test papers. Reaching the school gate, Deborah noticed many girls from school who hadn't left, instead gathering around something, unsure of what they were looking at. "What's going on? Is there a panda over there? Why are so many girls watching?" Brenda curiously glanced over and then spoke confidently. "Judging from the crowd of girls surrounding and taking pictures with their phones, there's likely a handsome guy over there." "Come on, Janine, let's go see," Brenda said, pulling Deborah along. Hey, Atli couldn't help but call out, "Want to see a handsome guy? You've got one super handsome guy right here. If we count Lottie E., who could be hotter than the two of us?" "You're actually dragging Janine to look at others?" Upon hearing that, Lottie E. really wanted to silently throw the book in his hand at Atli's head. However, Atli couldn't stop Brenda, who was determined to see the handsome guy. In the blink of an eye, Brenda pulled Deborah into the crowd. Finally getting inside, Brenda looked up and froze in surprise. Sure enough. There was indeed a super handsome guy, but he seemed strangely familiar. Through the tinted window of the low-key yet extravagantly priced Rolls-Royce Phantom, a man's coldly handsome profile emerged. Even this blurry and unclear side view was stunning enough to spark endless fantasies, making these high school girls linger unwillingly around, unable to leave. "Wow, if I'm not mistaken, that's President Yanni, right?" Brenda couldn't help but exclaim. Following her gaze, Deborah saw that the man inside the car seemed to notice something and looked over. The moment their eyes met, the man's originally stern expression softened, and he directly opened the car door and got out. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, he towered half a head above the surrounding girls, becoming the focal point in the crowd due to his height, build, and appearance. The tall man stood upright, his well-tailored black suit accentuating his slender yet perfectly proportioned physique. His dark red tie, neatly knotted, emphasized a certain commanding, restrained aura of a superior. His face was sharply defined with prominent eyebrows and a straight nose bridge, while his eyes were deep and mysterious. However, from the moment he stepped out of the car, his gaze never strayed from the young girl. "Janine," Bardiani called out to Guarlu. In the next second, the door of another nearby car also opened. Because all 4 windows of this Maybach were treated with anti-peeping measures, no one could see inside clearly. So Guarlu realized that not only did Bardiani come but her eldest brother and third brother actually came as well. When Yen Lu got out of the car, there was only a small exclamation from the crowd. But when Yunyuan Lu got out wearing sunglasses, all the girls went completely silent for a second. "Xiaoguai, your brother is here to pick you up after school." Yunyuan Lu smiled and stretched out both arms directly toward Guarlu, making a pose inviting her for a hug. He thought that with sunglasses on, others wouldn't recognize him instantly. But he underestimated people's keen eyes. Could a pair of sunglasses hide such a distinctive handsome face? This was at the school gate, where many girls were already gathering. They immediately recognized him. "This is Yunyuan Lu. This is Yunyuan Lu." Who would have thought they would see the current top celebrity at the school gate after class? A group of excited girls suddenly rushed forward, almost bumping into Guarlu. But Bardiani reacted incredibly quickly. Before anyone touched Guarlu, he strode over with long legs and wrapped her in his arms, looking down to ask, "Baby, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Guarlu shook her head, then heard her eldest brother shout somewhat disdainfully, "Why did you show yourself?" before shoving her third brother back into the car. "My eldest brother and third brother?" Guarlu asked. "There are too many people here, let's get in the car." Bardiani glanced at Inglan, seemingly asking if she wanted to join them. Brenda immediately showed her perceptiveness by saying, "Well, I'll leave Janine to President Yanni. I'll go find our driver." Before leaving, she made a calling gesture to Guarlu, indicating they would talk later. Bardiani then opened the car door for Guarlu and shielded her head as she got in. After the two settled into the back seat, Guarlu asked, "You and my eldest brother both had work today, right? Why did you come to pick me up? And why did my third brother come?" Guarlu knew from Secretary Lu and Gordon that her eldest brother and Bardiani were both busy today. So she thought a family driver would pick her and her fourth and fifth brothers up, but she didn't expect her eldest brother, third brother, and Bardiani to come. "Today is your holiday. Coming to pick you up is the most important thing. Work can wait," Bardiani said. "As for your third brother, he just finished an advertisement shoot and decided to come along." "Oh, I see." Guarlu nodded, looking out the window. After her eldest brother pushed her third brother back into the car, those fanatical girls outside became even more excited and even surrounded the car, preventing it from moving. So the eldest brother gestured far away for Gualu and Mitchell not to come over. Gualu made a quick decision, walking to the roadside to hail a taxi. Seeing the girls' actions, Mitchell immediately got into the taxi with his books. Indeed, having a top celebrity brother made being mobbed unavoidable. They seemed used to it. Guarlu withdrew her gaze and turned to look at Bardiani beside her. She raised her hand, and as usual, the man lifted her onto his lap. Guarlu hugged Bardiani's slender waist and leaned in closely. The faint scent of incense unique to him enveloped her, making her feel relaxed and secure. "Do you want to come back to our house? Did Mom ask you to have dinner at home?" Guarlu held on to Bardiani, rubbing against his broad chest, her hands habitually wandering. "No." Bardiani caught the mischievous hand stirring trouble and kissed her lips gently, lifting her chin to look into her eyes deeply. "Baby, tonight, I want to go on a date with you, okay?" Chapter 310, Who Writes a Survey Report for a Date? Hearing Wally's words, Esther was momentarily taken aback. A date, huh? Esther suddenly realized that after being with Wally for so long, they had never gone out on dates like ordinary couples. Mainly because before revealing their relationship to their families. Most of the time when they met, Wally would climb over the wall in the middle of the night and leave by climbing back over it at dawn. They were very much like having an affair. Later, when she cornered Wally against the wall at home and was caught by her brothers, only after finally getting their family's approval for their relationship did she directly end up with a leg fracture and be casted for 2 months. Unable to even step out the door, let alone go on any dates. Esther had become accustomed to spending every moment with Wally cuddled up at home, never really considering going out to play together. But, it wasn't entirely her fault. Because from how Wally appeared, he didn't seem to have much connection with the word dating. From the age of 15 to now at 25. During the 10 years before meeting her, Wally had been physically disabled and confined to a wheelchair. Though seemingly someone who possessed wealth and power, he was actually a solitary figure. The only person he could genuinely trust beside him was only Gordon. He seldom went out, spending his time either at the company or at home, with work consuming most of his life, leaving no room for entertainment. Moreover, he had never interacted with women nor been in a romantic relationship, making him essentially a complete novice in love. Therefore, Esther wondered if Wally really knew what couples do on dates after suggesting one himself. A date? Esther blinked, reached out to poke Wally's cheek, and laughed lightly. Do you know what couples do on a date? To Esther's surprise, Wally nodded seriously and then handed her a rather thick report. One might think he was about to brief Esther on some business matter. These past few days, I've searched online for a while, collecting some suitable activities for couples to do together, and made a survey report. So, baby, see what interests you. His deep eyes intently focused on the girl before him. Whatever you want to do, I can accompany you. How could anyone suggest a survey report on a date? Esther hadn't expected Wally to do such a thing. She took the document, flipping through it briefly first. She found that this report not only listed activities suitable for couple dates but also included detailed guides for each activity. For instance, among those 50 must-do date activities, the first one was eating a big meal together. Following this, it listed the highest-rated restaurants for Chinese, Western, Japanese, Jobarian, French, Thai cuisine, and even Indian cuisine in Illegitimate. The second activity was watching a movie together, followed by a comparison of pros and cons of major cinemas in Illegitimate. The third was singing Joab TV together, accompanied by ratings, reviews, and photos of various Joab TV places in Illegitimate. The fourth was browsing furniture stores together, followed by an introduction to the largest furniture store in Illegitimate. Before meeting Esther, Wally had never been in a romantic relationship. Before meeting Wally, Esther had never been in a romantic relationship either. During the previous 10 years as Alicia, she had also been alone, rarely going out or seeing people. In a sense, their formerly lonely times were extremely similar. Thus, it was only when Esther saw this report that she was surprisingly aware of how many interesting things two people in love could do together. Going to the zoo together, playing at amusement parks, kissing at the top of the Ferris wheel, shopping and buying clothes for each other, soaking in hot springs, doing foot massages, going to the gym together, visiting each other's alma maters, going to a wine bar to chat. Taking evening walks in the park, watching sunsets and sunrises at the seaside, buying groceries and cooking together, flying kites in the park, eating street food, strolling night markets, going to internet cafes to play games, outdoor barbecuing, going on picnics, staying overnight in rural homestays, praying at temples. Riding cable cars to enjoy the scenery, going on road trips, getting haircuts together and changing hairstyles, filming daily vlogs, solving jigsaw puzzles, building Lego sets, doing flower arrangements, gardening, cleaning together, creating photo albums, challenging makeup tutorials for each other, decorating the room, role-playing games. Getting drunk together, taking silly selfies in a grid format, inviting friends over to play card games, playing couple coordination games, making dumplings together, going to haunted houses or escape rooms, trying real-life CS, Counter-Strike, going to the arcade, going rafting or bungee jumping, visiting water parks, going karting. The list of activities was so extensive that Esther was momentarily dazzled by them. It was incredibly thoughtful. Gathering these activities and creating such detailed guides seemed like it would take at least half a month just for this task alone. And Wally had a very busy schedule, sometimes not even having time to eat. Could he have used all his free moments during this period for this? These things are too tedious and troublesome. Esther couldn't help but frown slightly and asked, "Did you organize all this yourself? Didn't you get Gordon's help?" "No," Wally shook his head. "When it comes to matters involving you, I will never think they are troublesome." Wally looked at Esther, his eyes filled with deep affection, gently stroking her hair. "I never dated before and didn't know what girls like, so I even had to do research on dating. I was just worried that I might not do well enough." How could he possibly not be good enough? Esther took a deep breath, her fingertips brushing over the pages of the report. Strangely, while reading these words, it felt as if her heart was being gently tickled by a feather, rippling with soft and warm waves. The feeling that welled up from within seemed to be what people called anticipation. Esther couldn't help but murmur, "I find it quite magical." Wally lowered his head to look at Esther. "What's magical?" Esther pointed at the items on the list. "As I read each one, images of us doing these things together kept popping into my mind. I find it quite magical." Esther hadn't expected Wally to grasp her fingers, then speak in a low voice, "Me too." He lifted his eyes. "While gathering these activities, it felt like I had already rehearsed everything in my mind. There was an anticipation that made my heart race, as if just imagining these scenes made me feel very happy. If so, we should really do every activity listed here." Esther sat up straight and kissed Wally on the lips. "But tonight is limited in time, so why don't we start with these 3 things first?" "Which 3 things?" As Wally asked, he saw Esther circle 3 items on the report with a pencil. Chapter 3:11, 5 minutes, I want all her information. The 3 things Esther had circled with her pencil were, eat on food street, visit the night market, and soak in a hot spring together. Esther said, "I'm not really interested in fancy dinners, but Brenda told me that a new food street was developed in Illegitimate a few months ago. There are many snacks there. And the food street is right next to the night market. It said that there's a lot of fun stuff there too. We can stroll around and digest after eating. After eating and visiting, then, you haven't rested well recently, so let's soak in a hot spring and relax." Speaking of this, Esther pointed to a hot spring inn on Wally's travel guide. This inn looks beautifully decorated. I want to go to this one. Esther was excited, while Wally hesitated for a moment, lifting his eyes to ask, are you saying you want to stay out with me tonight? Esther noticed the flicker of hesitation in Wally's eyes and tilted her head. Do you not want to be with me? Want? Before Esther could finish speaking, Wally immediately responded and then added, but if it's just the two of us going to stay overnight in the suburbs, your eldest brother might worry. Esther thought about it. That made sense. Although her eldest brother had agreed to her being with Wally, if she went out alone with him at night, her brothers would likely come along if they found out. How about this? Let me ask Brenda and Mathewena if they want to join us, Esther suggested. They've mentioned several times that they want to visit the food street. If they come along, we can all go to the hot spring together. With 4 of us staying out overnight, my eldest brother shouldn't worry too much. Wally listened to Esther and nodded, all right. Brenda had just sat in the car to go home not long ago. Halfway through the journey, she received a call from Esther asking if she wanted to go out tonight. Originally, it was the first day of winter break, and Brenda planned to call Esther to find somewhere to play. However, when she saw Wally picking up Esther, she couldn't take Esther away anymore. Upon receiving Esther's call saying she wanted to go to the food street, Brenda was extremely happy and immediately agreed. Then she realized, if she went over to find Esther, and Wally was there too, wouldn't she be an enormous third wheel? An even more luminous one. Wait, Janine. Brenda started, I did want to go out with you, but since President Yanni is there, would I be interrupting your date? No, Mathewena will also come over soon. More people mean more fun, Esther replied from the other end of the phone. Huh? Mathewena is coming too? Brenda was stunned. Yeah, I sent him a message on WeChat, Esther explained. He initially said he was going to play games at home, but as soon as he heard I was inviting you, he changed his mind and said he'd come if you did. He comes if I come? Brenda was even more puzzled. Why? Esther didn't know how to respond to this. It seemed everyone could tell Mathewena liked Brenda except Brenda herself. Just as Esther was about to let Brenda think about it, she heard Brenda suddenly exclaim on the phone. Oh, I get it. It must be because Mathewena knows there are many couple activities happening at the food street and night market, like buy one get half off or couple game rewards. You and President Yanni make a pair. If he came alone, he wouldn't get those discounts. So he decided to tag along with me, Brenda said confidently. Hey, I'm too smart to figure this out. Maybe. Esther thought to herself silently. The Han family was wealthy enough to buy the entire food street. What kind of discount would catch young Master Han's attention so much? Regardless, despite traveling in 3 separate cars, Esther and Brenda agreed to meet under the big tree at the entrance of the food street with Mathewena. The food street and night market were located near the outskirts. By the time Esther and Wally arrived, twilight had already fallen, and the sky was dotted with twinkling stars. A nearly 5-meter-tall tree at the entrance was adorned with colorful lights, making it eye-catching. Though it wasn't the weekend, the food street was already crowded with locals and tourists drawn by its reputation. People thronged everywhere, and the bustling crowd was filled with vendors' calls from loudspeakers. Even the air near the entrance smelled appetizing from the various delicious food. This might have been Wally's first time in such a place. Or rather, he looked entirely out of place here. First, Wally was dressed too formally. A shirt, dress pants, suit jacket, and tie, it was all meticulous and refined, giving off an overly dignified and precious air. Secondly, he was also dressed far too expensively. The custom-made suit from abroad cost several $100,000, the wristwatch a few million, and even the tie alone was worth $20,000. The quality of his clothes and accessories was so high that even if one couldn't recognize the brands, it was obvious at first glance that everything must be extremely expensive, something ordinary people could never afford. So Esther thought that if Wally entered the food street like this, the stall owners might not dare let him sit down at their stalls. They'd be afraid a single drop of oil might splatter on or something else stain his clothes, fearing they couldn't afford to compensate. Thus, Esther made an immediate decision, reaching up to start untying Wally's tie. Wally took a deep breath, instinctively holding her hand, and asked softly, Baby, you want to do it here? At first, Esther didn't understand what Wally meant. Once she did, she couldn't help but laugh. She liked to touch Wally's pectoral and abdominal muscles. When they were together privately, she often habitually untied his tie. She'd unbutton his shirt from the collar down to his waist, then reach inside to caress and pinch as she pleased. Wally had gotten used to letting her play like this, never resisting. But this was a place bustling with people. She wasn't that lustful. You can't really think I want to do something like that here, right? Clearly, Wally had thought just that. If I wanted to do it here, would you allow me to indulge myself? Wally nodded without hesitation. There was no question of indulgence. Anything she wanted, no matter what, he was willing to give. Though he was an intimidating authority figure outside, he always seemed like a loyal dog in front of the young girl. His dark eyes, deep and focused, were full of profound love, loyalty, and tenderness. Esther couldn't help but touch Wally's face, her eyes sparkling brightly. I just want you to look less formal, Esther said, tie gone, 2 buttons of the shirt undone, and hair slightly mussed. You'll look much more casual. But, Mr. Yanni seems to have been thinking of something spicy. As she spoke, she pulled the tie she had started to untie earlier down further. She made Wally bend down and lightly kissed his lips, laughing. In seriousness, we'll do the spicy things later when we soak in the hot spring. Brenda and Mathawena are almost here. Spicy things, after the hot spring. Wally took a deep breath. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down. Mathawena somehow met up with Brenda first, but they came over together. By the time they arrived, Esther and Wally were already standing under the tree waiting for them. The last time everyone had gathered was when Esther fell off the horse, and they all went to the hospital. Wally, Brenda, and Mathawena were all there. However, everyone's attention was on Esther back then. Moreover, Wally's position and presence were too overwhelming, so Brenda hardly dared look at Wally, let alone speak to him. So today was Brenda's first time seeing Wally up close. Her first reaction was, he's really handsome. Only such good looks could match someone like their Janine. Brenda greeted Esther first, then politely and somewhat awkwardly called out, "Hello, President Yanni." Wally nodded, simply saying that he'd cover all expenses for Brenda and Mathawena tonight, allowing them to eat and play freely. Wally clearly wasn't as terrifying as Brenda had imagined. A few words exchanged, and Brenda immediately relaxed. She couldn't help asking Wally. "President Yanni, actually, I've had a question on my mind for a long time, and I think only you can answer it." "What question, so serious?" Seeing Brenda's seriousness, even Esther became curious. Brenda immediately said, "When I read novels, those domineering CEOs always say to their assistants with a cold expression, 'In 5 minutes, I want all her information.'" Brenda looked at Wally eagerly, very enthusiastic. "President Yanni, you're a real domineering CEO. I've always wondered if this is true. How do you manage it?" Chapter 312, First time for Wally. When Brenda asked such a naive question in such a serious tone, Mathawena was speechless. "I'm not kidding, what goes on in your mind all day?" Mathawena glanced at Brenda disdainfully and patted her head. It was probably the first time in Wally's life that someone had asked him such a question. He paused for a few seconds before replying, "Indeed, it can be checked, but 5 minutes is quite exaggerated." Lifting his eyes, he continued, "If you want to investigate someone's life history and background, it would take at least half a day. I'm not sure of the specific process. If you want to know more, I can give you my assistant's contact details." Wally's tone was indifferent, but his response wasn't dismissive. He valued and respected Hazel's friends. Brenda was just joking around. After all, being close to each other for the first time made them somewhat stiff. Some jokes could liven up the atmosphere. But she didn't expect that Wally would not only answer seriously but also offer his assistant's contact details. "Mr. Yanni, really, no need, thanks. Job knowing it's doable is enough." Brenda raised her right hand. "In that case, let's go in now. I'm already hungry with growling sounds from my stomach." Usually, if Brenda was alone with Esther, they would be sticking together closely. But today, with Wally around, she couldn't stick to Esther's side, pushing Wally away. She reluctantly walked alongside Mathawena instead. Thus, the four of them headed down the food street. Mathawena and Brenda walked in front while Wally and Esther followed behind. This food street was a long street, relatively wide, with vendors selling various delicious snacks on both sides, their signs brightly colored and eye-catching. There were even more people than Esther had imagined. As night fell, the food street became increasingly lively, crowded with bustling crowds. People were jostling along the road, queuing at almost every stall. Most of those here seemed to be visitors from out of town. Girls in beautiful dresses walked together in groups, couples held hands intimately while eating as they strolled, and bloggers held selfie sticks explaining while filming. The food stalls offered an assortment of items: grilled squid, oysters, chilled noodles, rolled pancakes, hot pot, crispy chicken thighs, sugar-coated haws, stinky tofu, takoyaki, will cakes, red bean cakes, meat egg burgers, sticky rice balls. The variety of food was dazzling to look at. The mixed aroma of different foods made one hungrier, irresistible to open one's appetite. Ever since entering the food street, Brenda's eyes had been darting everywhere, looking at everything and wanting to try it all. Moving around between various stalls. There were too many people here, and Mathawena feared Brenda might get lost. Though verbally scolding her behavior, Mathawena tightly followed her, staying true to his words. "I'll go there with Brenda. You two can slowly walk around." Seeing Brenda excitedly run toward another stall, Mathawena hastily called out to Esther before rushing off to catch her. Esther and Wally walked leisurely behind. Clearly, this was Wally's first time at a food street. Crowded, noisy, and the hygiene conditions were not great. Some uncivilized people littered food bags and skewers on the roadside. After Esther's earlier actions, Wally's hair was slightly messy, his gray shirt collar unbuttoned, looking less formal. Still, at 185 centimeters tall, he stood out in the crowd, and with his striking looks, many girls would glance over secretly. Esther noticed that Wally didn't adapt well to this environment. There were too many people around. All his attention was focused on protecting her, fearing she might bump into strangers. So Esther looked up at Wally and asked, "Do you dislike crowded places?" "No," Wally shook his head. His towering figure remained upright, his expression calm and composed, giving off a sense of reassuring strength. Actually, places like this are meant to enjoy the lively atmosphere. The more people there are, the more vibrant it feels. Esther glanced ahead, then took Wally's hand. Relax a bit. It's fine if others touch me, there's no danger. I want to experience the life of ordinary people with you. It's a happy thing to stroll around, holding hands with the person you love during leisure time, enjoying delicious food together. Besides, the smell of snacks on this street is really inviting, isn't it? Hearing this, Wally interlaced his fingers with hers and asked, lowering his head, Baby, what do you want to eat? I think I should be the one asking you that, Esther blinked. Haven't you tried any of the foods on the street? Wally paused for a moment, then nodded. I haven't tried many things either. Why don't we try all the foods we're interested in until we can't eat anymore? As she spoke, Esther pointed to the nearest chicken wing rice roll stall. Do you want to try this? Esther estimated that upon seeing the name of this snack, Wally's mind must have immediately pondered how exactly a chicken wing and rice would be combined and what it would look like. Someone like Wally, who has eaten nutritious and beautifully plated food at home or high-end restaurants since childhood, probably didn't even know this kind of snack existed. So, without waiting for Wally to answer, Esther pulled him directly to the stall and said to the vendor, Campbell, 1 chicken wing rice roll. Sure thing, young lady, the vendor responded. He placed a prepared chicken wing rice roll on the grill with practiced ease, then glanced up. Seeing the man and girl at his stall, his eyes widened. Young lady, you are really beautiful. Your boyfriend is quite handsome too. Are you two celebrities by any chance? In real life, most ordinary people are of average looks. People who are so stunningly beautiful as to be mesmerizing are rare. No, Esther smiled lightly, feeling playful, but indeed, scouts have approached us before. We just didn't agree. Yeah, you two are definitely the most attractive people I've seen. You really make a good couple. The vendor couldn't help but remark as he flipped the chicken wing rice roll and asked Esther if she wanted it spicy. Wally looked at the prices listed on the signboard and then used his phone to scan the payment code posted outside. About 10 minutes later, the vendor handed over the packed chicken wing rice roll to Esther. With a bright smile, she thanked him and took it. Looks great, right? Do you want to try some? Outside the stall, Esther tore open part of the wrapping paper. A whole chicken wing was stuffed with glutinous rice, roasted until golden and tender inside, shining attractively. Steam wafted up, making the aroma even more enticing on a cold winter night. Seeing Wally nod, Esther brought the chicken wing to his lips. Open up. There are no bones inside, so you can swallow it directly. Seeing the girl treat him like a child, Wally inhaled deeply and opened his mouth to take a bite. Watching Wally swallow the chicken wing rice roll, Esther's eyes sparkled as if awaiting his evaluation. How was it? Was it delicious? Wally nodded, his voice as deep as usual. Yeah, very delicious. You should try it too. Taking back the chicken wing rice roll, Wally carefully blew on it to cool it down before offering it to Esther's lips. Seeing the contented expression on her face as her cheeks bulged with food, Wally felt an unprecedented softness and contentment in his heart. When Esther lifted her gaze again, she saw the man before her still intently watching her, his eyes slightly reddened. Chapter 313, Night Market Game Challenge. For some reason, seeing Hewitt's eyes slightly red made Deborah's heart soften even more. She understood how Hewitt felt now. In the past 10 years, no one had ever been this close to him. He had never experienced this bustling and lively atmosphere of so genuinely before. This experience was alien to him. Thinking about this, Deborah felt a slight ache in her heart. Hewitt's existence also made her more human, evoking genuine emotions within her. She began to feel that she had appeared a bit too late. If she had come to be by Hewitt's side when he was 15 years old, 10 years ago, he wouldn't have been so lonely for those 10 years. Unable to resist, Deborah hugged the man beside her, rubbing her head against his chest. What should we do, Hewitt? These chicken wings are so delicious, I could cry from how good they taste. Hewitt held her tighter, his broad hand gently stroking her hair. He said softly, then I'll hire this vendor to work for us. Whenever you want to eat, he can make it for you. Deborah looked up at him and suddenly laughed. It seems Brenda was right, you really do seem like one of those overbearing CEOs in novels. I don't. Upon hearing this, Hewitt responded very formally. Deborah found it interesting. Don't tell me you've read any overbearing CEO novels? I haven't read them, but Gordon often does. He told me that in those novels, the CEOs treat the female lead with their hearts and kidneys, literally giving their hearts and kidneys, constantly swapping hearts, cutting kidneys, or subjecting her to Cold War imprisonment. Hearing this, Deborah couldn't help but laugh out loud. Goodness, who would have thought that not only did Gordon read overbearing CEO novels, but he also enjoyed those early-stage melodramatic romance stories. So I'm not, Hewitt said seriously as he hugged Deborah. I will never do anything to hurt you, ever. Okay, I know. Deborah's heart softened. She tiptoed and kissed Hewitt with her mouth still unclean from eating chicken wings, then took his hand. Let's go try something else. All the street food on the food street was quite a novelty to Hewitt. For example, roasted cold noodles. Hewitt didn't know that noodles could be roasted into sheets, covered with diced onions, and then brushed with sauce to eat. Or fried ice cream. Hewitt didn't know that ice cream could be fried either. Or yogurt durian pretzel. Hewitt didn't understand why these three seemingly unrelated things could be combined. And turkey ramen spring rolls. First, the concept of turkey ramen was hard for Hewitt to grasp, let alone wrapping cooked ramen in spring roll wrappers. However, no matter what, after trying everything, Hewitt's overall evaluation was that all the food was delicious. But Deborah felt that Hewitt probably didn't even know if the food was actually good. After all, it was his first time trying everything, so he didn't know what bad-tasting food tasted like. From one end of the street to the other, or rather, until they ate their way to the other end, Deborah finally met up with Brenda and Mathewena. Brenda was clearly having a blast, her previously fitted school uniform now visibly bulging at the belly, as she sat resting on a bench at the end of the street. Seeing Deborah and Hewitt approach, Brenda immediately waved enthusiastically, "Over here. Come quickly." As soon as Deborah walked over, Brenda pulled out her phone to show her and spoke excitedly. "Look, I saw online that the neighboring night market has an event, and the grand prize is a super beautiful ragdoll cat." Brenda was already starry-eyed, holding her cheeks. "What should I do, Goer? Just looking at the photo, I feel like I've fallen in love with this cat at first sight." Deborah glanced at the picture on Brenda's phone. Indeed, it was a very beautiful ragdoll cat. Its fur was white with hints of light gray, and its head was round and plump. Its deep blue round eyes looked like two embedded gems, and its ears had a faint pink tint. However, Deborah already had Cornelius, so she didn't feel much for other cats. Or perhaps she dared not feel, as it seemed unfair to Cornelius, who stayed alone at home. "This cat looks expensive. Would a night market vendor really be willing to spend so much money on a prize?" Deborah asked. The ragdoll cat looked to be worth at least 5,000 yuan on the market. Night market events generally offered expensive prizes to attract people, but a cat valued over 5,000 seemed quite steep. "It's not exactly spending a lot, many people are coming specifically for this cat, but winning first prize seems very difficult," Brenda explained. "This event is aimed at couples, but if passers-by or friends want to win a prize, they can form a temporary couple. They split the cost and the prize. Each couple only gets one chance. They need to pass 3 consecutive games, and in the 4th round, meet the corresponding standards to win first, second, or third prize, as well as consolation prizes." Deborah asked, "What are the 3 games?" Brenda replied, "The first game is a ring toss game, costing 30 yuan per attempt. The vendor will place small plush toys randomly on the stall. One person from the couple will be blindfolded and throw the rings while the other directs them. You need to hit at least 3 out of 10 rings to pass this round. But as you can imagine, it's already hard enough to toss rings accurately with eyes open. Now they have someone tossing with their eyes closed. If you don't hit 3 but manage to hit 1 or 2, you can still take the item you hit. However, those small plush toys aren't worth much. Just this round alone can make the vendor quite a bit of money by brushing off so many people." That was the game mechanism. Deborah became slightly interested and asked Brenda, "What's the second round?" "The second round is the draw and guess game, also 30 yuan per attempt. The vendor will prepare 10 idioms. One person from the couple acts out the idiom while the other guesses its meaning. Each word has only 30 seconds, and overtime counts as a failure. You need to guess 7 out of 10 idioms correctly to move on to the next round. If you get fewer than 7 right, you'll only get a consolation prize. So as you can see, it tests not only the couple's chemistry, but also their knowledge of idioms and reaction speed. It looks simple but isn't actually that easy, allowing the vendor to make a lot of money again." Indeed, Deborah nodded and continued asking, "Then what's the third round?" "The third round." Deborah noticed Brenda blushing when she mentioned the third round. Chapter 314, Balance longer than his QQ number. Third level. Brenda scratched her head and said, "The third level is reportedly a couple's push-up challenge, also costing 30 bucks per attempt. It's the guy doing push-ups on the girl's body. You have to do 40 within 1 minute to pass, and the form must be standard. If you don't reach 40, consolation prizes are given based on the number of push-ups completed." 40. Mathewena couldn't help but retort upon hearing this. "Is this a night market game or an athlete selection, with such high standards?" "Because the standards are so high, most people can't finish, which is how the stall owner makes money," Deborah remarked. "Yes," Brenda nodded. "Anyway, these are the first 3 levels. I've seen many comments saying that not many people can even pass the first level, let alone the second and third. It seems like this event has been running for several days now, and only a few couples have managed to clear the first 3 rounds to advance to the final level. Even those couples only receive consolation prizes and not the top awards." Hearing this from Brenda, Deborah asked, "What's the final level game? Is it very difficult?" Brenda replied, "The guide doesn't mention what the final game is, but it must be really hard. Because the grand prize is a stuffed cat, the second prize is a tablet worth 3,000 bucks, and the third prize is a lipstick set valued over $1,000. The consolation prize is also worth a few hundred bucks. The stall owner uses prizes totaling over $10,000 to attract people. They definitely won't make it easy to win. However, no matter how difficult the games are, the maximum cost to participate is just 90 bucks, but you might get hundreds or thousands of dollars in prizes. If you can reach the final level, even getting a consolation prize would be worth it." So, there are quite a lot of participants, making the stall owner's business very booming. Seeing Brenda consulting the guide and explaining so much to them, Deborah asked her, "So, you want to give it a try?" "I really want to join. I love that kitty so much. But I don't have a boyfriend, so I don't even have the chance to participate." Before Brenda finished speaking, she was interrupted by Mathawena. Cough. Mathawena awkwardly scratched his hair, cleared his throat, and looked at Brenda. "You said earlier that although this is an activity for couples, bystanders or friends who want to win prizes can temporarily form a pair and participate together. Mathun's I'm idle anyway, I'll help you by pairing up with you and joining the game." "Really?" Hearing this, Brenda lit up but gave Mathawena a suspicious look. "Wait, why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Didn't you always say these games were childish?" Mathawena opened his mouth, his ears turning slightly red. Finally, he forced out, "Who's being nice to you? Don't you understand a man's competitive spirit? You said earlier that it's very difficult and almost no one makes it to the final round. I've never failed any game since childhood, I just want to try, not for you." This sounded very much like Mathawena's character. Upon hearing this, Brenda felt reassured. She said seriously, "Let's clarify this, though we're participating together, I will cover the game fees. If we win the cat, you're not allowed to fight me for it. Are you seriously so unreliable that you'd snatch a kitty from a girl?" Mathawena couldn't help shouting, "If you like cats, I'll take you to buy the most expensive ragdoll in the world, even prettier than this one." Brenda rolled her eyes, "That's so nouveau riche. I don't want the most expensive one. Pets aren't about price, it's all about the connection. I just like this one." Okay, let's go win it then." Afraid of upsetting Brenda, Mathawena quickly agreed. After finishing talking with Mathawena, Brenda turned to Deborah excitedly, "Then, Janine, you and CEO Yanni." Deborah glanced at Hewitt. Regardless of the people around or what others were saying, Hewitt's gaze had always been on her. Without asking, Deborah knew that as long as she wanted to do something, Hewitt wouldn't refuse. So she directly said, "Let's join too. This way, we have a better chance of winning. If we win that ragdoll, we'll give it to you." "Ah. Janine, you're truly my angel. I love you." Brenda was overjoyed, immediately hugging Deborah excitedly. For some reason, Deborah always gave Brenda the feeling that, as long as she's around, we'll surely win. Brenda felt like victory was now within her grasp. Mathun's they had decided to participate in the event, the four of them headed toward the night market together. Sure enough, just as Brenda had said, this couple's game event was indeed attracting a lot of people. As soon as they approached the venue, they could see from afar that it was surrounded by a crowd. These people were there to watch, nearly blocking the venue completely. By the time they got there, a man standing beside the venue with a waste bag saw two men and two women who clearly formed two couples and quickly came over to greet them. "Hey, young ladies, you're here to play games with your boyfriends, right? Perfect timing. We have 10 couples per group for each round. Now we have 8 pairs, so adding you two makes it just perfect. How do we pay?" Hewitt asked from the side, his figure standing tall. The man replied fluently, "A couple's 3-level game is $90. For 2 couples, it's $180. But if you don't reach the 2nd or 3rd level, no refunds, alright?" Hewitt took out his phone and opened the payment code, "Scan me for $180. Seeing Hewitt about to pay everything, Brenda felt a bit embarrassed at first. But then she thought, it seemed unnecessary to be polite about $90 with a billionaire like President Yanni. After paying, someone guided Deborah and the others to join the queue. However, the person scanning the code accidentally glanced at Hewitt's balance number and nearly popped his eyes out. He remained stunned even after Deborah and the others walked far away. No way, how come that string of numbers in this man's account was longer than his QQ number? Was he seeing things, or had the world gone crazy? Deborah and the others were led to the queuing area. Looking up, they saw the venue divided into 4 zones in sequence. On the field, only one of the 10 couples was left, still competing in the 3rd-level challenge, which was the couple's push-up. The girl lay on a soft mat while the boy was strenuously doing push-ups on her body. Beside them was a countdown timer, and someone was turning large numbered pages to record the count of push-ups the boy made. There were only 10 seconds left, but the slender boy already looked physically exhausted, yet he was still trying his best to maintain the standard form, his arms visibly trembling. However, when the countdown hit 0, the boy managed exactly 39 push-ups. Just one shy of the passing requirement. When the stall owner blew the whistle, a wave of regretful sighs erupted from the surrounding crowd. Chapter 315, Can the game be played this way? At the whistle, the boy immediately stopped, panting for breath, and almost broke down when he saw the result. The standard to pass was 40 push-ups in 1 minute, but he had only managed 39. Although it was just one short, he still couldn't proceed to the final round and could only get a consolation prize. He might as well have been one of those who couldn't do more than 10. His girlfriend was also pretty disappointed, yet she knew her boyfriend had tried his best. Taking the consolation prize, she left with him. Seeing such an outcome, many people around sighed deeply. I don't mean to complain, but the standard for passing the push-ups is too high. I've never done 40 perfect push-ups in 1 minute. Another person patted his beer belly. I did once, but that was in high school. Now, I can't even manage 10. Didn't expect this event to be so tough. Look, 3 pairs have already tried tonight, and not a single couple has made it to the last round. With 30 pairs of couples, that's 90 attempts, netting nearly $3,000 easily. The stall owner must be raking it in. But you can't say that. If someone wins first, second, or third prize soon, the stall owner will have worked in vain tonight. Win first, second, or third prize. You didn't see how difficult the final round is. Even if someone makes it there, they probably would only win an encouragement award. Hearing what others said, Deborah and Brenda glanced at each other. Then the stall owner called for the next group to come up. This stall owner was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a slightly bald head and a red-faced appearance. It was estimated that since setting up this stall for the activity, he'd earned quite a lot in just a few days. He certainly had a business mind. Young couples come out to play for entertainment after all. This minigame, costing only dozens of bucks to participate, is both fun and time-passing. It offers a chance to win big prizes and small toys at worst, fully catching people's psychology. When Deborah, Brenda, and the other 8 pairs of couples came up, the crowd burst into murmurs of surprise. Wow, look at the last 2 pairs of couples. Both guys and girls are so good-looking. Indeed, these 2 girls seem to be wearing Xinjiang high school uniforms. Wonder which rich family's daughters they are. That redhead boy looks adorable, and the shirt-clad man is so handsome, like a male model, seeming very wealthy. Not seeming wealthy, but really wealthy. If the watch on his wrist is genuine, it alone costs over $3 million. Holy cow, would such wealthy people play street games? They're quite grounded. As people were whispering around, Deborah had already stood with Gil at the end of the queue. Following the order, she and Gil were the last pair in this group. Once everyone was on stage, the stall owner gave each couple a black blindfold. For the first game, the stall owner had already drawn a roughly 3-meter square on the ground with chalk. He explained that 10 plush toys would be randomly placed within this square. One person from each couple would wear the blindfold and try to throw 10 hoops onto the toys while the other gave verbal instructions on their positions. At the start of the game, everyone naturally felt confident, believing hitting 3 out of 10 shouldn't be hard. However, the first couple immediately showed everyone what frustration looked like. The guy wore the blindfold, while the girl described the positions. But her descriptions were vague, left a bit, right a bit, forward a bit, backward a bit. The guy could only rely on his feeling, and the first 5 throws missed. The girl got impatient, complaining about the lack of teamwork. Initially, the guy asked her to focus on guiding, but eventually, he couldn't tolerate her constant complaints and threw the last hoop before tearing off the blindfold. They only hit 1 toy with all 10 hoops. And that hit was due to the guy's random last throw. They came enthusiastically but left angrily. The second couple performed slightly better. The girl gave accurate directions, but the guy had poor strength control, missing all 10. It wasn't until the 4th couple that 3 toys were hit. Then the 6th couple managed to hit 4. The 7th couple, who seemed to be doctoral students, were impressive. The girl gave clear instructions, and the patient boy got lucky. They managed to hit 5 out of 10, which was the highest record of the night. The crowd cheered and clapped when they finished. Next up were Brenda and Mathawena. While the previous couples were playing, Brenda and Mathawena had been arguing over who should give directions and who should be blindfolded for the hoop toss. Both believed that the one throwing the hoops while blindfolded was more important than the one giving directions. Because the person giving directions only needed to describe the position accurately. However, the blindfolded thrower not only had to calculate the correct position in their mind based on instructions but also had to control the force of the throw to hit the target. Brenda and Mathawena had both been praised for being smart since childhood and enjoyed teasing each other. Each believed they were the most reliable and did not trust the other, wanting to be the one to throw the hoops. Finally, they followed Deborah's suggestion to play rock paper scissors, and Brenda won. See, even fate thinks I'm more reliable, Brenda laughed happily, not noticing Mathawena's gaze fixed on her. Though Mathawena had been laughing and joking below, he became serious as soon as he stepped onto the stage. When Brenda put on the blindfold and everything turned dark, Mathawena leaned close to her ear and spoke. The side length of this square area is about 3 meters. Your current position is roughly 1 meter from the bottom edge of the square. Taking your current position as a reference point, I will tell you the direction in clock positions and then give you the straight line distance from the reference point in that direction. Estimate the position in your mind, and then just throw. Can you do that? Mathawena's warm breath against her ear made Brenda's face inexplicably flush. Brenda sharply drew a breath and lifted her chin nonchalantly. Of course I can. As long as your description is accurate, I'll definitely hit the targets. Seeing her confident demeanor, Mathawena smiled broadly and pinched her cheek lightly. Then it's all up to you. Don't blame me if you lose. With that, Mathawena straightened up and looked at the 10 randomly placed plush toys arranged by the stall owner. First one, 10 o'clock direction, 3 meters. Second one, 11:30 direction, 4 meters. Third one, 12 o'clock direction, 2 meters. Fourth one, 1:30 direction, 3.5 meters. Hearing Mathawena and Brenda's method of play, everyone around was stunned. Could the game really be played like this? Their method required the one giving directions to measure the direction at a glance and estimate the distance accurately. And the person throwing the hoops had to not only calculate the distance accurately but also control the force. This was too damn difficult. Could anyone really hit the toys using this method? In fact, there are always very smart and capable people in the world. For the first 3 throws, Brenda missed. It was her first time handling it, needing to feel how much force was needed per meter. However, starting from the 4th successful hit, Brenda didn't miss again. All 7 subsequent throws hit the target. Chapter 3:16, A Lesson for the Stall Owner. When Brenda threw the last hoop, it securely encircled the plush toy. Not only did the onlookers around widen their eyes in shock, but even the stall owner was dumbfounded. In less than 10 minutes, out of 10 hoops thrown, 7 were successful. It wasn't just the best score of the night. Even since this game had started, no couple had ever achieved such results. Hearing the astonished exclamations from the crowd, Brenda pulled off her blindfold. First, she checked her score, then lifted her chin and looked at Mathewena proudly, her tone full of delight. What do you think, am I impressive? It's okay, I guess, Mathewena pretended to be indifferent, raising an eyebrow. If I threw them, I'd probably get at least 8 hits. Brenda couldn't help rolling her eyes. Pfft, keep dreaming. You'd be lucky to hit one. While Brenda and Mathewena were bickering, the people around them began to discuss. Whoa, aren't they still in high school? How can they be so good? Yeah, the guy has to estimate the distance and direction at a glance, while the girl has to plan the position and control the strength of the throw. If either of them didn't perform well, they would have wasted their tries. It would have been better to just throw all the hoops randomly. With luck, they might have hit a few. And this girl hasn't missed since the 4th hoop. That's amazing. Thank goodness the prizes aren't based on how many you hit, otherwise hitting 7 out of 10 would have made the stall owner cry. As Brenda was playing, every successful hoop brought gasps from the crowd, attracting more spectators. When Brenda and Mathewena returned to Deborah, she praised Brenda, great job. We're getting closer to winning the cat. Though she felt proud in front of Mathewena, Brenda blushed when praised by Deborah. Oh, it's just my luck. Now it's up to you and CEO Yanni. Next, it was Deborah and Wally's turn. As soon as they reached the center of the play area, everyone's attention was captured. The slender figure of the girl exuded coolness, while the tall, dignified man beside her was deeply composed. Their contrasting yet harmonious heights, appearances, and auras drew much attention. Seeing their height difference, onlookers naturally assumed that Wally would be the one to throw the hoops. But unexpectedly, Deborah stood at the designated spot instead. Instantly, murmurs spread through the crowd. No way, how can this couple let the girl throw? That tall handsome guy obviously has a better chance of success. That's true. This petite girl might not even have enough strength to reach the farthest toy. She must be friends with that skilled girl earlier. Maybe she wants to give it a try after seeing her friend's performance. But that other girl is taller and perfectly coordinated with her boyfriend. Not every girl can achieve that kind of success. She's overconfident. Despite hearing the murmurs, Deborah remained unfazed. The stall owner handed them the blindfold and hoops. Just as Deborah was about to take them, Wally took the items first. He turned and stood behind her, leaning down to say, "Baby, let me tie your hair for you." When she first arrived in Gillisangching, Deborah's long hair only reached her shoulders. Now, 6 months later, it nearly reached her waist. Deborah usually didn't like tying up her hair because it felt uncomfortable, especially during activities like eating hot pot outdoors. So, somewhere along the line, Wally developed a habit. He often wore a burgundy silk ribbon around his wrist, ready to tie Deborah's hair whenever she needed it. Yen Nike now. Standing behind Deborah, Wally leaned down. With gentle hands, he gathered her long black hair from her shoulders, unwrapped the ribbon from his wrist, wrapped it around her hair, and tied a beautiful bow. His focused gaze and gentle expression toward her made her look even more graceful with her neck and shoulders exposed, highlighting her fair complexion against the burgundy bow. What seemed like a simple action left the crowd momentarily stunned. Was this the power of high beauty? Just standing there, the unintentional actions and gazes between the two felt like a scene straight out of a romance drama. No, it surpassed any current idol drama filled with manufactured chemistry. Some in the crowd couldn't help but secretly snap photos. After tying up Deborah's hair, Wally then put the blindfold on her and placed the 10 hoops in her hands. He asked in a low voice, "Are you ready?" As everything before her eyes turned dark, Deborah nodded. Wally glanced at the stall owner, signaling that he could place the plush toys. The stall owner then came over with a pile of plush toys in his arms. However, before placing the toys, the stall owner secretly glanced at Deborah, quickly calculating in his mind. Of the 10 couples in this group, 4 had already passed through. Usually, only 2 or 3 couples would pass in one group. Each couple paid 90 yuan to participate. If they didn't reach the second or third round, the additional 60 or 30 yuan wouldn't be refunded. In other words, if participants were eliminated in the first round, he would pocket an extra 60 yuan entry fee. Eliminated in the second round, he'd make an extra 30 yuan. If they reached the third round, there was no extra profit from the entry fees. If someone made it all the way to the fourth round, he might end up losing money. Although winning the final round was very hard, what if someone had great luck? So for the stall owner, the earlier the players were eliminated, the better. Ideally, if all were eliminated in the first round, he could start a new game faster and make more money. The stall owner hadn't anticipated that Brenda, a young girl, would be so skilled, hitting 7 out of 10, so he hadn't been prepared. Now looking at Deborah, although he doubted she could hit 3, he still subtly increased the game's difficulty, not wanting them to pass either. When the stall owner called out that it was ready, Wally looked up and couldn't help but frown slightly. The stall owner had placed the 10 plush toys much more off-center than before. The 10 toys were spread out irregularly and placed far away from Deborah. Spread out irregularly to the point where even if one opened their eyes, it would be difficult to hit more than 5. So far away that most girls probably wouldn't have enough strength to throw the hoop there. Wally glanced at the stall owner and looked away. Playing tricks as a street vendor boss was normal. Just that today, his little girl was probably going to give the stall owner a lesson. The onlookers also noticed how tricky the angles were this time. As they wondered how Wally would guide her, the man spoke, calling out 2 numbers to the blindfolded girl. Chapter 317, 10 out of 10. When Wally spoke, the onlookers thought they had misheard. But indeed, they heard the man not say anything about the position of the toys. He only said 2 simple numbers to the girl, 218. 2. 18. 28. What does that mean? Shouldn't he be describing the location of the doll so someone can throw the hoop? Why suddenly announcing numbers here? Everyone exchanged puzzled looks, utterly baffled. But Mathawena reacted first, her eyes brightening and a smile curving her lips. Not surprising for a 6-star member of Joab.A, Esther could even think of this method. Huh. Brenda was also momentarily confused. What method are you talking about? Mathawena glanced at Brenda and moved closer to her quietly. You'll understand as you watch. Everyone around was still very perplexed. But Esther began to move right after Wally finished speaking. She seemed not to think but lifted the bamboo hoop in her hand, aiming it at some direction ahead and threw it forward. Mathunce the girl was blindfolded, this quick and decisive action looked like she was throwing randomly. However, the next moment came as a shock to everyone. They saw the hoop Esther threw flying gracefully, then landing with a thud on the ground. Yen Nike magic, it accurately encircled the first doll. Everyone gasped. How did she do that? The man just said 2 numbers, and the girl knew where the doll was? And even if she knew where the doll was, how did she manage to hit it perfectly on her first try? This was too incredible. The stall owner was dumbfounded too. He had been running stalls for over a decade and had never seen anyone blindfolded follow such directions to successfully encircle a doll on the first try. Despite the buzz among onlookers, Wally remained unperturbed and gave the second set of numbers, 316. Just as before, upon hearing the numbers, the girl threw the hoop directly. The result again stunned everyone. It seemed the bamboo hoop had a tracker. It landed squarely on the second doll without any deviation. 419. Third doll, encircled. 517. Fourth doll, encircled. 718. Fifth doll, encircled. The man's instructions were concise, and the girl's movements swift. Their coordination was impeccable. Within merely 2 minutes, 5 hoops encircled 5 dolls one after another, leaving no time for anyone to react. It felt like cheating. As Wally was about to give the 6th set of numbers, the stall owner, who finally regained his composure, rushed over. Hold on. The stall owner looked at Esther dubiously. Yanadal girl, you're blindfold, can you see through it? That was exactly what the onlookers were suspecting too. But everyone knew even if the blindfold did let her see, it wouldn't make much difference. Even if they tried openly, they would find it extremely hard to encircle all 5 dolls. I can't see. Esther straightened up slightly while wearing the blindfold. If you're worried, I can wear another one. Hearing this, the stall owner waved his hand awkwardly. No need, no need. It's just that I think you're incredibly talented. You and your boyfriend can continue. Continue. Thus, the 6th, 7th, 8th dolls. When Esther encircled the 9th doll, the onlookers were left speechless. Seeing her hit the 10th one, the crowd fell almost completely silent, staring wide-eyed. Beyond being awesome, there was nothing else to say. They hailed the girl as the greatest ring tosser ever. All 10 hoops thrown, Esther lifted her hand to remove her blindfold. Wally stood beside her, smoothing out her slightly disheveled hair from the blindfold. The stall owner, numb-faced, packed the encircled dolls into bags, thinking it must have been magic for her to score 10 out of 10 while blindfolded from several meters away. How did she do that? As soon as Esther and Wally stepped down, an excited Brenda rushed over to hug her. Esther. You are truly my hero. 10 out of 10 is simply amazing. Then she asked, speaking of which, Mr. Yanni gave you coordinates, right? What was the reference point? Centimeters? Seeing Brenda's curiosity, Esther answered, it's based on Go chess. Brenda opened her mouth, somewhat puzzled. Go chess? Esther said, the standard size of a Go board is 19 times 19, with 19 lines horizontally and vertically, thus forming 18 grids each way, making up a total of 324 grids on the whole board. Using centimeters as the reference for coordinates would be very hard to judge accurately by eye. The area marked by the stall owner happens to be a square. If we consider this area as a complete Go board, the dolls are roughly the same size as each grid on the board. So by visualizing the grids within this square in my mind, when the vendor places a doll at a certain location, I can directly report the coordinates of that grid, making the positioning very precise. Brenda had known that Wally and Esther were giving coordinates, but she hadn't expected they were doing it based on a Go board. If you can deduce the position like that, I understand, but how did you manage to get all 10 right? Brenda asked. I usually need 3 tries just to figure out the right force needed, yet you hit the target on your first try. Esther looked at Brenda seriously. If I told you that after I went up there, I estimated the weight of the bamboo ring, then used a formula to calculate the approximate force needed, would you believe me? Brenda drew in a sharp breath. There's such a formula. No, Esther smiled lightly, lifting her eyes, so I was just plain lucky. Brenda didn't know whether Esther was purely lucky or just saying that to avoid hurting her confidence. Anyway, no matter what, the 4 of them passed the first challenge smoothly. Then they moved on to the second challenge, Pictionary. This game required even more coordination between teammates. Sure enough, Brenda and Mathewena started arguing again over who should draw and who should guess. Chapter 3:18, is their intuition really that accurate? For the first game, ring toss, much depended on luck. But for the second game, Pictionary, there was hardly any element of luck involved. Whether they could guess correctly relied entirely on how vividly the drawer sketched, whether the guesser had a broad enough vocabulary of idioms, and their reaction speeds. Each word only had 30 seconds. The drawer needed to think from the start how to draw so that the other person could guess the character as quickly as possible. But more importantly, the guesser must know the idiom. Otherwise, no matter how accurately the drawer sketches, it's impossible for the other party to say the correct answer. In the previous round, Brenda and Mathewena both believed that the one doing the tossing was more important than the one giving directions. They decided who would do the tossing with rock paper scissors. Now in this round, they both thought that the guesser was more important than the drawer. So Mathewena said, if that's the case, let's decide again with rock paper scissors. But this time Brenda lifted her chin proudly. Who wants to play rock paper scissors with you? Have you forgotten our recently announced special admissions test scores? For the Chinese exam, you only got 139 while I scored 146. If it comes down to testing the vocabulary of idioms, it's clear that I'm more reliable. Seeing Brenda bring up the Chinese scores, Mathewena immediately conceded, okay, I know you're the best, so you do the guessing. Meanwhile, Deborah glanced at Hewitt and asked him, do you want to be the guesser or the drawer? Hewitt had never played such street games at night markets before from childhood till now. At this moment, he didn't consider how rare and uncharacteristic it was for a billionaire CEO to mime idioms in front of so many spectators. He just worried about performing poorly and holding back the girl beside him. You do the guessing. Hewitt looked at Deborah. I studied abroad in high school and have less accumulation of idioms. I'm afraid I might not know the idiom or can't react in time. Alright, Deborah squeezed Hewitt's hand, her gaze clear and gentle, then believe in me, I'll guess them all. In total, 5 pairs of couples, including Deborah and Brenda's group, made it to the second round. Typically, the idioms prepared for such Pictionary games are fairly common and simple. 30 seconds is neither too long nor too short. With good cooperation, a phrase might be guessed in 10 to 20 seconds. But without coordination, it could take a minute. The first couple only managed to guess 4 within the set time. The second couple actually guessed 7 but were out of time when they said the last idiom. They argued with the stall owner who insisted that rules are rules and refused to count it as a pass. The third pair, who looked like educated doctoral couples, proved to be quite formidable. The male drew while the female guessed. Every action by the male vividly depicted the character, and the female's reaction speed was fast. In the end, they answered 8 out of 10 correctly. When it was Brenda and Mathewena's turn, everyone turned their attention to them. Their previous performance had left the onlookers incredibly impressed. 2 girls who looked like high school students were incredibly skilled. Especially that last girl who performed so outstandingly, it seemed almost unbelievable if not witnessed personally. So everyone anticipated even more how they would perform in this round. Watching the first round, everyone thought the girl who successfully tossed 7 out of 10 rings and her boyfriend were well coordinated. However, as soon as the timer started, Brenda and Mathewena's performance left everyone astonished. Far from being coordinated, they had absolutely no chemistry at all. After seeing the first idiom, Mathewena was utterly confident. This idiom is too easy. Mathewena pointed to his mouth and nodded, then pointed to his heart and shook his head, looking expectantly at Brenda. Opposite him, Brenda looked convinced and confidently said, heart and mouth do not agree? Seeing she guessed incorrectly, Mathewena immediately shook his head and vigorously pointed at his heart, waving his hands frantically. Brenda's eyes showed a trace of confusion. Mouth does not correspond to the heart. Wrong again. Mathewena took a deep breath, still pointing at his mouth nodding and at his heart shaking his head. Brenda's tone became uncertain, guessing. Words unintentionally spoken. Mathewena suddenly felt desperate. Then he saw Brenda suddenly exclaim, I get it. Mathewena's eyes lit up, immediately looking eagerly at Brenda. She said, is it, heart clumsy mouth blunt? What kind of nonsense is this? How could she guess such an obscure idiom like xin jua ko hang, but not think of the simple, kosher xin fei? Mathewena was utterly despairing this time. They wouldn't really fail to guess the first idiom, would they? With only 5 seconds left, Mathawena pointed at his heart and made a flying gesture with both hands. Only then did Brenda figure it out and tentatively asked. Could it be kosher Xianfei? My lady, you finally guessed right. At this moment, Mathawena was so excited that he almost shouted out loud. Guessing it in the last second, they managed to pass. Guessing the first idiom was already so difficult, and the rest weren't much better. Mathawena felt he had been trying his best to mime, but either Brenda would run out of time without guessing or barely manage to guess just before time ran out. Anyway, it seemed their brain circuits were on different frequencies, and there was no chemistry between them at all. However, somehow they still guessed 7 correctly in total, enough to pass. It was truly hard one. During the process of Pictionary, one was more anxious than the other. In the end, Mathawena was jumping up and down frantically, almost driven mad by his inability to speak. So when it was Deborah and Hewitt's turn, everyone watching was quite surprised to see Hewitt was going to do the drawing. The person who mimes idioms usually needs to make exaggerated gestures. But the man on the field, in his dress shirt and trousers, looked refined and composed, his expression mild. He really didn't seem the type to jump around and make exaggerated gestures. Would the girl really be able to guess if he was the drawer? As soon as the timer started, the first idiom was revealed, hard in sync. Well, hard in sync? Everyone was taken aback by this idiom. This wasn't on the same level as the previous one, kosher Xianfei. Although both contain the character, heart, kosher Xianfei, is easier to mime. But for hard in sync, apart from the character, heart, how do you mime the other 3 characters? People watching frowned and thought, watching the handsome, steady man on the field consider for a second. First, he pointed at his heart, then he focused his gaze on the girl. People watching wondered what on earth he was miming. The next second, they heard the girl say, hard in sync. Correct guess, in 3 seconds. At that moment, everyone watching was stunned. No way, all he did was point to his heart? How did you guess it was hard in sync? Did you read his eyes? You two really are this in sync. Chapter 319, As Long as Baby Yen Nikes It. In the following few minutes, the onlookers got a real taste of what true, mutual understanding, looked like. For the second idiom, Wally flipped his right hand open and made a gesture as if his palm was holding some round object. Deborah, Zhang Shang Ming Zhu, palm jewel. For the third item, Wally squatted down, pointed at a dried-up branch on the ground, and next to it, a green sprout. Deborah, Jobu Mu Feng Chun, a withered tree meets spring. For the fourth idiom, Wally mimicked holding a water cup in his hands, followed by an action as if he was drawing a bow. Deborah, Bei Gong Xiing, snake shadow in cup. For the fifth idiom, Wally pointed at the sky and then made motions of grasping and swapping. Deborah, Tu Tian Huan Ri, steal sky and swap sun. For the sixth idiom, Wally gestured as if he was opening a book, followed by the thumbs up sign. Deborah, Zhou Bai Wan Eri, benefit from opening a book. For the seventh idiom, Wally acted as if he picked up something and tore it with his mouth. Deborah, Ru Mao Yin Shua, raw meat and drink blood. For the eighth idiom, Wally stretched out his right arm and made 3 turns. Deborah, Ebo Sanja, 1 wave, 3 turns. For the ninth idiom, Wally held a finger in front of his eyes and did a motion of wiping his eyes. Deborah, Gua Mu Xiang Joban, look at someone anew. For the 10th idiom, after 2 seconds of thinking, Wally raised his arm, tugged at his sleeve, looked at the sky, then back at Deborah. Deborah, Ju Xiao Wei Yun, raise sleeve as cloud. And just like that, the game ended. Another 10 idioms, all guessed correctly. There were almost 100 people surrounding them now, yet the scene was strangely quiet. Because everyone was utterly stunned. How? How did they do it? 10 idioms, each allocated 30 seconds, which meant 5 minutes in total. Yet, in reality, the girl practically said the correct answer immediately after the man finished each gesture. So until the game ended, they used less than 2 minutes in total. The question was, even if the man's gestures were accurate, did the girl not need any time to think? How could she guess which idiom it was at first glance? Without even a single mistake. Moreover, guessing simple idioms like Zhang Shang Ming Zhu or Ibo Sanja might be excusable. But an idiom like Ju Xiao Wei Yun, most people present didn't even know such a term existed. Yet the girl guessed it instantly. Wasn't her reaction speed and vocabulary too exaggerated? Amidst the murmurs around her, Deborah looked at the stall owner. Campbell, can we proceed to the next level? Sure, please follow me over here. The stall owner hurriedly responded twice, but his eyes had nearly turned into saucers staring at Deborah. It was really too absurd. High school students these days were this smart? To have a frail and petite girl pass the first 2 levels, with perfect scores in ring toss and idiom guessing, was unprecedented. However, no matter how intelligent the girl was, she couldn't help much in the 3rd level. This level depended entirely on the boyfriend's stamina for push-ups. Guys who don't exercise regularly or those who are overweight simply couldn't do 40 push-ups in 1 minute. But as the stall owner glanced around, now 3 couples had reached the 3rd level, and all 3 boyfriends looked to be in pretty good shape. Especially the last couple's boyfriend, with his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and well-defined arms and legs, he clearly kept himself disciplined and fit. Wouldn't all 3 couples likely advance to the final level? If so, wouldn't he possibly lose money? Even just giving away consolation prizes would cost hundreds of dollars. Thinking of this, the stall owner couldn't help but turn his eyeballs and started scheming. Deborah was chatting with Brenda and the others when her peripheral vision suddenly noticed that, while laying down the mat, the stall owner secretly reached behind the stopwatch. She wasn't sure if he adjusted something in secret. Deborah frowned involuntarily. Wally noticed and leaned down to ask her, "What's wrong?" "That stall owner seems to have tampered with the stopwatch," Deborah frowned. "I suspect he sped up the timer because the next level has a 1-minute time limit for push-ups." Wally glanced at the stall owner, his gaze calm. These street stall owners will always tweak things here and there to avoid losing money. During the first level's ring toss, he intentionally placed the plush toys far from you, probably thinking you couldn't throw that far. To do business without the slightest bit of integrity. Deborah's eyes darkened slightly. She did not approve of such behavior. The game was already quite difficult to begin with. Under normal circumstances, not many couples would make it to the final level. Wally leaned closer to Deborah and said, "Don't worry, baby. I can finish 40 push-ups in 30 seconds. Wally's voice was deep, his breath warm, creating an irresistible allure that made her ears tingle. Deborah's eyes flickered slightly at his words. She lifted her head and raised an eyebrow. "HM? So CEO Yanni is that fast, huh?" Wally paused for a second. Seeing the bright, mischievous smile in the girl's eyes, he finally caught on to what she meant. In the next moment, he leaned even closer, gently kissed her earlobe, and whispered into her ear where only the two of them could hear. "If it's push-ups, I can do them really fast. But if it's something else, as long as you like it, I can go for a long time." This was the first time since they'd been together that Wally initiated such an 18-plus conversation with her, and in such a serious tone. Deborah thought to herself that every man couldn't resist hearing that they were quick. Wally was no exception. As they were chatting, the first couple, the doctoral student pair, had already started doing push-ups on the mat. Just as Deborah had mentioned earlier, the stall owner had indeed tampered with the stopwatch. It looked fine on the surface, but in reality, 1 minute had been shortened to around 50 seconds. Such a small discrepancy was hard to notice. Moreover, the couple doing push-ups had no time to focus on the stopwatch. The spectators were also too engrossed in watching whether the couples could complete the task, and no one specifically watched the stopwatch. Deborah told Shoshana and Mathawena about this, instructing Mathawena to speed up his movements. Confidently, Mathawena assured her that even with the shortened time, he could definitely finish 40 push-ups. The first couple only managed to do 32 push-ups within the time limit and failed. When Shoshana and Mathawena took the stage, things went smoothly at first. Mathawena did his push-ups quickly. However, something strange happened afterward. Deborah noticed that Mathawena, supporting himself above Shoshana, seemed to be blushing more and more. Before the time was up, Mathawena abruptly stopped, getting up from the mat with a flushed face. Chapter 320, "You want me to do it? Are you sure?" Not only did the onlookers not know what was going on, even Brianna was clueless about the situation. Before the countdown ended, Mathawena had already gotten up from Brenda with a flushed face. As soon as he returned to Esther's side, the two of them started arguing. "Seriously, what's wrong with you, Mathawena?" Brenda asked angrily, looking utterly confused. "There are still 20 seconds left. Why did you suddenly stop?" At this moment, although Mathawena's complexion had improved, his ears were still red. He seemed reluctant to look at Brenda and hesitated for a while before mumbling, "I don't feel well." "You don't feel well?" Hearing this, Brenda paused, puzzled. "But weren't you doing fine just now, nearly reaching 30 reps in no time? Why would you suddenly not feel well?" "That's because of you." Mathawena cut off his words mid-sentence. "Because of me?" Upon hearing this, Brenda couldn't help but ask assertively, "I was lying there under you doing nothing. How did I make you feel unwell?" You're breathing." Mathawena took a sudden deep breath, then said somewhat resignedly, "We were so close that your breathing affected me, all right." Mathawena wasn't lying. The pose of this couple push-up exercise was indeed quite intimate. The girl lay underneath the boy, who performed the push-ups with his hands on the mat above her. When lifting up, the distance was greater, but when lowering down, they were almost touching each other. Mathawena had never been that close to Brenda before. So close that he could see her eyelashes and the reflection of himself in her eyes. Even her breath intertwined with his increasingly rapid breathing. His rapid breathing wasn't due to fatigue from the exercise but purely because of an accelerated heartbeat. Facing his crush so intimately, every time their bodies came close, every intertwining breath made Mathawena's heart race uncontrollably. By the end, he could hardly breathe, and he had no choice but to get up. But all this was his personal turmoil. Brenda was clearly only thinking about cheering him on to complete the challenge, which made Mathawena feel even more disheartened. Brenda didn't understand what had happened to Mathawena, but Esther understood from the sidelines. Falling in love with someone so rough and insensitive to feelings, she felt sorry for Mathawena's future romantic path. All right, Esther pulled Brenda's hand and consoled her. "Mithunce, you both have come down, don't overthink it." Moreover, Mathawena didn't do it intentionally. Brenda looked sadly at the prize area far away, where a plush cat doll was placed, sleeping adorably. "But I've lost." "What about that kitty?" "I will win it back for you," Esther assured her. "Really, Janine?" Brenda's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Esther squeezed her hand, Yanni Zone will work hard for your kitty. Walking to the mat, Esther was about to lie down when she was stopped by Wally. Without saying anything, Wally first took off his suit jacket and bent down to lay it on the mat. His handsome face alone attracted attention. After taking off the jacket, he wore a deep gray shirt paired with perfectly pressed black dress pants. Tall and broad-shouldered, his slim waist was unmistakable. Every line of his muscles, smooth yet not exaggerated, exuded strength, almost making all the female spectators stare in awe. So handsome, such a great figure, so charming. The mat is too thin, and the ground is cold. Wally spoke calmly, showing that he had long made it a habit to care for girls. Seeing his action of laying down his jacket and hearing his words, the girls inwardly screamed. How considerate can he be? Though the mat was thin and she would only lie on the ground for a minute, he didn't want her to get chilled even for that short period. Or perhaps it wasn't just about being cold, the mat might be dirty, but he tactfully didn't mention it in public. No male partner in previous couples had ever noticed such details. None of them had so nonchalantly laid their own jackets on a mat used and even walked on by many people. Though this suit jacket didn't reveal its brand, its quality suggested it was tailor-made. It must be very expensive, possibly costing thousands or tens of thousands. He must hold the girl dear like a gem. What envy. Thus, Esther lay down on the mat padded by Wally's jacket. As soon as the countdown started, Wally supported himself with his hands on top of her. Although there were too many onlookers to let her lose focus, watching her beloved's handsome face enlarge time and again made Esther feel very delighted. The 1-minute countdown ended, or rather, the actual 50-odd seconds countdown concluded with Wally completing a total of 48 push-ups. Everyone couldn't help but cheer. After waiting for an evening, or even several days for some people, they finally saw a couple progressing to the last level. It was not easy indeed. Wally, who just finished the push-ups, wasn't flushed nor out of breath. There was only a slight irregularity in his chest's rise and fall, not even a drop of sweat appeared. However, the stall owner started sweating from the forehead. In the first round, 10 rings were all successfully thrown. In the second round, 10 idioms were all guessed correctly. Then in the third round of push-ups, 48 were completed in 50 seconds. Aren't these youngsters excessively capable? Hearing Esther ask if they could proceed to the final round. With so many eyes watching, the stall owner had no choice but to grit his teeth and push over a board. Previously, neither Brenda had seen the strategy guide introducing the last round, nor did Esther know what it was. It turned out to be shooting balloons. On the board pushed over by the stall owner, 10 balloons were fixed from top to bottom, decreasing in size as they went down. The topmost balloon was as big as a watermelon, the second one as large as a pumpkin, and the third one as large as a pomelo. Following them were successively the sizes of a hammy melon, a pineapple, a papaya, and a pitaya. The last 3 balloons became progressively smaller, the third to last one as big as a pear, the second to last one as big as an orange, and the last one merely the size of an avocado. After positioning himself, the stall owner began explaining the rules. The rule of the last round is simple: shoot from the top balloon downwards. Hit one and move on to the next. If you miss one, the game ends. If you can hit the 5th to last balloon, you get a humidifier as a consolation prize. Hitting the 4th to last balloon earns you a power bank as a consolation prize. Hitting the 3rd to last balloon gets you a lipstick set, the 2nd to last balloon gets you a tablet computer. Hitting the 1st balloon wins you that plush cat. At this point, the stall owner couldn't resist glancing at Esther and Wally. He sized up the man's height and physique first, then the girl's height and physique. Immediately, he added, but similar to the previous round where only boys can do push-ups, in this round, only girls can shoot the balloons. Is that alright? With a turn of his eyeball, Esther understood what the stall owner was thinking. He probably thought that shooting was something only boys excelled at. Few girls knew how to shoot. Forget hitting 5 or 6, even hitting 1 would be difficult. Letting her shoot, he obviously believed she wouldn't hit enough balloons to win any prizes. Upon hearing this, Brenda couldn't help but exclaim, "No way, sir, I just asked someone nearby, and they said you didn't have this rule before that only girls can shoot. How can that be?" The stall owner uncle was quite righteous. "These are the rules I set. How could I not know? You must have remembered wrongly." Before Brenda could say more, Esther waved her hand. Turning to look at the stall owner, she raised her eyes and asked, "You're sure you want me to do the shooting?" Chapter 321, Encountering a Soft-Hearted God. The stall owner was momentarily bewildered by Brianna's question. This young girl was actually asking if he was sure about letting her take the shot. From the tone of it, she sounded like an excellent shooter. Was she pretending, or was she really better at shooting than her boyfriend? The stall owner couldn't help but ponder this in his heart. But he had already said what he had said. He couldn't go back on his word now. He immediately replied, "Of course I'm certain. However, I need to adjust the board's position slightly. Please wait a moment." While saying this, he used his hands to adjust the board where the balloons were fixed. However, while adjusting, he inadvertently touched the smallest balloon at the bottom. A loud bang, this small balloon unexpectedly burst. Oh my, what happened? Why did the balloon suddenly explode? The stall owner pretended to be surprised, then looked at Brianna. "Sorry, young lady, let me inflate another one." Indeed, the stall owner inflated another balloon. However, this new balloon was even smaller than the previous orange-sized one. It was as tiny as a strawberry, so small that it was barely visible from a distance, let alone hitting it with a gun. Hey boss, aren't you afraid we'll hit the last balloon? Brenda saw through it and couldn't help but express her anger. This time, you inflated a balloon much smaller than before. Young lady, please don't make things up. It's clearly the same size as before. The stall owner would never admit that he had intentionally burst the balloon and then inflated a smaller one. Now, he truly didn't believe that the young girl could hit this strawberry-sized balloon from such a distance. It's okay, let's leave it like this. Brianna didn't want to argue with the stall owner. She was tired after playing through the 3 levels. She glanced at the stall owner and calmly asked, the board is placed well, and there's nothing wrong with the balloons, right? The stall owner nodded. Before he could react, he saw the young girl standing 3 meters away from the board suddenly lift her gun and aim at the balloon board. Bang, 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 bang. 7 shots in succession within 5 seconds. The first 7 balloons on the board, from top to bottom, were all broken one by one. What the hell? Brianna's actions were too quick. It took the crowd until she finished breaking the 7th balloon to react. Then the crowd erupted into the loudest shouts of the night, with exclamations of, what the hell, echoing everywhere. Did this young girl not need to aim individually to hit the balloons? This kind of scene only appeared in movies using special effects. Amazing, simply amazing. The stall owner, seeing this, stared wide-eyed, bigger than copper bells, and subconsciously rushed forward, young girl, you. But before he could finish his sentence, Brianna turned to look at him and tilted her head to ask, what's wrong with me? You. The stall owner couldn't bring himself to say anything further. With so many people watching, he couldn't possibly refuse to let this young girl continue shooting. If he didn't allow her to shoot, it would be obvious that he was trying to trick people out of the prizes. Who would come to play at his stall in the future? The stall owner felt like his heart was being cut open, but he still forced himself to persist and gritted his teeth, saying, nothing, please continue. Brianna responded with a hum and raised the gun again. Bang. The third to last balloon was hit, the lipstick set was gone. Bang. The second to last balloon was hit, the tablet was gone. Bang. Even the last tiny balloon was hit. The plush cat that cost 10,000 yuan, bought at a high price to attract customers, was also gone. These 3 shots by Brianna weren't just shooting at balloons, each shot was like piercing directly into the stall owner's heart. Blood was flowing endlessly in the stall owner's heart, he had never been this heartbroken. At this moment, he finally understood why the young girl had asked if he was sure earlier. If there were regret pills in this world, he would have insisted until death that only the boyfriend should shoot, and under no circumstances should the girlfriend do it. Finished, Brianna put down the gun and looked at the stall owner. According to the rules, starting from the 6th balloon onward, the prizes belong to me, correct? Brianna glanced at the area where the prizes were placed and counted them. The prizes are a humidifier, a power bank, a lipstick set, a tablet computer, and that plush cat, right? The stall owner's voice trembled, right. Then can I trouble the boss to hand them over? Brianna straightened her body and waited for the owner to deliver the items. Collecting all the prizes at once. Even after Brianna left, the crowd's gaze did not leave her, and the discussions never stopped. Bard took the other prizes, while Brenda held the beautiful plush cat, practically overjoyed, almost spinning on the spot with excitement. I really own this kitty now. Janine, I love you. You're my god. My eternal god. Brenda wanted to hug Brianna and kiss her fiercely, but one glance at Mr. Yanni's expression beside her made her immediately pull back. She immediately put on a serious face and suggested, Janine, shall we go explore other places? Not yet, Brianna lifted her eyes. I want to find someone first. Brenda looked puzzled. Who are you looking for? Brianna glanced towards the diagonal rear of the road. Following Brianna, they stopped in front of a hair clip stall. The stall owner was a woman in her 30s or 40s, sitting in an old wheelchair, her legs apparently amputated, leaving empty space under the cover. Her plain face appeared slightly aged and weather-beaten but clean and decent, along with her simple clothes. The hair clips she sold were all handmade, colorful animal and flower patterns, cute and beautiful, clearly crafted with care. Next to her stall sat a little girl who looked about 7 or 8 years old. The little girl had 2 braids, her head bent low over a small corner of the table where she was quietly doing homework. Very quiet and well-behaved, neither complaining of boredom nor disturbing her mother while she sold items, her cheeks red from the cold. Is this your daughter? The woman, who had been weaving, immediately raised her head at Brianna's question and greeted enthusiastically, yes, young lady, what do you need? The hair clips you make are very pretty. Wrap them all up for me, said Brianna. Young lady, you mean you want them all? The woman paused, glancing at the hundreds of hair clips displayed. Young lady, there are hundreds here, you won't be able to wear them all. And the total price would be? Brianna directly asked, how much in total? The woman hesitated. These hair clips are all handmade by me, so they're not cheap, ranging from 15 to 25 yuan each. If you want all of them, it might cost nearly 2,000 yuan. Before Brianna could respond, Bard had already taken out his phone and scanned the payment code. It had to be said, Mr. Yanni paid very quickly. Just wrap them up, Bard said. But the next second, the speaker announced, Alipay received 5,000 yuan. The woman's eyes widened in shock, hastily waving her hands. Wait, sir, I said 2,000, not 5,000. You've transferred too much. I'll transfer it back to you now. No need, Bard replied coolly, she rarely likes anything. Your hair clips are worth this much. Usually, the woman sold no more than a few dozen hair clips at this night market in one evening. Never did she expect that today, someone would buy all her hair clips and even pay double the price. This is really. The woman didn't know how to express her gratitude, but the girl handed her another black plastic bag. I just won some prizes from a game earlier. I don't need them myself, but you and your daughter can use them. Here, open them after we leave. Oh. This is too embarrassing. The woman was more surprised, but the girl didn't stay longer, stuffing the bag into her hand before turning and leaving. Only after the girl and her friends left did the woman open the bag and was instantly stunned. A humidifier, which could relieve the dryness in their room. A power bank, which could charge her phone when she was selling items outside. A lipstick set. She had never owned lipsticks, let alone used them. And even a tablet computer. Indeed, these things were useful for her and her daughter, but such expensive items added up to several thousand yuan. Why would anyone not need these things? They could sell them for money if they didn't want to keep them. Yet, the girl gave them all away like that, asking her to open them only after they left, probably fearing she might refuse. It was already January, and the weather was getting colder. But the woman felt as if she had truly encountered a soft-hearted god in this cold winter. At that moment, the little girl saw the tablet computer in her mother's hand and couldn't help but open her eyes wide in surprise. Mom, is this? This is a gift from the sister you just saw. Watching the girl's departing figure, the woman's eyes became slightly moist, and she stroked her daughter's hair with a choked voice. You can also have your own tablet computer like others in your class. However, at this moment, there was another person looking at the girl's back. Tracy, what are you looking at here? Nicholas came back holding 5 skewers of grilled wheat gluten and looked curiously in the direction his friend was gazing. Chapter 322, So you're a police officer, handsome guy. The man standing beside Nicholas appeared to be around 23 or 24 years old. He had a neat short black hairstyle and wore simple sportswear. His posture was straight and tall, especially his legs encased in casual pants, showing off his well-proportioned muscle lines. It was clear he exercised every day. His nose was high-bridged, his eyes exuding a heroic aura, and his facial features were handsome and strong. At first glance, one would feel he carried an air of righteousness and trustworthiness. When Nicholas asked him a question, Jackson snapped out of his thoughts, replying with a calm voice, when you went to queue up for food, I saw an extremely impressive girl. An extremely impressive girl? Nicholas couldn't help but feel curious. There's actually someone on this night market street that impresses you? Who is she? She was wearing a high school uniform, so she must be a high school student, Jackson said. I saw her shoot balloons with a gun. There were 10 balloons from top to bottom, decreasing in size with the last balloon as big as an egg. She stood 3 meters away and fired 10 shots in succession, all hitting their mark. That level of accuracy is hard even for me. Wow, really? How awesome. Nicholas was shocked just hearing about it. I wish I hadn't gone to buy those grilled flatbread and had stayed here to enjoy the spectacle with you. And, she's a very kind girl. Jackson looked at the stall where Esther had been standing earlier, his gaze seemingly lost in thought. The prizes she won included a humidifier, a power bank, a lipstick set, a tablet computer, and a cat. She gave the cat to a friend and gave the other 4 items to a woman who had both legs amputated but still set up a stall selling handmade crafts. Nicholas also glanced at the stall where the woman's daughter was looking excitedly at the box containing the tablet computer, which was clearly given by the young girl. A high school girl who is both impressive and kind-hearted. After hearing you describe her like that, my curiosity is piqued. Nicholas rubbed his chin. Is the girl far away? If not, I'll go take a look. Her boyfriend is with her, Jackson reminded him kindly after glancing at Nicholas. Do you think I have any ill intentions towards a high school girl? Nicholas immediately responded, I just want to see what she looks like out of curiosity, not to bother her. Hearing this, Jackson gestured toward a figure lingering at another stall nearby. She's over there. So Nicholas looked in that direction. Hey, the style of this girl's uniform, her height, physique, and silhouette, why does she seem so familiar? Recalling Jackson's words about her being both impressive and kind. Nicholas's eyes suddenly widened. My God, could that be Yanidal Matthews Tertian? Yanidal Matthews Tertian? Jackson paused. Before Jackson could react, Nicholas had already grabbed him and was sure, come on, Suyu. Let me introduce you to the impressive girl you mentioned. Jackson didn't get time to respond before Nicholas pulled him forward, even calling out, Yanidal Matthews Tertian, as they walked. Esther turned around instinctively upon hearing someone call her name, only to see Nicholas and an unfamiliar man approaching. Brother Nicholas? Esther hadn't expected to run into an acquaintance on this night market street. Nicholas and Esther had met under some mistaken circumstances before. At that time, she had stopped a large truck using her sole force to save Brendan. Not long after walking a little further, she fainted and ended up in her second brother's arms. At that time, her second brother was with Nicholas. Later, Nicholas carried her back to his apartment. After receiving a call informing him that his younger brother Yen Yen had almost been involved in an accident, Nicholas rushed home and spent the night searching with Lady Yen for Brendan's savior. It wasn't until the next day when she received a visit from Marilyn at school that she learned that the person who saved Brendan was none other than her, who had slept in Nicholas's apartment the previous afternoon. Tion, it really is you. What a coincidence. Nicholas exclaimed. Yes, quite a coincidence, brother Nicholas. Are you here for fun too? Not really for fun, just passing by with a friend and got hungry, so we decided to stop here. Nicholas had met Hewitt before and they had even eaten together. So, Esther introduced Brenda and Mathewena to him. These are my classmates, Brenda and Mathewena. Oh, hello, Nicholas introduced the man beside him. This is Jackson from the Beijing Municipal Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Team. He's been assisting with cases here in Gillisangcheng recently. So you're a police officer. No wonder you give off such a sense of security. Brenda always liked handsome guys and immediately had stars in her eyes upon seeing Jackson. This made Mathewena grind her teeth in frustration. Esther also lifted her eyes to look at Jackson, meeting his gaze. They exchanged a glance. Just as Brenda said, he indeed looked like an upright person, with candid and pure eyes. Apart from this first impression, Esther inexplicably felt that Jackson's facial features seemed somewhat familiar. But she couldn't pinpoint where this elusive familiarity came from. She couldn't help but fall into a slight reverie. Hello. Jackson extended his hand toward Esther. I saw you shooting balloons with a gun at the carpet game just now. Your aim is very accurate. Have you had any training in this area? He happened to see her shoot just now. Esther replied, it can't be called training. I just liked playing it for a while back then, so practice makes perfect. Jackson, looking at the young girl's calm and composed expression, couldn't help but feel curious about her. He was well aware that unless the girl was a prodigy in this field, reaching such proficiency couldn't be attributed solely to practice making perfect. Whether it was being a firearms prodigy or having received professional training, either case made the high school student seem especially unique. Brother Nicholas, you came at the right time, Esther asked. We were just about to head out to a hot spring inn in the suburbs to soak in the hot springs. We'll be staying there overnight. Would you and Honor like to join us? Soaking in hot springs? Sure. I don't have other plans tonight anyway. Nicholas's eyes lit up immediately, turning to look at Jackson. Suyu, do you want to come? Having only just met Esther and the others, Jackson clearly didn't want to be a bother and politely declined. I have to get up early tomorrow for work, so I won't go with you. You guys relax. Mathunsi put it that way. Esther and the others did not invite him again. Earlier when they came to the food street, a driver drove Hewitt and Esther over, and then Brenda and Mathewena each took a taxi to meet them. The driver was still waiting outside the food street. However, Hewitt's Rolls-Royce Phantom was a four-seater. With the five of them, Esther, Hewitt, Nicholas, Brenda, and Mathewena, they wouldn't all fit. Even if the driver wasn't driving, 5 people wouldn't fit. So Esther, you and CEO Yanni and brother Yenmin ride together. Brenda and I will take a taxi, Mathewena volunteered. Mathewena decided to take the initiative. Before Brenda could speak, Esther had already agreed on her behalf. Okay, let's meet up at the inn. That settled it. Brenda had no choice but to go with Mathewena to hail a taxi, while Esther got in the car with Hewitt and Nicholas. She let Hewitt sit in the front passenger seat and sat next to Nicholas in the back. As the car started moving, several images suddenly flashed through Esther's mind. Now she knew where that sense of familiarity from Jackson came from. Chapter 323, Let's go to our private hot spring pool. This Trenton actually looks a bit like the original host's mother, Everly. Deborah doesn't look much like Everly, she resembles Randall more. Randall has no other merits except for his good looks. His genetic inheritance of appearance is quite strong, with Deborah and her 5 brothers all looking very much like him. Deborah doesn't resemble her own mother, but the features of this Trenton, especially his eyebrows and eyes, are about 7 or 8 parts similar to her mother. This made Deborah frown slightly. To say that among so many people in the world, it's normal for some to look alike. Quite a few ordinary people even have the same face as celebrities. However, Deborah's intuition has always been accurate. A person from the capital city, and who looks a bit like Everly, could this Trenton be related to her mother in some way? Thus, Deborah paused her movements and looked up at Nicholas. Brother Nicholas, can I ask you a question? Nicholas noticed that Deborah's expression was somewhat serious. He sat up straight and looked at her. What's your question? Deborah asked, that Trenton earlier, you said he's from the capital. Do you know what his parents' names are, or anything about his family? Hearing the girl in the back seat actually mention the man they had just met and inquire about information regarding that man. Wally, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but move his gaze, but didn't say anything. Nicholas had no idea why Deborah would ask about Trenton's parents, but he still answered. Trenton, you mean? Don't think much of him being just a police officer, his family has a considerable background. Nicholas asked Deborah, do you know the Sher family in the capital? Deborah paused, the Sher family? Yes, one of the most powerful families in the capital, Nicholas said. The Sure family rose to prominence at the end of last century through pharmaceuticals. That Illegitimate pharmaceutical company we have in our country now belongs to the Sure family, with a market value of nearly 10 billion renminbi. To speak of which, Trenton is also a genuine rich second generation. I've never seen any children from wealthy families become criminal police officers before. He's different from those young masters and misses in the upper circles of the capital. He's someone who believes in justice. I got to know Trenton because my father knew his father. As for things about his parents and his family, I do know a little, but not much. I only know that his father is Remy, currently the chairman of Illegitimate Pharmaceutical. His eldest brother is a lawyer, he has a younger brother studying at Gillison University, and their biological mother apparently passed away over 20 years ago. After his mother's death, his father remarried another woman, and later they had a daughter who's now in high school at the first high school in the capital. Afterward, they also had a pair of twin sons, who are 10 years old now. As for other members of his family, I'm not clear. Remy, this name sounds unfamiliar. Deborah asked, then, do you know the name of his deceased mother? On this, I really don't know. It's not something I could possibly ask, Nicholas said. But once during a drinking session, Suyu did mention to me the cause of his mother's death. Deborah was stunned. Cause of death? You mean? Suyu's mother died due to an accident. According to him, his real aunt caused his mother's death. Seeing the astonishment in Deborah's expression, Nicholas continued, I don't know the specifics either, but as he said that night, it seemed that one evening over 20 years ago, his aunt and his mother had an argument. In a fit of anger, his aunt pushed his mother onto the road, but there happened to be a car coming. It ran right over his mother. Bones shattered and flesh mangled, his mother lost her breath immediately. Bones shattered and flesh mangled. Just these 8 words were enough to make one's scalp tingle. I don't know anything else, Nicholas glanced over, puzzled. But Billy, why are you asking about Suyu's parents and family? It's nothing, Deborah paused, just curious. From what she heard, Trenton seemingly had no connection to her mother. Thus, Deborah didn't place this person in her mind anymore. However, it was clear that someone else was keeping this matter in mind. Deborah and company arrived at their destination first. After Brenda and Mathewena also arrived, the 5 of them went into the hot spring guest house together. Naturally, they needed to change clothes first for the hot springs. Methods none of them had prepared in advance, the 5 of them directly bought swimsuits and trunks at the store. Deborah chose a simple white 2-piece swimsuit. The top was a white strapless bralette tied with thin straps into a bow at the chest, revealing the delicate and beautiful collarbone and the flat stomach of a young girl. The white high-waisted bikini briefs had thin cords on both sides as decoration, highlighting the girl's long and straight legs. Brenda's chosen swimsuit was much more girlish, a black strapless dress style with a large pink bow at the chest, very cute. The men had already changed and were waiting outside. When Deborah and Brenda came out in their swimsuits, Wally's eyes were completely on Deborah, while Mathewena couldn't take his eyes off Brenda. Only Nicholas didn't know where to look, regretting it a little. Well played. Thought it was a team-building activity, but it turned out to be 2 couples on a hot spring date. Had he known this red-haired boy and Brenda were also a couple, he would never have come along as the third wheel, making him feel so lonely as a single dog. This hot spring inn offered both indoor and outdoor pools. But since it had rained a bit on their way here, they could only enjoy the indoor ones. The indoor pools were divided into specialty pools, children's pools, and functional pools. The specialty pools included Magna Hot Spring, Iceland Blue Lagoon Spring, Original Soup Pool, etc. The children's pools featured splash pools and overflow pools. There were many types of functional pools: high-temperature pool, matcha spring, carbonated bubble spring, beauty pool, pebble bath, foot bath pool, whirlpool, boiling pool. Nicholas truly came for the hot springs and chose a pool he liked. Brenda went straight for the beauty pool, feeling its name suited her perfectly, and Mathewena wanted to soak in this one too. The 2 bickered noisily over it. Deborah carefully picked a pool nearby, wanting to find one that would best help relax Wally. But at that moment, a tall man's body suddenly enveloped her from behind, strong and slender arms wrapping around her slim waist. His lips nearly touched her pale neck, warm breath fanning over her skin. His voice was huskier than usual, seeking her approval yet sounding like a temptation. Baby, can we go to a private double pool just for us two? Chapter 324 The Unhidden Reaction of Emotional Movement. As they spoke, warm breath fanned out, creating a tingling sensation that spread from her neck. Perhaps seduced by the man's hoarse voice, the small patch of skin touched by his lips felt its temperature rise. Deborah subconsciously tilted her head and then agreed, okay. Deborah did not know what Wally had done. Before coming here, she checked online reviews about this hot spring inn, all saying it was always crowded every night. But tonight, this hot spring inn was empty, as if it were opened just for them. Probably, Wally booked the entire place in advance at a high price. Nicholas and Brenda Mathewena had already gone to other pools. Seeing Deborah nod, Wally bent down and lifted her up into his arms directly. No one was around. The moment she was picked up, Deborah instinctively wrapped her hands around Wally's neck and called out, "Wally." Rarely did Wally not respond. He seemed somewhat different tonight. Usually gentle, he now showed a rare assertiveness toward her. The man looked solemn with a tall figure, carrying the girl straight toward the double-person pool. The double-person hot spring pool was located deep within the inn, accessible only with a card. Deborah didn't know when Wally had obtained the card. Upon entering with the card, they could see roads paved with black marble slabs and pebbles, surrounded by elegant and fresh flowers and plants. In the center of the room, the double-person hot spring pool was steamy, enveloped by layers of white gauze curtains. The combination of mist and curtains created an intimate atmosphere. Next to the pool, there was a window offering a view outside the inn, where through the mist, one could vaguely see the blurry scenery of moonlit trees, enhancing the secretive and quiet ambience inside the room. What's wrong? You seem off tonight. Deborah raised her hand and caressed the handsome side of the man's face, poking his cheek. But Wally remained silent, holding her until they reached the edge of the hot spring pool, where he placed her down. The water in this hot spring pool was quite deep. Due to the dim lighting overhead, the bottom was unclear. Deborah supported herself with her hands and sat on a stone bench built on the inner side of the pool, instantly immersing her whole body in the steaming water. The water level just covered her shoulders. This feeling was indeed quite unique. At first, her body tensed up, and upon sitting in the water, it felt very hot. But after a few seconds, her body adapted to the temperature, and the tight nerves relaxed. With rippling water swaying around, her body felt relaxed from the inside out, like being embraced and cradled by warm water. Unconsciously, Deborah relaxed, leaning back against the pool wall, lifting her head and closing her eyes to enjoy this rare comfort. However, in the next second, she felt her chin suddenly pinched by a pair of slightly cool large hands. Instinctively opening her eyes, she met a pair of black eyes moistened by water vapor. These eyes were as profound as usual, but their gaze was more ambiguous than ever. It seemed as if a dark flame danced in his pupils, bringing a kind of hidden yet intense desire. Wally? You, Unbeknownst to Deborah, Wally had entered the pool at the same time. Unlike her, he stood inside. Standing in front of Deborah, the pool water just covered his lean waist. He held the girl's chin with his hand and, seeing her open her eyes, leaned forward to press his lips to hers, kissing her deeply. The upper half of the man's body was bare, his muscular physique tinted honey under the warm yellow light. The broad chest and clearly defined abs, narrow waistlines, and prominent arm muscles, were truly enticing. Plunged into a deep kiss, the bodies of the man and girl suddenly drew close, their body temperatures rising sharply almost simultaneously. Wally's hand encircled Deborah's waist, pulling her tightly against him. His large palm roamed her back, moving elsewhere. The kiss was too passionate, even breath was taken away. Deborah tilted her head back, her hands wrapped around Wally's back. Her nails left several marks before getting a brief rest. Breathing heavily, Deborah raised her eyes. They were either kissed or steamed by the pool water, wet and red at the corners. Clearly, Wally's condition was worse than hers. His chest rose and fell dramatically, and his emotional reaction couldn't be hidden. Taking a deep breath, Deborah calmed down from the intensity. Rehugging the man's waist, she turned her head and bit his shoulder in the next second. The sharp pain on his shoulder made the man pause, and he lifted his eyes to meet the girl's. What's wrong? Deborah's hand stroked Wally's Adam's apple as if to comfort him, then asked, Tell me, why did you suddenly act like this? Deborah knew her lover too well. Wally had always been very restrained with her in the past. But just now, his proactive and forceful was full of possessiveness. Wally didn't speak. After a few seconds, he rested his forehead against the girl's shoulder, his voice low and somewhat. Why were you interested in that man you just met? A man I just met? Deborah was momentarily taken aback, then realized, You mean Trenton? Wally silently hummed in agreement. Without raising his head, it sounded as though he felt a bit aggrieved. So all this time, you've been jealous because I inquired about Trenton? Deborah couldn't help but say. Wally hugged her waist even tighter. He didn't respond, which was an acknowledgement. Deborah took a deep breath. She hadn't expected the man to be jealous over this. She rubbed Wally's damp and messy black hair and began to explain. It might sound a bit unbelievable, but when I saw Trenton just now, I thought he looked a bit like my mother. I asked Nicholas about Trenton's parents and family background to see if there might be any connection between him and my mother. Your mother? Upon hearing this, Wally finally raised his head, his expression slightly surprised. Chapter 325, Any word could spark public opinion. Esther's mother had already passed away. To prevent the girl from feeling sad, Wally seldom asked Esther about her mother proactively, and Esther rarely brought it up herself. Esther looked at Wally and lowered her eyes. I should have told you that my mother committed suicide by cutting her wrist because of my grandfather's infidelity towards my grandmother, which led to her breaking ties with my grandfather. She came to Gillisangching from the capital alone over 20 years ago. But she never told me what exactly happened back then. Or rather, she always avoided mentioning it and took an evasive attitude towards the events of those days and the family in the capital. She was unwilling to bring it up. When I was little, every time I asked if I had other relatives, my mother would tell me not to ask, but her expression was often very painful. I don't understand. If my mother only hated my grandfather, why did she feel pain when talking about other family members? Even before she passed away, I felt that she never let go of this grudge, but she didn't want to tell me. My mother cut off all ties with the family too thoroughly. I know nothing about my maternal family. So I thought, if Trenton really has any connection with my mother, I could find out about my maternal family. Understanding what unresolved issue troubled my mother until her death could also help me put down my own burdens. Wally indeed didn't expect that Esther was asking about Trenton for such a reason. The discomfort in his heart vanished instantly, and he couldn't help but hold the girl tightly in his arms. He whispered softly, "Sorry, baby. I didn't know. If you want to find your maternal family, I can have someone help you look into it." "Okay." Esther responded, hugging the man's waist as well and pressing her face against his broad chest. However, while she held him close, her hands were restless. The sensation of the muscles on the man's body was too good, and she couldn't help but caress and knead them. Every inch of skin that her touch grazed seemed to become scorching hot. "Baby, don't." Wally's voice went hoarse again. The passionate entanglement in the hot spring pool earlier had been intensely fervent and lingering. The passion had only cooled down as they talked about serious matters just now. But now that everything had been said, the wet swimsuit clinging closely to her body left no room for separation, and her fair hand stroking his chest stirred the desire in Wally, which had subsided just moments ago. He pressed himself against her, burning with heat. Wally took a deep breath, his eyes showing effort to restrain himself, and he couldn't help but grasp the slender wrists of the girl, trying to create some distance between them. As he usually would. But this time, the girl didn't let him leave her to cool down alone. While one hand allowed him to control it, the other moved downward. Wally's eyes suddenly widened. This was the first time Esther saw such a shocked expression on the man's face. "Baby." Wally's eyes showed struggle, his voice raspy. Wanting to stop, yet being captivated by this unprecedented feeling, unable to pull away. "I'm almost having a birthday. I want to help you. Just helping you." The girl looked deeply into the man's eyes, and with these 3 simple sentences, she won the game. Wally paused for a few seconds, took another deep breath, and then leaned down to kiss Esther's lips. In the private, steamy hot spring, tongues intertwined, their passions hard to resist. It took 2 phone calls from Brenda for Esther and Wally to finally come out slowly together. Both were wearing white robes, seemingly nothing unusual, except that Esther's originally tied-up hair had fallen over her shoulders again. After enjoying the hot spring, everyone prepared to return to their rooms for rest. For room arrangements, Nicholas, Brenda, and Mathewena each got separate rooms. Without her brothers around, Esther didn't want to sleep separately from Wally, so they directly booked one room together. After soaking in the hot spring, everyone washed away their weariness, and all slept soundly that night. Even by the next morning, past 10 o'clock, Esther was still sleeping deeply. Wally, who had already finished washing up, returned to the bedside and couldn't help but bend down to kiss the forehead of the sleeping girl. But just as he straightened up, he heard someone knocking on the door outside. Tao, are you awake?" It was Brenda, sounding somewhat anxious. Wally didn't know why Brenda would come looking for Esther. But checking the girl's phone, he found several missed calls from Brenda displayed on the screen. Esther had the habit of silencing her phone before sleeping. Brenda must have something urgent and, seeing that the calls weren't getting through, had no choice but to come and call directly. So, Wally straightened up and went to open the door after putting on his dark blue bathrobe. Seeing the tall and sturdy man opening the door gave Brenda a slight start. Although President Yanni's face was indeed handsome, his expression towards everyone except Esther was really too cold, radiating an intense pressure. "Is Tao awake?" "She hasn't yet," Wally asked. Before Brenda could speak, Esther's voice, still hoarse with sleep, came from inside the room. "I'm awake." Brenda looked inside and saw Esther rubbing her eyes as she sat up on the bed, looking at her. "What's wrong, Brenda? Is there something?" Seeing Esther awake, Wally turned to look at her, his tone deep and gentle. "Then I'll leave you two to chat. I'll go get some breakfast for you." Esther nodded. "Okay." The moment Wally left, Brenda immediately relaxed, then rushed straight to Esther's bedside. Her expression was serious. Tao, listen, something big has happened." Esther had been half asleep but was instantly fully awake from Brenda's serious tone, frowning slightly. "What happened?" "You must see this," Brenda said, handing her phone over. "Look at this article. Human nature twisted or morality lost. CAS academician Olaf allegedly lures underage girls with special admissions to Gelenga University. With images and proof." Seeing the headline of the Weibo post on Brenda's phone, Esther felt an immediate shock. Academician, Olaf, special admissions to Gelenga University, luring underage girls. Any one of these terms alone could ignite public outrage. CAS academicians represent the pinnacle of talent in their fields within the country. Olaf was also well known on Weibo due to leading a team that developed a certain drug, which made him a trending topic, garnering praise and admiration from the entire web. Using special admissions to Gelenga implied underhanded dealings, making the selection process unfair. And luring underage girls? Just the word underage itself was enough to stir public indignation. Without even needing to read the content, just the title alone was enough to grab attention and create buzz. Sure enough, Brenda mentioned that the article was posted at 8 o'clock, and by now, a little past 10, it had already surged to the top of the trending list. Esther scrolled down. The article from the official Weibo account of the Gilla-sanctioned daily roughly claimed that someone had exposed Olaf as a hypocrite. Over the years, he seemed dedicated to research and held high esteem in academia, but in reality, he suppressed fellow professors at Galanga University, exploited students for labor, treated those he disliked with venomous words, and even lured underage girls using Galanga's special admissions. Frankly, everything mentioned earlier only portrayed Olaf as a poor teacher and professor. But the last part was a whole different level of severity. Even for any ordinary man in his 50s luring underage girls, it was something that would prompt anyone who heard about it to call the police. Brenda commented beside Esther, "We won't discuss if what's mentioned earlier is true, but regarding the last incident, it's indeed the most severe." This headline claims, with images and proof, but the images below. Brenda scrolled down, pointing to the first image under the article, took a deep breath, and looked at Esther. "Tao, is this girl with the blurred face you?" Chapter 326, Academician Peng was harshly scolded. "What?" Deborah, hearing Brenda's words, subconsciously froze for a moment. Lowering her head and following the direction she pointed, her pupils couldn't help but contract, and her gaze also turned serious. The first accompanying image under this Weibo post, or rather not just the first 3 photos were all clearly taken from a paparazzi perspective. At one glance, Deborah could tell that these few photos were taken yesterday noon when she went out to eat with 3 professors, while she and Olaf were standing by the roadside talking. The first photo showed Academician Peng holding a bank card and an exquisitely packaged blue gift box, handing them over to her. The second photo captured her lifting up the blue crystal star after unwrapping the gift box, gazing at it under the sunlight. The third photo showed Academician Peng standing close in front of her, smiling and reaching out to touch her head. The person who took the stealth photos was likely not far from them at the time, and the equipment used was clearly professional. Even when enlarged several times, the images in the photos remained clear. Clear enough that even which bank issued the card could be seen at a glance. In the 3 photos, she was dressed in Xinjiang High School's uniform, obviously looking like a high school student. However, her face was blurred, so no one could tell who she was. The next 6 photos were screenshots of anonymous leaks, forum posts, and chat records. They served as evidence to prove allegations against Olaf such as pressuring colleagues, exploiting students for work, and using abusive language. Indeed, the people in the first 3 photos are me. Deborah drew a deep breath and looked up. These were taken yesterday noon when I was outside the restaurant with Academician Peng. "Sure enough, it's you, Janine," Brenda immediately said. "Although the mosaic on the report completely blocked your face, I knew the person in the photo must be you when I saw they were taken yesterday. After all, Vance and Professors Clark and Evan came to the school to find you this morning. If Academician Peng met any female student from our school alone at noon, it had to be you. But Janine, what's going on with the bank card and the gift?" Brenda couldn't help but ask, "And Vance, he actually touched your head." "I'm not saying he can't do that, but I thought yesterday at school was the first time you met him. I didn't expect you two to be so familiar." "I am quite acquainted with Academician Peng. We've met several times before." Deborah explained, "That bank card and gift originally belonged to me. Academician Peng just happened to bring them over. As for touching my head, it was because Academician Peng saw me smile and felt very reassured. He hopes I can smile more often, purely out of affection and intimacy between a senior and a junior." "So that's how it is," Brenda sighed, somewhat helplessly, "but the problem now is that netizens don't know the truth and don't think so either. Who knows if this photo wasn't taken intentionally from this angle. Anyway, it made Vance's smile look a bit lecherous. With you blurred and in a weaker position as the victim, netizens have been speaking out on your behalf from a protective standpoint. No one has questioned who you are or criticized you, and even those who want to know who you are get trolled. But Vance, ever since this report was released, he has almost been cursed to death." As she spoke, Brenda opened the comments section under the Weibo post. Just the top few popular comments had already received tens of thousands of likes each. First popular comment, "Seducing underage girls? Regardless of whether he's an academician or professor, I suggest castration. Yen Nikes, 18,000, with hundreds of replies." Second popular comment, "Olaf? The Olaf who developed the NV vaccine earlier this year? I thought he was a respectable academician in the scientific community, but he turns out to be a beast in human form." Yen Nikes, 15,000, with over 100 replies. Third popular comment, "So the prestigious Galanga University, which claims to have the fairest admissions process, has professors who directly use their recommendation quotas to seduce underage girls? If Galanga doesn't expel Olaf, its reputation will eventually stink." Yen Nikes, 13,000, with over 200 replies. Fourth popular comment, "The fellow professors he oppressed and the students he exploited and insulted all have suffered greatly. As for that high school girl, minors usually don't know the dangers of human nature. Did Olaf lure her with special admission slots, money, and gifts, and did she agree right away?" Yen Nikes, 8,000, with over 200 replies. Among them, someone claimed to be from Galanga's admissions office and stated that Olaf hadn't submitted any recommendation, implying that the girl had probably refused. Other netizens heaved a sigh of relief, then turned to curse Olaf even more fiercely. A 50-something unmarried man is either impotent or a psychopath. This Olaf probably fits both. I remember in the last report, this Olaf said he didn't get married because he had devoted all his years to scientific research, and he was too busy with work to want to marry and have children. I remember that too. I was deeply moved by that article at the time. Now, I just chuckle. Not interested in marriage but interested in underage girls, ugh. Exactly, a 50-something-old pervert wants to ruin an innocent 18-year-old girl. He'll eventually be ruined himself. There were even more scathing comments, filled with various profanities. It seemed that as soon as this report came out, Vance's previously accumulated reputation and goodwill online completely collapsed. Even bystanders who just watched the spectacle felt the need to spit on him, as if doing so would prove how upright their values were. Deborah couldn't help but take a deep breath after reading those popular comments, subconsciously tightening her grip on her phone. Some netizens these days loved mindlessly jumping on bandwagons. Whenever such news broke out in society, regardless of whether it was labeled as suspected, these people would rush like righteous vigilantes to start cursing. A rumor could spread across the country overnight. Spreading rumors only required opening one's mouth, while debunking them involved running until your legs fell off. Or perhaps these people simply didn't care what the truth was. After all, typing comments required no cost. On the internet, nobody knew their true identities, so they could say whatever they wanted. They took up their keyboards, standing on moral high ground to judge others, deriving satisfaction from being acknowledged and agreed upon. This isn't how things happened. Holding her phone, Deborah said, "What happened to me isn't like what they say. And based on my years of understanding of academician Peng, all other accusations against him are baseless. I'll register for Weibo now. At least, I'll explain clearly about the special admission slots to help academician Peng." Saying this, Deborah picked up her phone, ready to download Weibo. But Brenda's mind was racing, and she quickly stopped her. "Wait, Janine. If you comment anonymously, netizens might not believe you and think you're hired by Vance to clear his name. But if you reveal your identity and say that Vance indeed planned to give you his recommendation slot this year? Even if you refused the slot and explained that the bank card and gifts were originally yours, it doesn't mean that Vance didn't try to lure you with the slot. The netizens are very angry right now. They were speaking up for you, but if you speak up for Vance, they might turn their criticism towards you." Deborah paused, holding her phone. She had to admit, Brenda's concerns were very forward-thinking. This was indeed a possibility. Deborah didn't care much if she was cursed, but what Brenda said made sense. Explaining that the photos were misunderstandings wouldn't prove that Olaf hadn't tried to lure her with the recommendation slot. Because academician Peng did intend to give her the slot. To prove that giving her the slot was reasonable and not an inducement, academician Peng himself needed to explain. "Let me call academician Peng first and ask about the situation on his end." Deborah calmed herself and dialed Olaf's number. Chapter 327, Preparing for the Rupture. Esther called, but the prompt said, "The number you dialed is on another call." It seemed that Olaf was on the phone with someone else. So Esther hung up. But soon, academician Peng called back. "Hello? Janine?" At first hearing, Olaf's voice sounded slightly tired. Esther immediately said, "It's me, Matt Peng. I called because..." "Janine, you've seen that report on Weibo, haven't you?" Olaf had clearly seen the post on Weibo himself. Before Esther could finish, he spoke directly. Esther paused, then very seriously said, "Yes, Matt Peng. The article claims you used a special enrollment quota to lure me, which is complete nonsense. Those photos aren't abnormal at all. It's just because of the angle they were taken from, making it seem like you and I were very close together, leading netizens to overinterpret it. As for the other so-called evidence, I'm not clear about them, but I believe in your character, Matt Peng. You would never do something to alienate colleagues or verbally abuse students. So I'm calling to ask what you plan to do now. If you need me to explain anything online, just tell me." Listening to Esther on the other end of the line, Olaf said, "Janine, you're a good child, worried and wanting to clear things up after seeing the report." He sighed and continued, "This time, it seems someone deliberately wants to frame me." "Someone wants to frame you?" Esther hesitated on the phone. "Yes," Olaf said. "For one thing, we're not celebrities or internet stars. How could someone be sneaking photos of us outside a restaurant? Just look at the other evidence posted under that Weibo article, they're all fake. Those forum screenshots, supposedly anonymous posts by my students accusing me, are all made-up stories. As for those chat records claiming I insulted students privately, they're also completely fabricated. Only the part about my opposition to a fellow professor's promotion as dean is true. I did veto a professor's promotion to dean at our medical school. But it was absolutely not for the reasons mentioned in the report, fearing he'd affect my status out of jealousy once he became dean. I opposed him being dean purely because his character didn't deserve it. I was afraid he'd lead the students astray and tarnish the reputation of the medical school. Actually, when Esther first saw the report, she suspected it might be a deliberate attempt to frame him. Because not only were there sneak photos, many comments looked like trolls trying to stir up controversy. Whoever wanted to frame Olaf had carefully crafted false evidence, pinning so many accusations on him, even going as far as suggesting he lured underage girls. If Olaf really got caught up in the public uproar and couldn't explain himself, he might be dismissed as a top professor at Galanga University. Worse, as an academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences representing the country's image, if this incident escalated, he could be directly investigated. Not only would he lose all the prestige and honor he accumulated over the years, but his lifelong dedication to scientific research would come to an end. He probably wouldn't even be able to enter the institute again. But Esther originally didn't know who would do such a thing to academician Peng. This obviously stemmed from deep-seated resentment, trying to use this matter to destroy him. However, listening to Olaf mention the professor he vetoed, Esther asked immediately, Matt Peng, could the person trying to frame you be the one you opposed from becoming dean? Olaf immediately replied, that's what I think too. Because, as you know, Janine, I hardly interact with others and don't offend anyone. That deputy dean has a deep, petty mind and could easily orchestrate something like this. But I've been trying to call him since this morning, but can't get through, so I have no idea where he is. The less I can reach him, the more certain I am that he's behind this. Olaf's tone grew firmer. Hearing Olaf's words, Esther paused for a few seconds before asking, so, Matt Peng, what are you planning to do? Should you register for Weibo and clarify things? Janine, the internet and this Weibo thing, I'm too old to figure out. But I believe that an upright person has nothing to fear. Olaf had spent years immersed in research and had a scholar's pride. Being deliberately framed like this and being slandered by netizens who didn't know the whole story naturally made him angry. Those baseless accusations and fabricated evidence are fake. Let those netizens say what they want, I have a clear conscience. If Illegitimate University or the Chinese Academy of Sciences wants to investigate me because of this, I'll explain it to them directly and ask them to issue an official statement to clear my name. Olaf had no intention of explaining himself to those netizens. Esther was somewhat worried after hearing his words. Olaf usually didn't engage with the internet and didn't realize how significant the influence of Weibo and public opinion could be. Sometimes, public opinion could literally drive someone to their death. Even if he managed to explain everything to the school and the Chinese Academy of Sciences and got them to issue a statement on his behalf. If the public wasn't convinced and didn't support him, those netizens would likely think that Illegitimate University and the Chinese Academy of Sciences were covering up for him. The situation wouldn't just fail to subside, it might escalate further. Thinking about this, Esther decided to prepare for the worst. If the incident didn't blow up too much and only stayed on the trending list for a day, it would be the best outcome. But if the situation really escalated to a severe extent, finding the person who framed Olaf would be crucial. Matt Peng, what do you think if I try this? Esther suggested, since this matter is also related to me, and I'm on winter break now with plenty of time. You can give me that professor's name and phone number, and I'll help you find him. Olaf thought for a few seconds and then said, that sounds good, thank you, Janine. The professor's name is Renee, and his phone number. I'll send it to your WeChat later. Chapter 328 Return to the Liu family. Renee? When Olaf mentioned this name, Esther thought she had heard wrong. Renee was Marissa's brother and her nominal uncle. Esther first met Renee before last year's piano competition. The moment she opened the door upon returning home, she heard Renee's insults from the living room, calling her a shameless bastard, a shameless thing, a daughter born to someone cheap. Renee treated Marilyn as his pride and treasure, expecting her to shine at the piano competition and bring him glory. However, on the day of the competition, he was slapped in the face hard, losing all face along with Marilyn at the venue. He never visited the Liu family after that. If not for Olaf bringing it up, Esther would have forgotten about Renee and also forgotten that he was a top professor at Illegitimate University. Matt Peng, are you saying this Renee is also a professor at the Medical College of Illegitimate University? Esther asked. Yes, said Olaf with undisguised disdain in his tone, though I suspect his paper for becoming a professor is highly watered down and doesn't seem like something he wrote himself. I understand, Matt Peng. Esther paused. The matter with Renee, I'll take care of it. After hanging up, Esther briefly explained the situation to Brenda, then called Marissa. Hello? Mom. Upon hearing Esther's voice on the other end of the phone, Marissa immediately broke into delighted laughter, a genuinely joyful tone evident. Ah, my good daughter. Catherine, your elder brother said you went shopping at the night market and soaked in hot springs with Outyen and your classmates yesterday? Did you have fun? Are you just getting up now? Have you eaten breakfast yet? Where's Outyen? Marissa fired off a series of questions in quick succession. Once Esther had called her mom at the Yanni family's house, Marissa had completely fallen for her. 5 sons weren't worth her efforts. How could they compare to her beautiful, outstanding, talented, capable, and obedient daughter, who truly became more lovable with each look? We did go to the night market and soak in hot springs. It was fun. Just got up. Haven't eaten yet. Fabio went to get me some. Esther answered Marissa's questions one by one, then said, Mom, I'll come back after breakfast. Wait for me at home, I need to talk to you. What's so serious? Marissa asked, your third brother has spare time today and came back. We're having a big meal at home tonight. Oh, come back with Outyen. Didn't he say he liked my braised pork ribs? I'll make them for him tonight. Esther had the call on speakerphone, and just then, Fabio pushed in the breakfast cart and heard this. So Esther naturally stretched her phone in his direction. Fabio immediately leaned over and spoke into the phone, understood, Aunt Gillisong. After breakfast, I'll bring Catherine back. Marissa, fully satisfied with this future son-in-law, warmly replied, good, I'll wait for you both at home. Seeing how Esther and Fabio interacted, Brenda couldn't help but feel a bit envious. Unlike other couples in love she had seen, President Yanni and Esther didn't show that overly sweet and intimate behavior or exchange love confessions that made one's skin crawl. But every time they looked at each other or performed habitual actions, it showed trust and love without ever explicitly declaring it. After the call ended, Fabio looked at Esther. Go wash up first. I've gotten 2 portions of breakfast. You and Brenda can eat together. Esther nodded. After eating, which should be considered lunch rather than breakfast, Esther bid farewell to Brenda, Mathewena, and Nicholas with Fabio and returned to the Liu family in the afternoon. On the way, Esther told Fabio about Olaf's matter. Fabio asked if he should arrange for the trending topic to be taken down, but was refused by Esther. Now, the trending topic academician Olaf suspected of deceiving a minor is still number 1, and its popularity is increasing. It has doubled since I first saw it this morning. All netizens are condemning Matt Peng fervently. If the trend suddenly drops now, they will know someone is tampering with the trend, possibly escalating their anger, leading to even worse public sentiment. So, for now, we should hold back. Once I get home, I'll ask where Renee is. This incident is most likely orchestrated by Renee. If I can meet him, I can get the truth and have him clarify the situation. Esther's eyes darkened slightly. Liu family. Sullivan was originally going to the company but stayed home when he heard Fabio was coming, handling matters in the study on the first floor. Josue wasn't at home, saying he had a surgery in the afternoon and could return in the evening. Esther E. and Atli were both upstairs. As soon as she entered, Esther saw her third brother wrapped in a bathrobe, his hair still wet, drinking water in the living room. It seemed like he had just finished showering. Illegitimate only casually dried his hair, water droplets running down his cheeks to his chin. His profile was exquisite and eye-catching, looking so good even with this casual and lazy posture. It seemed like he was shooting promotional pictures for post-shower products, handsome enough to make people scream. Esther couldn't help but frown and called out, Oral. Yanadal has come back? Hearing his sister's voice, Illegitimate drowsy eyes lit up, and he turned around. A tender smile immediately curved on his lips as he naturally stretched out his arms toward Esther, his tone lighthearted. Come here quickly, let brother give you a hug. Illegitimate had finished his work in the film crew early because Esther was about to have winter vacation. He specifically rushed back to pick up his sister from school yesterday afternoon. However, upon arrival, he was surrounded by a group of girls and only caught a glimpse of Esther. Not only did he not get to take her home, he barely got to see her face clearly. Worse, his sister left right away with Hewitt, leaving him unable to meet her all night. Illegitimate couldn't help but glance at Hewitt. Rationally, he knew Hewitt was an excellent choice for a brother-in-law, but emotionally, he couldn't help but find him unsatisfactory no matter how he looked at him. After all, he was the one who lured away their precious baby. Esther walked to Illegitimate side, directly taking off the white towel hanging around his neck, her tone serious. You said your cold just got better, yet Oral didn't even properly dry your hair after the shower. It's still dripping. Bow your head, I can't reach. Illegitimate obediently lowered his head, allowing his sister to dry his hair without any fuss. He hugged his beloved sister with satisfaction, rubbing her affectionately, sighing emotionally. Ah, indeed, it's best to be home where my sister helps me dry my hair. When brother is alone outside, it's so pitiful, can't even eat properly, no one cares. Xiaoguai is truly brother's treasure. Thankfully, Illegitimate agent Zephyr didn't hear this. Otherwise, this 24/7 all-around agent, who cooks, washes dishes, buys clothes, arranges schedules, reminds him to take medicine, and even covers him with blankets for Illegitimate every day, would probably throw the prepared meal on the table and walk away on the spot. Seeing Esther and Hewitt return, the servants went to inform the others, and soon Marissa, Esther E., and Atli all came downstairs, gathering in the living room. Marissa chatted with Hewitt for a while before asking about important matters. Catherine, you mentioned this morning that you wanted to talk to Mom about something when you got home. What is it? Esther paused, then lifted her eyes. Mom, big brother, have you seen today's Weibo trending topics? Weibo trending topics? Marissa didn't pay attention to such things, but Sullivan had the habit of browsing Weibo daily for current news. Sullivan suddenly remembered something and asked Esther, Catherine, are you talking about Professor Olaf being on the top of the trending list? It says something about academician Peng using a special admission slot to lure a minor girl. I don't know if it's true or not. It's not true, Esther directly turned to her eldest brother. The underage girl blurred in the photo is me. Chapter 329, I bought a watch last year. What? Everyone at home was shocked and Esther spoke these words. Huh? Sullivan's eyes widened. Catherine, are you saying that the report is about academician Peng enticing you with a special admission quota? And the girl mentioned in the report who received money and gifts from academician Peng is also you? What nonsense. Marissa got immediately flustered upon hearing this and, seeing it involved Esther, started scolding right away. What the hell is that report even talking about? Academician Peng clearly admired our Catherine's talent and offered her the quota out of goodwill. How did it turn into entrapment? Esther spoke sternly. Dean Peng indeed never used the quota to lure me or anything like that. That bank card and the gifts were originally mine. That report is completely based on those secretly taken photos and the matter of Dean Peng offering me the quota, making up lies out of thin air. The so-called whistleblower is trying to ruin academician Peng's reputation through this incident, making him condemned by public opinion and ruined. He might even receive more severe punishment. Sullivan couldn't help but take a deep breath. Initially, when he saw the report about academician Olaf on Weibo in the morning, he didn't take it seriously at all. After all, he didn't know academician Peng, and at most had some impression because of the call Esther received from Olaf last time, so he glanced at it a few times more. Sullivan never thought that the underage girl being lured mentioned in the report would be his own sister. Originally, he doubted the authenticity of the news content, but now it appeared clear that it was indeed a rumor, and his darling little sister was unfairly dragged into such rumors. Luckily, the photos were blurred where Esther appeared. If they hadn't been blurred and triggered unfavorable comments about Catherine, he would dig the ground up 3 feet deep to find the person who took the photos, expose them, and spread the rumors. Monty put away his usual casual smile, becoming serious, and asked, Xiao Gui, judging from your tone, do you know who's behind this whole ordeal? Yes, this is what I came back to tell Mom. Esther nodded and then looked at Marissa. Mom, academician Peng told me that the person who took those photos and smeared him could very likely be Professor Gillisong. Professor Gillisong? Marissa opened her mouth in surprise. Catherine, are you talking about your uncle? Although Esther has never called Gillisong Yusung uncle, after all, he is Marissa's brother and should be considered as an uncle by generation. Esther recounted what Olaf had previously told her. Gillisong Yusung had been rejected by Olaf when applying for promotion from deputy dean to dean, and this might have led to him harboring resentment and causing such incidents. Also, as the matter gained more heat, if things went really wrong, academician Peng might be crushed by public opinion and his life might be utterly destroyed. Therefore, she wanted to find Gillisong Yusung for academician Peng and get the truth. If he did it, she would make him clarify the situation. Catherine, Marissa took a deep breath as if making a decision before speaking. Your uncle is my elder brother, and I know his character. Esther thought Marissa would say that given her understanding of Gillisong Yusung, he wouldn't do such a thing. But unexpectedly, Marissa firmly said next, based on your uncle's character, he can easily commit such treacherous deeds. Esther and others silently glanced at their mother. Their mom truly understood her brother well. Marissa continued, those photos weren't taken yesterday? If it was indeed your uncle who took them, he must have come to Gillisangching but didn't tell me. Don't worry, Catherine, I'll call him now. If he's in Gillisangching, I'll ask him to come over. If he did such a despicable thing and involved you, he'd better not try to upset me. As Marissa was about to call Gillisong Yusung, Esther stopped her. Wait, Mom. You'd better not mention this to Professor Gillisong. I'm afraid if you do and if it really is Professor Gillisong, he will feel guilty and won't dare to come over. Marissa realized this made sense. She rehearsed her words in her mind and called Gillisong Yusung. Unlike Olaf, whose calls could not get through, Marissa's call to Gillisong Yusung connected quickly. Esther and Gil looked at each other. It seemed Gillisong Yusung had blocked academician Peng, proving further that he had something suspicious going on. Hello, Joabiki, why are you calling me suddenly? Gillisong Yusung's voice came through the speaker, sounding quite cheerful. Marissa said into the phone, Brother, you haven't been to Gillisangching for half a year, right? Would you like to come stay for a few days? Yunyuan finished up his work on the set yesterday and came back home. He's going to stay here until the new year. You should come over for a reunion with us. Marissa knew that Renee's daughter, Gillisong Mengbao, was a huge fan of Monty. If Renee was in Gillisangching and knew Monty was at home, he would surely come by just to get an autograph for his daughter. Sure enough, upon hearing that Monty was at home, Renee perked up. Yunyuan is back home? I happened to be on a business trip to Gillisangching yesterday, but it was too busy for me to tell you. Why don't you come over for dinner tonight, brother? We can have a family reunion dinner, Marissa suggested. I'll drop by the house to ask Yunyuan for a few autographs to take back for Mengbao, but as for dinner, let's skip it. Renee scoffed. That little illegitimate brat from the countryside is still at your place, right? Just seeing her would ruin my appetite. What the hell? Hearing Renee insult Esther as a low-born illegitimate child, Marissa, driven by maternal instinct and protective rage, nearly exploded into a tirade over the phone. Fortunately, Esther stopped her in time. Taking 2 deep breaths, Marissa forced herself to change the subject. I bought a watch last year, and I can show it to you tonight to see if you like it. Chapter 330, to be regarded as a mathener. Marissa was also stubborn. She forcibly reined in the expletive that was about to slip out, ensuring that Renee didn't detect anything unusual. Though upon hearing Renee talk about Deborah, whom she cherished like her own daughter, it almost made the usually protective Marissa explode with anger. However, seeing the young girl shake her head and hold her back, she managed to suppress her fury. Burning inside, Marissa put on an indifferent act over the phone, saying, No worries, bro. At worst, when you come, I'll lock Deborah in the room so she won't annoy you. Renee originally disliked Deborah. Last time, because of Deborah, he lost face at the piano competition venue. Now, seeing his sister hadn't changed at all and still despised this stepdaughter from the countryside just like him, he felt satisfied. All right then, Renee said casually, I have an early flight back to the capital city the day after tomorrow. I have things tomorrow morning, so I'll come over tomorrow evening. All right, Marissa replied immediately upon hearing Renee agree, we'll wait for you at home tomorrow evening. Renee mentioned he would be coming home tomorrow night. No matter what, they should be able to get to the bottom of things and give Dean Peng a reply. So Deborah felt reassured. After dinner with the family, Gil returned to the company for work, and Deborah went back to her room to prepare for bed. However, around 10 o'clock at night, Brenda suddenly called. Hearing what Brenda said, Deborah sat up abruptly from her bed. Brenda, what did you say? Deborah suddenly clutched her phone tightly, sounding somewhat incredulous. I said I saw a report earlier saying that Dean Peng was taken away by the police tonight. Over the phone, Brenda sounded very shocked too. Deborah tried to keep calm and asked, what happened exactly? Brenda began explaining. The news this morning reported that Vance had used special admission quotas to deceive underage girls, meaning he deceived you. Someone from the admissions office of Gillison University commented below that they haven't seen any special admission applications submitted by Vance this year. No application means you didn't accept the quota, meaning you weren't deceived or harmed by academician Peng. So while netizens were also criticizing Vance, they mostly just said he was mentally deranged, immoral, abused his privileges, and wasn't fit to be a teacher. But tonight, someone on Gillison University's internal forum posted anonymously, saying they were once called to Vance's office where he sexually harassed and attempted to rape her. The girl said that because someone came unexpectedly, Vance didn't succeed. Afterward, he threatened her not to reveal this or she wouldn't graduate smoothly from Gillison University. She added that seeing Vance's deception of underage girls exposed and drawing public attention gave her the courage to post this story. She hopes that through this, both Gillison University students and the public can see Vance's true nature, and she hopes Gillison University revokes his distinguished professor title and expels him. Brenda said, once this post went up, it wasn't just about immorality, it became an attempted rape case. The internal forum exploded, with hundreds of students jointly condemning Vance, and some even directly reported him to the police in Gillisangching. I guess the police, under pressure from public opinion, took Vance to the police station first to investigate and stabilize public anger without escalating further conflicts. Upon hearing this, Deborah couldn't help but take a deep breath. Just one anonymous post with no substantial evidence, everyone believed it. Because only people with Gillison University's internal system accounts can post on their internal forum. Outsiders, including expired alumni, can't access the forum, let alone post. So, this anonymous poster must be a current student at Gillison University. Gillison University is the highest institution of learning in the country, where students are among the smartest and most outstanding from all provinces, relatively high quality. What girl would sully her integrity to unjustly slander a professor? What benefit could it bring her? More concerning is that the poster deleted her account shortly after posting, and the post disappeared. This led other students and netizens to believe she was threatened by Vance, making them even more determined to report him. As Brenda spoke, Deborah used a spare phone to call Olaf. Sure enough, the call showed as disconnected and couldn't get through. Academician Peng should already be at the police station. Deborah didn't expect such a sudden turn of events. The situation had escalated so quickly that she couldn't wait until tomorrow night for Renee to come over and figure things out. Public opinion was spreading so fast, and by tomorrow night, who knew what new developments might arise? The incident stemmed from the secretly taken photos of her and Olaf. Regardless, this wasn't the truth. Olaf had already been taken away by the police. She should step forward and clarify the matter, to prevent malicious people from embellishing the story about Olaf deceiving underage girls. So Deborah said into the phone, Brenda, I want to post on Weibo now and explain those photos and the special admission quota offered by Vance. Deborah hadn't expected that as soon as she spoke, Brenda paused for a few seconds on the other end of the line, speaking in an unprecedentedly serious tone. Day, you must think this through carefully. First, the netizens may not believe what you say. Second, you're still an outsider. But once you come forward to post on Weibo, you will be drawn into this incident. Public opinion could instantly point towards you, and the impact on you is unpredictable. Third, and most importantly, after I told you about that anonymous post, are you still so convinced of Vance's integrity? Are you sure that anonymous post is groundless slander, and that Vance really didn't sexually harass or attempt to rape any students? Have you considered that if the anonymous post is true and if the police later confirm that girls have indeed been harmed in this way? In that case, your actions tonight to defend Vance might label you as a collaborator with him, making you appear equally guilty. If you choose to stay silent, it won't affect you. But if you step forward, it can only bring harm, no benefit. Even so, are you willing to defend Vance? Chapter 331, Esther's first time voluntarily revealing her identity. After hearing Brenda's words, Esther couldn't help but calm herself down. Brenda was a very smart person. Though she appeared to be carefree in daily life, she had a sharp mind at crucial moments. She wasn't familiar with Vance, so naturally, she considered things from Esther's perspective and worried about her getting hurt because of this. Undeniably, the 3 points mentioned by Brenda were something Esther agreed with. She was very clear about the pros and cons. Would someone really do something that would only bring harm and no benefits? Isn't it foolish to do such a thing? But after pausing for a while, Esther said to Brenda, Brenda, thank you for thinking so much for me. But I still want to stand up. Over the phone, Brenda replied, Catherine. Esther said solemnly, I have known Vance for several years. He devotes himself to scientific research and isn't good at socializing, so he doesn't have many friends. In addition, he has no wife or children. At this moment, almost no one is worried about his safety. The school may not have anyone willing to speak up for him during such critical times either. I am the main character in those paparazzi photos. In the report, the young girl allegedly lured by an adult is also me. This is clearly false information, and I need to come forward and explain it clearly. The more silent the involved party is, the more netizens will think that it might be true. If I stay on the sidelines, afraid of being dragged into public opinion storms due to worry about my own safety while explaining for Vance, even if he is now caught by the police and denounced online, I say nothing. Then I think I am just a selfish person. I don't deserve to be friends with people like you and Mathawena, nor do I deserve to be Yin Miao Outyan's lover or the sister of all these brothers. After saying these words, Brenda on the other end of the phone remained silent. So Esther continued. You're right, since there is an anonymous post now, can I confirm that this post is defaming Vance? Has he truly done such things? I cannot be sure. So I am just coming forward to clarify what is related to me, and leave the investigation of the attempted student rape incident to the police. If Vance has indeed done something like that, then the law will naturally make him face the punishment he deserves. If he hasn't, he shouldn't be insulted like this by netizens. Only the law can convict people, not netizens, not public opinion. Esther spoke firmly. Hearing her out, Brenda on the other end of the line felt relieved instead. I knew you would act this way. Esther paused. Brenda said, Catherine, actually, I feel the same as you. Vance is unlikely to have done such things. Moreover, I believe in your judgment of people. If Vance was the type of person who could do this, you wouldn't have regarded him as a respected elder. Upon hearing this, warmth spread through Esther's heart. Thank you, Brenda. You're welcome. Brenda's tone brightened on the other end of the phone. I anticipated you would want to stand up and clear Vance's name, so I came over to find you. Let's figure out how to send this Weibo together. What? Esther was taken aback. In the next second, she heard the door of her room opening. As soon as Esther opened the door, she saw Brenda standing outside with shining eyes, smiling brightly and grabbing her hand. Hee, finally got the chance to sleep on Catherine's bed and sleep with you. Esther couldn't help but smile too. This is what it feels like to have a friend. No matter what happens, friends will always be by your side, never leaving you to fight alone. At midnight, a forwarded Weibo from Illegitimate Daily's report was finally posted. Esther's Weibo handle was her name, and this was her first time registering for Weibo. At Esther, hello everyone, I'm Esther, a third-year student at Xingjing High School, and also the main character in the first 3 photos attached to this report with my face blurred. Due to the unfounded accusations about Vance allegedly luring underage girls reported in this article, I must come forward to clarify. I don't know who took these 3 paparazzi photos, but they were taken in front of a restaurant yesterday noon. At that time, I was with Vance outside. He did give me a bank card and a gift, but not as the report speculated, as bait to lure me. This card and gift are bonuses and memorabilia awarded by FSI for my published paper, which Vance brought on behalf of them. The paper I published, as my friend told me, was once ranked first on the Weibo Hot Search a few days ago. It's titled Research Progress and Prospects of Acromegaly. For that paper, I used the pseudonym Lan Xing. After being evaluated by FSI as top tier, it came with a prize of 20,000 yuan and a custom-made souvenir. Regarding the special admission quota, before our meeting the day before yesterday, Vance did indeed want to offer me this year's Peking University special admission spot under his name, but absolutely not to exploit anything from me in return. It was because Vance saw potential in me and believed that if I became his student and worked with him on scientific research, I would surely contribute to our country's biomedical field. He wanted very much for me to take the spot. However, due to my personal wishes, I did not accept the offer, so Vance did not report it. As for today's anonymous post, I am not sure about its authenticity. Concerning the accusations of Vance suppressing fellow professors at Peking University, exploiting students for his work, and treating others with harsh words, I will refrain from commenting for now. But the claim that Vance used the special admission quota to deceive me is absolutely false. I hope everyone can view this event rationally and remain neutral until the police investigation results are out. If Vance is truly guilty, I believe the law will give him the punishment he deserves, and the rights of the victims will be protected. That's all. Esther. Revealing herself as Lan Xing. This was Esther's first time voluntarily exposing her hidden identity. When Brenda heard Esther say she was the author of the acromegaly paper, Brenda was so shocked her mouth dropped open. It took several minutes for her to finally blurt out, Catherine, how many more surprises do you have that I don't know about? This Weibo post had been carefully crafted after long discussions between Esther and Brenda, aiming for accuracy and prudence. However, facts proved that no matter how meticulously worded, netizens could always find faults if they disliked you. Esther spent the night sleeping with Brenda. And as they almost anticipated, the next morning greeted them with a storm of ridicule, insults, and negative comments. Chapter 332, A Torrent of Mockery and Negative Comments. To be precise, Esther and Brenda had anticipated that this Weibo post would elicit mockery and harsh criticism, but they hadn't expected it to come like a storm, sweeping everything in its path. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Esther was awakened by Brenda. Upon opening Weibo, she saw that the post she had sent the previous night had garnered several 100,000 views overnight, with over 10,000 replies. Even the topic #Esther Landstark hashtag had climbed to the 3rd position on the trending list. Esther had only registered for Weibo the night before and wasn't even a member yet. Even after forwarding the original Weibo from Illegitimate Daily and including the hashtag, it wouldn't have normally gained so many views so quickly. The sudden surge in traffic was due to a medical influencer with over 3 million followers who forwarded Esther's Weibo at 1:30 a.m. The accompanying text consisted of only 2 sentences but was full of disdain and mockery. A high school student who hasn't done any medical research or clinical trials is claiming to be Landstarg, who wrote a first-year FSI paper. All she knows is simple biology taught in middle school. Professor Yenmin Xuan, my doctoral supervisor, only published his first FSI paper when he was over 50 years old. Jobids these days really do talk big. I'm forwarding this for everyone to have a laugh. A mocking smiley face emoji was added at the end, dripping with sarcasm. Due to the controversial nature of his statement, various marketing accounts joined in and shared the post. Esther's long Weibo quickly rose to the top of the hot search list, with both the original Weibo and the hashtag gaining massive attention. Is this guy sick or something? Brenda was furious upon seeing the influencer's words. We were trying to clear Vance's name. What does this have to do with him? He even forwarded the post to mock us. Just because he couldn't achieve it when he was a teenager, he thinks no one else can. Esther remained calm. It was normal for some people not to believe her. After all, even Olaf confirmed her identity only after discussing a specialized topic with her for nearly an hour. Moreover, the influencer's comments were already relatively polite compared to what could have been said. Opening the comments section of the Weibo post, Esther and Brenda witnessed firsthand just how vicious modern netizens could be in attacking someone. Esther said, "These photos were taken in front of a restaurant on the day before yesterday afternoon when I was outside with Vance." Comment section. Which proper senior high school girl would go out to eat with a man over 50 during school hours? You can imagine what kind of girl this is. Claiming that seducing underage girls is false? It's very possible that this Esther initiated contact with him. Indeed, sleeping with a perverted old man might be worth a chance to attend Gillison University for some people. Esther said, "Vance did indeed give me a bank card and a gift, but not as speculated. The card and gift are the bonus and commemorative items from FSI for my published paper. Vance was just passing them on to me. I published the paper titled Advancements and Prospects in Acromegaly Research under the pseudonym Landstarg. This paper was evaluated as first year by FSI, earning me a reward of 200,000 renminbi and a special commemorative item." Comment section. Are you listening to yourself? What nonsense is this high schooler spouting? Could she be referring to the paper praised last week by Huagwa Daily as making outstanding contributions to the field of rare diseases? Did she see the trending topic last week and just bring it up now? If I hadn't stayed up checking what FSI is, I might have believed it. How much money did this girl get from Olaf to write such a defense? Can she at least do her homework before lying? She treats the public like fools. Truly laughable. Someone asked what FSI was, and the responder gave examples. Let me put it this way, there are fewer than 200 professors across all fields in Huagwa who have published papers on FSI, and less than 30 of those are rated as first-year contributions. Among those whose papers were included in FSI, the youngest was also 32 years old at the time. This 17-year-old girl claiming her paper was rated first year by FSI is just absurd. This post has been sent to our medical school group chat, and everyone is laughing their heads off. This is the funniest joke I've seen this year. Regarding the special admission quota. Vance did indeed want to give me his special admission quota for Gillison University this year, but he absolutely did not use it to try to get anything from me. It's because Vance thought I was talented and believed that if I became his student and worked with him on scientific research, I would certainly make new contributions to our country's biomedical field. However, due to my personal wishes, I did not accept that quota, so Vance did not report it. Comment section. Ha 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 ha, first time hearing someone say they are talent, haha. This girl is truly a talent, a comedic talent. A revered professor in his 50s rushing to give a quota to a high schooler, and claiming it wasn't for any ulterior motives? Do you believe yourself when you say this? Hoping a minor high school student will contribute to our country's biomedical field? Posting this overseas would be laughed at until death. Didn't accept the quota due to personal reasons? Who wouldn't want a golden opportunity handed to them on a platter? Must be about the price, right? Esther said. I hope everyone can look at this incident rationally and remain reserved before the police investigation results come out. If Vance is truly involved in a crime, then I believe the law will punish him as it should, and the victim's rights will be protected. Comment section. This Esther is so nauseating. Still talking about rationality and reserving judgment. Obviously, she wasn't the one nearly raped in the teacher's office, right? Why would it be her? Girls like her go after professors willingly. Talking from a place of comfort while dismissing others' suffering, Isn't she implying we netizens who are standing up for the girl are just mindlessly following trends? Does she think only she is awake? Wasn't Olaf taken away by the police? Looks like this Esther should be arrested too. Not everyone remained silent on Esther's behalf. Some netizens recognized that Esther had been on several hot search lists before. Someone mentioned that Esther was once misunderstood to have a relationship with Master Jobin during a piano competition, so it might be a misunderstanding with Olaf too. Another pointed out that Esther once risked her life on the street to save Mayor Yan and son. She must be kind-hearted, contrary to what netizens are saying. Yet another commented that Esther once fought in an underground boxing match to win back lost and national treasures, showcasing both her musical talent and fighting skills, suggesting she might not be just an ordinary high schooler. Such a genius could indeed write that paper. But these supportive voices were drowned out by the overwhelming flood of negative comments. Chapter 333, One More Insult, and You Won't Walk Out Standing. By the time she finished reading the comments, Brenda couldn't help but advise Tanya. Catherine, maybe you shouldn't read anymore. These comments are really upsetting. Despite being attacked like this, Tanya didn't show any signs of anger or sadness. It's okay, Tanya lifted her eyes. If even one person out of 100 believes me after reading this Weibo post, or starts to doubt whether Vance's incident was as they thought, then it was worth posting. Although she said that, Brenda still couldn't help but ask, then, should we just do nothing and let these people misunderstand and insult you? Tanya paused for a moment. Even if I post another Weibo to explain, it won't make any difference. People who don't believe me won't change their minds, no matter what irrefutable evidence I provide. They'll find ways to attack me from all angles. So, since I've done my best to explain, and some people will understand me, let the rest insult me. It doesn't hurt me anyway. Brenda genuinely felt that Tanya had incredible mental strength. If it were her, she would have been raging at the commenters and infuriated beyond words. Tanya didn't take it seriously, but others were worried. Tanya got the news somehow and came downstairs to find Tanya first. A few minutes later, Atlee also rushed down. Just as Tanya finished explaining the situation briefly, the servant informed that some classmates of Tanya had come to visit. They all went to the living room and found Jorge standing in the foyer. Jorge wore a white shirt and dark blue jeans, his handsome face serene as usual, remaining quiet as always. Many people greeted him, but his gaze was solely fixed on Tanya in the middle, revealing concern in his calm expression. I saw your Weibo post. Are you alright? Tanya realized Jorge must have come over because he was worried about her reaction to those comments. She said, I'm fine. Come in. Thus, this time, Tanya, Brenda, Tanya, Atlee, and the newly arrived Jorge gathered in the living room. After a brief discussion among the five, they agreed that the only way to turn things around was to find the person who posted on the Galengda campus forum, confirming if Vance's attempted sexual assault was true. If it was true, there would be no need to worry about Vance further, he would face prison for such crimes. But if it was false, if Vance was unfairly slandered, now that he was already taken to the police station, it wasn't certain if the police could trace the poster. If they could find evidence beforehand, it would be ideal. Can we still find the poster now that the anonymous account has been deleted? Tanya asked Jorge. As the second-ranked top hacker in CHA, if Jorge said it was impossible, it definitely was. I can hack into Galengda's internal forum, but once an account is deleted, I can't restore it from the back end. Jorge paused. I can only try my best. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but sigh. Time passed quickly, and by evening, Marissa invited Brenda and Jorge to stay for dinner. As soon as it got dark, the doorbell rang. Tanya and Tanya exchanged glances. They knew it was Renee. Renee was relatively pleasant upon entering, seeing his sister, exchanging pleasantries. But upon entering the dining room and seeing Tanya sitting there, his face immediately fell. Joby, what's going on? Renee's expression turned extremely sour. Didn't you say you'd keep this Tanya locked up? Why is she here? Renee genuinely looked down on Tanya and even spoke so boldly right in front of her, completely disregarding how Tanya might feel if Marissa really did say that. Brother, sit down. I have something to ask you. Without further ado, Marissa firmly pressed Renee into his seat, leaving no room for refusal. Tell me the truth, brother. Do you have anything to do with Professor Olaf's recent issues at Galengda? Renee hadn't expected his sister to ask such a question, and his face visibly turned flustered, yet he remained obstinate. What? What nonsense are you talking about? How could Olaf's problems be related to me? Did you hear something from someone? Renee's reaction was exactly as Tanya had anticipated. Hearing Gilasong Yusong's words, Tanya glanced at him and asked, Professor Gilasong, are you really not involved in Vance's incident? I heard that last month, during the meeting where Vance decided on your promotion to Dean of Galengda Medical School, he vetoed you. Is this? Tanya hadn't finished her sentence when Gilasong Yusong started cursing at her. Where did you hear such a thing, you little bitch? Who do you think you are to speak to me like that here? So, you really did sleep with that old man Olaf for special admission as reported, didn't you? Were you so moved by the affair that you, indeed, the daughter of a slut is just another little slut? When Gilasong Yusong said little bitch, both Marissa and Tanya, along with Atlee, instantly changed their expressions. Even Brenda and Jorge showed a change in their expressions. Just as Atlee clenched his fist, ready to slam the table and stand up, a vase suddenly flew over from nowhere straight towards Gilasong Yusong. In a flash, Gilasong Yusong saw a dark shadow flying towards him and instinctively turned his head away in fear. The vase grazed past his cheek, smashing into the wall behind him with a loud bang, shattering and scattering fragments everywhere. Recognizing what had been thrown at him, Gilasong Yusong drew in a cold breath, breaking out in a cold sweat. If his reaction had been a bit slower, the vase wouldn't have hit the wall. It would have smashed right onto his head. He might have ended up with blood all over his face. Everyone, including Tanyu, was startled. Amidst the shock, everyone saw Illegitimate walk into the dining room wearing a black hoodie, a blue diamond earring sparkling under the lights of his right ear. Was it Illegitimate who threw the vase? Yin. You. Gillisong Yusong stammered in shock, pointing at Illegitimate with disbelief on his face. Matt. Illegitimate stood there, expressionless, staring at Gillisong Yusong with an almost blood-cold danger in his eyes. If you dare call my sister a little bitch one more time, I promise you won't walk out of our Liu family's house standing today. Illegitimate lifted his gaze calmly. If you don't believe me, then try it. Chapter 334, Do you need evening meal delivery service? Monty had been sleeping upstairs, so Deborah and the others did not expect him to suddenly come down to the restaurant. Not only did he come to the restaurant, but he immediately threw a vase at Renee upon entering. This not only abruptly stopped the scolding but almost hit Renee on the head, causing blood to spill. Say one more word calling my sister a bastard, and you won't be able to walk out of the Liu family's door. Don't believe me? You can try it. These two sentences from Monty made the surrounding air silent. Brenda on the side was so impressed that she drew in a sharp breath. Monty. At this moment, Renee's hand pointing at Monty trembled with anger as he roared. Are you crazy? You threw a vase at your own uncle just for this, Deborah, and even threatened me? If Matt knows it's a threat, then let's talk reasonably. Hearing the interrupted term of address, Monty's eyes turned colder. Straightening his body, he forced a smile without warmth, and yes, I am indeed insane. Isn't it clear to Matt? When these words were spoken by Monty, Renee suddenly calmed down. Yes, his nephew really has mental illness, hospitalized and taking medication. People with mental illness can stab someone with a knife and bear no criminal responsibility. Who knew what disease had struck Monty, making him truly treat a bastard child born from his father's affairs as a sister? But at this moment, Renee dared not call Deborah a bastard anymore, fearing Monty might throw a knife next second. Seeing Renee subdued, Deborah looked at him, her voice colder than before. Professor Gillisong, let me ask you again, are you involved in Vance's incident? You. Feeling Monty's gaze, Renee held back all curses and gritted his teeth. It's all his own doing if something happened to Olaf. How is it related to me? Is that so? Deborah raised her eyes. Why did you happen to be on a business trip in Gillisang yesterday when you haven't been here for almost half a year, right at the time when the paparazzi took those photos? And why couldn't Vance reach you on Weibo after the exposure yesterday morning? Did you block his number, didn't you? At this moment, Renee really wanted to curse and even strike Deborah across the face. What audacity! A illegitimate girl from the countryside, daring to question him, a first-class professor at Gillisang University. Who gave her the courage? But looking around, his third nephew wore a blank expression, his fourth nephew appeared coldly grim, the fifth nephew gnashed his teeth, and even his sister glared at him. Insane, this family was truly insane, treating an illegitimate child like treasure. Renee took a deep breath and said to Deborah, all right, your family lured me here just to prove some unrelated person's innocence, right? My business trip was arranged by the school. If they asked me to come to Gillisang, I would have to come. How would I know anything about the photos you're talking about? As for blocking Olaf, I blocked him ages ago. What does it have to do with yesterday's exposure? I'm telling you, Olaf's matters have nothing to do with me, nothing at all. Do you have anything else to say? If not, I'm leaving. While saying this, Renee stood up from his seat, seeming unable to tolerate any more. Your Liu family, really outstanding. Even if you send an 8-person sedan chair, I won't come here again. Renee's anger seemed genuine. Looking calm and not at all guilty, he shot a cold snort at Deborah before leaving. For a moment, Brenda wondered if they had misunderstood Professor Gillisong. Seeing Renee leave angrily, Deborah looked at Reese. Do you believe him? Deborah asked Reese in return, Brother 4, do you believe him? The two exchanged glances and stood up simultaneously. Seeing them stand up, Brenda, Jobert, and even the puzzled Atlee followed suit. Seeing these kids following Renee, Marissa couldn't help but shout, hey, what are you doing? Deborah turned to Marissa and said, Mom, you and Brother 3 eat dinner first. We'll heat up our meals when we get back. Once outside the house, Atlee finally couldn't resist asking, Catherine, where are we going? Deborah raised her eyes to look into the distance. At that moment, a 6-seater taxi drove towards them. When the car stopped in front of them, Deborah opened the door first. Let's get in the car first. Once all 5 were in the car and it was trailing the taxi Renee sat in, Deborah began to explain. When someone does something wrong and gets exposed, their first reaction is often to fly into a rage. Seeing Renee react like that just now, I became even more convinced that Vance's situation this time was probably his doing behind the scenes. But since he doesn't admit it, we don't have any evidence on hand. This time Renee came to Gillisang and stayed at a hotel. So as he left, I stuck a real-time tracker onto his back. A real-time tracker you can stick on your body? Atlee was shocked. There's such a thing? Beside him, Deborah suddenly spoke up. I made it. Atlee immediately choked back what he was about to say. Being intellectually outmatched is truly one of the most painful things in the world. Even Brenda couldn't help but be surprised. So Catherine, you originally had Aunt Gillisong call Renee over here so you could follow him to the hotel room and find evidence? Yes, Deborah nodded. I never thought Renee would tell me the truth. Although stalking is a bad behavior, for someone like Renee, we need to use unconventional methods. But once inside the hotel, the next steps will rely on you. When Deborah reserved this taxi, she already gave instructions beforehand. During their conversation, the driver closely followed the vehicle carrying Renee. It wasn't until Renee's car stopped in front of a hotel that they also got out. Entering the hotel lobby, Renee turned towards the elevator, his figure disappearing from view. Deborah and the others sat on the sofas in the hall. After about 10 minutes, Jobert looked up from his mini-computer. With a calm expression and serene tone, I found it. He's on the 3rd floor, room 0324. No hotel nowadays reveals guest information to others. Awesome, Jobert. Atlee couldn't help but exclaim, to infiltrate the hotel's internal system and find the guest registration info so quickly, really impressive. Job knowing which floor and room Renee was staying in made things easier. Deborah said they were looking for a friend, greeted the receptionist and went upstairs. 5 minutes later, just as Renee, who had changed into a white bathrobe in the room, suddenly heard knocking at the door. Do you need evening meal delivery service, sir? Chapter 335, the turnaround is about to begin. It was a sweet girl's voice. Dinner service? Renee had originally planned to have dinner at Lou Galesa, but he ended up returning with a belly full of anger instead of food. Now, famished, he was about to order takeaway. He hadn't expected such attentive service from this hotel, even offering evening meals. But this service didn't seem to exist last night. Not overthinking it much, Renee walked over and opened the door directly. But just as he opened the door, he saw his 4th nephew, Reese, standing there expressionlessly in a black coat. Seeing Reese suddenly appear at the hotel, Renee's eyes widened. Benny? How did you? Before he could finish speaking, there was a sound of zzzzzt. Reese, with darkened eyes, thrust the homemade stun gun straight into Renee's stomach. A strong electric current surged from Renee's beer belly all the way to his skull, rendering him unconscious on the spot. Renee's vision went black, and he twitched as he fell to the ground, nearly foaming at the mouth. With no one around in the hallway, only after seeing Renee being electrocuted did Reese and the others come out from their hiding places. Brett directly grabbed Renee by the arm, dragging him into the room, and kicked him furiously once inside. I wanted to kick him back home. To scold our dear Janine like that, it pissed me off. After Marissa married Randall, her contact with her natal family decreased, and Renee rarely visited the Liu family. So these 5 sons of the Liu family didn't have any particular affection for this uncle. Alicia Yao was an exception. Since she learned that Renee was a first-class professor at Gillison University, she had been flattering Renee all these years and became quite close to him. Reese closed the room's door, shutting them off from the outside world, and everyone sighed in relief. Then, glancing up, Reese noticed a DSLR camera casually thrown onto the sofa. Camera? Everyone exchanged looks. They indeed came at the right time. Reese took a deep breath, walked over, picked up the camera, turned it on, and checked the photo album. Sure enough, as Reese had anticipated, the photo album was filled with pictures of her and Olaf outside the restaurant. Clearly, Renee had used this camera to secretly take those photos the day before yesterday, which included the 3 published photos. Damn, Brett exclaimed angrily upon seeing it, so Renee was the one who secretly took photos of Janine and Vance? How dare he lecture Janine so arrogantly back home, pretending as if he had nothing to do with it. Indeed, sometimes people who are despicable can be incredibly resilient, and Renee's mental fortitude was quite impressive. At this moment, Reese bent down and rummaged through Renee's bathrobe pocket, retrieving his phone. The screen lit up, requiring either a password or fingerprint unlock. Reese pressed Renee's hand against the phone, and a chime indicated the successful unlock. Opening Renee's WeChat, Reese scanned through for a few seconds before looking at the others and saying, Found it. Found it? Reese showed the phone to everyone. It revealed that Renee had marked this person as journalist Gavin from Gillisangching Daily. While they didn't care about previous chat records, the first conversation between Renee and this journalist this year happened only recently. On the afternoon of the day before yesterday, Renee made a WeChat call to journalist Gavin, lasting 5 minutes. They couldn't know what was discussed, but an hour later, Renee sent 3 photos via WeChat, the same ones used in the report. Journalist Gavin responded with an Ojo ab emoji. That night, Renee sent more images, screenshots from forums criticizing Olaf from students' perspectives, along with fabricated messages alleging Pang insulted students. In other words, all the supposed evidence in the report was provided by Renee to this journalist Gavin. The photos were taken secretly, and the screenshots were undoubtedly photoshopped. Everyone looked at the unconscious Renee on the floor, showing disdain. However, it wasn't over yet. Checking the latest chat records, they found a message journalist Gavin sent to Renee the morning before. Professor Gillisong, the task you gave me is completed. Once my article was published, Olaf's reputation is thoroughly ruined, and no one will believe him if he tries to defend himself. Now, not only might he be expelled from Gillison University, he could even be dismissed from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Anyway, this man definitely won't be bothering you anymore. Also, as you instructed, I hired a lot of internet trolls to lead public opinion and tarnish Olaf's image. Speaking of the agreed-upon 300,000 yuan payment. 30,000 yuan as payment? Gillisong Yusong spared no expense to ruin Vance. Following that was Gilsong Yusong's reply, the money has been transferred. This matter must be kept confidential at all costs, absolutely no one else can know. Journalist Gavin replied, rest assured, Professor Gilsong. I told the newspaper it was an anonymous tip-off, no one will find out. Afraid of others knowing, huh? Now they 5 knew about it. And before long, the entire nation would know. So, from start to finish, this whole thing was orchestrated by Gilsong Yusong to frame and slander Vance. Brenda was also furious, looking at Reese. Janine, what do we do now? Should we directly compile the evidence and send it out? Unexpectedly, Reese thought for a few seconds and shook her head, saying in a serious tone, let's not rush. Brenda was taken aback. Huh? 2 issues, Reese said. First, even if we post these secretly photographed photos and chat records on Weibo, there will definitely be internet trolls questioning the authenticity of the evidence. For example, they might doubt that the camera doesn't belong to Gilsong Yusong, that the chat records are photoshopped, or even suspect that we're framing Gilsong Yusong to exonerate Vance. So, while we should release the photos and chat records, we also need audio recordings of Gilsong Yusong admitting to his actions. If we're going to release evidence, it should be unassailable. Second, the most serious issue Vance faces right now isn't enticing me with a quota or abusing students on campus. It's the anonymous post claiming she attempted to rape a student under the guise of sexual harassment. Right now, I suddenly remembered something Brenda mentioned earlier, that only those with access to the internal system at Gillis University can post on the campus forum. So apart from students, teachers also have accounts within Gillis University, right? Yen Nike Gilsong Yusong, Reese raised her eyes calmly. After reviewing these chat records, I believe that anonymous post was made by Gilsong Yusong using his own account. Chapter 336, Turning the Tables on Netizens, the reversal begins. This is the app of the Gillis University's internal forum, right? As she spoke, Deborah scrolled to the last page of Renee's phone. The red Gillis forum app displayed at the end was particularly conspicuous. Could this anonymous post that claimed Vance had called them to the office for sexual harassment and an attempted rape be posted by Renee? This was a path that no one else had anticipated. Forums like this were usually only played by students, so everyone except Deborah subconsciously assumed the poster was a student. But it hadn't occurred to anyone that as a professor at Gillis University, Renee could also have an internal school account and post anonymously. Moreover, from the motive perspective, Renee had already secretly spent $300,000 to secretly take photos and doctor images and hire journalists to tarnish Olaf. He might have easily made such a move again by posting an anonymous thread and then deleting it to completely discredit Olaf. However, when Deborah clicked into the app, it showed the login interface. There were 2 possibilities here. One was that Renee had downloaded this app but never logged in. The other was that he had registered and logged in before, but now the account was cancelled. Let me handle it. At this moment, Jobert took the initiative to take over the phone. Jobert usually talked little and wasn't very prominent, but everyone knew he was a true leader. When he said he would handle it, it meant that even if the account was deleted, he could still restore it. So this time, everyone began to act accordingly. Jobert tried to restore the account. Deborah and Brenda organized the chat and transfer records prepared as evidence and thought about how to edit the clarification text. Colt and Atlee bound Renee together, preparing to confront him when he woke up. Everyone carried out their tasks systematically, without paying attention to the phone or Weibo. Or rather, since morning, after seeing her Weibo post from last night trending with tens of thousands of insulting comments, Deborah didn't focus on this matter and asked others not to worry about her. Because it was more important now to find evidence and help Vance clear his name. However, in reality, her situation had already undergone a dramatic reversal in a way she hadn't anticipated in the afternoon. What was initially the 3rd trending topic #LugoreBlueStar# was now the 2nd. And at this moment, the top trending topic was #GeniusGirlLugore#. The first person to initiate the turnaround was a popular beauty blogger on Weibo with over 2 million genuine followers, known by the ID Braised Chestnut. At 3 in the afternoon, it was precisely when netizens were ridiculing Deborah most fiercely online. Some people said that Deborah offered herself, and Olaf didn't entice her with a spot, she approached him for sex. Others accused Deborah, a high school student, of boasting and daring to falsely claim she contributed to an FSI Level 1 paper, which was both ignorant and foolish. Some said Deborah claimed she rejected Olaf's recommendation because they couldn't agree on terms, wanting to act aloof. Still, others believed Deborah was paid to whitewash Olaf, but it was futile as Olaf had already been thoroughly discredited. At 3:30, Braised Chestnut posted a Weibo. But it wasn't a makeup video. Instead, she published a long text in a serious tone, attaching several screenshots and an MP3 audio file at the end. Hello everyone, I'm Braised Chestnut, also a student in Class A, Grade 3 at Gillisangching Xingjing High School in real life. This is the first time I've publicly revealed my true identity, and my purpose is to speak up for my classmate Deborah. Yes, the protagonist of the #LugoreBlueStar# entry is my classmate. This morning, I saw Deborah's tweet from last night trending, with tens of thousands of mocking comments. Those unbearable comments, even someone like me who has run media since high school and faced many trolls, can't stand them. I can't imagine what it felt like for Deborah to see those comments, having just registered for Weibo. I don't know if Deborah wrote that acromegaly paper, but I want to tell everyone that Deborah is neither ignorant, stupid, nor pretentious. She would never do anything to sleep with Vance for a quota. Deborah transferred to our Xinjiang school last September, scoring 700 out of 750 on the entrance exam. However, it's not because classmate Deborah could only score 700 points, it's because the qualifying line for Class A was set at 700, and Deborah left the 50-point essay question in Chinese untouched. If the difficulty of the Xinjiang opening exam still can't illustrate classmate Deborah's intelligence, then in the recent special admission exams held by Illegitimate University and Tsinghua University, classmate Deborah once again scored a perfect 750 across all subjects, Chinese, mathematics, English, and science comprehensive. Anyone who has been to school knows that getting a perfect score in any subject is almost impossible. The special admissions exams of Illegitimate University and Tsinghua University are as challenging as competitions, and there hasn't been a single case where someone scored over 740 since the exams began. I'm just trying to objectively tell everyone that classmate Deborah is a true genius. Please don't judge her based on your limited understanding. What ordinary people can't do, she might be able to achieve. Setting aside composing the widely renowned piece Daylight Fireworks worldwide and winning the piano competition with an overwhelming score, let's talk about dominating all black box fighters twice her weight in the Ibis underground boxing matches. Before classmate Deborah's identity was revealed, who would have thought that Chloe would be a 17-year-old girl? Familiarly, now, when I see classmate Deborah saying she is Blue Star, I'm really not surprised at all. Because classmate Deborah indeed shatters your preconceived notions and creates miracles, proving that nothing is impossible in this world. Now, regarding classmate Deborah saying she rejected Vance's proactive recommendation. Internet users in the comments section were mocking, saying it was absurd for Vance to offer her a spot out of recognizing her talent, claiming no one would turn down such an opportunity. Well, let me change your perception again. Because just the day before yesterday morning, besides Vance, there were two other professors, Clark and Gillis Weiyuan, who specially came from Gilising to Gilisangching to find the school. They were here to recommend spots for classmate Deborah, hoping she would become their student. But classmate Deborah turned them all down. If you don't believe me, listen to the recording below. I have a habit of recording classes for review later. When the principal called away the homeroom teacher and classmate Deborah the day before yesterday morning, the homeroom teacher forgot to mute the mic, and I accidentally recorded the entire conversation. Chapter 337, Class A Unites to Condemn Trolls. Bernie started as a makeup blogger in her first year of high school. Bernie had always felt she wasn't pretty, with small eyes, a flat nose, and acne on her face, making her very insecure. So during the summer after her junior high school exams, she began learning makeup. She experienced the power of makeup. It made people feel confident and serene, giving them the courage to look at others straight in the eye. Thus, she started filming videos, documenting her constant trials, continuous learning, and the progress in her makeup skills. This year marks Bernie's third year as a makeup blogger, and she has grown from having only a few followers to now having over 2 million fans. Many of these fans have watched her grow from a makeup novice into the skilled beauty blogger she is today, and their loyalty is unwavering. So when Bernie posted this lengthy Weibo post for the first time, revealing her identity, all her fans read it word for word. I also want to say that classmate Esther is truly an excellent person. I used to think that someone so outstanding and brilliant would disdain or be too lazy to interact with ordinary people like us. But that's not the case. Esther doesn't treat herself differently because of her excellence. In fact, she treats me far more kindly than most people at school do. Even though I was just a plain Jane nobody knew in class, and we had never spoken before, she remembered my name. When I asked if I could borrow her notes, she added me on WeChat. 2 nights ago, she even helped me with some problems on WeChat. Because I've seen what cold and insincere people are like, I can tell that although Esther seems aloof, she is actually a low-key, gentle, and kind person. I hope everyone stops saying those harsh, insulting, or even defamatory things about Esther. Regardless of whether Vance's incident is true or not, concerning Esther's part, I vouch with my account that everything I said is heartfelt and true. This long Weibo post was indeed extensive. The screenshots attached at the end included Esther's scorecards and rankings from 2 exams, along with a roughly 30-minute audio recording. With over 2 million fans, Bernie already had significant influence. Adding the hashtag #LugoreBlueStar made her Weibo post instantly top the trending list. After reading her words and listening to the audio recording, netizens were genuinely shocked. Let's start with the scores from those 2 exams. It was one thing for Gilising to write questions, but to score perfect marks in all subjects without any weaknesses in a special admissions competition? What kind of prodigy is this? Exam scores aren't publicly announced, so netizens really didn't know, or couldn't imagine, that Esther's academic performance was this outstanding. Why would someone who can ace special admissions exams and rank first nationally need to exchange favors to get special admission benefits? That's absurd. And it would be impossible to fake such academic records. Otherwise, students from Gilising or staff from Galengda's admissions office would have come forward to refute it by now. Listening to that audio. Many netizens directly idolized Esther. Oh my god, 3 leading experts in their respective fields came specially across provinces to recruit her. What an honor. What kind of exceptional person deserves such treatment? More shockingly, as Bernie said, Esther actually turned down all 3 experts. And even before that, she had already rejected them once over the phone. But what touched netizens even more was the part where Esther explained her choice to study law. In fact, I considered how playing piano nurtures the soul, studying archaeology helps understand history, and researching medicine develops drugs for diseases, all contributing to society in some way. But I hope that the major I choose in the future will have a deeper, broader impact, even one that can change society and the world, like law. In today's society, there are many chaotic phenomena every day. Some people don't repay debts, lack integrity, some deceive and cheat shamelessly, some even harm lives without remorse. When bad deeds happen, someone's rights are being violated. If these chaotic phenomena are viewed as a societal disease, then law is the prescription to cure it. I believe that law is the strongest weapon guiding society toward better development. So I think, if I can learn something valuable in this field and make contributions in the future, perhaps I can help protect countless people's rights. After all, this recording was made without the knowledge of the parties involved. The sincerity in the girl's tone was unmistakable. It didn't feel staged at all. Even if someone wanted to put on a show, it's unlikely that most people could think so deeply on the spot or articulate such profound thoughts. Of course, not everyone believed in Bernie's words and the evidence she provided. Some netizens questioned the authenticity of the recording, speculating that Esther knew someone was recording her and deliberately said those things. What happened next was completely unexpected by Bernie. The students from Class A of Xinjiang High School's senior year began leaving comments under her Weibo post, countering the netizens who doubted the recording. And they all did so after showing their student IDs first. They all spoke up in support of Esther, these spoiled rich kids, one more cocky than the other. Well, according to you guys, Esther must have predicted being ridiculed online hundreds of years ago and recorded it in advance just to turn the tide and slap your faces today? You people really can argue. Could we not know if our teacher really forgot he was on the mic? Didn't you hear that, holy sh*t, at the end? Are you frogs at the bottom of a well who've never seen anyone impressive before? I've never been impressed by anyone until now. Esther is my first. Getting perfect scores in special admissions exams is seriously impressive. Why don't you try it yourself? I don't know if Esther is Blue Star or not, but if she isn't, why would Vance care so much about her, begging her twice to study medicine? Stop your trolling. If Esther were just pretending, the students in our school would be the first to call her out. You irrelevant netizens know nothing, believing everything you hear and joining in the ridicule. Despite having been trolled on the school forum before, Esther had already won over most of her classmates with her full score performance and charismatic charm after the special admissions exam. Moreover, during the holiday, almost half of the class added Esther on WeChat. Her unexpectedly gentle and kind demeanor immediately endeared her to everyone. Regardless of gender, everyone was captivated. WeChat friends mean friends, and when a friend is in trouble, it's a matter of honor to stand up for them. So, when netizens started attacking, these young masters and misses wouldn't let it slide, each retaliating more fiercely than the last. Some even hired trolls specifically to defend her. Of course, while things were getting heated on this front, it was still considered a small spat among children. Even as a beauty blogger with over 2 million fans, Bernie's endorsement wasn't enough to carry substantial credibility. But soon, the real big shots joined the fray. Chapter 338, FSI joins the game. The fourth alias completely exposed. Only young people play with Weibo and Xiaohongshu. Venerables like Clark and Evan, who are advanced in years, either didn't know how to use Weibo before or simply had no need for it. Secondly, they usually focus on their own fields of expertise, so where would they find the time and energy to look at these things? As a result, despite Olaf's incident being a major controversy on Weibo, Evan and Clark were still completely unaware of what was happening. It wasn't until Amen called his grandfather in the afternoon that Evan learned about Olaf being taken away by the police, and how Deborah, who stood up to clear Olaf's name, was heavily criticized by netizens. Evan immediately called Olaf upon learning this, only to find the call was not getting through. He then promptly called Clark. All these allegations of luring underage girls with quotas, suppressing colleagues within the same department, exploiting students to do his work, using abusive language towards others, and even attempting sexual assault and rape. Evan prided himself on being a man of letters and believed he was adept at judging people accurately. Having known and worked with Olaf for many years, how could he not understand what kind of person Olaf is? True, Olaf has a bad temper, but he certainly wouldn't abuse his students. In fact, he treats his students more gently than he does his colleagues and superiors. He is a workaholic who throws all his efforts into scientific research. His few students are all diligent and eager to contribute and achieve success for him. Why would he need to exploit them? To the point of not planning to get married for the sake of research. Those who wanted to set him up for blind dates kept coming forward, yet he never even glanced at any photos of potential matches, living like a monk devoid of worldly desires. How could someone like this possibly commit acts of sexual harassment and attempted rape against students? Evan didn't believe those reports and marketing accounts accusations against Olaf. He trusted his judgment of people. So after calling Clark to tell him about the incident, Clark directly said he would come forward to speak for Olaf. Evan's words were filled with righteousness. Look at Catherine, a child who dared to stand up for old Peng in such a sensitive situation. How can we, two old men past our prime, sit idly by without doing anything? Clark, knowing about Olaf's predicament, naturally could not remain indifferent. Thus, at 5 in the afternoon, Evan posted on Weibo using an account registered and verified by Amen. At Evan, I've known old Peng for 30 or 40 years, and he is absolutely not the kind of person described in those reports. As for whatever that anonymous post claims, I don't believe it. And Catherine, Peng mentioned her countless times in front of me and on me, praising her as the most brilliant scientific talent he had ever seen. It's truly sad that appreciation turned into rumors of quota lures. Plea to stop spreading rumors and await the truth. Next came Clark. At Clark, when those photos were taken, Evan and I had just left. We dined together with old Peng and went to Xingjing High School to offer Catherine a place because she is a genius that defies expectations. I have never heard anyone at Gillison University mention Peng bullying colleagues or abusing students. Those alleged evidence chats could be fabricated. I hope netizens can discern right from wrong and not be misled. Students from Class A, Grade 3 of Xingjing High School, Evan, Clark, all firmly declared that Deborah is a genius. Is a 17-year-old girl really that exceptional? The facts prove it, indeed she is. No one expected that at 6 in the evening, FSI's official Weibo account actually joined the fray, posting its second tweet since joining China's Weibo. Nor did anyone expect that this tweet would immediately turn all comments questioning Deborah into real-life backfires. At FSI World Core Journals. Given the recent controversy surrounding the author June of our published paper, Advances and Prospects in Acromegaly Research, we hereby solemnly state that the author June is indeed Deborah from Class A, Grade 3 of Xingjing High School. Deborah's paper submitted last November immediately garnered significant attention from our committee. We rated the paper's value as level 1 and awarded the creator, Deborah, a prize of 200,000 renminbi and a special memento. Once the paper was submitted on behalf of Deborah by academician Olaf from China, the money was wired to Peng's account for him to forward. The memento, made based on Deborah's pseudonym June, is a star-shaped ornament made of blue crystal. At FSI World Core Journals. Classmate Deborah is the youngest paper creator in FSI's history since its founding in 1980, an undeniable prodigy in the biomedical field. Her published paper has made a significant contribution to acromegaly research worldwide and greatly advanced the development of specific drugs for the condition. We request the vast netizens of China to cease making any derogatory comments about classmate Deborah under the guise of FSI. Those with serious violations will face legal action on her behalf. Whoa. 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 FSI's Weibo post quickly led to the hottest comment being this trio of whoa. Nothing expressed inner shock better than these two words. The trolls truly couldn't believe that everything Deborah tweeted was true. She wasn't boasting or showing off, she really was solidly blue star, and this was officially confirmed by FSI. FSI. The core journal that compiles the greatest achievements of scientific research leaders from around the world, stating that a third-year high school girl from their country made outstanding contributions to the world. This wasn't just bringing glory to the country, it was much more than that. At this moment, all those who had looked down on Deborah and insulted her before were thoroughly embarrassed. Now people return to the first article exposing Olaf in the Gillison Daily. In the second photo below, the face-blurred teenage girl held up the star-shaped ornament made of blue crystal, looking up at it in the sunlight. By clicking to enlarge the original photo, one could see two white English words on the left side of the star's bottom. Upon further zooming, those two English words were visible, blue star. It was just that no one had noticed it back then. Not long after FSI's Weibo post, the medical influencer who first retweeted Deborah's Weibo deleted his mocking post, trying to pretend nothing had happened. But the internet has a memory. Soon, the comments section of this top-posted Weibo was overrun by netizens who came to mock and ridicule the influencer. And in Deborah's own Weibo post comments section, many of the top-rated hateful comments were stealthily deleted, revealing the guilt of these trolls. 7 p.m. On the Weibo trending list, apart from the topics hashtag anonymous post claims Olaf attempted rape hashtag Deborah blue star hashtag Olaf was taken away by police hashtag that were already trending in the morning, there were now several other topics related to Deborah. Hashtag candy roasted chestnuts hashtag Deborah rejects special admissions offers from 3 professors hashtag why study law hashtag Deborah Evan hashtag reversal. FSI confirms Deborah is blue star hashtag FSI says Deborah made great contributions to the world hashtag. And the topic hashtag genius girl Deborah hashtag exploded straight to the top of the trending list. At this moment, it was 9 p.m. In the hotel room, Brenda and Deborah had finished organizing the chat screenshots. Renee was still asleep, so she casually opened Weibo. Seeing the trending list, Brenda's eyes widened, and she screamed as she clutched her phone. Chapter 339, Yaniv stream opens, shocking netizens. If not for Brenda's exclamations, Esther and the others really wouldn't have known that so many things had happened on Weibo during the time none of them were paying attention. Thus, in the following 10 or so minutes, Brenda's, oh my god, exclamations came one after another. Oh my god, that Bing-Tang roasted chestnuts is Bernie, right? She seems rather introverted and ordinary in class, but behind our backs, she's actually a makeup blogger with over 2 million followers. Oh my god, are those people commenting under Bernie's post all from our class? I didn't think they barely spoke to Janine before, but now they're all supporting her so consistently. How touching. Oh my god, Professor Gillis has posted on Weibo. My god, he's being so bold and direct, openly saying he doesn't believe what was written in the anonymous post. Oh my god, Professor Clark also posted on Weibo, saying Janine is a genius who subverts people's perceptions. Oh my god. FSI's official account even stood up for Janine and said they would hold accountable anyone else who slanders her using the name of FSI. Brenda's speed at browsing online news was admirable. Apart from her, Esther, Dion, Atlee, and Jorge hadn't used Weibo much before. Through Brenda's live commentary filled with, oh my gods, they knew roughly what had happened without having to click through each item individually. Esther hadn't checked Weibo either. It was only now that she saw the message sent by Wally in the afternoon. Baby, I contacted FSI in the US, and their PR team will issue a statement on Weibo confirming your identity. You don't need to worry about Vance either. I've spoken to the police, and there is no substantial evidence against him yet, so he'll be released tonight. No wonder FSI got involved. FSI doesn't actively promote itself in China, but it seems that the Yanni Group sponsors FSI, so Wally naturally has some influence over the official side. When Esther opened the Weibo post she had made last night, she found that the overall public opinion had changed drastically. Many of the previously malicious comments filled with ridicule and insults had disappeared, and the latest comments were all praising her and expressing admiration. This was probably the current state of online netizens. How many of those who insulted her genuinely disliked her, and how many of those who praised her genuinely liked her? Most were just following trends to make themselves heard. It was likely that among those who now said they liked her were some of the previous keyboard warriors who had viciously attacked her. That was also why Esther hadn't paid too much attention to the comments before. Words of love and hate that could be easily spoken were shallow. The deeper the feeling, the harder it was to express. After brushing through the trending list of topics related to Esther, Brenda couldn't help but exclaim, great. Now we can finally breathe easy. The trolls' faces must be slapped hard now, it feels so good. But, although the tide has turned for Janine, and the accusation against Vance of luring underage girls with admission spots has been cleared up, other matters haven't been clarified yet. Esther then raised her head and said, next, it's up to us. Mathunst the series of twists this afternoon and the confirmation of Lan Xing's identity, Esther's search heat on Weibo skyrocketed. Her number of followers surged to over 300,000, and many set her as a special follow, eager to see what her first post would be after the storm. At 9:30 p.m., Esther indeed posted again on Weibo, making many rush to check it out. However, unlike what netizens expected, Esther did not thank the bigwigs or FSI for their support, nor did she thank netizens for liking her. Her Weibo post was a logically structured long article. With a series of well-organized screenshots attached below, it explained point by point the accusations against Olaf, numbered as. Netizens truly didn't expect another twist. The true villain wasn't Olaf but Gelengda Medical School's deputy dean, Renee, who had always enjoyed a good reputation among the public. Esther explained clearly with the screenshots that the photos were taken secretly by Renee, and it was he who sent them to reporter Gavin of the Gillisangching Daily. Reporter Gavin received 300,000 yuan from Renee, used the secretly taken photos and edited screenshots to publish articles to incite public opinion, and hired internet trolls to spread misinformation and guide online bullying. Even more shocking to the netizens were the last two photos combined into one image. Both photos showed cell phones. The first photo displayed an interface of an original generated ID account on the Gelengda campus forum. The second photo showed the posting record of this account, which had only one post, the anonymous thread accusing Olaf of sexual harassment and attempted rape. Oh my god. Whose phone is this? Renee's? Does this mean that the anonymous post was not actually made by a student who claimed to have been sexually harassed and attempted to be raped, but by Renee himself? Just as all netizens were incredibly shocked and extremely excited by this huge twist, they suddenly saw that Esther's Weibo live stream had unexpectedly opened. At this critical moment, Esther actually started a live stream? All netizens were immediately invigorated and instantly clicked into the live stream room. Strangely, Esther did not appear on camera in the live stream room, the screen was completely black. However, in the next second, they heard a high-pitched curse coming from the live stream. It sounded exactly like it came from Professor Renee, who always promotes himself on Weibo as refined, scholarly, and high quality. Esther, you XXXX. You little XX, how dare you come over and let Ewing knock me out, and now even dare to tie me to a chair. You XX have the guts not to untie me, otherwise, I'll XX you this triple X. You just wait. Chapter 340, Matthewmon and Dennis are fighting. Screen-wide attack. All the netizens who clicked into the live broadcast felt as if their ears were being bombarded with profanity the moment they entered. And this wasn't ordinary profanity. Yen Nike, I XXXX, you XX's XX, if you have guts, don't let me go, otherwise I'll F **** you to death, little XX. For people with any decency, it would be difficult to even type such words, let alone say them out loud. They were truly unbearable to see and hear. The netizens all heard these words. The person swearing called out Deborah's name right from the start. Yen listening to the voice of the speaker, the tone and pitch, someone immediately thought of Renee, whom Deborah had just exposed on Weibo. So now, Deborah has tied up Renee in a chair, and this Professor Renee is cursing her. while Deborah is live streaming the scene anonymously on Weibo? Let's not discuss the reasons behind this for now. Regardless, Deborah is only a 17-year-old girl. Netizens were truly shocked. A university professor who usually presented himself as dignified and refined turned out to be like this in private. To a minor young enough to be his daughter, saying, "If you have guts, don't let me go, otherwise I'll..." What kind of monstrous creature could utter such words? Everyone almost instantly associated this with Olaf, who was also mired in a public relations crisis due to allegations of vicious insults. Even the chat screenshots purportedly showing evidence of Olaf's foul language, released by the media, weren't as dirty or disgusting as this. Who is the one who is verbally abusive in private? At this moment, in another room of the hotel suite where Renee was staying. Hearing the filthy words Renee directed at Deborah next door, Brett practically jumped off the sofa. F***K. I'm going to kill this Renee. Instantly, veins popped out on Brett's forehead and clenched fists. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Just as he finished speaking, he rushed toward the door. However, before he reached the door, he was held back by Deborah E. with an arm. Deborah E. used all his strength to hold back Brett, who was exploding like a lit firecracker. Taking a deep breath, he said to his younger brother, "Brett, don't act rashly." "Don't act rashly? Isn't Janine my sister too? Not yours?" Brett's eyes were red as if he wanted to kill someone. He was behaving crazily. "Did you hear what Renee just said?" He actually said to Janine. Here, Brett took a sharp breath, unable to repeat the words. He was so angry that his teeth were grinding together, his chest heaving violently, holding the fruit knife he had grabbed from the table. "I don't care if he's my uncle or some professor. If he talks to Janine like that, I can't tolerate it. Deborah E., if you're hesitant to act because you care about Janine, I dare to do it. Don't stop me." As Brett spoke, he struggled fiercely to break free from Deborah E.'s grip, not aware of what he was saying. Before he pushed Deborah E. hard, the next second, Deborah E. punched him squarely on the right cheek. Brett was hit back several steps, slamming heavily against the wall. The handsome young man's hair fell messily over his eyes, feeling the intense pain and numbness in his right cheek. He lifted his hand to touch it and found blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Brett raised his head and looked at Deborah E. with a bewildered, disbelieving gaze. Shoshana, watching from the side, was stunned and opened her mouth wide. "Deborah E. Brett, can you act more mature?" Deborah E. retracted his fist and stood up straight. His tone was calm, but his heaving chest showed that he wasn't calm inside. Deborah E. rarely lost his composure like this. From childhood, Deborah E. had been seen by everyone as an aloof genius, with delicate features and a cold demeanor, always polite yet extremely distant. Now, he had actually punched his own brother. Swearing, his eyes red, the beauty mark near his eye trembled noticeably with each breath under the lights. "Brett, living this long, did you only grow in height, not in mind?" Deborah E. clenched his fists and spoke coldly. "How old are you now?" 18, right? Do you know what being 18 means legally? If you kill someone, you'll have to bear criminal responsibility and spend the rest of your life in jail. If you injure someone, you'll also end up in prison. If you act on impulse and stab Renee to vent your anger, what about Avram, Sergio, Oral, and Mom? What about Janine? Do you think Janine will feel that what you did was right, that she will be happy you avenged her?" Brett didn't expect Deborah E. to say these things to him. When he suddenly heard his uncle saying those disgusting things to his sister, he really felt blood rush to his head, leaving his mind blank. All he could think of was rushing over to tear Renee's mouth apart and make him pay for what he said. After being punched by Deborah E. and hearing his words, he gradually regained his senses. "Brother." Brett's eyes reddened even more, with a slight choking sob as he called out. Deborah E. stared straight into his eyes, continuing coldly. "Do you think I don't care about Janine, that I dare not take action because I love her less than you do? Janine has already told us that she wants to live stream this without Renee knowing, so everyone can see his true face. Renee's own actions and the words from his own mouth are far more effective than any screenshots or evidence we release. The nastier he talks, the more hypocritical and evil he appears, showing that everything Janine said about him framing Olaf is true. Right now, hundreds of thousands of people are in the live stream, soon it might be millions listening to his words. Every word he says will cost him. We don't need to do anything. Just watch him dig his own grave, destroying the reputation he cultivated for half a lifetime. That's the best punishment for him, not rushing over with a knife to stab or kill him. That would be meaningless and harm yourself. Do you understand? Brett gritted his teeth, revealing a mix of struggle and pain. But brother, the way he talked to Janine, Brother, didn't you hear Mom on the phone last time? Matt made a freshman girl pregnant when she was only 18, forcing her to have an abortion. I don't know if the girl was willing or forced. This incident was covered up, but it shows that Renee is a beast who can do such insane things. What if he isn't just talking like that to Janine, and he actually has those thoughts? What if he really does something like that in the future? What if he hates Janine for what she's doing now and retaliates against her in the future, hurting her? For Brett, nothing in the world was more important than his sister, even at the expense of himself. He truly couldn't tolerate anyone talking about Deborah like that, especially Renee. Just thinking about the possibility of Renee actually doing something like that made Brett feel like exploding. I know, and I told Janine too. Deborah took a deep breath, walking up to Brett. Because we all know this, Janine decided to live stream, and I agreed with her. What? Brett froze, looking at his twin brother. Chapter 341, He will pay for every insult. Tanya said, we now know that it was Renee who secretly took photos and gave them to the journalists, spreading rumors that Vance offered slots to entrap Janine. Smearing Vance as someone who suppressed colleagues, exploited students, anonymously accused him of sexual harassment and attempted rape. These actions were also carried out by Renee. But Janine's live stream isn't just about clearing Vance's name and exposing Renee's true face. In fact, she also intends to help the girl clarify what happened back then, restoring her reputation. Atlee could not help being somewhat stunned. Brother, you mean? Tanya looked at him and said, the girl who got pregnant from Renee has already started working, currently employed as a front desk staff in a hotel. After hearing Mother talking about this with Renee over the phone last year, I sought her out. What? Atlee looked shocked. At the time, Atlee accidentally heard Marissa on the phone with Renee along with Tanya. That day, when Marissa asked Renee on the phone about this matter, Atlee was both shocked and angry upon learning that a freshman girl was pregnant with Renee's child. Regardless of the reason, he felt that Renee, as a teacher, should not have done such a thing. He didn't expect that Tanya would quietly seek out the girl afterward without saying a word. Tanya continued. When I found the girl, I did not tell her that Renee is my uncle. I only told her I was curious about the truth. The girl tearfully recounted how Renee paid special attention to her from the first day of school. Sometimes in class, he would touch her hand unnoticed, and during office hours, he frequently touched her inappropriately. The first time they had intercourse, it was when Renee forced her in his dormitory. Later, he coerced her, promising various scholarships if she obeyed him but threatening that she wouldn't graduate smoothly if she revealed anything. This girl was too afraid to speak up or resist. This situation lasted for 2 months until she discovered she was pregnant despite taking precautions when he wasn't wearing protection. What made it worse was that her pregnancy test report and a covert photo of her with Renee, taken as evidence, were found by her roommate. She told Renee about this incident. He immediately summoned her to his office, not to care for her, but to delete all their previous chat records from her phone. Once this came to light, Renee promptly distanced himself from her, claiming she had been infatuated with him since the start of school and tried to seduce him, which he strictly rejected due to professional ethics. He also claimed he didn't know who she got pregnant with outside and suggested she was retaliating against him for previously rejecting her, fabricating evidence like the picture. After hearing Tanya recount these events, Atlee, Brenda, and Jobert were astonished. It was sometimes hard to imagine just how depraved human nature could be. Brenda suddenly thought of something and realized. Isn't that anonymous post accusing Vance of calling her to the office and sexually harassing her, almost raping her, and then threatening her never to disclose the matter or else she wouldn't graduate? Brenda couldn't help but feel indignant. I always wondered why the post sounded so real with many details. Turns out these incidents did happen. The real perpetrator was Renee. Jobert also frowned slightly, asking Tanya, what happened next? Tanya replied, because of what Renee said, the girl's reputation was thoroughly ruined. Even after an abortion, people still pointed and whispered about her everywhere she went. Forums and the internet were filled with discussions and ridicule about her. Unable to bear the pressure, she applied to withdraw from the university. As a village girl who managed to enter Galengda, she was the pride and hope of her entire village. Yet she withdrew before finishing her freshman year, without a diploma. Later, she moved to another city and changed her name. While no one knew about her past there, with only a high school diploma, she could only find jobs paying around 3,000 to 4,000 yuan a month, like a hotel front desk job. In other words, Renee had essentially ruined a young girl's promising future. Yet he remained unscathed and even garnered an increasingly positive reputation over the years. More disgustingly, if not for Vance's objection, this brute would have become the dean of Galengda Medical School by now, potentially harming countless more innocent girls. So angry. Really, so angry and disgusted. As everyone felt indignant and disgusted by Renee, they also felt pain for that girl. Tanya looked at Atlee. Calmly, she said, Graham, you were worried that Renee might harbor resentment against Janine and harm her in retaliation. The best solution isn't to injure him but to ensure he never has the chance to harm anyone again. Atlee took a deep breath and asked, Brother, do you and Janine have something planned? The first time the girl was forcibly assaulted by Renee, she secretly recorded the entire incident, capturing her resistance and Renee's threats afterward. Moreover, after the incident, she secretly took the used condom. The condom contained traces of Renee's sperm, which could still be identified by DNA even if it was dead sperm. In other words, she actually had evidence of Renee's rape, and she has kept this evidence until now. But back then, she lacked the courage to report it or expose the recording because Renee had covertly taken nude photos of her. Renee blackmailed her with these photos, forcing her not to report the crime or say anything harmful about him. So she endured everything silently. But now, after experiencing major ups and downs in her life, her thoughts have changed. After learning that the anonymous post was made by Renee, I told Janine, and we contacted the girl. She expressed her hope that we could help her clarify what happened. She no longer cares about what her classmates thought of her back then, and even if the nude photos were exposed, she wouldn't care anymore. She wants to give closure to her past self and let others know the truth, that she was a victim. Furthermore, she plans to go to the police with the evidence. With this evidence in hand, convicting Renee is almost certain. If he confesses, there will be no room for him to argue his case. Defamation carries a maximum sentence of 3 years in prison, detention, probation, or deprivation of political rights. However, rape can result in a minimum of 3 years in prison and up to life imprisonment or even the death penalty. Tanya raised her eyes to the phone beside her. Inside the live stream, Renee's voice continued to curse at Tanya. The youth's gaze grew colder, and the teardrop-shaped birthmark near his eye became clearer. Even if the crime doesn't warrant the death penalty, after today's live stream, Renee will face total social ruin. He will pay a profound price for every insult he threw at Janine. Chapter 342, Name Your Price. Brother. Brett was somewhat stunned. He really didn't know that Deborah E. had done so many things and even discussed these matters with Esther. Only now did he realize, despite the significant difference in personalities between him and Deborah E., they were undeniably fraternal twins born of the same mother, sharing the same bloodline. He would impulsively do something crazy for his sister, and so would Deborah E. In fact, Deborah E. might be even more unhinged, a kind of madness that remained lucid. He calculated meticulously how to exact revenge, leaving no room for others to maneuver. To them, Renee was just an uncle with whom they had little emotional attachment. And this uncle, this time, not only used their beloved sister as a tool to spread slanderous lies but also hurled filthy and disgusting words at her. Forgiveness was out of the question. Once such revolting words were spoken, they would never let him off. Even with the faintest ties of kinship, they wouldn't tolerate anyone who harmed their sister. Everyone must pay the price. In the next room over. The man, bound tightly to a chair with hemp ropes wound around him 3 or 4 times, continued to curse profusely. The girl sitting on a chair 1 meter away from him showed no disturbance in her demeanor. Listening to Renee spew all kinds of insulting words at her, Esther knew very well that every foul word Renee said now was sealing his own fate. Thus, she remained calm inside. When Renee finally ran out of steam, she lifted her eyes indifferently. Done cursing? You. Seeing that the girl could still be so composed after all his insults, Renee became even more enraged. Once he got out of here, he would definitely drug this little bitch and throw her into the park where prostitutes wait for clients. Whatever happened after that would be up to her luck. Ideally, she would be gang-raped. Why did this brat dare to challenge him like this? Professor Gillisong, Esther said, looking at Renee, I advise you to be more respectful when speaking to me, otherwise, you may regret it later. I need advice from you. Let me tell you, once you've messed with me, you're finished. Renee, furious, sneered upon hearing Esther's warning. You little bastard, what do you want by tying me up? What you said is correct. Indeed, it was me who asked Matthew Mon for help to knock you unconscious, and I am the one who tied you up. Esther took responsibility for everything. Seeing your reaction at the restaurant tonight, I suspected you were involved with Vance. The facts have proven my suspicion correct, Esther said as she took out Renee's phone. When Renee saw his phone, he sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes wide open, glaring at Esther as if he wanted to kill her. You. Professor Gillisong, I read the chat records in your phone between you and the reporter Gavin from the Gillisang Daily. You secretly took photos of me talking to Vance on the road and gave Gavin reporter $300,000 to publish false accusations to defame him. The other so-called leaked screenshots and evidence were also fabricated by you. Esther spoke in declarative sentences. Realizing that all his recent clandestine activities were exposed, Renee nearly fainted with rage and began roaring. Esther. You dare to not only knock me out but also snoop through my phone without permission? That's invasion of privacy. Do you believe me if I immediately report you to the police? Actually, Esther was trying to get Renee to confess. Although she had already posted the screenshots on her Weibo, some people might still doubt whether the images were edited or argue that the phone wasn't even Renee's. Now, Renee's first reaction was to accuse her of invading his privacy, which implied that the phone belonged to him, and everything Esther mentioned was true. Facing Renee's anger and threats, Esther remained unperturbed. Of course, you can report me to the police. Once I've decided to do this, I'm ready to take responsibility. But compared to a minor who has made a small mistake, Professor Gillisong should be more concerned about his current situation. Besides the defamation and smear campaign through fake evidence and leaking stories, wasn't the post accusing Vance of attempted sexual assault and rape on the Galenga forum also anonymously posted by you? Just because Vance opposed your promotion to the dean of the medical school at Galenga University, you maliciously slandered and defamed him, even going as far as to fabricate allegations of sexual harassment and attempted rape against students, causing irreparable harm to his reputation. This already falls under aggravated circumstances according to the law. If Vance files a defamation lawsuit against you, and I provide him with this evidence, Professor Gillisong would likely face a sentence of at least 2 to 3 years. Initially in a state of furious rage, Renee was suddenly stunned when Deborah mentioned the anonymous post. Anonymous post, he blurted out instinctively. How do you know about that? Didn't I delete that account? However, as soon as he spoke, Renee immediately realized his mistake. Was this little wench trying to trick him? Could she be recording right now? Renee quickly looked around the room, searching for Deborah's phone. Deborah, however, simply took out her own phone and waved it in front of him. Don't worry, Professor Gillisong, I'm not recording. You just asked how I knew the anonymous post was posted by you because I restored the account you deleted. So now, all one has to do is check your forum account's posting history on your phone to see that post. Deborah was telling the truth. She indeed wasn't recording using her own phone. She was just live streaming using Methuman's hidden phone. Upon hearing this, Renee drew a deep breath. When Deborah said she wasn't recording, he believed her. Because he had no idea she had registered a Weibo account and that due to several public statements from Bernie, Evan, Clark, and FSI earlier in the day, her follower count had skyrocketed. He also didn't know that because of trending topics, her live stream now had over 1 million viewers, with more people continuously joining. So after hearing Deborah's words, Renee forced himself to remain calm and responded with a cold laugh. Humph, you little hillbilly, quite impressive, managing to restore an already deleted account. So what, you think having my phone means you have all the evidence of my libelous activities? Isn't that true? Deborah retorted. You country bumpkins are always the same, naive. Renee sneered, his tone full of disdain. You think holding onto my phone and collecting these so-called pieces of evidence can do anything to me? Our family has considerable influence here in Gillisangching, and I've spent years building up relationships across various sectors, including law enforcement. That Professor Olaf barely earns enough to get by and doesn't even have a decent lawyer to defend him. Do you really think he could win a court case against me? Renee glanced at the girl in front of him. But, although you keep speaking up for Olaf, you're not truly seeking justice for him, are you? Otherwise, you could have taken my phone while I was unconscious and gone straight to Olaf. Why tie me up instead? Speak up, what's your real motive? Seemingly struck by a realization, Renee suddenly understood and looked at Deborah. I get it, you want to use what you found to blackmail me and ask for money, don't you? Renee put on an air of arrogance. Tell me how much you want, give me a number, I'll pay you off, and you can leave. But if you dare say anything about this or use this to threaten me again in the future, I won't let you off. Renee believed he had figured everything out. A poor, illegitimate daughter from the countryside wouldn't have seen much money, even after being brought back into the Liu family. Now that she finally had leverage against a prestigious professor like him, she naturally wanted to make use of it. No matter how much Deborah demanded, Renee planned to agree. Once this little brat freed him, he would teach her a lesson. However, contrary to Renee's expectations, Deborah did indeed have another agenda, but not for money. You're right, I do have other matters to discuss with Professor Gillisong. Deborah lifted her gaze. 3 years ago, the undergraduate student from Peking University's medical department, Jobelli, Professor Gillisong must remember that name, right? Chapter 343, Yaniv streaming unveils Renee's true face. At this moment, the number of viewers in Deborah's live stream had surpassed 1.2 million, and the online viewership was growing at an astonishing rate. Even with a pitch-black screen showing no images, only audible sounds, it did not affect the netizens' enthusiasm for getting their entertainment fix. Because from the moment they tuned in, they were on edge with anticipation. First, they heard the distinguished professor from Gillisang University cursing profusely online. Then, they listened to a high school girl interrogating him live. The mind games between the two were far more stimulating than watching any movie. Renee's series of reactions and words essentially corroborated all the evidence that Deborah had previously released. There were also reports stating that Olaf had already been released from the police station. Now that the truth had come to light, the netizens hadn't expected Deborah to have anything else up her sleeve. An undergraduate student majoring in medicine at Gillisang University class of 2019, Jobelli? Without mentioning whether Renee remembered this name, it certainly rang a bell for them. The chat messages in the live stream flew across rapidly, and soon someone recalled. I remember. Isn't this Jobelli the one who made headlines 3 years ago, claiming she was pregnant with Renee's child as a freshman at Gillisang University? Ah, I remember too. It was because her prenatal examination report and intimate photos with Renee were exposed by her roommate, and then it hit the news. But at the time, Renee immediately clarified, saying Jobelli had developed a crush on him, confessed her feelings, and after being rejected, she held a grudge, got pregnant outside, falsely claimed it was his child, and even photoshopped those intimate photos. Yes, everyone on the internet condemned Jobelli back then for lacking self-respect, disgracing herself at 18 by sleeping around and defaming her teacher. I remember she dropped out afterward, right? She did drop out. She apparently suffered harsh criticism at school, pointed fingers wherever she went. How could she continue studying? But why would Deborah suddenly bring her up to Renee? Not just the netizens watching the live stream were astonished. Renee, facing Deborah, froze upon hearing the name, Jobelli. He asked, who are you talking about? I'm talking about Jobelli, Deborah repeated patiently. The audience couldn't see it, but Deborah noticed that after mentioning Jobelli, Renee's expression changed dramatically. Shock, fear, suspicion, feigned calmness. Of course, I remember. Isn't she the student who slandered me, claiming she was pregnant with my child? Renee pretended to be clueless, even sounding somewhat impatient. She has been expelled for years. Why are you bringing her up? Because I once met this girl, and I spoke with her, Deborah said. She told me that the truth back then was not what was reported in the news, or rather, not what you said. Renee couldn't help but catch his breath. What did you say? She said you sexually harassed her from the day she enrolled. And the first time you had relations with her, you raped her in the teacher's dormitory. You threatened her with graduation matters afterward, forcing her to have many encounters with you. She became unexpectedly pregnant with your child. But when it came to light, you immediately deleted all your chat records and exonerated yourself completely, throwing all the blame on her. You blackmailed her with nude photos you secretly took, threatening her not to report the incident and not to defend herself, forbidding her from saying anything detrimental to you. So, she dared not speak out and endured everything silently. Bullshit. What the hell are you spouting here? No, it's Jobelli who is spouting nonsense. She's defaming me. Renee's demeanor after hearing Deborah's words was unprecedentedly agitated. With his hands and feet tied to the chair, he almost toppled the chair when he surged up. Meanwhile, the over 1 million viewers in the live stream were stunned by Deborah's words. What was going on? Was what Deborah said about Jobelli true? It turned out she wasn't an immoral student who engaged in promiscuous behavior and smeared her teacher. She was a victim who was sexually harassed, raped, blackmailed with secretly taken nude photos, and forced to drop out? If someone had said this before, probably no one on the internet would believe it. Because Renee, whether in society or online, had always enjoyed a good reputation. But today, with Renee fabricating evidence, bribing journalists to post anonymously, spreading rumors, and slandering Olaf, all of which were substantiated by Deborah's evidence and his own admissions during the live stream. Such a despicable person could indeed do such monstrous things. Just that, Deborah asked directly right in front of him. Even if Renee really did it, he would never admit it. Deborah apparently anticipated Renee's reaction. Renee panted while sitting on the chair, looking as if he was genuinely slandered. His fists were clenched so tight that his face turned red with anger. Deborah raised her eyes, speaking calmly, Professor Gillisong, please don't get agitated. How can I not be agitated? Renee gritted his teeth, glaring as if he wanted to kill Jobelli, that little tramp. This matter has been over for so long, and she still dares to slander me like this? Is it really slander? Deborah's gaze was icy. Why don't you take a look at what I have here first? Chapter 344, Extortion. After Deborah finished speaking, there was a pause of several seconds. It seemed she was taking something out to show Renee. Since the live stream only had audio and no video, all the viewers were instantly at their wits' end, trying to guess what Deborah had shown Renee. But soon, they heard Renee ask the question on everyone's mind. What? What is this? It was Renee's voice. He sounded relatively calm, but upon closer listening, one could tell that his voice was already trembling. In the room, Deborah was calmly holding up her phone for Renee to see. On the screen was a picture of a used condom sealed in a plastic bag. Clearly, this is a picture of a used condom. As for who used it, Professor Gillisong should know very well. After harassing Jobelli sexually for over 3 months since her enrollment, you lured her to your faculty dormitory under the pretext of academic matters, prepared the condom in advance, and forcibly violated her with intention and precaution. But you probably didn't expect that Jobelli not only recorded the entire process of you forcing her but also picked up the used condom you casually threw into the trash afterward and preserved it in a sealed bag. This condom has been sealed for a long time and has lost its viability, but as Professor Gillisong, who studied medicine, should know, dead sperm can still be tested for DNA. Just by comparing your DNA with the semen inside this condom. And the recording, now in my possession, would Professor Gillisong like to hear it? As she spoke, Deborah opened an audio file. As soon as the audio started, Renee's sinister and threatening voice came from the phone. Want to run? Jobelli, let me tell you, if you don't comply today, you won't pass my class, and you won't graduate smoothly from Gillison University in 3 years. This audio had been edited by Deborah. Only the parts where Renee threatened her were played, while the segments of Jobelli crying helplessly were cut out. Today's live stream was to expose Renee's true face to the nation and let everyone understand how Jobelli was almost destroyed after being forced and threatened, without intentionally replaying the girl's past suffering through a live broadcast. Bullshit. Before the recording finished, Renee loudly interrupted, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead, his voice trembling even more. Yet he still emotionally rebutted Deborah. What are you fucking talking about here? Sexual harassment and rape of Jobelli? I've never done such things. The voice in the recording isn't mine, and I have no idea about the condom you mentioned. Despite the unmistakable sound being clearly his, Renee stubbornly refused to admit it. Hearing Renee say this, Deborah remained composed and shrugged. So be it. If this condom has nothing to do with Professor Gillisong, then sending it to the police shouldn't matter to you. Saying this, Deborah stood up, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation with Renee. Seeing her preparing to leave, Renee immediately shouted loudly to stop her. Wait. Tied to the chair, his face red and pale, countless emotions flashed in his calculating eyes, his teeth nearly grinding to pieces. The residual semen in the condom could be DNA tested, and even if the condom was fake and just a trick by Deborah, the recording was undoubtedly his own voice. With evidence in Deborah's hands, he couldn't afford to play games with her and thus had to call her back. Deborah. You mean this condom and the recording are both in your possession now? What exactly do you want? Renee was afraid. Being afraid meant he was on the verge of breaking. Deborah turned around, looking steadily at Renee before sitting down again. A 17-year-old girl confronting a man nearly 50 years old, from their expressions and postures, it was clear who held the upper hand, and who was nearly frantic. Professor Gillisong always said I'm a poor girl from the countryside, right? Deborah raised an eyebrow slightly. So I'll get straight to the point. After meeting Jobelli, I bought these 2 pieces of evidence from her. Meaning the evidence is now solely in my hands. Defamation of Vance carries a maximum sentence of 3 years. Professor Gillisong can seal my lips with 3 million yuan. But the forced violation of Jobelli is rape, which carries a minimum sentence of 3 years and could even lead to life imprisonment or the death penalty. And once the matter is exposed, Professor Gillisong's reputation accumulated over half a lifetime will be utterly ruined. Even if he gets out of prison, there will be nothing left for him to look forward to. Deborah raised her eyes. Methuns, the consequences are so severe. If Professor Gillisong wants me to keep quiet, then give me 2 million yuan. 2 million? Are you crazy? Renee's eyes widened in shock, almost disbelieving what he had just heard. Deborah, however, remained calm, her expression unchanged. In the live stream, the audience erupted into chaos. Holy shit, what's going on? Is Deborah extorting Renee? And she's asking for more than 2 million? Are you stupid? Extortion is a crime. How can Deborah say this on a live stream where nearly 3 million of US can hear? True, and the evidence that Renee slandered Vance was already revealed by Deborah in the live stream. This is clearly a trick to get Renee. What trick? Holy shit, is she trying to get him to admit what he did to Jobelli? Exactly. If she just confronted Renee directly, he would never admit it. But if he agrees to pay 2 million for the condom and recording, wouldn't that prove everything Deborah said is true? Thinking this way, all the viewers in the live stream were on edge, more nervous than Deborah herself. How would Renee react? Would he really pay for the evidence? Chapter 345, Renee blows his top. At this moment, Renee was having an internal struggle. Honestly, he never imagined that Esther, a girl from the countryside and an illegitimate child, and at such a young age, would have the audacity to blackmail him, a professor at Gillison University. But hearing what Esther said, his previously wavering suspicions relaxed somewhat. So it turned out that all of Esther's efforts, tracking him to the hotel and knocking him out, then tying him up as she did now, were for the sake of getting money from him. He had originally been worried that Esther might be secretly recording him to trick him into confessing, which is why he refused to admit anything. But now, with Esther openly blackmailing him with evidence, both were breaking the law. And 2 million yuan was no small sum, it warranted severe punishment. Who in their right mind would record their own criminal activities? The crime of extortion involves illegal possession. Renee never thought that while Esther was indeed extorting him, her true intention wasn't to get his money. She only wanted him to publicly admit his past despicable actions. 3 million viewers in the live stream were eagerly awaiting Renee's reaction and response. And Renee didn't disappoint, he quickly spoke up. If I give you the money, what about the evidence in your hands? What if you still use this to threaten me later? Renee looked at Esther suspiciously. You wouldn't do that, would you? So, Professor Gillisong is also afraid of being blackmailed. Esther spoke calmly, but even the audience could hear the implications. If Renee feared being blackmailed by someone using evidence against him repeatedly, then what he did to Jobelli, threatening her with secretly taken nude photos, was far more disgusting and devastating than merely extorting money. Esther raised her eyes. Firstly, if Professor Gillisong truly spends 2 million buying the evidence from me, once I receive the money, I will naturally destroy any copies I have. Secondly, as you've mentioned before, the Gillisong family has considerable status in Gillisangqing. You have connections and influence in society, while I am just an ordinary high school student from the countryside. If I take the money and still attempt to blackmail you again, Professor Gillisong can certainly use those so-called connections to teach me a lesson. After listening to Esther, Renee thought to himself, it made sense. No matter how you look at it, Esther was just a 17-year-old high school student who couldn't stir up much trouble. Getting the evidence from her was the key. Besides, 2 million yuan was a huge sum for an average person, but not for him. Consider it a lesson learned from a misstep. And if he ever wanted to reclaim this money in the future, he had plenty of ways to do so. Thus, Renee decided to agree to Esther's terms. But then he heard Esther suddenly speak calmly again. But, as Professor Gillisong just said, you didn't actually do anything to Jobelli. You don't know about the recording or the condom. So it seems I must have misunderstood something. It was probably Jobelli who deceived me. Maybe the condom came from somewhere else, and the recording was synthesized. So, I'll hand these items over to the police. I'm going to report Jobelli for fraud. Saying this, Esther stood up for the second time tonight, her expression looking sincere. Renee was exasperated. Why did Esther always talk for a bit and then want to leave? Couldn't she be a little more patient? He had no choice but to stop her for the second time tonight, veins popping on his forehead. Wait. Esther turned around once again and asked calmly, what now, Professor Gillisong? Renee tried to keep calm, took a deep breath, and asked, you're saying you're going to give the recording and the condom to the police? Of course, Esther's tone was matter-of-fact. I spent 5,000 yuan to buy these from Jobelli. If she lied to me, I need to get my money back. 5,000 yuan? Hearing this, Renee nearly exploded. Just 5,000 yuan, and it was worth reporting to the police? How desperate was this Esther for money? For Esther, it was just 5,000 yuan. But if the police got involved and dug into this case, it would mean life in prison for him. Don't go. I'll cover the 5,000 yuan for Jobeli, consider it nothing happened. Renee immediately said. Esther gave Renee a strange look. Professor Gilasong is willing to cover the 5,000 for Jobeli? Yes, Renee nodded quickly, pretending, she was once my student. I'll help her out of a sense of teacher-student relationship. Professor Gilasong is truly kind-hearted, but the next second, Esther directly replied, but no. The girl's tone was full of righteousness. I am a principled person. There's a cause for every effect. Since Jobeli deceived me out of my money, I naturally should ask her for it back. Renee was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Wasn't Esther deliberately doing this? It felt like she was toying with him. Seeing that the atmosphere had been set and Renee's anger was about to reach its peak, Esther said, Professor Gilasong, since we've come to this point, I don't want to beat around the bush anymore. Just tell me the truth. If you indeed lured, sexually harassed, raped Jobeli causing her pregnancy, and later took secret nude photos to threaten her, then give me 2 million yuan. I'll hand over the evidence and keep the truth buried inside me. If Professor Gilasong doesn't want to admit it, do you really think I just want 5,000 yuan? If you refuse to acknowledge and pay, then I'll directly give the evidence to the police and let them investigate the authenticity. Esther's words didn't sound like those of a simple high school student at all. She resembled an impoverished girl corrupted by society, devising ways to extort money with a single-minded focus. However, the more cunning and worldly she acted, wanting money, the more it made Renee lower his guard. Fine, fine, fine. It's just a couple of million. I'll give it to you. Renee gritted his teeth and said. Really? Esther's eyes lit up, almost smiling slightly. So Professor Gilasong is admitting to those actions, right? Damn it, Renee glared viciously at Esther. Today, I've fallen into your hands, you little brat. I'm telling you, Esther, I still have Jobeli's nude photos in my possession, and I know she won't report to the police or say anything. After I give you these 2 million, you'd better keep your mouth shut. If any third party learns about this incident or today's conversation, believe me, I will have people take care of you. After issuing threats, Renee struggled with his hands and feet bound to the chair, saying impatiently. Alright, why don't you hurry up and untie me? Give me my phone, I'll transfer the money to you. Renee thought that once he got his phone and paid Esther, everything would be over. However, the next second, when Esther pulled another phone out of her pocket, Renee's eyes immediately widened. This is. Esther didn't speak, only tapped the screen, and the black screen of the live stream suddenly lit up. The selfie view swept across the young girl's cool and beautiful face for a second before Esther aimed the phone at Renee. Thus, all the viewers in the live stream saw Renee's current appearance, bound to a chair, looking embarrassed and shockingly dumbfounded. When Renee saw the image on the phone aimed at him, he completely lost it. Chapter 346, the police show up, wanting to take Janine away. What was this? Renee's eyes widened dramatically as he saw the screen on Tanya's phone. This screen. Could it be a live stream? Tanya was using another phone to broadcast a live stream. When did she start broadcasting? Surely not from when he just woke up. If that was the case, then wouldn't everything he said from the very beginning until just now with Tanya have been heard by all the netizens in the live stream room? Renee's face showed disbelief, and the phone screen reflected his enlarged expression of shock. His eyes caught the comments scrolling rapidly in the live stream room. What the heck? Renee admitted it. He really did all these things. Ignoring the rumor-mongering and smearing of Vance, who would have thought you were also guilty of sexual harassment, rape, and taking nude photos to threaten your students, Renee? You're an animal, unworthy of being called a teacher. Damn, how could someone be so disgusting and deserving death? So vile, so evil, it has overturned my worldview. This kind of person should be castrated and torn apart before being thrown into a cesspool. Oh my god, Jobeli is truly pitiful. I remember how badly she was insulted online back then. Many people told her to die, saying she was shameless and didn't deserve to live. The one who doesn't deserve to live is Renee. Netizen saliva could drown him. This beast ruined a girl's life and future without any sense of guilt. Methodotrack, Tanya is so smart, she got Renee to admit everything. This is the most solid proof I've ever seen. But even though she managed to get him to confess, Tanya did bind him. Is this legal? Will something happen? Renee, die. Renee, die. Renee, die. Castrate Renee. Castrate Renee. Castrate Renee. Almost the entire screen was filled with curses, humiliating Renee beyond imagination. Renee, who had lived half his life, had never been cursed like this. Seeing those comments made him feel dizzy, his heart tightening, nearly losing his breath. With his last bit of strength, he shakily looked at the number of viewers shown in the top right corner of the live stream. 324 million. Not 324, but 3.24 million. How was this possible? How could a high school student like Tanya attract such a massive audience so quickly? Renee's eyes showed sheer disbelief, his lips trembling as he stared at Tanya. Whether from shock or anger, he couldn't even form a complete sentence. You. Sorry, Professor Gilasong. Tanya's face remained expressionless, speaking calmly, I wasn't recording, only live streaming. And from the moment I sat across from you and you started talking after waking up, the live stream had already begun. You just said I should keep my mouth shut and not let anyone else know about today's events. But apparently, more than 3 million people have already heard you say those things. More people will know in the future what this esteemed professor of Illegitimate University has been doing behind closed doors, those despicable and inhumane acts. Also, before you woke up, I had already publicly revealed the evidence of your defamatory posts against Vance. Jobelli will file a report at the police station tonight. So. After saying this, Tanya looked up at Renee, delivering a near-calm judgment. Professor Gillisong, you're finished. Tanya. I'll King kill you. Hearing Tanya's words, Renee exploded. Evidence exposing his slander of Olaf had already been released, and Jobelli was going to report it to the police tonight? And she had gotten him to confess all these deeds in front of over 3 million online viewers? He hadn't anticipated being completely outsmarted by this rural bastard daughter he despised so much. Bloodshot-eyed, Renee struggled fiercely, trying to lunge forward to strangle the girl in front of him. The chair legs squeaked sharply, hurting everyone's ears. In the live stream room, hearts raced instantly. Wouldn't this madman break free and harm Tanya? Many in the comments section began worrying about Tanya but were quickly reminded. Did you forget who Tanya is? The boxing king Chloe who once dominated the Ibis underground boxing matches for 7 consecutive nights. Never mind one Renee, even 10 wouldn't be enough for Tanya to deal with. Moreover, Tanya's 2 elder brothers are right next door, aren't they? Indeed, as Renee was just beginning to go mad with anger, struggling and hurling insults at Tanya, the door to the room was kicked open in the next second. As soon as Brett entered the room, he immediately shielded Tanya. Without a word, he lifted his leg and delivered a heavy kick that sent Renee flying with the chair against the wall. The chair collided with the wall with a bang. You said you would kill who? Brett's forehead veins bulged out, the handsome young man seemed to be restraining himself from rushing over to beat up Renee. Renee, if you dare to touch Janine, I will make you pay tenfold. Renee? Renee nearly fell over due to Brett's kick. Stabilizing himself, upon hearing Brett's words, his eyes nearly popped out. Are you crazy or stupid, Brett? I'm your uncle. You talk to me like this. Brett did not hesitate for a second, his eyes full of disgust and contempt. He coldly replied, Matt? Someone like you doesn't deserve to be called human, let alone my uncle. Renee felt like he was about to die of rage, his trembling hand pointing at Brett, unable to speak a word from anger. Seeing him in this state, the audience in the live stream felt incredibly gratified. Wasn't it the most satisfying thing to see evildoers punished? However, just as the live stream viewers were praising Brett for speaking their minds and commending him for scolding Renee well. Unexpectedly, 2 people in police uniforms suddenly appeared on the screen. The 2 policemen walked into the room, first looking at the red-eyed Renee tied to the chair, then glancing at Tanya, who was protected behind Brett. Are you Tanya? One of the policemen asked. We received a report from the public, saying that you were illegally detaining someone here. Please come with us to the police station for investigation. Chapter 347, I didn't, but I can. Was someone reporting Esther? Earlier, instead of turning off the live stream, Esther had kept her phone in hand. Thus, the 3 million viewers in the live stream could not only see what was happening but also clearly heard what the police were saying. Upon seeing the police come and state that someone had reported Esther for illegal confinement, with intentions to take her back to the station for investigation, the live stream audience erupted into chaos. Esther's actions against Renee here were simply satisfying. Who would be so foolish as to side with Renee? Not reporting him for rape and slander to the police was enough, yet someone actually turned her in and wanted to take her away? Viewers were furious, and guesses started flooding in the comments section rapidly. Could it be Renee's wife? The reporter must know where in this hotel Renee is. Otherwise, we mere observers wouldn't have a clue. I don't think so. Even if his wife knew he was here, hearing him admit such despicable deeds on live stream, she wouldn't possibly turn around and report Esther. That's hard to say. His wife is closest to him. How can she not know his true nature? They might both be one kind, rats in the same nest. I got it. The informant must be Gavin Galesh, who took money from Renee and colluded with him to tarnish Vance's name. Given their close relationship, he definitely knows where Renee stays. Moreover, as partners in interest, Gavin Galesh would be doomed if Renee gets into trouble, hence why he reported Esther to stop the live stream. Most people found this comment reasonable. However, finding out who reported had become less critical now. What mattered was whether Esther would really be taken by the police. Would she really face punishment? Law is law, and sentiment is sentiment. Although her actions, electrocuting someone, binding them up, even using blackmail to extract confessions, are indeed illegal, everyone watching the live stream understood clearly in their hearts. Esther wasn't doing this for personal gain, like attracting attention through live streaming gimmicks. She just wanted to replace Jobelli and expose the truth to society directly. Thanks to her actions, everyone learned the truth and saw Renee's hypocritical nature. Perhaps her methods were wrong, but her heart wasn't. Yet, with the police at the door, she couldn't avoid being taken away. After the police officer finished speaking sternly, Esther, Eris, and Brenda Jobert's expressions in the room changed instantly, all glancing towards Esther subconsciously. But Esther's expression seemed unchanged, as if she had anticipated this outcome. Maybe as she told Renee before, once she decided to do something, she was ready to bear the consequences. I can go with you. Esther lifted her eyes to look at the short-haired officer speaking, but I need to make a report. This took the police officer by surprise. Before he could question her, Esther pointed at Renee sitting on the chair. I'm going to report Professor Renee of Gillison University for rape and defamation. Both victims have sufficient evidence, and he should be brought back to the police station with me. Esther. King. Renee, having been completely disarmed by Esther, disregarded maintaining an image in front of others, ready to curse. But then he realized the presence of the police. He immediately turned to the officers. Officers, don't listen to this girl's nonsense. She illegally confined me here. I am the victim. As for what I said during the live stream, it was all a setup. I suspect she drugged the room. I've been dazed ever since waking up, officer. Damn. Yet listening to Renee blabbering, the live stream audience was almost enraged. Dazed since you woke up. You seemed very coherent while threatening Esther earlier. There's no one better at acting than you, Renee. After Renee finished speaking, the two officers exchanged glances. As the live stream audience waited to see how the police would handle the situation, they saw the straight-backed short-haired officer walk over to Renee, bending down to untie the rope binding his hands. Everyone's heartbeat paused momentarily. Overjoyed, Renee thanked the officer profusely, ready to relax his stiff wrists and ingratiate himself with the police. The next second, the policeman suddenly pulled out a cold, shiny pair of handcuffs from somewhere and snapped them onto Renee's wrists. Renee's smile immediately froze. On the way here, I also watched the live stream, the crew-cut officer said with no expression. Your offenses are far more serious than this young lady's. What a dramatic twist, absolutely delightful. Renee's face turned red, then black, and finally white in just a few seconds, like a Matthew Twan opera face-changing master, making viewers feel extremely satisfied. Esther voluntarily extended her hands for the police to put handcuffs on her. It was evident that the officer handled Esther much more gently. However, just as Esther was about to be taken away by the police, Eris, who had been silent all along, suddenly stood up and said to the police, "If you're taking her away, take me too." "You are?" the police asked. Eris answered, "I'm her brother." The police glanced at the similar faces of the teenager and the girl and replied, "We need to contact your parents for matters like this. We can't just take anyone back without permission." I stunned Renee with a taser I made myself, which means I assisted my sister in illegal confinement. After calmly finishing his sentence, Eris raised his hands. "Now can you take me with you?" How could there still be someone willing to confess to illegal acts and request being taken away by the police? Actually, Eris was quite famous on Weibo, both handsome and renowned as a genius student in Gillison. The girls in the live stream who recognized him began lamenting. A high school student making a taser and stunning someone was indeed an illegal act, requiring serious criticism and education, even if it were mild. So the police thought for a moment and had no choice but to cuff Eris as well. Seeing both Esther and Eris being handcuffed and about to be taken away, Brenda Jobert nearby panicked. "Wait, Matt policeman. Include me, take me back too." The older officer couldn't help feeling helpless. What was wrong with these kids today? Did they think the police station was some kind of fun place? Thus, he asked Brenda Jobert, "What illegal thing did you do?" Brenda Jobert scratched his head. He hadn't actually done anything illegal tonight, just followed along. Seeing him speechless, the officer was about to tell him to stay put when the teenager seemed to have made a decision and lifted his head to say seriously, "Matt policeman, I didn't do it, but I can." "What?" The next second, Brenda Jobert punched the already handcuffed Renee right in the face. Caught off guard, Renee spat out a mouthful of blood instantly, his nose almost broken, emitting a shrill scream. Esther, witnessing this scene. Eris, accustomed to surprises. The two police officers, broadening their horizons. Yenev stream audience, holy crap, awesome. Holy crap, so satisfying. Tipped 666 Fireworks X1, tipped 666 Fireworks X2. Chapter 348, taken to the police station. Atlee had long wanted to throw this punch, considering it payback for Renee's previous verbal insults toward Deborah. But his move was so sudden that even the two policemen standing next to him didn't react in time, let alone the others. Once everyone realized what happened, all they could see was Renee's left cheek swelling up instantly. "Ah!" Accompanied by a pig-slaughtering scream, gushing nosebleeds streamed out from between Renee's fingers which were pressed against his nose, dripping sparsely onto the ground. It truly looked quite pitiful. But everyone couldn't help but clap and praise the punch. The two policemen also hadn't seen such a scene before, or rather, those who usually got beaten would behave themselves in front of them. Who would dare to hit someone right in front of them? Renee was crying as if he were about to die, but Atlee didn't even glance at him, instead looking at the police with bright eyes. "Matt policeman, can you take me away now?" That expression, full of anticipation. Atlee indeed hadn't committed any crime originally, but now he really did break the law. The policeman felt a headache coming on and could only wave his hand. "All right, take him away." Just as he moved, seeing the other two people nearby seem to have something to say, he immediately became wary. "You two, be good. No more nonsense." We're going to the police station, not fooling around. Upon hearing this, Brenda and Jorge exchanged glances and held back their words, saying nothing. At this point, the police also ignored the millions of viewers trying to stop them in the live stream, and forcibly shut it down. Brenda and Jorge could only watch as Deborah and the others were taken away. Although the live stream was forcibly closed, the incident caused a huge stir on Weibo that night. Hashtag Lugoyanov stream hashtag Gilasangman was raped by Gilasangyushing hashtag, and hashtag Gilasangyushing admitted rape and defamation hashtag exploded into trending topics. This phenomenon was rare outside of top-tier celebrities collapsing or giving birth. Now, opening the trending list, almost half of the topics were related to Deborah. In the afternoon, when Deborah fell off her horse at Blue Star, and Bernie, Evan, Clark, and the FSI official spoke up for her. In the evening, Deborah posted evidence that Renee had smeared Olaf, then tied him up and broadcast it live, causing unprecedented buzz. The name Jobelli resurfaced after 3 years, topping the hot search list again. Those who missed the live stream but watched it through recordings also understood the entire story and the truth about Jobelli's pregnancy and dropping out of school. Some said that those who had participated in cyberbullying Jobelli owed her an apology. Because if you were to blame only Renee for playing the part of a good guy in public, it wouldn't be fair. In the internet era, everyone's keyboard is like an invisible blade. Back then, everyone lacked the dedication and patience to seek the truth, indulging in the fun of criticizing someone from a moral high ground, stabbing without hesitation at an 18-year-old girl. Those who feel regret for defaming Jobelli are already few and far between. Rather than self-reflection, most netizens still prefer cursing. For example, cursing Renee. What Renee did is truly nauseating beyond human comprehension, imagining the despair Jobelli must have felt back then. Had it not been for Deborah finding Renee and obtaining the evidence from his phone to organize this live stream, Vance might still be detained at the police station, misunderstood and cursed by the entire internet. Even if the anonymous post was confirmed to be fake later, this incident would have completely ruined Vance's reputation. So karma has its way, now the person being cursed to hell is Renee, and Peking University's official Weibo account was flooded with comments. On Deborah's side, many were impressed by her bold move of tying up someone for a live negotiation. Her Weibo followers surged, reaching 1 million within a day. But she was unaware of all this. Because as soon as she left the hotel with the police, her phone was confiscated, saying it would be returned after the investigation. Gilasangching Police Station. Deborah E. and Atlee insisted on accompanying Deborah to the police station to prevent her from feeling scared alone. But once inside, the police planned to take Deborah somewhere else. Wait, why can't we go with her? Seeing his sister about to be separated from them, Atlee became restless. The policeman replied, the girl needs to undergo a criminal investigation. Your actions don't constitute a crime, and someone will come to ask you questions shortly. Deborah glanced at her 2 brothers. Don't worry, brother, I'll be fine. You two take care. To be honest, Deborah had decided to make such a big fuss tonight because she had a plan in mind. Stunning Renee did not cause minor injuries and thus did not constitute intentional harm. There was no intention of illegal possession, so it did not amount to blackmail. Regarding unlawful detention, objectively, she did indeed tie him up and restrict his personal freedom. However, her subjective aim was not to deprive him of his freedom or hurt him but to uphold justice. Moreover, the binding only lasted less than 20 minutes, which is considered minor. In addition, as a minor still in her senior year of high school, she would be given some leniency. Furthermore, there was one crucial point. Deborah knew that public opinion would definitely lean in her favor after this incident. Besides the law, police would also have to consider the impact of public sentiment and social influence. With all these factors in play, Deborah believed she wouldn't get into serious trouble. Soon, the young policeman with a crew cut brought Deborah to a room. The room wasn't large, containing only a table and a chair. On the opposite side of the table, a black camera was mounted. The dimly lit, cramped room without any sunlight, combined with the camera facing her, gave off a sense of oppression. Deborah sat down on the chair, and the policeman with the crew cut left, saying someone else would come to ask her questions. However, when Deborah heard the door move and looked up, she saw a somewhat familiar face. Chapter 349. After coming back to Yanif, her personality changed a lot. Honor? Esther hadn't expected that the person who came in to interrogate her would be Ambrose, whom she had met once at the night market 2 nights ago. She couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Then she remembered that Nicholas had told her before that Ambrose was the captain of the capital city's criminal police force and had been working in Gilasangching for the past 6 months. What a coincidence. It really wasn't an ordinary situation where one could bump into an acquaintance. It's me. Ambrose looked as he did when they first met, still with his neat black short hair. His facial features were strikingly handsome and resolute, exuding heroism between his brows and eyes, with a clear, deep voice. Compared to the simple casual clothes he wore that day, today he was dressed in a neatly pressed police uniform, making his posture even more upright and muscular lines flowing evenly. It made him look full of righteousness and trustworthy just at first sight. I heard you were brought to the police station, so I came over especially, said Ambrose as he walked in. Then his tall, robust figure approached Esther directly. He bent down in front of her, reaching out his right hand toward Esther's hands. Although they had met once before, they weren't familiar with each other. So Esther instinctively turned her head slightly to the right as Ambrose suddenly got closer. Then she realized that Ambrose was only trying to help her unlock the handcuffs. The man's long, slender right hand with distinct knuckles held the key, and there was a brief touch while unlocking. Ambrose could feel that the girl's hands were somewhat cold. "Are you cold?" asked Ambrose carefully. "It has cooled down a bit tonight. Let me turn on the air conditioner for you." Saying this, Ambrose proceeded to do just that. With the handcuffs off and the air conditioner on, Esther felt like she wasn't arrested by the police but visiting a friend at the police station. "Is this okay?" Esther raised her hands that had been uncuffed, indicating to Ambrose. "It's fine. It's not because we know each other that I helped you unchain," explained Ambrose. "It's because I know you won't resist or try to escape, so there's no need to handcuff you during questioning." Esther paused. "You mean? I watched your live broadcast tonight from start to finish. Before you came, I also searched for some news reports about Jobelli back then. I am sympathetic to what that girl went through. I understand why you did all this to make Renee admit his crimes publicly, although the method of knocking someone unconscious, tying them up, and extorting confessions is indeed illegal, but emotionally, I understand. Because sometimes, legitimate means can indeed be hard to achieve justice. For some bad people, eye for an eye actions are more direct and effective. If I weren't a cop, and if I were in your situation, I might have done the same." "Huh." These words took Esther aback, looking at Ambrose. "I thought you'd be the type of cop who strictly adheres to rules, clearly distinguishing legality and illegality." Although Esther mentioned it casually, Ambrose answered very seriously. "When I first became a policeman, that was indeed the case. But after being in this profession for a long time, I found that being completely legal doesn't represent absolute justice, and criminal behavior isn't necessarily always despicable, like your actions today. I've already asked around. You're still in high school, only in your 3rd year, and your intention was to uphold justice, not to harm anyone. Plus, public opinion supports you now, so you'll be fine." Ambrose opened the camera and sat opposite Esther as he continued. "I'll ask you a few simple questions, and you can answer truthfully." Esther nodded, saying it was okay. Ambrose's questions were indeed not complicated, asking how Esther knew about Jobelli's case, how she found Renee's hotel tonight, and how the live streaming was planned. Esther answered everything, just omitting some details that might implicate her 2 brothers and Brenda Jobert. After finishing, Ambrose put down his notebook, turned off the camera. In the next moment, he actually took a rice ball wrapped in cling film out of his pocket. "Haven't you eaten dinner yet?" asked Ambrose towards Esther. "You need to wait for your guardian to come here for a handover before you can leave, so you might as well eat something first." "Did you buy this specifically for me?" Esther paused in surprise. "Not exactly, it was my original plan for dinner. But I'm not hungry, so you can have it." Saying this, Ambrose placed the rice ball in Esther's hand. Esther indeed hadn't eaten dinner tonight. After all, she left the Liu family home and immediately followed Renee. Once arriving at the hotel, she had been busy until now without any break for food. She looked down at the rice ball in her hand and couldn't help but ask, "Inspector Sher, are you this friendly and considerate to every suspect brought in for questioning?" Her question left Ambrose momentarily stunned, then he shook his head. "You're not a suspect. At least in my heart, you did nothing wrong. But it's not entirely because of that. You remind me of my younger sister, so I might subconsciously pay more attention to you." "My younger sister?" Esther tilted her head slightly. "Does she look like me?" "She doesn't look like you, but she has a similar personality." Ambrose paused. "She used to be like you, just and kind, brave and meticulous, fearing nothing." Hearing Ambrose say, "used to be," Esther thought that his sister had passed away and couldn't help but open her mouth. "Do you mean, your sister?" Seeing Esther's expression, Ambrose immediately realized his words might have misled the girl. No, my sister is still alive." "But..." Ambrose hesitated. "My sister has congenital heart disease. She had a serious episode last summer. Her condition was very critical, even her heartbeat stopped during resuscitation. But later on, as if she didn't want to leave this world, she miraculously came back to life. However, after that, her personality changed a lot, not quite like before. Not as innocent and straightforward as before. Although she still looks innocent on the surface, I always have a feeling that she's hiding something she doesn't want anyone to know. So sometimes I can't help but wonder if the resuscitation method used back then might have affected some of her nerves, causing such changes. But seeing what you did tonight, it makes me think that my sister would have done the same thing before. Plus, you two are about the same age, so..." Realizing he had said too much, Ambrose stopped. "Sorry, I seem to have talked too much about irrelevant things. Eat something first." Ambrose said it casually, but Esther listened intently. The sister Ambrose mentioned, wasn't she the daughter born to Remy's second wife, who was now in high school at Gillising No. 1 High School? She had experienced a cardiac arrest due to a severe heart attack, but then miraculously came back to life, after which her personality seemed to have changed. Connecting these points, Esther instantly thought of a possibility, frowning slightly. Just then, Esther suddenly heard a man outside the door speaking in a slightly flattering tone. "Mr. Yanni, Mr. and Abigail, Miss Esther is in this room. Rest assured, she hasn't suffered any injustice here, absolutely none." Chapter 350, Never seen someone protected by so many big shots. President Yanni, Aiken, and Abigail? The next second, the door to the interrogation room opened. Deborah first saw Hewitt standing outside. A well-tailored and high-quality black overcoat outlined the tall, broad-shouldered figure of the man, with a face as always handsome and profound. Perhaps because he had rushed over, the overcoat bore traces of the cold night dew. His hair was slightly messy, making him look travel-worn. When his eyes met the girl's, seeing that the person he missed so much was safe and sound, even holding a steaming rice ball in her hand, Hewitt's breathing paused for a moment. Then he exhaled slowly, feeling somewhat relieved. However, Sullivan in his suit, looking worried, and Marissa, who was clearly almost on the verge of blowing up, did not hold their composure like Hewitt. Tao Tao. Marissa lunged at Deborah as soon as she entered, seemingly heartbroken, checking Deborah from head to toe. How are you, Tao Tao? They didn't torture you, did they? If they touched you, you must tell Mom, I won't let them off. Torture. Deborah didn't know what Marissa had imagined on the way here. But when she said this, the person who looked like the chief obviously became nervous right away. Quickly looking at Deborah, seeing that she seemed not to have been mistreated before they arrived, this deputy chief of the Beijing Police Department couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Fortunately, Jackson came earlier, who was known for being upright, and wouldn't privately target or beat criminals even if they committed serious crimes. This deputy chief only learned just now that the young girl brought in tonight had such a powerful background. Being the daughter of the Liu family would have been enough, but she turned out to be the future madam of the Yanni family. Had he known, he would have come personally to apprehend her. However, before he could fully relax, he saw Sullivan pick up the handcuffs on the table, looking extremely shocked. Tao Tao, they cuffed you with these? His own sister, who was treated like a treasure at home, ended up being handcuffed back to the police station. Sullivan grabbed Deborah's hand to see, and sure enough, there was a red swollen mark around his sister's fair and slender wrist, causing him to involuntarily draw a sharp breath. Mom, eldest brother, I'm fine, Deborah said. I was wrong to tie people up, and the previous policeman was just doing his duty. After I was brought here, Officer Sher also took very good care of me. Hearing Deborah say this, Sullivan and Marissa stopped pursuing it. At this moment, Jackson spoke up in a righteous tone. I've finished asking my questions. Methuns, the guardians are here, you can take her away. Hewitt was slightly surprised when he saw Jackson. But thinking that it was an acquaintance who would have taken care of Deborah just now, he said, Thank you, Officer Sher. You're welcome. Jackson shook his head and looked at Deborah. That Jobelli has already reported to the Illegitimate police station. The evidence has been sent over, and Renee will be temporarily detained here. After all procedures are completed, we will formally arrest him and announce it on our official Weibo account. So don't worry, the truth about what happened to Jobelli will be known by the public. Upon hearing this, Deborah asked, how long might someone like Renee be sentenced? I don't know what sentence the court will impose later, but for defamation and rape alone, both in method and social impact, it's already extremely severe, and he will definitely be punished severely, said Jackson. With aggravated punishment and multiple charges combined, he would have to serve at least 15 years or more. Deborah felt no sympathy for beasts like Renee, but she subconsciously glanced at Marissa beside her. After all, Renee is still Marissa's biological brother, and Marissa loves her deeply now. Deborah appreciated the kindness. If Renee hadn't been so evil and vicious beyond redemption, harming Vance and Jobelli so badly, she wouldn't have pushed things to this extreme. Mom. Deborah had barely started speaking when Marissa immediately said, Mathuli child, Mom knows what you're thinking. You don't need to feel guilty towards Mom. What you did was the right thing. And if you didn't lock your uncle up, who knows what more terrible things he might do in the future, bringing more disgrace to our Gilasong family. So letting him face trial, serve time, reform, and become a better person is saving his life. Marissa herself had done wrong in the past, but her values were getting straighter. She had always known that her brother wasn't a good person, but she never thought Renee could be so corrupt. Well, Abigail and Mr. Liu, would you like to see the other two young masters? The deputy chief timely interjected. Sullivan and Marissa had rushed straight to the police station after receiving Hewitt's call, with all their attention on Deborah. If not for this reminder from the deputy chief, Marissa wouldn't have remembered that her two sons were also inside. Following the deputy chief in were subordinates who knew better than to ignore what was going on. They quickly brought in Reese and Atlee. Reese and Atlee didn't care much for themselves upon entering, both only concerned about Deborah. Especially Atlee, who had been demanding to find his sister ever since being brought into another room. The police officer questioning him seemed relieved when he could finally hand off the situation like a hot potato. Hewitt took Deborah's hand, his fingertips pausing as they traced over the red mark left by the handcuffs. Deborah quietly squeezed his hand, assuring him not to worry. The group prepared to leave the interrogation room and head home, but barely made it outside when they heard commotion in the police station's lobby. Raising their eyes, they saw more than a dozen high school-aged boys and girls gathered in front of the reception desk, each of them visibly upset and complaining about something. It's Deborah. Deborah has come out. One keen-eyed student spotted Deborah and shouted loudly. Deborah was surprised to realize these were all classmates from her class. At this moment, a young police officer at the reception desk hurried over, sighing in relief, Deputy Chief, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, I couldn't have handled this. The deputy chief gave him a stern look, frowning unhappily. What's going on? Deputy chief. The young police officer leaned close to whisper, these high school students are Deborah's classmates. They saw Deborah being reported and taken away in the live stream, so they came here together to protest. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, the deputy chief immediately reprimanded sternly, "The police station is not a place for children to play. Why aren't you driving them away instead of letting them cause a ruckus?" "I wish I could, Deputy Chief," the young police officer said resentfully, glancing meaningfully at the deputy chief. The boy with the blue-dyed hair is the young master of Tinglin Real Estate. The tall girl with big earrings is the second daughter of Hongying Construction. The one in the shirt, his grandfather owns half of the hospitals in Illegitimate. These are all groups contributing the most GDP to our city. To make it worse, Mayor Yannin just called personally, specifically asking about Deborah's situation. He even said if Deborah wasn't released tonight, he'd come himself. And I received calls from President Meng of Baolin Group and Chairman Herb of Herbshi Group. I've seen teenagers from powerful families, but never one so young protected by so many powerful figures, the young police officer said woefully. "Deputy Chief, please get rid of Deborah quickly, or I'm afraid something will happen to our police station." Chapter 351, a mere human, wanting to steal her spotlight? This deputy director prided himself on having seen great things. But the Liu family and Gil didn't need to be mentioned. Mayor Yannin and Elder Herb actually cared so much about this Deborah as well. And these young masters and misses also came to support her, no wonder they all seemed fearless. The deputy director took a deep breath and hurriedly put on a flattering demeanor, "Air, Mr. Yanni, Mr. Liu, Abigail, please this way." His implication was that they should hurry and leave. Their police station was under immense pressure for having detained her in the first place. Deborah went over and greeted her Class A classmates. These people had been involved in the entire ordeal of Deborah being cyberbullied, revealed, and retaliating against Renee. Job knocking someone out and live streaming the interrogation. How cool was that? When they saw Deborah reported to the police and taken away, none of them could sit still, rushing straight to the police station. Seeing that Deborah was unharmed and released, everyone felt relieved and dispersed. However, this incident did make quite a stir. As soon as Deborah and the others walked out of the police station, they saw several media reporters waiting outside with cameras, ready to cover the event. Upon spotting Deborah coming out, these people immediately perked up and surrounded her, snapping pictures non-stop. But before they could react, a man dressed immaculately in a suit with glasses approached. "Mr. Liu, Abigail, Mr. Yanni, let me handle the journalists," the man said sternly. "You should take Miss Deborah over there. Yunyuan is waiting for you in the nanny car." This must be Zephyr, Brother 3's legendary assistant who can do anything from business negotiations to laundry. It was Deborah's first time meeting him. Once in the car and hugged by Monty, Deborah finally checked her phone which the police had returned to her, only to find over 99 unread WeChat messages. Apart from the messages from her brothers and Zephyr, there were also messages from Vance, Brenda, Jobert, Mathewena, Daphne, Haley, Alban, and her classmates expressing concern. Thinking back to Deborah's classmates she saw at the police station, Marissa said, "Janine, I heard your classmates stood up for you when you were being criticized online. Maybe we should thank them properly?" On a whim, she suggested, "How about this? Mathun's it's winter break now, we can have a party at home. You can invite your classmates to come over and have fun, what do you think?" A party? If it were the old Deborah, not only were they not close or conversational, but many even secretly disliked her. But now things were different, she could feel that they genuinely regarded her as a friend. "Okay." Deborah nodded. Today had been exhausting both physically and emotionally. Nesting comfortably against Wally, Deborah fell asleep soon, comforted by his familiar scent. Wally rarely spoke, especially in front of her family. He gently stroked her soft black hair, his eyes calm yet tender. She was his hero. Always fearless, standing for justice, full of enthusiasm, protecting those she loved and cared about. If the 25 years before meeting her were like endless night to Wally, then now he held the brightest moon in his arms. That night, Wally slept in the guest room of the Liu residence. However, Deborah's room on the ground floor was connected to this guest room. In the dead of night, after falling asleep, Wally sensed some movement on the bed. Opening his eyes, he saw that the sleeping girl had woken up and was now nestled on his chest, her eyes clear and bright. "Seems bigger again." Deborah poked Wally's pectorals. "Good girl, don't be naughty." Wally's voice was raspy. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he pulled her into his arms and gently patted her back to lull her back to sleep. Neither Deborah nor Wally noticed the dimming moonlight outside the window, obscured by something dark hovering in the air. Through the window, Methunclair saw Wally holding Deborah intimately in his arms, and his face grew colder. His slender hands clenched tighter into fists. Fortunately, his original sin was only greed. If there were still jealousy or rage, then the threefold sins combined would make his wings even darker at this moment. Deborah had no idea that in a luxurious villa in Beijing, inside an elaborately decorated princess-style bedroom, a girl in a white nightgown was staring intently at messages sent by her friend on her phone. "Yue, did you check the trending topics today? That Deborah from Gilasangching who took up most of the trending list is amazing. She turned out to be Lan Xing who wrote the FSI Level 1 paper, Lilia who penned White Day Fireworks, and Chloe, the explosive ABS boxing champion overseas a few years ago. I'm so shocked, how can anyone be this incredible? And do you know what? She got a perfect score on the special exam at Galenga just like you this time. But she seems to have declined the special admission spot, opting for the college entrance exam, and wants to study law at Galenga just like you. Thinking about it, if she also gets into the law school of Galengda this September, and you two meet. Oh my god, might she steal all your limelight and thunder? Just imagining it feels like a bloodbath. The girl's expression darkened with each message received. Finally, a mocking smile tugged at the corner of her mouth, her eyes filled with disdain. Tilting her head, she typed away on her phone with her slender, pale fingers. Nini, what are you thinking, about losing the limelight and thunder in a bloodbath? I'm actually looking forward to being classmates with such an outstanding girl. Maybe we'll even become good friends. Her friend replied, ha ha ha, yeah, I was being too narrow-minded. Anyway, you've already been admitted to Galengda, so it's up to fate whether you and Deborah end up classmates. After turning off her phone, the girl lifted her gaze. She sniffed the air, then furrowed her brows in annoyance and grabbed the deodorant spray from the table, giving herself a quick spritz. Damn it. She had just taken a shower, yet she smelled again. She needed to find a more effective long-lasting deodorant. As for this Deborah. The girl let out a cold laugh. No matter how remarkable she was just a mere human. Wanting to snatch her spotlight and thunder? As if she deserves it. Chapter 352, Eldest Matt Peng never forgets a grievance. That night, after Olaf left the police station, he learned all the details of what had happened from online reports. Initially, he merely suspected Renee, but never imagined that everything was indeed orchestrated by him. After seeing the evidence and the recorded live stream released by Esther on Weibo, Olaf finally understood who Renee truly was. His meticulous efforts to defame and tarnish his reputation were all for revenge over Peng's opposition to his promotion as dean at the time. The depth and malicious intent behind his actions were hair-raising. Especially concerning Jobelli, it was utterly inhumane. Therefore, when Olaf learned that Esther had already been released from the police station, he came to express sincere gratitude. Firstly, for her immediate defense of him amidst widespread online backlash and subsequently tracking down solid evidence against Renee, thus clearing his name. Secondly, the very next day, he directly filed a lawsuit with the court, accusing Renee of defamation. Renee's defamation of Olaf, including the allegations of rape and threats using compromising photos of Jobelli years ago, drew widespread social attention and strong public outrage. All eyes were on how this matter would be handled. Thus, even if Renee tried to use connections to operate in the shadows, no one in the police force dared to give him any leeway. Even cooperation between the police, prosecution, and judiciary was extremely efficient. The prosecution swiftly approved the arrest warrant, and Renee was soon locked up in detention. More gratifying was that since this matter made it onto TV news, his despicable actions became widely known. Even before being sentenced to prison, Renee had already been beaten several times in detention. One could imagine what kind of life he would lead in prison for the next dozen or so years as a convicted rapist. With this, the event which had dominated hot searches on the internet for 3 to 4 days finally came to an end. As for Esther. Although she didn't post any new content on Weibo afterward, her number of followers steadily increased to over 2 million. For a high school student who isn't a celebrity or influencer and has only posted 2 Weibo messages, such a large fan base is quite impressive. Half a month ago, when Esther and Gustavo were found unconscious on the rooftop restaurant, she had a high fever for an entire day. During her first moments of regained consciousness, Esther attempted to reduce her fever using soul power but found it ineffective. Her temperature was brought down solely through intravenous fluids. At the time, Esther believed her soul power had weakened. After all, demons replenish their soul power in only 2 ways, either by harming people and drawing strength from their bodies and suffering, or by drawing from human admiration and love. However, at that time, due to her leg fracture, she had been bedridden for 2 months without leaving home or appearing online, so it was natural for her soul power to weaken. Now, because of the exposure of multiple hidden identities and heroic deeds, along with the punishment of Renee, many netizens genuinely admired her. This made her once sparse soul power grow increasingly abundant. This rich soul power manifested physically as her beauty grew more radiant. While originally, the previous host was frail with an ordinary appearance, the current Esther radiated luster even in a single strand of hair. Her skin was as white and smooth as snow, her waist slim yet not weak. Her features became more exquisite and beautiful, maintaining a cold demeanor while being both understated and dazzling. On the way back from the police station, Marissa mentioned hosting a party at home, inviting Esther's classmates from Class A. Esther initially thought Marissa was just saying it casually, but she took it seriously. Over the following week, Marissa prepared enthusiastically. She personally went to the mall with the driver to purchase various festive decorations, guided the chef in preparing the buffet food and drinks, discussed the list of invited classmates with Esther, and sent people to customize special invitations. Actually, when confirming the invite list with Marissa, Esther did not deliberately avoid anyone. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for the incident with Renee, she barely knew her classmates, let alone being familiar with them. But during her online harassment and police summons, many classmates stood up to defend her. So, if she were to invite classmates, she might as well invite everyone. However, while Esther was magnanimous, Atlee was not. Or rather, he harbored grudges more than anyone against those who had wronged Esther. Seeing Mona's name on the list. This Mona is unacceptable. She used to be Alicia Ia's lackey and did a lot of bad things targeting Janine. Atlee snorted coldly. When Janine first came to Gilasangching, I took her to the mall to buy a mobile phone. This daughter of a nouveau riche dared to mock Janine for not being in the same social class as her. She even took off her dirty and smelly phone case to insult Janine. Seeing her makes me want to hit her. Invite her to our home? Impossible. It had been so long since then. Esther herself had forgotten about it, but she didn't expect that Atlee still remembered. Seeing Ava on the list. Ava? Isn't she that girl who insisted on challenging Janine to a horse riding contest at school and ended up losing her panties? Atlee clenched his teeth. Because of her, Janine fell off the horse later and broke her calf, needing 2 months to recover. If she dares to come, I'll tie her to the horse in our backyard and run it 180 laps until she's shaken to death. Seeing Yen Nina on the list. I know this woman too. She's always gossiping behind people's backs. Atlee balled his fists. Once, I caught her talking badly about Janine with Ava in the hallway. It infuriated me. If she were a boy, I would have beaten her up so badly that even her mom wouldn't recognize her. Seeing Finn on the list. Isn't he Geordie's best buddy? Atlee sneered disdainfully. Birds of a feather flock together. Anyone who hangs out with Geordie can't be any good. Strike him off, strike him off. Watching as Atlee talked and quickly crossed out 7 or 8 names on the list, apparently because some had disliked Esther before, others had said nasty things about her, or simply because of their poor character, the older Esther couldn't help but be speechless, looking at her younger brother. If I'm not mistaken, you're in Class E. Why are you more familiar with these classmates than Janine and I? This is the result of my years spent lurking on forums and gossipy sites. Atlee lifted his chin proudly. And it's also because I care about Janine. Atlee blinked, suddenly becoming sarcastic. No way, right? There's no brother who shares a class with his sister but doesn't know who has bullied her, right? A single sentence left Esther E. speechless. Because indeed, he knew nothing about such gossipy details. In fact, after spending 3 years in the class, he could hardly match faces with names for more than 5 people. Anyway, regardless of everything, the final guest list was set, and the party date was scheduled. It would be on the evening of the weekend, 2 days from now. Chapter 353, Jobert said, "You're beautiful tonight." When the students from Class A received the invitation from the Liu family, they were both surprised and delighted. What surprised them was that although they had been classmates with Tanya and Esther for a long time, these two prodigies indeed appeared more aloof than one another. Except for Mathawena, Brenda, and Jobert, they hardly interacted with anyone else in the class before. And now, they actually invited them to their home to attend a party voluntarily. These were the legendary top students who had always reigned supreme since kindergarten, the unmatched figures of admiration, Esther. This invitation could be flaunted online to make others envious. To their delight, the invitations they received were not printed text but were written by Esther herself. Speaking of which, most people in Class A unanimously believed that Esther was truly godlike in every aspect, from studies to skills and talents. But as for her handwriting, it was hard to praise. Not that it was ugly, just too unrestrained and wild. Always writing in cursive without regard for legibility, it was incredibly distinctive and memorable. However, the fact that Esther took the time to personally write the invitations was touching enough. Especially Bernie's invitation. In addition to the standard inviting words, Esther actually drew a small flower at the bottom of hers. What was this? This wasn't favoritism, what was it? Bernie was so thrilled after receiving it that she immediately posted a photo on the forum, making everyone else in Class A extremely envious. They all regretted not being makeup bloggers with over 2 million followers. Ava, Yen Nina, Mona, and other uninvited students saw posts about the invites on the school forum and Weibo, filled with jealousy and resentment. Even the lesser-known students in the class had received an invitation, while they were completely ignored. It was utterly humiliating. The party was set at the Liu family villa. Interestingly, ever since Esther broke her leg, and Randall schemed to get Geordie interested in her, then started flattering Gil once he saw him. Shortly after, Marissa evicted Randall from the house. Out of sight, out of mind. Randall did such things to Everly, and Marissa chose not to escalate or divorce him for the children's sake, fearing they would be embarrassed by him. But as the proud lady of the Gillisong family, Marissa couldn't feel anything toward this scum anymore. Furthermore, she didn't want Esther to suffer any more under this calculating father. At 7 o'clock in the evening, luxury cars already lined up outside the Liu family villa. Most people in Class A came from affluent backgrounds, rich young masters and misses who dressed elegantly for the party. Girls wore standard evening gowns, boys donned formal suits. One might think it was a high-level banquet rather than a weekend party for children. The buffet restaurant was set up in the villa's courtyard. 4 6-meter-long dining tables were draped with exquisite embroidered tablecloths, laden with an array of Chinese and Western dishes, snacks, and desserts. Mathun's most guests were underage. Marissa arranged only non-alcoholic beverages and mildly flavored cocktails. Once everyone had arrived and gathered around the food tables, Esther, Atlee, and Esther entered the courtyard together. When the twin brother and sister appeared, everything around them seemed to fade into insignificance. Both Atlee and Esther wore suits, one in black, the other in white. Their faces were identically exquisite. Wearing a white suit, Atlee styled his hair slicked back tonight, with a visible teardrop mole at the corner of his eye. Under the light, standing upright with a cold demeanor, he looked like an elegant, detached aristocrat. Atlee, in a black suit, had his jacket open, the shirt collar casually undone, and a loosely tied tie around his neck, exuding his usual cool, bold, and unruly charm. The girl standing between them wore a long-sleeved velvet burgundy evening dress. The floor-length gown accentuated her slender waist and revealed her collarbones with its square neckline. The layered bow design at the chest added a touch of playfulness. The color of the gown was eye-catching, yet when Esther appeared before everyone, no one paid attention to the dress first, they all stared at her face. That face was simply breathtaking. As if favored by the gods. Some people present couldn't help but wonder, was Esther always this beautiful? How could anyone bear to hurl insults at such a pretty girl? Others thought, they had heard before that the CEO of Yanni Corporation, Gil, was interested in Esther and thought it was just her luck. Now, they realized how fortunate Gil was. Esther greeted the classmates briefly, urging everyone to eat and drink well. She mentioned various entertainment setups like video games, board games, mahjong tables, card decks, karaoke equipment, etc., were arranged for them to enjoy after they filled their stomachs. After making sure everyone was settled, Esther went to find Brenda. To her surprise, she saw Jobert beside Brenda. It's not that Jobert wasn't invited. But in the afternoon, Jobert had texted her saying he wasn't feeling well and wouldn't come tonight. No one knew why he changed his mind. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? Are you feeling better? So familiar with each other, Esther didn't overthink and asked Jobert directly. Unnoticed by Esther, Jobert's breathing paused for a few seconds as she approached and then slowly relaxed. I'm fine now, so I came over. The boy's voice remained calm, but those usually deep black eyes gazed at Esther with more warmth than usual. A hidden spark flickering within. You are very beautiful tonight. Jobert looked at Esther and said so. Chapter 354, Aren't you left-handed? Yael told Roxy that she looked beautiful tonight. Upon hearing Yael's words, Roxy's first reaction was not the pleasure of being complimented or gratitude toward him. Instead, she instinctively felt it was strange. Not the statement itself, but it being said by Yael seemed odd. Yael seldom spoke. Unlike Dion's aloofness, Yael's quiet demeanor was genuine. He was naturally reticent and taciturn. Even among friends, most of the time he was a listener, only speaking up when necessary. Roxy rarely saw Yael voluntarily express his thoughts or feelings. Indeed, for someone who kept emotions inside, such outward expressions didn't come easily. So Roxy glanced at Yael. Tonight, he seemed different from usual. Yael usually dressed simply and plainly, with a low-key and steady personality. Yen Nike the first time Roxy saw him at Xingjing, he wore a slightly worn but clean and well-ironed shirt, looking detached in the crowd. But tonight, for the party, he looked formally dressed. A white shirt paired with a well-tailored black pinstripe suit, highlighting his narrow waist and long legs, accentuating his slightly slender figure just right. His usually messy bangs were combed back, revealing clear and pleasant eyebrows and eyes. However, those usually calm eyes now shone like black onyx, with a slight upward curve at the corners. In his deep gaze, there seemed to be an unhidden yet indescribable emotion, playful yet sincere. Compared to his usual reserved and silent demeanor, tonight's Yael was more outstanding and elegant, almost aristocratic. He looked very handsome, though somehow this subtle change in his aura made Roxy feel a bit unfamiliar. So she paused briefly, then tapped her glass of cola against Yael's, saying, Thank you, you look great today too. Not just Roxy, Brenda also found it surprising. She exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, Wow, even Yael compliments you on how beautiful you look tonight. Though I also think Yael looks better today. Several girls in our class have been sneaking glances at him since he stood here. Yael, rarely, smiled faintly. His eyes focused only on Roxy as he gently clinked glasses with her again. Then, thank you too. Mathawena was late today. As soon as he entered the venue, he started arguing noisily with Brenda, continuing their usual quarrelsome relationship. Dion and Brett were originally accompanying Roxy, or rather, they wanted to stay with their sister. But perhaps due to this party being hosted by the Liu family, the ever-glowing twin brothers became more approachable, frequently engaged in conversation with guests out of politeness. Thus, only Yael and Roxy seemed free, and Yael asked her if she wanted to get some food together. Feeling a little hungry, Roxy nodded in agreement. They both went to the buffet table to get food and sat down at a table in a corner. Amidst the lively chatter around them, this quieter spot seemed serene. Roxy had taken a medium-rare steak that the chef had just grilled and served, as did Yael. For this party, Marissa had specially invited foreign chefs for the Western cuisine section. The thick-cut steaks, perfectly seared to golden brown and sizzling with oil, lived up to their reputation. The fork pressed into it felt its succulence. Roxy cut a piece and put it in her mouth. The tender, juicy beef mixed with the aroma of butter and rosemary exploded in her taste buds. It was indeed delicious. Yael also cut a piece and placed it in his mouth with his fork. But as Roxy watched him chew slowly, her movements suddenly paused, her brow furrowing slightly. Yael. Roxy called out suddenly. Yael lifted his head, seemingly puzzled. When did you start using your right hand for the knife? Roxy's gaze fell on Yael's knife. Aren't you left-handed? The standard method for using a knife in Western dining is indeed with the right hand. But previously, when Roxy invited Yael and Brenda out for dinner, she noticed Yael struggled with his left-hand knife and right-hand fork and had specifically asked about it. At that time, Yael explained that he was left-handed, so his right hand wasn't as coordinated. So Roxy said he should use whichever hand felt natural, as they were all close friends and it didn't matter. Brenda was more generous. She disliked the sound of cutlery scraping against the plate, so she simply waved her hand and had the waiter bring chopsticks instead. It had already been discussed before, why was he now using his right hand to hold the knife? Yael had helped Roxy with many critical matters over the past 6 months without ever asking for anything in return. Roxy always kept in mind the kindness others showed her, big or small, and had long regarded Yael as one of her most trusted friends. In fact, Yael was the person she let her guard down with the most, aside from Hewitt and her family. But today's Yael felt somewhat abnormal to her in a way she couldn't quite describe. When Roxy asked her question, Yael seemed to pause slightly, looking at her with mild surprise. I've been practicing using my right hand for eating and other activities recently, so I used it for the knife. Is there a problem? This explanation seemed reasonable enough. If he could train his non-dominant hand to be as skilled as his dominant one, that would definitely be a good thing. Roxy thought she might have overthought it, so she shook her head. Nothing, I just worried you might not be used to using your right hand. It's fine. Yael picked up his knife and fork again, cutting another piece of steak as he had done earlier, showing it to Roxy. See, haven't I improved a lot compared to before? You have. The strange feeling in her heart faded, and Roxy relaxed. The sky had darkened, with countless stars twinkling in the night. However, inside the Liu family villa, the lights were still dazzling. Just as Roxy finished their meal, Brenda came over. Why are you two here? I've been looking for you both. Why are you looking for us? Roxy looked at Brenda. Have you eaten? I did. I ate 4 cream puffs alone, Brenda replied casually, then said to Roxy, everyone has gone inside. Many people are waiting for you in the living room. They want to play games with you. Come on, both you and Yael. Games? Roxy raised her eyes. What kind of games? Chapter 355. Have you ever thought about the opposite sex outside of lovers? People in our class either went to play video games or sing and play cards. The rest are those who want to join us. They also invited your 4th and 5th Israels. But they also mentioned that among you, Gianna, Yuhan, and I, they don't want to play mind-boggling games with us, fearing they would get hurt. So playing Truth or Dare is the best choice. We take turns spinning a beer bottle, and whoever it points at loses. Purely based on luck, very fair. I understand all that, Deborah said after Brenda finished speaking. I just want to know where the beer bottles come from. I remember my mom only prepared some Rio drinks for us. It's not my fault. It's your Dennis who moved some beer and wine from your kitchen. Brenda stuck out her tongue. He said it wouldn't be fun without drinking. Anyway, your mom isn't here. If someone gets drunk, the butler will arrange drivers to send them home. Deborah felt somewhat helpless about Atlee. Her original body had a poor tolerance for alcohol. She remembered during the welcoming banquet hosted by the 5 elder brothers, she only drank a bottle of low-alcohol fruit wine, and later felt dizzy and lightheaded. As for Atlee, his alcohol tolerance was not much better than hers. In short, he was like someone who has little skills but big addiction, yelling to make others drunk while falling first himself. Originally, whether Deborah participated in the game didn't matter. However, since her Dennis wanted to play, she should watch over him so that he wouldn't cause trouble when drunk, while her Matthewmon didn't bother with him. Together, they entered the living room. Seeing Brenda bringing Deborah and Jorge over, the people in the living room cheered. An empty beer bottle was placed on the coffee table. Nobody knew who had drunk it. Apart from Deborah and her 4 friends, there were around 8 more classmates participating. Around 10 people formed a circle around the coffee table. And Bernie and the boy who previously wanted to add Deborah on WeChat as a lucky charm were also there. The boy's name was Skylar, the one with blue-dyed hair, the young master of Tingling Real Estate who led the way to stand up for Deborah at the police station. Seeing everyone gathered, Skylar volunteered to stand up and said, let's clarify the rules again. Each round, if the beer bottle points at someone, they must accept the punishment without making excuses. The punishments are either truth or dare. If you choose truth and cannot answer, then you have to drink this high-proof red wine. If you choose dare, drinking is not allowed. You must complete the challenge. Here we have 50 cards each for truth and dare. For those who choose dare, they must do whatever challenge they draw. For those who choose truth, they must answer truthfully to any questions drawn. I must remind you, Skylar said mysteriously, if you choose truth but can't or don't want to answer, even if you drink, you mustn't lie, otherwise, you will be punished by the God of Games. God of Games? This sounded too cheesy. Someone laughed out loud. Only the equally cheesy Atlee agreed. I agree. Being punished by the God of Games is very terrifying. You'll lose 3 times in a row in games. Standing nearby, Deborah commented straightforwardly and calmly, that's because you're bad at it. Atlee? In this almost tense moment, Deborah squeezed in between her 2 elder brothers without a word, pinched her Dennis's hand to soothe him. The almost explosive-tempered Atlee instantly calmed down and became a gentle, clingy puppy. I'm fine, May, rubbing against his sister's shoulder, he said pitifully, even though being ridiculed is hard to bear, you mustn't blame your Matthewmon for me. Don't let me affect your relationship. Indeed, it's too childish. At that moment, Deborah felt the killer aura coming from Debray beside her. So she directly covered Atlee's mouth and looked at Skylar, saying calmly, let's start. The game started. Atlee stood up eagerly. Come on, I'll spin the bottle for the first round. Atlee had long thrown off his suit jacket. He rolled up his shirt sleeves confidently and spun the beer bottle on the coffee table. However, coincidentally, the bottle finally stopped pointing right back at him. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Atlee wore a sulky face, but still had to take a card from Skylar. I choose truth. Choosing truth was much safer than dare. You never know what strange challenges you might get in dare, and you must complete them. But for truth, Atlee didn't think he had anything to hide. After drawing a truth card and handing it to Skylar, Skylar loudly read the question on the card. Please tell us, what is your favorite toy? When this question was asked, everyone around sighed, finding it boring. What could be unspeakable about a favorite toy? This question didn't have any shocking elements or gossip value at all. However, when they saw Atlee's reaction, Atlee hesitated and couldn't utter a word after hearing the question. His face turned increasingly red, even redder at his ears. I'll drink. Having seemingly made up his mind, before anyone reacted, Atlee picked up the wine glass on the table and drained it in one gulp. Holy cow. Originally, this question wasn't explosive at all. But Atlee's reaction was truly explosive. Could it be that Atlee's favorite toy is that kind of toy? Everyone's eyes immediately became, I get it, looking at him knowingly. Atlee widened his eyes, realizing these people had misunderstood. Even his sister glanced at him, so he hurriedly explained, not what you think, okay? I just don't have a favorite toy. If not, why didn't he just say so? This explanation seemed weak. As for why Atlee preferred to drink rather than answer this question, he was a child who truly believed in the god of games and hadn't even considered lying. Atlee, the school bully who looked like a bad boy but was actually quite cool, had a favorite toy from when he was 3, a doll that fascinated him with its dress-up features. If this got out, how could he ever show his face again in Xinjiang? In the second round, Atlee definitely did not volunteer to spin the bottle again. So it went clockwise from the person to his right. Coincidentally, the entire game had already gone through 3 rounds, with everyone being pointed at by the bottle at least once, and Atlee next to Deborah had been pointed at 4 times. Deborah hadn't been pointed at yet. Neither had Jorge. When it came to her turn to spin the bottle again, Deborah instinctively looked at Jorge, only to find Jorge's eyes fixed on her, deep and unreadable. This time, after spinning for over a dozen rotations, the bottle finally stopped, pointing at Deborah. It's Deborah. Finally, it's Deborah's turn. Even those who were already drunk perked up instantly, watching Deborah with full enthusiasm. I choose truth. Being chosen, Deborah felt it was now normal, and she directly drew a truth card and handed it to Skylar. However, after seeing the content on the card, Skylar's expression clearly turned gossipy. Clearing his throat, he said, cough, cough. This question is a bit interesting. Glancing at Deborah, please answer truthfully. Apart from lovers, family, and male celebrities, have you thought about any other opposite sex in the past 6 months at midnight? Chapter 356, the bottle pointed at her 3 times in a row. Generally speaking, the more gossipy and disruptive the truth or dare questions set on these cards were, the more interesting they became. Most people present knew that Esther was now with Wally. So this question was asking whether, apart from Wally and her 5 elder brothers, had Esther ever thought about any other men during the late hours of the night. That made for some explosive material. Clearly, it was meant to cause trouble. So when Skylar read out the question, everyone immediately looked at Esther with a mix of curiosity and gossip hunger, waiting for her answer. And when Esther heard the question, she also froze for a moment. Apart from lovers, family members, and male celebrities, had she thought about any other men recently at midnight? She actually had. She had thought about Methunclair more than once. The deepest part of hell is called the Nether Realm, which is like a dark and mysterious forest with crimson rivers of forgetfulness flowing through woods and grasslands. There are some animals and organisms there that lack self-awareness. If the flora and fauna in the Nether Realm absorb enough demonic energy, they can cultivate into demons. Once cultivated into demons, their souls can go to the human world and be reborn if they find compatible human bodies. But not all demons are created equal. The strength of a demon largely depends on its primordial pill. Primordial pills are formed by the demonic energy absorbed in the Nether Realm, carrying the most basic power of a demon, serving as a container for increasing soul power in the human world. Firstly, the base power of a primordial pill depends on the origin of the demon. For instance, demons born from plants usually have effects on plants. As Esther was originally a rose in the Nether Realm, she could transform any ordinary plant into a rare one. This means that if Esther still had her primordial pill, she wouldn't need Haley to spend 15 million yuan on a blood-red ginseng to give to Wally when she first came to Illegitimate. She wouldn't need to accept Ava's challenge over something as trivial as a Yinxi to compete in equestrian sports. On the other hand, demons born from animals can often control them. Methun's animals can run, fly, make sounds, and perform tasks. Animal-type demons are generally stronger from the start compared to plant-type demons. Secondly, the primordial pill serves as a container for enhancing soul power in the human world. With a primordial pill, whether harming humans or causing infatuation, the increased soul power is stored within it. Soul power accumulates over time, making the demon increasingly powerful. Without a primordial pill, even if the soul power temporarily increases, it will gradually diminish over time, unable to be stored or utilized. This is why Esther's soul power significantly diminished after 2 months of recuperation from a fracture. In other words, if Esther hadn't accumulated so many personas and admirers over her 2 lifetimes, each persona having many devoted fans, she might now be weaker than an average human, especially after Methunclair stole her primordial pill before she reincarnated. Methunclair. The last time Esther knew his whereabouts, he had tricked her into the deep to fight underground boxing matches for him. After winning the match, Methunclair vanished without a trace and had been off the radar for the past half-year despite her efforts to track him down. Thus, it wasn't just in the dead of night that she thought about him, she even dreamt of Methunclair once. In the dream, she roasted him, a clam spirit in his true form, over a fire, as cold-hearted as someone who had spent 10 years slaughtering fish in a supermarket. Yes. In front of the coffee table, Esther paused briefly, then lifted her eyes and answered. Yen Nike Atli, she didn't want to lie. Lying would make this game meaningless. When Esther admitted that she indeed had thought about men other than Wally and her brothers, everyone else was shocked. Even Colt was taken aback for a moment. Atli, sitting beside Esther, drew a sharp breath, suddenly feeling threatened. He grabbed his sister's hand and started bombarding her with questions. What? You really have secretly thought about other men? Who is this man? What's your relationship with him? Is he some brother you had before coming to Illegitimate? A brother before coming to Illegitimate? Was he worried that such a person would affect his standing? Israel 5's mind always worked in strange ways. I've already answered the question, Esther said without changing expression, tapping Atli lightly on the head to remind him. It's your turn to spin the bottle, big brother. The rule of the game was just to answer the card's question. Methuns the card asked if she had or hadn't thought about other men, only a yes or no answer was required. Seeing this, Atli had to curb his curiosity and got up to spin the bottle. However, coincidentally, the bottle stopped pointing at Esther again this time. Esther didn't think much about it. It was normal for the same person to be pointed at twice in a row. Besides, she hadn't been chosen before, it was just her turn now. Esther still chose truth and drew another card from Skylar's hand. The question on the card this time was, who is the person you hate the most so far, and what did he do? This question. Esther remained silent for a moment. She actually didn't hate anyone. People like Marilyn, Avon, Jordy, and Ava were full of malice towards her and had tried to harm her using various schemes, but she never truly regarded them as rivals or even took them seriously. To her, they were nothing more than insignificant ants or clowns. Hating someone implies that they've affected your emotions, meaning you care. So if she had to say, the only person Esther could genuinely describe as hateful was Methunclair. The person I hate the most was a friend I knew before coming to Illegitimate, or rather, used to be a friend. Esther raised her eyes and said, I once trusted him very much, but he stole something very important from me when my guard was down. Ah, being betrayed by someone you considered a friend? And Bernie couldn't help but exclaim, how can there be such people, it's too over the top. Others around echoed her sentiments, except for Jorge who remained silent. Although Jorge usually didn't speak much, tonight he seemed even quieter. It was as if he hadn't fully immersed himself in the game, his eyes had always been fixed on her from start to finish. His gaze was deep, seemingly hiding some emotion. Esther felt, perhaps wrongly, that Jorge's eyes now carried a certain warmth. Suddenly, an idea popped into Esther's head. The moment this idea or guess emerged, Esther couldn't help but take a deep breath. Next time, it's my turn to spin the bottle, right? Seemingly unaware of Esther's stare, Jorge lifted his hand and reached for the beer bottle on the coffee table. Esther watched the bottle intently. First, it spun rapidly, then slowed down, and finally came to a stop. Again, it pointed at her. For the third consecutive time, it pointed at her. This almost confirmed Esther's suspicions. Her eyes trembled, and she suddenly looked intensely at Jorge with a look only they understood. But Jorge seemed oblivious, only looking at Skylar. Esther should still choose truth this time, let me draw the card for her. He naturally reached out to Skylar, drawing a card from his hand. I'll read this question. Jorge directly looked at the question on the card, raising an eyebrow. Looking deeply at Esther with a gaze that carried an indiscernible amusement, his voice low and deep. The question is, if you could make one person appear right in front of you immediately, who would you hope that person is? Chapter 357 Methunclair Jobus's Janine in the elevator. At this moment, Esther, who had been sitting with her fists clenched under the coffee table, suddenly tightened her grip. Esther rarely lost her composure, no matter what enemy or crisis she faced. However, when she heard Jobert ask this question, she disregarded the gazes of those around her, stood up abruptly, and grabbed Jobert's arm, speaking in a voice barely restrained from anger, come with me. Esther felt very angry. She had been toyed with again by this person before her. And she didn't know if Jobert had been harmed. Esther's sudden actions left everyone around her, including Atli, and Brenda, stunned. Esther said, I suddenly remembered something I need to discuss with Jobert. Everyone, continue enjoying yourselves, then turned and dragged Jobert toward the elevator leading home without looking back. Tonight there were too many classmates at home, so only the rooftop, where no one would come up, could be used for a private conversation. As soon as they entered the elevator and pressed the button for the rooftop floor, Esther slammed Jobert, or rather, Methunclair who had possessed Jobert, hard against the elevator wall. Almost uncontrollably furious, she gripped his neck with her hand and coldly said with unprecedented anger, Methunclair, do you find it fun to toy with me? Aiden, don't act rashly. Even with Esther forcefully choking him, causing veins to bulge on his forehead, Methunclair raised his hand and gently stroked Esther's long hair. His gaze towards Esther was tender as if looking at his own lover, his tone equally gentle. Did you forget that the body before you now belongs to your friend? Esther took a sharp breath, and in the next second, released her grip, her chest heaving slightly. Her eyes pierced through Jobert's body as if trying to grab Methunclair's soul and crush it. Despite Esther's fury, Methunclair leaned against the wall, staring at her without moving, smiling. Aiden, you haven't changed, still just like before. Methunclair's voice carried a trace of longing. He stroked Esther's face again, handling it like a rare treasure, fearful yet desiring to touch. Esther yanked his hand away, her expression terrifyingly cold, grinding her teeth as she spoke. Do you think that since you're using Jobert's body, I won't do anything to you? Indeed, hearing Esther ask this, Methunclair nodded in agreement, shamelessly. Then he softly laughed. I know Aiden would never actively harm anyone, let alone someone who is your friend. Esther forced herself to calm down first, not letting Methunclair lead her astray. Methunclair was a scoundrel, a very knowledgeable one about her. Just as he said, he knew she couldn't really do anything to him. So Esther looked up at Methunclair, took a deep breath. I don't want to talk about anything else with you. Give me back my essence consolidation pill, and we'll be even. Even? Hearing Esther say this, the smile on Methunclair's lips vanished, and he stared straight at her. Aiden, do you hate me that much? You're the one who destroyed our friendship, Esther replied coldly. As I said earlier, I once considered you a friend, but it was you who stole from me and left me. After Esther finished speaking, Methunclair remained silent. After a few seconds, he clenched his fists and leaned closer to Esther, his voice tinged with restraint. Then did you ever think about why I destroyed this friendship? Because I never wanted to be just your friend? Upon hearing this, Esther's brows furrowed, seeming unable to understand Methunclair's words. What are you talking about? I never regarded you as a friend. I love you, didn't you sense it at all? Do you think I went to the netherworld realm for leisure? Do you think I came to find you every day out of boredom? Do you think I told you repeatedly that I loved you just as a joke? Was I just idling or joking around? I did so much, can't you see that I love you? Yet listening to Methunclair's words, Esther wore an expression of confusion. What are you saying? You went to the netherworld realm because you were a pearl clam spirit by the river of forgetfulness. What does that have to do with me? You deliberately approached me to steal my essence consolidation pill, right? Otherwise, why did you vanish after stealing it? Methunclair opened his mouth, almost blurting out the truth but held it back, taking a deep breath. Yes, she knew nothing, remembered nothing. She truly thought he was just a pearl clam spirit in the netherworld realm and believed his approach was solely for stealing her essence consolidation pill. But he could not tell her the truth, that he was actually a fallen god who had gone to hell to find her. He also could not return the essence consolidation pill to her. It sealed within it Aggie's primordial spirit. If the pill was still with her, should the buried past and memories resurface due to the expansion of her soul power, she would no longer live as carefree and happy as now. She would fall from the pinnacle of adoration into an abyss of pain. See, everything he did was because of his love for her. Yet, she hated him as if he were her enemy. But perhaps this was for the better. Even in hate, he was a unique presence in her heart. At least she wouldn't forget him. When he initially left her, it was largely because of disillusionment. He had tried his best to make the blank slate her fall in love with him, yet destiny led her, even with all her past and memories erased, to be drawn to Tenyuan's reincarnation in the human world. Stubbornly wishing to go to the human world again, she rejected his plea for her to stay by his side. As a god, he was prouder than anyone, but repeatedly being ignored and rejected only filled him with regret. Whether as Aggie or Aiden Wei, he felt it was only because he never had her that he had this obsession. So he left. With no way back to the divine realm, he wandered freely between the human world and hell, indulging in earthly pleasures, hoping to quench his insatiable desires. But he found himself unable to let go. The more he couldn't have her, the more he wanted her. Each time, watching like a voyeur as she was embraced and kissed by Tenyuan, intimate with him on their bed, jealousy nearly drove him mad. He couldn't remain so magnanimous anymore. Even a moment of possession, even if it meant deeper hatred, didn't matter. He was mired in sin, his desires endless. She was his only antidote. At this moment, Esther realized the elevator hadn't moved upward at all. Methunclair must have used a barrier to isolate the elevator space from the outside world. You. In the next second, Esther saw a flashed in Methunclair's eyes as he pressed closer to her. Esther found herself unable to move. Her body seemed controlled by Methunclair, her pupils constricting in shock. Methunclair whispered into her ear, almost like lovers whispering sweet nothings, gently kissing her earlobe, his warm breath fanning against her skin. Hey Aiden, can you hear that? Wally is looking for you outside, and he's about to find this place. If he walks up and opens the elevator door right when we are kissing, what do you think will happen? Chapter 358, High Intensity. Throughout this chapter, Methunclair was truly insane. Realizing she couldn't move, upon hearing Methunclair's words, Esther gnashed her teeth in fury. She had no idea why Methunclair was so much stronger than her, leaving her body immobilized and unable to resist. Methunclair actually intended to forcefully kiss her, then let Wally see them having a secret kiss in the elevator away from the party? What was even more absurd was that Methunclair was currently using Jobert's body. If he really did this, how would she face Jobert afterward? Methunclair, are you out of your mind? Esther's eyes burned with rage. Let me go unless you want me to hate you. Hate me? Methunclair's cool fingertips brushed against Esther's face. Aiden, sometimes hatred is deeper than love. Methunclair slowly spoke near Esther's ear, his tone inevitably cold when mentioning Wally. Aiden, do you really like that human, Wally, so much? Even if he has power and influence in the human world, what I can do will surpass him. I can be richer and more powerful than him, and I can give you everything you desire. If you like his face and figure, I can shape my body and appearance according to your preferences. More importantly, only before me can you be truly yourself. Esther took a deep breath, meeting Methunclair's eyes. What do you mean? Methunclair gazed intently, his tone carrying a hint of attachment. Aiden, whether you are human, demon, or god, I love you. But Wally, if he knew you were a demon, would he still love you as he does now? For the past 6 months as Esther, besides in front of the Liu family, haven't you been careful not to reveal your true identity to Wally? Although you haven't thought about it, you are afraid deep down, aren't you? Afraid that the first human you fell in love with might reject you as an outsider once he discovers you're a demon. After listening to Methunclair's words, Esther suddenly fell silent. Methunclair understood her too well. Indeed, she had never thought of revealing herself as a demon to Wally or anyone else. It was an unconscious inclination. But if analyzed deeply, perhaps it was exactly as Methunclair said. Humans would indeed view groups different from themselves and beyond their control as outsiders. It was human nature. Because this made them feel threatened, especially for those with wealth and status, it instilled greater fear. The demon hunter clans were funded by governments and wealthy individuals worldwide to hunt demons for the same reason. Though these secret pursuits remained unknown to ordinary people. Ordinary people felt instinctive fear and repulsion toward demons but wouldn't imagine that someone familiar beside them could be a demon in disguise. During the half year she had reincarnated in Esther's body, besides Wally's love, she gained genuine affection from Marissa and her brothers, friendship from Brenda, Jobert, and her classmates. These things were invaluable to her. If everyone found out one day that she was a demon, would they stay away, fear her, and despise her? If others reacted this way, then what about Wally? Aiden, you're hesitating. You lack confidence, don't you? Methunclair saw the fleeting doubt in Esther's eyes, and his lips curled up slightly. He spoke gently, almost hypnotically. Then, tightening his arms around her motionless body, he pulled the helpless girl into his embrace, letting out a satisfied sigh. Holding her gave him a sense of unprecedented happiness and fulfillment. His sin was greed, so after falling, his desires were insatiable. Wealth, power, status, admiration, fear, danger, novelty, excitement, nothing worldly could satisfy him. But at this moment, Methunclair felt as if the abyss of his desires was being filled for the first time. Yet immediately afterward, an even stronger desire swept over him from within. Every cell in his body screamed for more, wanted more. So, his broad hand gripped the slender waist of the girl. Lowering his head, his cool lips roamed and probed the delicate collarbone of the girl. Then, lingering and circling upward, he lightly kissed the smooth skin behind her ear. Each breath sprayed warm air. Methunclair seemed gentle but dominated everything strongly. The two were very close, their body heat and sense intertwined just as their postures were. It was too bizarre. Esther would rather have Methunclair use his own body for all this. Using Jobert's body to do things Jobert would never do caused a strong sense of disconnection in Esther. Her anger was approaching its limit, yet Methunclair continued, gently pressing his lips to Esther's ear. Aiden, listen. Wally is coming soon. He's looking for you outside the elevator, 30 meters away, 20 meters. Methunclair held Esther tighter, as if trying to merge her into his body. Aiden, if Wally sees us kissing and gets angry, then I think, he doesn't truly love you. If he really loved you deeply, he would consider you more important than everything else. Even if he saw this scene, he wouldn't be angry with you, right? Aiden, are you afraid? Afraid that he'll see us kissing and unbelievably doubt your loyalty to him? Aiden, come with me. As long as you're willing to come with me, this elevator door will not open, and I can take you away in my true form. You will have everything. From now on, anything you desire, even stars from the sky, I can pick for you. Methunclair coaxed her, as if deliberately leading her deeper into the intensely ambiguous atmosphere. He hoped that Esther would fall into desire with him, tempted by him. Let me go. Esther hadn't spoken until now, but finally she did, her voice devoid of any emotion. Wally was indeed getting closer, just outside the elevator. Both she and Methunclair could sense it. However, upon hearing Esther's words, Methunclair paused. Then he tightened his embrace even more, almost mockingly speaking, Aiden. I can't let you go. If I could, I wouldn't have fallen that day. Fallen? Esther didn't understand what Methunclair meant. Although he had only kissed behind her ear, Wally's footsteps were drawing closer, just steps away from the elevator, while Methunclair tried to kiss her on the lips. At this moment, however, the elevator lights flickered. Methunclair felt everything go dark before him. In the next second, the girl who had been immobilized under his control broke free inexplicably. She directly pushed him against the elevator wall and once again choked his throat. She managed to overpower him. Methunclair's eyes widened, his gaze revealing astonishment. He was a god, a flower spirit's soul power couldn't possibly break his constraints. It must be that her soul still harbored remnants of fallen god powers, manifesting only when she felt a murderous impulse. Even she herself hadn't realized this. Esther looked at Methunclair, her eyes colder than ever, even turning a deep red. Methunclair, this time I won't kill you because I once trusted you the most. You helped me through the loneliest times of my life. But I don't want the essence restoring pill anymore. From this moment on, we're even. If you ever control me like this again and do such things, I will kill you. She said they were even. She said that next time, she would definitely kill him. Methunclair knew this person too well. Whether Jada or Aiden, she always did what she said. Methunclair didn't even have time to feel heartbroken. After finishing her words, Esther released him. Methunclair took a deep breath. But just then, the elevator door suddenly opened. Because the barrier had been broken, the elevator doors automatically opened. More stiflingly, Wally was right outside. Outside the elevator, Wally looked up and saw the girl he had been searching for standing inside with Jobert. Although nothing seemed out of place between them, the atmosphere felt somewhat odd. Catherine? Wally looked at Esther, about to ask why she was here. But Esther raised her head to look at him, calmly stating her first sentence. Wally, actually I'm not human, I'm a demon. Chapter 359, she knew she had won the bet. When Esther spoke, not only was Fabio stunned, but even Methunclair standing nearby froze. Methunclair never expected that Esther would directly reveal her true identity in front of Fabio. You. Shock was evident on Methunclair's face. After finishing her words to Fabio, Esther turned to look at him. Her gaze was calm, and her voice even more serene than usual. Her clear black and white eyes revealed no emotion, giving away neither sorrow nor joy, happiness nor anger. Didn't you ask me if Fabio would still love me like this if he knew I'm a demon? So now I'll tell him and let him answer. Methunclair took a deep breath. He thought he had been crazy enough, but this girl was evidently crazier, and it was a kind of madness that was eerily clear and rational. It left him completely unprepared. Was she truly unafraid that the human Fabio might not accept the fact that she was a demon and then abandon her? Was she really unafraid that most human love, built on self-interest, wasn't pure or stable enough, like a skyscraper built on sand, ready to collapse at any moment? Was she not worried that Fabio would spread the word, causing her to lose everything and be ostracized by all humans, hunted down by demon hunters without rest? Once demon hunters set their sights on someone, they would go to great lengths to eradicate every trace, chasing them to the ends of the earth, impossible to shake off. Was it true confidence in her love for this man, or did she actually want to find out the answer to this question? Meanwhile, outside the elevator, Fabio knew the Liu family was hosting a party tonight. After finishing his company work, he came over. People in the living room told him that Esther had taken Jobert to another place to talk, and since Esther didn't have her phone, he started searching around the villa. He never imagined that Esther and Jobert would be in the elevator, or that upon seeing him, her first calm words would be these. Fabio, I'm not human, I'm a demon. Not human, but a demon. What did that mean? Fabio's first reaction was confusion. If she's not human, who is this girl named Esther standing in front of him? A demon, what kind of demon? How does she survive, or what does she need from humans? And why would she say this in front of Jobert, implying that Jobert is also a demon? Esther's brief sentence carried too much information, completely beyond ordinary understanding, yet she didn't explain further to Fabio. Fabio had no idea what was happening, but he clearly heard what Esther said to Methunclair. Didn't you ask me if Fabio would still love me like this if he knew I'm a demon? Fabio sensed that the girl's emotions weren't as calm as they seemed. Or perhaps he understood his lover better than anyone else. So he looked at Esther's back and answered without hesitation, I love you. Regardless of her true identity, Fabio was sure that the girl who caught his heart through an open car window, the one who shone like light into his dark life, was the person standing before him. Fabio gazed at Esther's silhouette. Although I don't know exactly what's going on, baby, no matter what your identity is, no matter what happens, I love you. Whether you need my heart or if you approached me with other intentions, it doesn't matter. I mean, I love you. Facing Methunclair, Esther's expression was resolute. But if one observed carefully, they could see that when she heard Fabio's response, her shoulders slightly trembled. Her fingers, which had been tightly clenched, almost turning white at the knuckles, suddenly relaxed. As if all strength had left her. Esther suddenly revealing the truth to Fabio wasn't out of defiance towards Methunclair, but because Methunclair's words earlier touched her. In human perception, demons were monsters with terrifying appearances. They were cunning, harming humans to survive, capable of transforming into human form or attaching to humans, feeding on or draining human essence. In stories filled with traditional supernatural elements, those who got close to demons or were ensnared by them would ultimately meet tragic ends. Humans' fear and rejection of demons stemmed both from instinct and judgment based on knowledge. Methunclair mentioned that during the past half year, while being cautious in front of the Liu family, she was equally careful not to expose her true identity in front of Fabio. Methunclair admitted she was afraid that the first human she loved would treat her as an outsider once he discovered she was a demon. Perhaps subconsciously, she really wanted to avoid this. But she was never one to fear being abandoned. Love is a mutual choice. True love should not involve such significant concealment and deception but should be built on mutual understanding and trust, so Fabio had the right to know the truth. So Esther was also taking a gamble. She believed in Fabio's love. If Fabio couldn't accept it after knowing the truth, she would willingly bear the consequences, even if it meant leaving his life forever. But very clearly. When Fabio, facing her back, firmly said, "I love you," and declared that he was willing to give her his heart if needed, she knew she had won the bet. Chapter 360, The Arena, Methunclair suffers a crushing defeat. If Wally had hesitated even for a second just now, Methunclair would have thought that his love for Deborah was not so pure, possibly tainted with some form of self-interest. After all, this Wally now lacks the memories of Declan's time with Aggie and is but a businessman in the human world. Isn't it in a businessman's nature to seek benefits and avoid harm, first considering his own interests? But Wally did not. He almost said, "I love you," without any hesitation. Ha! Love? Do you deserve it? Methunclair sneered inwardly. In the divine realm, Declan used to be stronger than him. But now, Wally is nothing more than a weak human who can be crushed like an ant by him easily. Now, it is he, not Wally, who deserves her. What do you have to love her? Methunclair almost mocked, his eyes turning cold. A mere human, you don't even have the ability to protect her. With a flick of my finger, I can crush your head into powder. As he spoke, Methunclair raised his hand as if to act on his threat. However, the moment he raised his hand, Deborah's eyes turned a vivid red instantly. In an instant, she appeared right before him, gripping his throat tightly without holding back any strength. Methunclair, if you dare to harm him, I will find you to the ends of the earth and obliterate you into dust. If it weren't for you possessing Jobert's body, you would have died many times over by now. The girl's eyes were filled only with ruthlessness and murderous intent, colder than ancient ice that never melts. Wally didn't know who Methunclair was originally or why Deborah was calling Jobert Methunclair. Now he knew this Methunclair must also be a demon who had possessed Jobert's body. The intention to kill couldn't be hidden in one's eyes. Deborah gripped harder, the soul force within her body pressuring, trying to force out Methunclair's true form. The elevator lights flickered, and the powerful aura emitted by the young girl was intimidating, as if blood bloomed in her pupils. Yet Methunclair seemed willing to be choked by her, not resisting, suddenly appearing resigned. "Do you hate me so much?" His voice sounded slightly hoarse. That right hand which was originally raised to threaten Wally remained raised. This time, however, it gently rested on the girl's hand that gripped his neck and held on to Deborah's hand back in front of Wally. Deborah instinctively frowned and tried to shake off his hand, but when she lifted her gaze, she was surprised to see Methunclair's eyes turn red. She suddenly remembered how, in the underworld realm, Methunclair would kamesh daily, occasionally faking sadness to trick her into agreeing to whatever he wanted. But now, it was different. She could tell Methunclair was genuinely sad. So Deborah froze, loosening her grip on Methunclair, not pulling her hand away for a moment. "Why is it always him who can, and not me? You won't even give me a single chance." "Aching, I can be better than him." Deborah took a deep breath. She really didn't know Methunclair liked her before. But no matter how genuine or obsessive this feeling might be, if his actions stemmed purely from this emotion, she could at least give him an explanation. "You cannot be better than him." Deborah looked up calmly and spoke. "Do you know what the biggest difference between you and him is? He will never force me to do anything I dislike. What he gives me is always love, trust, equality, and respect. He thinks about what he can give me, rather than what he can take from me. There's never any domineering interference. In front of him, I am always free. Even when we met for the first time, I was dirty on the roadside like a beggar, and before tonight, there was a huge disparity in status and identity between us, a private daughter and him. I know that even if I don't love him, he will continue loving me just as he does now. But you are different, Methunclair," Deborah said calmly. "Your love for me requires my love in return. If I don't love you, you'll find ways to make me love you or force and entice me to be with you. Just like what you did tonight, you couldn't bear it, so you came and even threatened me, completely disregarding my wishes." "I tried." Methunclair suddenly became agitated. "I tried letting go, and I tried not interfering in your life, but..." His voice suddenly stopped. What more could there be to say? Methunclair didn't want to say any more. The more he said, the more pathetic he felt. In love, does it matter who comes first or who is right or wrong? Wally indeed is a man of grace. Even though he did not know about the past between Deborah and Methunclair, when Methunclair expressed his feelings for the girl so openly, even holding Deborah's hand and speaking of wanting her to choose him right before Wally, Wally did not show any anger or jealousy. He did not pull Deborah's hand away from Methunclair, nor did he embrace Deborah to declare possession or threaten Methunclair. Just as Deborah had said earlier, even if they were in love, Wally never treated Deborah as his possession. He respected all her decisions, knowing that his lover was decisive. He only needed to be by her side, supporting her. Methunclair actually hoped Wally would come over and do something to him, then the girl might be angry at him instead. But it didn't happen. Though it wasn't a war, standing there doing nothing, Methunclair felt utterly defeated. Methunclair closed his eyes and let go of Deborah's hand, sliding down to sit against the elevator wall, looking dejected. Deborah glanced at him, then looked up at Wally. Can you wait for me in my room? Okay, Wally paused for a second and nodded. Deborah knew what he was thinking. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll come find you soon. Hearing this, Wally turned and left. Now only Deborah and Methunclair remained in the elevator. Seeing Methunclair's dejected look, Deborah couldn't help but take a deep breath. This was her first friend since she gained consciousness. She was genuinely angry. Just moments ago, she almost wanted to kill him. But to say she didn't care was impossible. Leave my friend alone. Deborah squatted down in front of Methunclair and sighed softly. Reaching out, she wiped the redness from Methunclair's eyes, saying, next time, come see me with your own body. It feels really strange talking like this while you're possessing someone else's body. Methunclair looked up at her, his eyes reddening more. His voice was slightly hoarse. I thought you never wanted to see me again. Stop deceiving me or using my friends. Face me properly, and I will treat you like a friend. Then Deborah added, almost as if afraid he misunderstood, but Methunclair, only as friends. Only as friends. There was nothing more. Methunclair took a deep breath, his voice carrying a hint of pleading. One last hug, can I? After hearing this, Deborah believed Methunclair understood her attitude. So without hesitation, she hugged Methunclair, patting his back as if consoling a dejected friend. A few minutes later, the elevator door opened. Deborah went to the living room and called for help, saying Jobert had fainted in the elevator. Those who had been playing games were shocked. They hurriedly moved Jobert to a guest room. Upon hearing from Deborah that he was probably just tired and would be better after resting, they finally calmed down. They settled Jobert on the bed and left, turning off the lights in the guest room as they exited. But the moment the door closed, Jobert's eyes snapped open in the dark. His chest rose and fell noticeably. When the man named Methunclair possessed his body, his consciousness wasn't completely suppressed. He saw and experienced everything that just happened. A multitude of emotions surged within him, shock, confusion, joy, bitterness. Deborah turned out to be a demon. And Methunclair did those things to her. Although he wasn't controlling his body, Methunclair used Jobert's form. In essence, it was the first time he held the girl he liked and even kissed her ear. In the darkness, the teenager's heart pounded thunderously, taking a long time to calm down. Alone, in turmoil. Chapter 361, being frank and open, leaving nothing unsaid. Room. When Esther walked into the room, Wally was sitting on a chair reading a book. The cold moonlight filtered through the window, falling inside, while Hey-Do curled up on the bed, drowsily asleep. Esther's eyes immediately landed on the yellow cover of the book, To Joe Bill a Mockingbird. It was a book that had deeply touched her after she finished reading it, mentioned twice to Wally. The living room party outside continued with its usual noise and revelry. But as soon as the door to this room closed, the inside became unusually quiet. Wally lifted his gaze upon hearing movement and placed the book he was holding closed onto the table. He stood up and approached her, his voice deep. Baby, did you resolve everything? Yeah. Esther paused for a second, then looked at Wally and asked, is there anything you want to ask me? Esther knew that what she had said earlier, including her conversation with Methunclair, must have left a huge impact on Wally. He must have many things he couldn't understand right now. However, Wally didn't question her as she expected him to, asking what all this was about. Instead, he raised his hand and gently embraced her, pausing for a few seconds. Baby, it's not that I want to ask you something, but rather what you want to tell me. If I am curious about what just happened, it's not because I want to pry into your past, but because I want to understand you better. But if there's anything from your past you don't want to recall, you don't need to explain it to me. You are who you are, no matter what you've experienced or who you once were. I love you just the same. Esther took a deep breath and spoke in a very serious tone. Methut down, let's talk. Esther indeed hadn't told Wally many things before. But since she had revealed her true identity to him today, there was nothing left to hide. Actually, I'm not Esther. Sitting face to face, Esther lifted her eyes and started with this first sentence. The original owner of this body was strangled to death by a hitman sent by Marilyn on the first day she arrived in Gilisangching. That's when I borrowed her body to be reborn. Wally's expression tightened. So it really was strangled? Esther hadn't expected Wally to say this, which made her startle a little. You knew about this? When I met you for the first time, I once had Gordon investigate you, finding the surveillance footage near the road where we met. And from the footage, I found out that the night we first met, before you came out of the alley, a man had dragged you into it. 5 minutes later, he hurriedly emerged holding a rope. At that moment, I suspected he had done something harmful to you. So later, I had my men bring him over. You caught that hitman? Esther genuinely didn't know about this and was also quite shocked. Yes, Wally nodded. He said someone contacted him on the dark web to pick up a girl from the countryside at the station. Then find an opportunity to kill her, for a bounty of 500,000. But he said he didn't know who the person was. All users on the dark web are anonymous and can't be traced. After he sent the buyer photos of the body, the account was immediately deleted. At the time, when I heard a body, I was indeed puzzled, but thought maybe he saw incorrectly, and you were just unconscious and not dead. Mathuns, the perpetrator, couldn't be traced. I sent him to the police station later. He's now in prison. Esther thought only she had been doing some things behind the scenes. She didn't expect that Wally had also taken these actions when they just met and never told her. At this point, Wally frowned slightly and asked, so you're saying, the person who sent a hitman to kill Esther on her first night in Illegitimate was Marilyn, whom the Liu family adopted? Esther was stunned again. You even knew Marilyn was adopted by the Liu family? She didn't remember mentioning this to Wally before. That Marilyn was adopted by the Liu family was something only the Liu family knew. The outside world truly had no idea about it. Even Marilyn herself previously believed she didn't know and constantly used her status as an illegitimate daughter to insult and provoke her. In reality, though Esther was an illegitimate daughter, she was still biologically related to the Liu family and shared half her bloodline with her brothers. Marilyn, however, had no relation to the entire Liu family at all, yet truly considered herself a highborn princess. The reason Esther never exposed Marilyn's fake status online as retaliation was because she believed one's origin is something a person cannot choose. She didn't want to use this matter to attack others, even someone as vicious as Marilyn. However, during the Xingjing school anniversary, Marilyn had deliberately made sarcastic remarks at the school gate, openly and subtly mocking her for being an illegitimate daughter from the countryside, unworthy to compare with her, the legitimate heiress of the Liu family. But that night, Brenda mentioned that news spread online from somewhere, revealing that Marilyn was actually a fake heiress. She was adopted by the Liu family and had no relation to them at all. This enraged Marilyn, leaving her unable to refute but to pretend she hadn't heard it. Mathuns then, she didn't dare mention Esther's background anymore. Thinking about this, Esther couldn't help but look at the seemingly upright man in front of her, astonished. Was it you who released that information back then? Very good. It seemed she indeed needed to have an open and honest talk with her lover about what they had done before. Chapter 362, Love at First Math Weight? Or a nutritional supplement. Deborah took a deep breath, preparing to explain everything clearly to Hewitt. You heard Mathunclair call me Brielle just now, Deborah said. Actually, I was originally a rose in the deepest part of hell, and after absorbing enough negative energy, I turned into a demon, able to come to the human world and possess a human body. As for Mathunclair, let's say she is like a pearl oyster spirit. As long as there is a human body that matches the soul in the human world, demons can possess it. Both living and dead bodies are possible, but it's best if it's a body that has just died recently because possessing a live human might result in a struggle for control over the body between souls. So, baby, Hewitt asked, did you transfer into Deborah's body when she had just died? Yes, but my soul was already wandering in the world for a long time by then, in a very weak state, needing to replenish soul power. It was precisely at that moment that I met you. You have a constitution that's known as the heavenly star solitary, surrounded by negative energy. That's why people with poor physical constitutions will have adverse reactions when they encounter you. Mild ones may feel palpitations, severe cases could even result in sudden death. But negative energy happens to be the fastest way for me to replenish soul power. The most direct way to absorb this energy is through intimate contact, which is why I suddenly kissed you back then. So you kissed me because... Hewitt seemed to recall something, his dark eyes becoming deeper. Does this mean that if it hadn't been me back then, but another person heavily surrounded by negative energy, you would have kissed him too? The man's thin lips slightly pressed together. Unusually, the air around him felt somewhat heavy, indescribable whether he felt disappointed or jealous. Until now, Hewitt always thought that the girl had suddenly kissed him upon their first encounter because, just like his feelings toward her, it was love at first sight. In his life until that moment, no one had ever dared to get so close to him, not to mention forcing a kiss on him. And all this happened within less than 2 minutes of meeting, exchanging fewer than 4 sentences. It was just too special, too unpredictable. How could he not be moved? But now Hewitt realized that it wasn't love at first sight. The girl had merely seen him as a breathable nutritional supplement. The only person who couldn't stop thinking about that kiss and feeling heart fluttering after that was himself. A bit heart-wrenching and pitiful. Actually, regarding this matter, Deborah felt somewhat guilty. Plus, she couldn't explain it before, so she never brought up to Hewitt why she kissed him during their first meeting. But now, listening to his question and seeing his obviously awkward expression, Deborah went directly to sit on Hewitt's lap, her slender arms encircling his neck, looking up at him seriously. Mr. Yanni, do you want to hear the truth? Hewitt hugged her waist and nodded. If it hadn't been you that day, even if another man had more negative energy and my condition had been even weaker, I wouldn't have kissed him. Because it was you. Your looks, your figure, your demeanor, your scent, even the way you gave me money and looked at me then, it all attracted me. So I kissed you. So speaking of it, I did fall in love with you at first sight. It was just a lustful version. Deborah spoke the truth. Encountering someone with negative energy immediately after reincarnating could be considered lucky, but it didn't necessarily mean she had to do anything. But coincidentally, this man was tall, handsome, smelled good, and had an appealing figure, all of which hit her taste spot. Moreover, he not only offered her money but also stared at her intently. Who could resist not giving such a man a kiss? He tempted her. So she felt justified. I told you back then, if I kissed you, I'd take responsibility for you, Deborah said earnestly. I won't do this to anyone else, nor will I say these words to anyone else. From the first glance at you, I had already chosen you. And there's this coin. As she spoke, Deborah lifted her hand to unbutton the collar of Hewitt's shirt and pulled out the necklace hanging from his neck, threaded through a black string. The pendant on this necklace was the 1 yuan coin Deborah had taken from her old jeans during their first meeting. Back then, Deborah said the coin was a down payment, and she'd repay the rest next time they met. Mathunce that day, Hewitt had kept this coin on him. Later, it was made into a necklace, hanging around his neck ever since. If others saw the mighty chairman of Yanni Group never taking off a necklace that was just an old 1 yuan coin, they would surely find it quite strange. If they saw the pattern on the back of the coin, they would find it even stranger, because instead of the chrysanthemum usually engraved on regular coins, this one had a rose. At this moment, the rose imprinted on the back of the coin gleamed under the room's light. See, this coin can't be spent, but it's one of a kind in the world. Just like you, Deborah smiled. So, this is actually a token of our love. A token of love, indeed. Hewitt suddenly felt relieved. Thankfully, since their first meeting, he had always treasured every trace she left, preserving everything she gave him carefully. Let me continue. Seeing that Hewitt was now calmed down, Deborah continued with the important matter, but actually, this isn't the first time I've been reborn using a human body. Deborah's tone became serious. The first time I was reborn as a human was 10 years ago in England. Back then, the human I became was named Alicia. Chapter 363, President Yanni's Shock, Blood Red Nixing delivered daily. Alicia? Upon hearing this name, Gil suddenly felt it was somewhat familiar. After a few seconds of pondering, he recalled and couldn't help but be slightly astonished. Baby. You're talking about the eldest miss of the Bai family in the capital city who was rumored to have died? The Bai family, a top-tier old established clan in the capital, virtually controls the entire domestic jewelry industry, with Bai Herbji being an undisputed jewelry tycoon. Unfortunately, the Bai family is not populous. Bai Herbji has no siblings, and he only had an elder daughter, Alicia, from his deceased wife, and a second daughter, Randy, from his remarriage. The eldest miss of the Bai family, Alicia, took over the family business at the age of 20. She was smart and dignified, managing the company efficiently and earning unanimous praise from businessmen in the capital. But 10 years ago, when Bai Herbji fell ill with cancer and was bedridden, Alicia went missing while traveling in the Ujoab at the age of 23, and there has been no news since. Therefore, the outside world concluded that Alicia had died, with rumors suggesting she jumped into the sea and committed suicide while on a trip to England for relief. With Alicia's disappearance and due to emotional distress and physical reasons, Bai Herbji announced his retirement. Mathunce then, the Bai family has been managed by the second daughter, Randy. She didn't just die in the rumors, Alicia was indeed dead at that time. Esther also recalled the past. Alicia suffered from depression. She went to England specifically to commit suicide. Before leaving home, she actually entrusted Randy with some matters, which could be considered her final wishes. At that time, Randy didn't think of it that way. After Alicia jumped into the sea, a kind passerby saved her ashore, but she was already dead. That was when I borrowed her body to reincarnate. So, baby, you didn't return to the capital as Alicia? Gil asked. It seems that there has been no news of Alicia in the capital for the past 10 years. No, Esther shook her head. After reincarnating in the borrowed body, I could feel the lingering emotions and obsessions of the original host. For example, at the time, I could feel Esther's unwillingness to die from strangulation, her longing for her mother, and her anxiety and anticipation towards the new life ahead. At that time, Alicia had long grown weary of the secular world. She wanted to escape her family, the capital city, even the entire country. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone all the way abroad to jump into the sea and commit suicide. So what she longed for most in life was to be far away from all the hustle and bustle. Find a quiet place full of flowers and grass, where she could spend the rest of her life freely and peacefully. Therefore, at that time, I hoped to fulfill this wish for her. After taking over Alicia's life, I stayed in England for many years and traveled to several other countries and cities. During this process, I did many things that Alicia never tried before and met many people. But I didn't expect that the things I did and the people I befriended back then would help me a lot after becoming Esther. Gil was taken aback. Baby, are you saying? Do you remember that we met for the second time at the charity auction gala hosted by the Herb family? Esther suddenly said, do you remember, when the blood red Nixing was up for auction, Haley kept bidding against you, eventually paying 15 million for it. But after the party, she gave you the blood red Nixing, saying a friend of hers had commissioned her to buy the ginseng for you and asked you not to refuse. Hearing Esther mention this suddenly, Gil's eyes widened remarkably. Baby. Is Haley's friend then you? Gil was genuinely shocked. He hadn't forgotten this incident, but he had merely assumed that the person who asked Haley to buy the blood red Nixing for him wanted to gain something from him. He only needed to wait for this person to approach him. But oddly, Haley never mentioned this again, nor did anyone else come forward about this matter. Gil never imagined that the person who asked Haley to bid on the blood red Nixing for him was Esther. At that time, it was hard for him to associate the 17-year-old Esther who had just arrived in Gilasangching from the countryside with the decisive female CEO of Bailing Group as friends. Moreover, it was 15 million. Even if Haley didn't pay for it herself, there weren't many people in the country who could casually bid 15 million. I met Haley in my second year as Alicia. Esther said. At that time, Haley had just graduated with a master's degree and was determined to start her own business. She went around Illegitimate looking for investors but faced rejections everywhere, which hit her hard. I saw her confession on a post. Back then, she was very young and had that indomitable spirit of never giving in to fate. She wrote that she had been abandoned by her birth parents from the moment she was born. Everyone around her looked down on her ever since she started elementary school, but she never despised herself. She was always the top student in her class from elementary school through junior high and high school. Later, she worked hard and got accepted into Galanga University and pursued a master's degree. She believed that anything was possible in life as long as you dared to think and act and put in consistent effort. Everyone ridiculed her entrepreneurial ideas as unrealistic and impossible to achieve, but she remained firm. She said all she needed was 1% luck to find someone who would support her. She could achieve the rest with her efforts and offer the greatest returns to this person. I admired Haley's character, so I contacted her that night and gave her 5 million as the initial capital for her project. I didn't ask for anything in return, not even a contract. I just told her to go ahead and do whatever she wanted, and if she needed more money, to ask me. Haley is indeed excellent and works harder than anyone else. In just 3 years, the Land Group emerged, changing people's shopping habits and becoming one of the top companies domestically. Haley only knew me as Alicia, and never connected me with the missing eldest miss of the By family. After Balan stabilized and no longer needed my investments, I rarely contacted Haley. However, Haley is very grateful. She made me the largest shareholder behind the scenes at Balan. Even though I never asked for any rewards, she opened an account in my name and sends a large sum of money to my account annually. Balan, Alicia, Haley. So that's how it was. After hearing Esther, Gil couldn't help but mutter. Esther continued, in fact, before that charity auction gala, I hadn't been in touch with Haley for over a year. Back then, when I saw the blood-red mixing, I thought about using it to help treat your leg. But in my current identity, I couldn't handle this myself, so I had Haley bid on it and send it to you on my behalf. Haley doesn't know that I am now Esther. Pausing for a moment, Esther added, actually, besides Haley, there are other people I met during my time as Alicia, and you've all met them. For instance, academician Olaf. The paper published by FSI was actually sent to him by me several years ago while I was in the UJOAB. It's understandable why people online criticized it. A regular high school student couldn't possibly write such a high-level paper. Then there's Amen, whom I met at the AB's boxing match in the UJOAB. I wore a panda mask throughout, and because Alicia and Esther look similar in physique, features, and voice, he recognized me later at Ismail's banquet. And Master Cohen, whom I met after submitting to his email about a year and a half ago when I was already in seclusion. He regarded me as a musical genius and became close to me, which is why he was so friendly during the piano competition. Besides these people, there are a few others. But after retreating to the mountains, I deliberately avoided contact with the outside world, so I haven't reached out to them. Yeniving in seclusion in the mountains? Gil looked at Esther, because the outside world wasn't quiet enough? Not exactly. Esther took a deep breath and raised her eyes. I lived in seclusion because, at that time, I was being hunted. Chapter 364, his first reaction was it a chase? Wally's heartbeat suddenly paused. Do you remember the substitute writing teacher who came to our school more than 2 months ago? Esther said, at that time, when I came out of the hospital in a wheelchair, he specially came over to find me. Wally had an impression of Ari because that man had a very outstanding aura. On that day, he was wearing a mandarin collar Chinese shirt with buttons, and his figure was tall and slender. That face, with its warm and handsome features, did not give off an ordinary feeling. That Ari wasn't actually a writing teacher, he is a demon hunter, Esther said. The person who had been chasing me all along was him. Wally took a deep breath. This was the second time tonight he couldn't control his shock. After knowing Esther was a demon, accepting the existence of demon hunters became easier. But the teacher for Janine's writing lesson at Xinjiang was actually a demon hunter who had once chased her. This must not be a coincidence. Doesn't this mean that this person went to Xinjiang just for Janine? Could it be that Janine's fall from the horse that day was not an accident but related to him? Wally thought about many things in an instant. Seeing the furrowed brows on the man's face, Esther explained, all things in the world are interconnected yet also check each other. There are demons who commit evil deeds and harm humans, so there are demon hunters upholding justice by killing demons. The members of the demon hunter families are spread across the world. It's just that ordinary people don't know of their existence or even know that demons really exist. But in fact, they have always been funded by governments and the wealthy from various countries. Because demons are completely uncontrollable factors for those in high positions. They fear and want all demons dead. The demon hunter's creed is to exterminate all demons without leaving any hidden dangers behind, especially targeting stronger demons more ruthlessly. Their family has some ancestral artifacts that can specifically counteract demons. For example, there is a magical artifact called Sun Yao Pan which can detect the location of powerful soul force demons. And their weapon, the soul-devouring nail, can instantly scatter a demon's soul forever if it pierces the body hosting the demon. About 2 years ago, I was still in England then, and Ari precisely located me in a shopping mall using the Sun Yao Pan. During that fire incident in the mall, Ari saw my face amidst the flames. After that, he started pursuing me relentlessly. To avoid him, I went into seclusion in the mountains, deliberately cutting off all connections with the outside world. But later, Ari still sensed my position and found me. I could only forcibly detach from Elisha's body. Afterward, I wandered through the world until I was reborn in Esther's body. Hearing Esther's story, Wally understood the rough outline of events. But recalling previous incidents, he couldn't help feeling afraid. Then that day, Ari indeed came to Xinjiang for me, Esther said, but he wasn't sure if I was Alicia. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approached me under the guise of a writing teacher to probe me. He would have come directly to kill me. While teaching the writing lesson, I gradually dispelled his suspicions. But to further test me, he controlled the horse I was riding using talismans. He made the horse go wild, hoping to see if I would use my soul force to control it. Job knowing he was watching, I naturally did nothing. So when I fell off the horse later, it completely dispelled his doubts. He even felt somewhat guilty toward me. Hearing Esther casually talk about falling off the horse, Wally recalled the bruises and contusions on her body that day, and subconsciously clenched his fists. Taking a deep breath, he wanted to say that even if it was to dispel suspicion, she shouldn't have hurt herself. But thinking from Esther's perspective, there might not have been a better way under those circumstances. It wasn't her problem, but that demon hunter's problem. Is Ari just right and wrong mixed up like this? Wally's eyes turned slightly cold. Even as a demon, you never harmed anyone. What right does he have to harm you? Hearing Wally say this, Esther paused. Then she slowly hugged Wally's slim waist tightly and sighed lightly. Whether human or demon, sometimes mere existence itself is a mistake. Yen Nike, the black race whose skin color carries the mark of racial discrimination from birth. Or illegitimate children who bear disgraceful labels since birth. But in reality, black people, white people, yellow people, they are all human. The children of prostitutes and mistresses, and the children of rich and powerful officials, are all children. Equality should be built on the foundation of free choice. Yet, like them, I never had the chance to choose. So, I can only bear the consequences brought by this existence. It's already very hard to change one person's fixed mindset. It's even harder to change the entire society's and the world's perception. Without Ari, there would be other demon hunters coming to kill me. So, I don't feel ashamed of my identity. I won't use my abilities to harm others, nor do I need them to understand me. I only need to stay true to myself and have no regrets. Have no regrets. Wally felt that after learning Esther's true identity tonight and having this conversation with her, it seemed like he was finally getting to know his lover for the first time. He finally understood why there was always something profound in those clear eyes of the girl, something he couldn't quite grasp. Turned out, she had gone through so much on her own and endured so much. It's my fault. Wally also took a deep breath, then drew Esther into his arms, his voice carrying a hint of guilt. I should have noticed earlier. If I had asked you directly, you wouldn't have kept it from me. If I had known all this sooner, then many things before could have been discussed with me instead of you dealing with them alone. Esther didn't expect that after Wally found out everything, his first reaction wasn't rejection or blame for her keeping secrets. But rather guilt and heartache over what she had faced alone in the past and now. He always seemed to love her more than she imagined. Esther raised her eyes and kissed Wally on the lips. Under the dim light, the man wrapped his left arm around the slender waist of the girl sitting on his lap, their bodies tightly pressed together without any gap. His other large hand lifted her chin, deepening the kiss dominantly. Their breathing entwined passionately. Wally's breathing grew heavier, and Esther couldn't help but raise her head and bury her hands in his hair, the atmosphere heating up gradually. However, at this moment, a voice sounded outside the door. Janine, are you in the room? I'm coming. Before Esther could react, the door was opened. Chapter 365 The Yen Night of Righteousness. As soon as Brenda opened the door and looked up to see what was happening in the room, she froze. The tall and handsome man sat on the chair with dark eyes, his large hand gripping the waist of the girl. The girl straddled his lap, tilting her head back and circling her arms around his neck. Her beautiful eyes glistened as if filled with moisture. Her face flushed slightly, like being tipsy, and her lips were as rosy as a rose waiting to be picked, very inviting, very beautiful. Both of their chests heaved violently, clearly not catching their breath evenly. It was obvious what they were doing before the door opened. Seeing this scene, Brenda's eyes widened instantly, and she stammered, I didn't mean to interrupt. Maybe I'll just go out first. President Yanni and Janine can continue. Brenda had thought Deborah should have been in the room and came to find her but forgot that Fabio had also come home earlier. Of course, President Yanni would be with Janine, and she had forgotten about it. Interrupting a couple's intimate moment was simply unforgivable. As she said this, Brenda wanted to close the door immediately and leave. Deborah got off Fabio and called Brenda. What is it, Brenda? Is something wrong? At that moment, Fabio took a deep breath and grabbed the thin blanket from the edge of the bed to cover his legs without changing his expression. Fortunately, his seat wasn't directly facing the door, which spared him some embarrassment. Janine, I came to tell you that Jobert has woken up, Brenda scratched her head and said. Also, since you invited our classmates to your place for a gathering today, they have prepared a gift for you, asking you to come over and open it. Jobert woke up. This was what Deborah was most concerned about. According to Methunclair, Jobert indeed felt unwell today and only managed to attend the party with great effort. Methunclair possessed Jobert's body as soon as he arrived at Lou's house, but Jobert wouldn't remember anything during this period. It would all be blank in his mind. Given that he was already unwell and was manipulated by Methunclair, Deborah was quite worried about Jobert's well-being. So she informed Fabio and walked out. "I'll go check on him." Guest room. The door was ajar, and just as Deborah was about to knock, Jobert happened to be opening the door to come out. The moment the door opened, Deborah's hand stopped mid-air, meeting Jobert's gaze. Although it was the same body, Jobert's eyes were distinctly different from Methunclair's. Methunclair's eyes always carried a hint of danger and amusement, while Jobert's eyes were usually calm and reserved. However, at this moment, Deborah felt that Jobert's look at her seemed somewhat different from before. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Of course, if she were more observant, she might have noticed Jobert couldn't help but glance at her earlobe, his face flushing slightly and his expression appearing unnatural. "Are you awake?" Deborah asked Jobert. "Do you still feel unwell? Do you remember what happened before you fainted?" Deborah asked this way out of concern for Jobert's health and to confirm that he truly had no memory of the events. Jobert took a deep breath and shook his head. "I don't remember. It feels like my head has been dizzy since I got here." "If you weren't feeling well, why did you insist on coming? You should have rested at home." Saying this, Deborah handed him the items she brought with her. The moment their hands touched, Jobert felt his skin burning, his heartbeat accelerating. Looking at what was in his palm, it was a small glass bottle containing some black pills. Jobert paused. "What are these? Your body doesn't seem too good." Deborah looked at Jobert. "You felt unwell today, and you had a fever when we had horse riding class earlier. It might be because you live alone and eat casually, plus staying up late frequently. I made some health-regulating pills for my fourth brother before. After taking them for a few months, his health improved significantly. Take one pill each day. But besides taking medication, if you really want to improve your health, you need to eat properly and avoid staying up late. If you don't know how to cook, you could hire someone to cook for you when you're not in school. You can't rely on instant noodles for all 3 meals." Deborah rarely inquired about others' personal lives as it belonged to privacy. So even though they were close friends, she had never been to Jobert's place, only knowing that he lived alone in a rented apartment. It seemed he had no parents. She did not know if his parents had passed away or if there was another reason. However, Deborah also knew that Jobert was definitely not short of money. After all, given his status, taking on a single job from the dark web could earn him several 100,000 yuan. Jobert always gave her a feeling of being like floating duckweed in this world. Because he was alone and nobody cared about him, he treated himself casually, paying little attention to self-care. Jobert stared at the small medicine bottle for several seconds. The feeling of being cared for by someone was unfamiliar to him, but happiness and joy surged through him alongside bitterness. It felt as though something was within reach, yet it didn't belong to him, so he couldn't even extend his hand for it. If it had been in the elevator. If Hewitt had developed any resistance or aversion after learning her true identity, he would have tried to do something proactively. But Hewitt did not. He felt sad, but also relieved for her happiness. Being friends was fine too. At least he could always be with her officially, becoming someone she trusted and relied on. That was enough for him. Shoshana said they'd prepared a gift for me in the living room. "Let's go check it out together," Deborah said. "All right." Jobert nodded. The two of them walked into the living room and indeed saw everyone who came to the party gathered around the long table, chatting animatedly. Seeing Deborah arrive, everyone warmly made space, revealing a blue gift box tied with a red bow on the table. This gift box looked like it contained a cake, and it was quite large, presumably calculated to be just enough for everyone here. "Is this a cake?" Deborah asked. "Yes, we specially ordered it today." Skylar excitedly led Deborah to the cake and gestured for her to untie the bow on the gift box. Deborah raised her hand to pull the bow, and the cake box immediately opened. Upon seeing the cake's design, she was genuinely shocked. On top of the cake were chocolate figurines, clearly depicting Gilisang Yusheng bound to a chair, beaten up and bruised. Deborah had to admit that her classmates were very creative. Come on, let Deborah make the first cut. It's a good way to clear away bad luck." Skylar handed Deborah the serving knife, reminding her tenderly, "Remember, make the first cut across the head, it feels better." At the same time, Bernie put a cake hat on Deborah's head. The 4 big words, "Yen Knight of Righteousness," on the hat were especially eye-catching. Chapter 366, The Final Blow to Marilyn. After that class party, life seemed to become calm again. Skylar created a group chat and added everyone who attended the party. Each time Deborah checked the messages, there were always 99 plus unread messages. During winter vacation, everyone was idle, chatting endlessly in the group every day about all sorts of things, creating quite a lively scene. Renee had been officially arrested and was now in the investigation phase of his case. Through this incident, this once morally upright and respectable university professor's reputation in society was thoroughly destroyed. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he became infamous. Even if he wasn't sentenced to death or life imprisonment, living outside prison would probably be worse for him. After serving time, those who remember him could humiliate him to death with their spit. The official announcement cleared Olaf's name. This incident involving Olaf and Jobelli also prompted the public to reflect on taking sides in public opinion and online violence. René was detained in the Illegitimate detention center. Coincidentally, his beloved niece Marilyn was also locked up there. Criminal trials didn't proceed quickly, so even after several months, Marilyn's case still hadn't gone to court, which is why she remained in the detention center. In a certain sense, these uncle and niece had met at the peak, ending up in jail together. Worth noting is that just a few days ago, Marilyn sent a letter from the detention center to the Liu family. Strangely enough, the letter wasn't addressed to Marissa or Sullivan but to Deborah. When Marissa received the letter, recalling how Marilyn nearly killed her 2 sons and Deborah, she almost considered it bad luck and wanted to burn it right away. Deborah stopped her, saying she should read it first. Deborah thought that since Marilyn was now going to jail, she might have realized her mistakes and decided to reform herself. However, reality proved that some people remain unchanged even when facing dire consequences. On the 2-page letter, Marilyn clearly wrote with full hatred, piercing through the paper multiple times with excessive force. In essence, the letter contained only 3 sentences: why, on what grounds, and cursing Deborah to death. Until her dying day, Marilyn couldn't understand why Deborah came back to life after she hired a killer to strangle her on her first day in Illegitimate, and even received a photo of the corpse. The second time, she knocked out Deborah and smothered her in the basement, sending the body to a mass grave. Yet, the next day, Deborah appeared before her alive and well. She attributed all her current misfortunes to Deborah. She said Deborah had taken everything that belonged to her, the love of her mother and brothers, and the admiration and worship of everyone at school and online. She claimed everything she did was because of Deborah. If not for Ladia, she would still be the cherished daughter of the Liu family, a little princess adored by everyone. She also accused Marissa and her brothers of being blind, deceived by Deborah. Atlee was furious upon reading these words, cursing Marilyn for being shameless. This Marilyn, even while awaiting jail time, showed no reflection on herself, blaming others for her situation. Was it someone else who made her put poison in the watermelon juice? Was it someone else who provoked her mentally unstable brother? Was it someone else who used her third brother to kill? She committed all the wrongdoings, why should she feel aggrieved here? Honestly, when Deborah read the letter, she felt nothing but sorrow for Marilyn. Initially, Deborah didn't want to drive Marilyn to the brink and wanted to leave some room for hope. But given Marilyn's obstinacy, it might be better to tell her the truth. So, Deborah replied to Marilyn. Her response was simple. Your mother was a cleaner, and your father was a gambler who drank heavily, took drugs, and was violent. Your mother deliberately abandoned you in an orphanage hoping you would grow up in a normal family. For the past 18 years, the Liu family treated you as a treasure. You should feel grateful instead of resentful. Without the Liu family's adoption, think about what kind of life you would have lived. I am different from you. Even knowing the truth when you were targeting and harming me, I never told Mother or Israel. Nor did I reveal your whereabouts to your birth father who was desperate for money due to drug addiction. Otherwise, he would have come looking to extort you. If you were in my place, you'd probably have tried to bring him into the Liu family, making my life a nightmare. Marilyn, I gave you many chances. Deborah wondered what Marilyn would feel upon reading this reply. She would likely focus solely on the truth about her biological parents, perhaps even believing that Deborah was deceiving her. But she wouldn't seriously reflect on how many chances Deborah had given her. This was the first and last time Deborah spoke to Marilyn about these matters. She had done all she could. Once this letter was sent out, it would be the final blow to kill Marilyn. What reason did she have left to hate her and the Liu family? Time flew by, and soon it was almost New Year's. On December 23rd of the lunar calendar, Sullivan and Josue both came home early, while Monty had originally planned to take leave at home until after the New Year. Marissa made dumplings at home. When everyone gathered for dinner that night, Marissa couldn't help but feel sentimental. It's almost New Year's. This year is so different from past years. We must make this New Year special. Atlee asked what was different, and Marissa replied, in previous years, your eldest brother and second brother were either working overtime at the company or on duty at the hospital. Your third brother was either out of town or attending the Spring Festival Gala. As for you and Benny, after dinner, one would go back to the room to read, and the other would go to the internet cafe to play games all night. Only I, as an old mother, was left alone at the table watching the gala, so pitiful. Stop, Sullivan couldn't help but interrupt Marissa. I remember every New Year's Eve, you always went out to play cards all night. When did you ever stay at home watching the gala alone? And pitiful? Hearing this, Marissa wasn't pleased with her eldest son's comment, thinking he was missing the point. Well, I did go out to play cards, but wasn't it because you kids weren't home? My heart as an old mother still felt lonely. But that's not the main point. The main point is that we now have Janine, and you're all home. We must make this New Year special. Speaking of which, most people in Illegitimate are migrants. As New Year approaches, they return to their hometowns one after another. The streets of Illegitimate become eerily quiet during the Spring Festival, lacking a festive atmosphere. The countryside probably places more emphasis on celebrating the new year, with more attention paid to traditional customs. Marissa looked at Deborah. Janine, how did you and your mother usually celebrate the new year? Chapter 367, Avram want to be a crossdresser? Marissa directly asked Deborah about her time in the countryside with Everly. In fact, the more they let go of their worries, the less cautiously they spoke. Including Marissa, no one felt that mentioning Deborah's life in the countryside or her birth mother Everly's place in the Liu family was inappropriate. Marissa said this year's spring festival should be celebrated properly. Partly because of what was just mentioned, but also because Everly had already passed away. Marissa thought about how last New Year's Eve, Deborah still had her mother by her side, while this year her mother was no longer around. This holiday season meant for family reunions and happiness would inevitably bring sorrow to the child. Thinking this way made Marissa even more sympathetic toward Deborah and more determined to prepare well. Fortunately, there were many people in the Liu family. Apart from herself, there were 5 older brothers accompanying Janine. Along with Hewitt, they could surely ensure Janine had a happy new year without being reminded of sad memories. After all, this was Janine's first year at the Liu family. It was the first year for the whole family to celebrate together. The family gathered in the living room while Josue cooked nourishing lung soup for everyone in the kitchen. Monty lazily hugged Deborah on the sofa, occasionally feeding her peeled grapes. If we talk about the festive atmosphere, the countryside indeed has a stronger vibe than cities, Deborah responded after pondering over Marissa's question. The reason why the countryside placed greater emphasis on the new year was due to its relatively poor living conditions in the past. Many families couldn't afford much food or new clothes on a regular basis and only wore new clothes and ate better during the new year. However, urban areas had relatively better conditions, especially in recent years when the national economy rapidly developed, making average wages in places like Gilisangching among the highest. But my mom and I didn't do anything special during the new year. Usually, before the last market day before New Year's Eve, Mom would take me to the market to buy clothes. My mother held traditional beliefs that New Year's Eve marked the transition between old and new, so she'd buy new outfits including clothes, pants, shoes, underwear, and socks, allowing me to wear all new items on the first day of the new year. Then, on New Year's Eve evening, Mom would take me to burn paper money at the back mountain. Burn paper money? Sullivan paused, surprised. To honor your grandfather or grandmother? To be honest, I'm not sure who it honored. Deborah hesitated for a moment. My mother rarely mentioned her family. I could only tell that every time she burned the paper, she looked very saddened. Afterward, we'd return home where Mom would start preparing dinner. There were only 2 of us at home, so we wouldn't eat much. However, Mom placed high importance on the New Year's Eve dinner and prepared a lot of dishes every year. After preparing the ingredients for dinner, we would make dumplings. We ate them after the midnight firecrackers were set off. I helped Mom roll out the dumpling wrappers, while she would hide some coins, 10 cents, 50 cents, 1 yuan, and a $100 bill wrapped in aluminum foil inside the dumplings. She said whoever ate the dumpling with the $100 bill would have good luck in the new year. However, each New Year's Eve midnight, it was always me who found the dumpling with the $100 bill inside. Mom thought I didn't know, but actually, she put a mark on it and always placed it in my bowl. Hearing Deborah recall her previous New Year's traditions with Everly, Marissa and others felt the simple happiness and hidden maternal love in these details. But before they could say anything, Deborah suddenly stopped talking. But last New Year's Eve, Mom was already very sick. Due to breast cancer, she underwent mastectomy and chemotherapy. By the time of the new year, all her hair had fallen out, and she had to wear a wig I bought for her. Because Mom was weak, I had her rest in bed last New Year's Eve. I prepared dinner and made dumplings alone. However, it was my first time making formal dishes, so they didn't look very appealing. The dumplings were uneven, and many burst open when boiled. But Mom was delighted. That day she ate more than she had in over a month. She even found the dumpling with the $100 bill inside. When Mom discovered the $100 bill, she paused, smiled first, then cried. Soon, I joined her in tears. That night, someone in the village lit fireworks. They were beautiful, and I think I'll remember them forever. Upon hearing Deborah's words, the hearts of everyone in the room almost broke. Even Josue, who was carrying the soup from the kitchen to the living room, stopped and couldn't help but take a deep breath. How could they not feel heartache? It was the spring festival, yet her mother lay sick in bed, frail and gaunt. The young girl had to take care of her sick mother all by herself, prepare the New Year's Eve dinner alone, and make dumplings on her own. Thinking of Deborah bustling around the kitchen on New Year's Eve, Atli's eyes turned red instantly. Just as he was about to hug his sister for comfort, he found that his 3rd brother had taken the initiative first. It won't be like this anymore. Monty embraced his sister's shoulders, with an exceptionally serious expression. From now on, every New Year's Eve, we will all be by your side, never letting you spend it alone again. Marissa also had reddened eyes. She glanced at Deborah sympathetically and suggested, so, we should prepare even better this year. How about starting by buying clothes for Janine? We can go to the mall tomorrow afternoon and pick out a set of clothes for Janine. What do you think? Great idea, Mom. Atli's eyes lit up as he already imagined his sister looking adorably pink and cute, barely able to contain his excitement. Will everyone in the family go together? At this moment, Reese suddenly spoke up. If that's the case, I'm afraid Oral will be surrounded by people even before getting off the car outside the mall. Monty truly debuted at the peak of fame and his popularity only grew over the years. Since his debut, he rarely ventured into public places anymore. Every time he appeared in public, within a few minutes, he would be surrounded by enthusiastic fans and passers-by. Not only would he be stuck unable to move, but it would also affect public order. So, Monty's daily necessities were usually bought by his top-notch agent Zephyr. Hearing this, the others felt it made sense. Just as they were about to suggest that Monty stay home, they heard him say, "I can go." Atlee couldn't resist saying, "Oral, how are you going to go? If you're recognized, we'll all be surrounded." "You won't recognize me," Monty lifted his head and said earnestly, "I can go dressed as a woman." Chapter 368, I have a bold idea. Huh. Wear women's clothes to go there. Everyone in the living room was shocked and Monty said that. Brett thought he had heard it wrong and asked again, "I think there's something wrong with my ears." "What did you say, Oral?" "I said I'll wear women's clothes to accompany Janine to the mall." Monty said calmly, "In this way, no one will recognize me." Well then. Brett usually considered himself a top-notch brother complex patient, but even he hadn't thought of this solution. No wonder it's Oral. Sullivan also asked in shock, "Yunyuan, are you serious?" "Of course I am," Monty nodded. "I'm going to call Junjun now to send some clothes home." Saying so, Monty actually did that. He took out his phone, pressed a few buttons, and dialed Zephyr's number. Once the call connected, Monty said into the phone, "Junjun, are you still in Gilisangching?" The man on the other end of the line sounded as formal as his attire and appearance. "Yes, what's up?" Monty said, "Help me deliver a set of women's clothes home tomorrow morning." "For your sister?" Zephyr didn't find anything unusual. "What brand?" "For what occasion?" "Send me her size." "No, for me." "Something casual, the brand doesn't matter," Monty said. "You should know my size better than I do. And remember to buy a wig too." In terms of stunning and always calm, competent top agent speechless with just one sentence. After a while, Zephyr finally asked, "Where are you going in women's clothes?" "To go shopping with our little treasure Janine," Monty said confidently. "Don't worry, Junjun, no one will recognize me." "Okay, I'll deliver them to you tomorrow morning." After saying that, Zephyr hung up the phone and immediately dialed another number calmly. "Prepare a PR statement for me in advance, saying Yunyuan is considering taking on a role where the male lead has a cross-dressing fetish and wants to try wearing women's clothes to get into character." "Why write that? If paparazzi snap shots of Yunyuan in women's clothes tomorrow and leak it, release the PR statement immediately, don't let all sorts of rumors fly around." So, the most amazing thing about a top agent isn't preventing their client from having any issues. It's solving any problems that do arise properly. Zephyr was indeed very efficient. Early next morning, while Monty was still sleeping in bed, he was woken up by Marissa knocking on the door, saying Zephyr had delivered the clothes. After getting up drowsily from bed, washing up, and wrapping himself casually in a white bathrobe to go downstairs, Monty saw his agent standing in the living room. On the sofa, 3 sets of clothes neatly packed in transparent garment bags were laid out. At this time, everyone in the family had just finished breakfast and gathered in the living room. It was already the 29th day of the 12th lunar month. Companies and schools were on holiday, so except for Josue who sometimes had to work at the hospital, everyone else was at home. So when Monty came downstairs, he saw his eldest brother, Deborah, and Brett all gathered around the sofa, with Brett looking as if he had seen something new. "Didn't know what style you wanted, so I prepared 3 sets for you, sweet girl style, aloof mature lady style, and elegant young lady style." Seeing Monty come over, Zephyr pointed at the 3 sets of clothes on the sofa and introduced them in a businesslike tone. The 3 wigs matched these styles: brown bun, black big waves, and half up half down hair. There are also matching accessories and bags. See which style you like. "Wow, this is so professional." Hearing Zephyr's introduction, Brett's eyes widened in amazement. Monty went over and opened the garment bags to see the 3 sets of well-matched clothes. The first set was a cute pink oversized hoodie plus thick knee-high socks plus white glossy platform Mary Jane shoes. The hoodie neckline had large irregular white lace, and there was an exquisite embroidered rabbit doll sewn onto the front. The second set was a very stylish suit. A crisp black blazer plus pleated skirt plus ankle boots, with a very eye-catching silver buckle belt cinched at the waist, raising the waistline higher. The third set was a Chanel-style suit. White silk blouse plus black straight-fit short jacket plus black A-line mini-skirt. The fabric was woven with gold thread, heavy and luxurious, with white tape used to edge the neckline, cuffs, and pockets. It was full of design sense and exuded elegance. It had to be said that Zephyr had excellent taste. The clothes he picked were not only well-designed but also of high quality. As expected of my Junjun, I knew I could count on you the most. Love you. Monty obviously liked the sets of clothes Zephyr picked, patting him on the shoulder. Zephyr remained unperturbed, apparently not placing much importance on Monty's praise. He took out a pair of sunglasses from his suit pocket. "I only have one request. No matter which set of clothes you wear, make sure to wear these sunglasses well. If the paparazzi discover you or if it causes a stir on the street, your vacation next year will be cut in half." Upon hearing the words about his vacation being halved, Monty's smile faltered. Turns out love and hate are just a thought apart. "I don't love it anymore, Junjun, you can leave now." Monty acted like a man who doesn't acknowledge others once he has his way. He completely changed his expression and chased Zephyr away before he could give any more instructions. Back in the living room, his demeanor turned instantly gentle and affectionate as he went over to rub Deborah's head. So, Yanadal Goody, which of the 3 sets do you like best? Whichever you choose, your brother will wear it. Then, as if remembering something, he pinched Deborah's ear and said, wait, not brother today, outside you should call me sister. Unlike Sullivan's sternness and Josue's coolness, Monty was naturally carefree and mischievous. Previously, he cared for no one, but now he treated Deborah as his most precious treasure, indulging her endlessly without exaggeration. Moreover, as an actor who had portrayed countless roles and worn countless outfits, wearing women's clothing to accompany his sister shopping was nothing unusual for him. Seeing Deborah thoughtfully considering the 3 sets, Monty thought she might be indecisive or unsatisfied with all of them, so he asked, what's wrong, Yanadal Goody? Do you think none of them look good? No, Deborah shook her head seriously, I think the 3rd set suits Oral the most. Monty's natural aura was already dignified and elegant, making the 3rd set the most fitting choice. Just as he was about to agree, Deborah continued pointing at the first 2 sets and said, but, I think the 1st and 2nd sets seem quite suitable for Dennis and Matthew Mon as well. Deborah looked up, like a little gray wolf disguised as a sweet, innocent little white rabbit, blinking her eyes as she said, I suddenly have a bold idea, not sure if I should mention it to the brothers. Chapter 369, Big Brothers in Herbal Female Attire. Stunning. There was a bold idea? Seeing Deborah's eyes that were not trying to hide their cunning, and connecting it with what she said in the last sentence, Deborah E. standing beside her immediately had an ominous feeling. But on the other side, Atlee still asked naively, what? Janine, you have an idea but can't tell us? Whatever you say, we'll agree. Deborah E. didn't even have time to hold back his younger brother before Atlee directly agreed. Deborah E.'s lips twitched as he took a deep breath. Forget it, it's just wearing women's clothes. Though it was humiliating, if his sister wanted to see it, then, he would reluctantly try it. Hearing Atlee say that, Deborah's eyebrows curved into a smile filled with satisfaction from completing a plan. My idea is that since there are 3 sets of clothes, Oral wears the 3rd set. Why don't Matthew Mon and Dennis wear the 1st and 2nd sets? Deborah blinked her eyes, looking very expectant. Let me experience having 3 sisters today, okay? Monty, Deborah E., and Atlee were about the same height, with only Deborah E. being slightly slender. Therefore, the clothes Zephyr brought according to Monty's size fit all 3 of them. Not expecting his little sister to make such a suggestion, Monty was surprised at first, then the corner of his mouth also curled up. So, his obedient little one wasn't as obedient as he thought. This is really a good idea, I'm casting my vote in favor. Monty wrapped his arm around Deborah's shoulders, looked at Deborah E. and Atlee, raising an eyebrow. If I'm willing to do it, Benny and Graham, if you're unwilling, then Janine, now you know which brother loves you the most. Upon hearing this, Atlee panicked. Who said I'm unwilling? Don't sow discord between us and Janine. If Janine wants to see, forget sweaters, I'll wear pink dresses. Wait, who was still increasing the stakes here? Deborah E. felt deeply speechless and ashamed. If Janine really asked him to wear a dress, he would really want to bang his head against a wall. After deciding to put on the dress for his sister. Anyway, I'm willing. To prevent being alienated by the Oral, Atlee immediately raised his hand. I am willing too. Deborah E. took a deep breath and agreed. Unexpectedly, seeing Deborah E. and Atlee also willing to wear women's clothes, the person who was most excited wasn't Deborah but Marissa. Marissa always loved daughters and wished for a daughter, but unfortunately, all 5 of her children were sons, forcing her to adopt one later out of disappointment. The twins, Deborah E. and Atlee, were quiet and active, smart and talkative, or silly and tearful when they were young. Marissa kept Atlee's hair long in his childhood, dressing him like a girl, braiding his hair and putting him in beautiful dresses until he started elementary school. She was reluctant to cut his hair back then. Every time Marissa braided Atlee's hair, she felt her motherly love overflowing. Of course, Atlee himself did not remember any of this. So, seeing her 3 sons now willing to dress in women's clothes, she became instantly excited. Come, go change your clothes quickly, and I'll do your hair soon. My 3 handsome sons will definitely be the prettiest girls in women's clothes. Without saying anything more, the 3, Monty and others, took the clothes from the sofa upstairs to get changed, and Marissa went upstairs with wigs. Thus, only Deborah and Sullivan were left in the living room. Sullivan couldn't help but feel a deep sense of relief, almost like surviving a disaster, fortunately. Fortunately, Zephyr only brought 3 sets of women's clothes. If it were 4 or 5 sets of clothes, the consequences would be unimaginable. With 4 sets of clothes, Sullivan could hardly imagine himself in women's clothes, too terrifying. He'd rather work overtime for a month at the company than experience it. With 5 sets of clothes, Sullivan even thought his mother would call back Josue from the hospital to join in. His mom could actually do something like that. 20 minutes later, Marissa came downstairs first. She called out a few times downstairs, telling her 3 sons to hurry down. When Monty, Atlee, and Deborah E. walked downstairs and stood in front of her in the living room, even Deborah couldn't help holding her breath. Her 3 brothers dressed in women's clothes were truly too beautiful. Perhaps inheriting Marissa's complexion, Monty, Deborah E., and Atlee were all quite fair-skinned with outstanding features and facial contours. A well-built person looks beautiful in rags, someone attractive looks good no matter what they wear. There was nothing to say about Monty, who had top-tier beauty naturally blessed by heaven. Wearing a half-up elegant princess hairstyle with the silk shirt's bow tied dangling at her chest, and a high-quality Chanel-style suit set, the natural noble aura perfectly blended with the attire. With an expression of confidence and ease, she was nothing short of a beautiful and dignified rich young lady. Most importantly, Monty's legs under the A-line mini-skirt were fair and slender, even more attractive than most girls, which left Deborah staring. Her oral didn't have any leg hair, worthy of being the top male celebrity in the current entertainment industry, where even body hair management is meticulously handled. Atlee wore that oversized pink rabbit hoodie full of girly innocence. His long legs clad in knee-high socks were also straight and slender, wearing cute Mary Jane shoes on his feet, and even thoughtfully matching it with a rabbit plushie bag. He looked adorable enough as it was, yet he styled his bangs up, revealing a smooth forehead and handsome features, topped off with a fluffy bun. The blush on his cheeks made him look even cuter, making people want to scream and pinch his face. Remember, Atlee was known for being a school bully from childhood, always getting into fights. His image was always tough and unruly, no one would believe he would ever dress like this. Among the three, only Deborah Yee's outfit was relatively neutral, not deviating too far from his usual style. Wearing a black blazer with a pleated long skirt, the silver buckle belt accentuated his slim waist beautifully. His originally aloof demeanor now seemed especially cold and aristocratic, sending off a do-not-approach vibe. Although his lips were slightly pursed and his gaze revealed embarrassment, his big waves of black hair made his already small face appear even smaller, highlighting his delicate features even more. Especially the beauty mark at the corner of his eye added a touch of enchanting and dangerous allure, stunningly captivating. So, Yanadal obedient one. Monty, confident in both his appearance and figure, came over with a beaming smile and asked Deborah, "Do we brothers look good?" How could they not look good? They were simply breathtakingly beautiful. Deborah could already imagine walking out with her three brothers dressed like this today, their heads turning rate from passers-by would absolutely be 100%. Chapter 370, Avram caused a scene at the subway station. Beautiful. As she looked up, she saw Monty's face magnified as he leaned in, his skin was so fine that pores were almost invisible. Although she only wore lipstick on her bare face, she appeared even more elegant and gorgeous than those female celebrities who always appeared before the cameras. Plus, she smelled nice. Deborah couldn't help but rise onto her tiptoes to give her eldest brother a peck on the cheek, complimenting seriously, "Matthew's hair is extremely beautiful, I really like it." Oops. That kiss made Monty's heart melt, her lips nearly curving into the sky as she smiled while fondly rubbing her little sister's head. No. Why didn't I get such treatment? In sharp contrast to Monty's wonderful mood was Brett, who was clearly agitated and began questioning his own worth upon seeing this. Why don't you call me sister? Why don't you kiss me? Why don't you praise me for looking good? Am I not cute enough? No way, I'll go back to my room right now and put on those rabbit hair clips. Brett had initially been shy and embarrassed. But just within a few minutes, he already planned on accessorizing to appear cuter. Watching from the side, Reese felt once again speechless. Anyway, regardless of how one saw it, Marissa was quite satisfied with what she witnessed. Originally, there were 4 sons and 1 daughter, but now it seemed like 4 daughters and 1 son. She immediately told Sullivan, let's go buy some clothes for Yunyuan. Marissa harbored the intent to show off, so she refused to let the driver take them directly to the mall. Instead, she insisted the whole family should ride the subway together, wanting to receive envious glances from passers-by. However, out of these 6 people, only Deborah had ridden the subway before. Deborah didn't know how to drive, so in her past life, she often traveled by subway. However, among all the Lus, the privileged young mademoiselle, Marissa, naturally never took any public transportation throughout her life. Sullivan was also similar. For the president of Lu Group, riding the subway would be a waste of time and disrupt important matters aside from losing face. Monty simply could not ride the subway, otherwise, his appearance would definitely cause a sensation and congestion. Regarding Reese and Brett, one disliked crowded places, and the other only loved motorcycles. Except Brett's motorcycle was later confiscated by Sullivan, so he rode a bike out instead. Despite being completely unfamiliar with the process of taking the subway, Sullivan, the most mature and authoritative father in the house, naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. Therefore, without hesitation, he instructed the driver to drop them off at the subway entrance, and the 6 of them got off the car together. The moment they walked into the station, however, he was baffled. He had assumed that riding the subway was similar to riding a bus, just find the platform and board. But this subway station, how could it be so large? People moved about, and there were several types of signs of different colors, indicating Yen 9 numbers, whether direct or transfer rides, pointing in various directions. For the first time, Sullivan, usually composed and calm in business dealings, felt somewhat overwhelmed, uncertain where to start. Just as he was about to ask someone nearby, Deborah had already pointed in a direction and said, "Avram, let's go over there." Huh? Sullivan was taken aback. Deborah explained, "We need to go to the Star Moon Mall, so we should first take Yen 9-4 heading eastward towards Dongfeng until Bailida Station, then transfer to Yen 9-10 bound for Buzilin, 5 stops away." What? To Brett, although Deborah spoke slowly and in standard Mandarin, he couldn't understand a word. But understanding didn't matter, praising such an awesome sister was key. So he immediately praised, wow, no wonder it's our Yunyuan, even riding the subway is so cool, much cooler than eldest brother. Inside Sullivan's mind, praising Yunyuan was okay, but did it have to involve putting himself down too? Seeing his sister knew far more than him, Sullivan didn't insist and followed obediently behind Deborah with everyone else. Following her instructions to buy tickets, swipe cards, pass through security, and descend the stairs, they eventually stood beside the boarding line waiting for the train. As Marissa anticipated, wherever their family went, they became the center of attention. Even when passing through security, the staff couldn't help but sneak peeks at them. While waiting for the train, all eyes turned toward them. People whispered quietly, some even taking photos with their phones. My goodness, are these all one family? This entire family's good looks are too incredible. How can mom, sons, and daughters all look so good? Compared to good looks, their height is even crazier, right? Aside from the sister in a mask who looks about 1.6 meters tall, the other three beauties seem over 1.8 meters each. They must be models. And these four sisters have different styles of beauty. One is sweet and cute, another elegant and noble, another high-cold and mature, and the last one is cool and beautiful. Amazing. The main point is that this mom is also beautiful, otherwise, how could she give birth to such pretty daughters? Marissa heard these words and felt her heart blossom with joy. This was exactly the effect she wanted. This trip was not in vain, it was incredibly fulfilling. But at that moment, an inappropriate and crude comment reached Brett's ears. TSK. The faces are just okay, but these chests are flatter than each other. Especially the one wearing a mask, like an underdeveloped kid. What was this person talking about? Wearing a mask, wasn't this referring to Janine? Brett's eyes widened when he heard this. He and his third and fourth brothers were now all girls. Who was this idiotic pervert who dared to stare at girls' chests and comment on their size? Forget about them three, he actually dared to look at Janine and say she looked underdeveloped? Janine was still underage, still a child. To Brett, such remarks about a girl's figure were no different from sexual harassment. And this guy actually dared to stare at their precious family member's chest, really wanting to die. So Brett immediately lost control. Chapter 371, Avram and Matthewmon get approached by a guy. Esther, who has excellent hearing, actually heard those words. But before she could react, she saw her fifth brother already angrily charging toward the Akil who spoke. That Akil was laughing and joking with his friends, glancing at Esther with a lecherous grin. He didn't expect that his words were overheard by Atli, who was closest to them. And this kind of person subconsciously thought that even if a girl heard such words, she wouldn't dare to do anything but silently endure it. So when he saw the girl dressed in a pink hoodie walking towards him with a stern expression, he was momentarily stunned but then became excited. Could it be that this girl heard his words and came over to him? Good. Not only would he get to talk to such a beautiful woman, but also have close contact with her. Even if he got scolded a bit, it would still be worth it. He might even get a chance to pat her shoulder or something. If not for this, someone like him would never have the opportunity to approach such a beauty. Thus, this Akil cleared his throat and grinned, saying, "Yanadal sister, you." Otherwise, for fear of exposing his voice, Atli would have cursed him out right away. Before the Akil could finish his sentence, Atli, who had walked up to him, swiftly threw a punch, landing a heavy blow on this guy's face. Bang! This Akil was unprepared and never thought a girl could have such strength. Atli's powerful punch sent him reeling back several meters, landing on the ground with blood gushing from his nose. Ah! Oh my god! Everyone around was shocked by the scene, with some screaming. Why would such an adorable-looking girl punch so fiercely? And why did she suddenly rush over to hit someone? Did this man owe her money? Marissa and Sullivan were also startled, unsure what had happened. Feeling a bone-crushing pain in his face, the Akil lost all sensation on one side of his face and held his bleeding nose, exclaiming, "Yanadal sister, you. Go to hell, you." Atli grabbed the collar of the Akil and growled into his ear. When he spoke, the Akil nearly popped his eyes out in shock. This is a guy. A legendary crossdresser? Atli's eyes seemed ready to devour him alive. Daring to say such things about my sister, I only punched you because I don't want her to see me fight. I'll give you 3 seconds to scram. If you don't leave, I'll make sure you can never reproduce. Without waiting for the Akil to respond, Atli started counting coldly. 1. 2. Perhaps due to the intensity of Atli's gaze and the force of his attack, along with his guilty conscience for insulting someone's sister. The Akil, without waiting for the 2 to fade from the air, quickly got up, muttering, I'm leaving, and ran away, forgetting about his friends entirely. He ran so fast that people nearby, who were ready to call the police, were left confused. Isn't the one who got beaten the victim? Why did the attacker stay while the victim ran off faster than a rabbit? Fifth, sister, are you alright? Seeing the Akil run off, Esther went to Atli's side. Marissa was shocked and immediately asked, Graham, what's going on? Why did you start hitting people randomly again? Fighting was as common as eating for Atli. Back in junior high, he often came home with bruises, facing criticism from Marissa each time, which he never listened to. So Marissa assumed this man must have looked at her son wrong, making him angry enough to impulsively hit him. Atlee thought he was the only one who heard the Achilles words and didn't want to explain. To explain would mean repeating those insults directed at Janine. So he gritted his teeth and said, he deserved it. If I see him again, I'll beat him up too. You. Seeing her son act so rebelliously, punching people and standing his ground, Marissa couldn't help feeling upset. Esther hurriedly pulled her aside. Mom, the subway is here, let's get on. Once on the subway, everyone spread out. Esther leaned close to Atlee's ear. Thanks for standing up for me, brother. Atlee was taken aback, gasping as he looked at Esther. Janine, you heard that? Esther nodded. Yes, I heard it. That kind of creepy man really deserves to be beaten. Atlee finally found someone who agreed with him and immediately said, exactly. He even dared to look at you. If it weren't for Mom and Avram here, would have beaten him up so badly that even his mom wouldn't recognize him. Esther giggled softly, then gently held Atlee's swollen right hand from the force of the punch earlier, massaging it for him. Actually, I could ignore people like this, but not all girls are as lucky as me to have an older brother to protect them. If you hit him today, he probably won't dare to leer at or comment on other girls in public like this anymore, so I think what you did was right. This was the first time anyone had told Atlee that his fighting was justified. From childhood to adulthood, every time he got into a fight, no matter the reason, he would be scolded by his mother and eldest brother. Over time, he stopped bothering to explain himself. After all, getting scolded was inevitable. Woof. For some reason, hearing Esther's words made Atlee feel touched and inexplicably close to tears. He was just about to hug his sister when he suddenly sensed a shadow falling over him. Eric stood in front of him. Confused, he looked up and saw the boy pushing his glasses up shyly, saying, hello, little sister. I saw you hit someone at the station just now, and I think you're very special. Can I add you on WeChat? He thought she was special because he saw her hit someone, and wanted to add her on WeChat? Atlee was utterly bewildered. Was he being hit on by a guy? Unsure how to respond, Esther interjected, sorry, my sister doesn't like boys who wear glasses, so. But before she could finish, another Spencer popped up excitedly. My eyesight is 5.0 in both eyes. Can you give me your contact information? Seeing the girl's wide-eyed surprise, the boy looked lovingly at Atlee. I don't know how to address you, but little sister, you're my ideal type. The moment I saw you at the station, I fell in love with you at first sight. I own 2 villas and 7 apartments. If you agree to be my girlfriend, I can give you one of the houses. Would you consider me? Esther had never seen such a shocked yet speechless expression on her 5th brother's face. It was like he had eaten a bitter melon but couldn't say a word, almost driven mad by the situation. And it wasn't over yet. Another polite boy approached. This time, Esther spoke directly. You guys aren't asking for my sister's contact information, are you? The 2 boys quickly nodded. Yes, but not this sister. Could you help pass this note to the sister sitting over there? The boy scratched his head. She looks too aloof, and I'm a bit scared to go over. Esther glanced down at the handwritten note the boy handed her. And the person he was shyly looking at was her Matthewmon. Indeed, good-looking people only need to sit there to make others fall in love with them at first sight. Esther suddenly regretted letting her brothers dress up as girls. She didn't know how many admirers she would have to fend off for them on the way. Chapter 372, Big Brother, use my card. No matter what, they finally arrived at the destination smoothly in the end. As soon as she stepped out of the subway station, Marissa took a deep breath of the fresh air outside and immediately declared that she never wanted to take the subway again. It was just too crowded. Actually, the number of people on the subway today had already decreased several times compared to normal working days. But it was just that Marissa hadn't experienced the usual crowd and couldn't imagine such a scene. Once they arrived at the mall, Marissa instantly perked up and started pulling Esther and her 4 sons through an enthusiastic shopping spree at the mall. To be precise, it was she who was responsible for the shopping spree. Esther only needed to nod or shake her head while the 4 brothers were tasked with carrying the shopping bags. Sullivan, who never thought that one day as a CEO, he would end up doing a driver's job, now found himself carrying numerous shopping bags, transforming into a walking storage rack. Esther had mentioned earlier that Everly used to buy her new clothes before the new year. From outerwear like coats to undergarments, everything was renewed. Thinking back, Marissa realized that when Everly didn't have much money, he couldn't buy too many expensive things for Esther even if he wanted to. This resolve only strengthened her determination to buy everything suitable for Esther from the mall today, and she would choose only the most expensive items. First, they went to pick out clothes. Marissa had no intention of letting Esther try them on. Given their good looks and figures, they would look great in anything. These. No, don't pack those. Wrap up all the rest. With a sweeping gesture, Marissa cleaned out more than half of the luxury shop's glass display cases, taking all the clothes that suited Esther's style. Among them were several coats priced over $100,000 each. Then they moved on to shoes, over-the-knee boots, ankle boots, short boots, marten boots. Next, they picked handbags, handheld bags, crossbody bags, backpacks. And then jewelry, earrings, necklaces, bracelets, rings. The scale of this shopping spree drew the attention of the mall's management, who sent several staff members with trolleys to collect the items, freeing Sullivan and the others from carrying the bags. "Mom, that's enough," Esther said, seeing the 2 carts already piled high. "If I buy so much, there won't be enough room in my room to store them, and I won't be able to wear them all." Marissa replied, "Not enough space." "That's true, your room is small. Let's put these clothes in the guest room next door for now. After the new year, I'll have someone remodel that room to make it your dressing room." "Not enough to wear? What's wrong with having too many clothes? These things can sit there unused, but my precious daughter cannot lack for anything. Even these are still too few for me. By the way, after buying these, we should also order a piano. Our family's everyday practice is so excellent, yet we don't have our own piano at home. It's my oversight. Oh, and I need to order a set of boxing equipment too. We can transform the empty room on the 4th floor into a fitness and boxing area for you. Which family has a daughter who's a boxing champion? Others will definitely envy us." Marissa chattered on as she shopped. In fact, the family originally had a dedicated music room, but it used to belong to Marilyn. After Marilyn was arrested, Marissa threw away all her belongings, finding them unlucky. After almost 2 hours of shopping, Marissa looked back and saw her 4 sons and the mall staff all laden with shopping bags, with several carts fully packed. Only then did she feel it was about time to stop. Mthun Star Moon Mall used a unified payment system. They could push the carts to the checkout counter and pay all at once. The staff at the checkout counter spent a full 15 minutes scanning all the items Marissa had bought. Finally finishing, they sighed in relief and said, "Madam, I have totaled up all your purchases. The total price is 1,999,328 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or?" 1,999,328 yuan, that was nearly 2 million yuan, just for one shopping trip. Esther was actually someone with very low material desires. Even in her previous life, despite the large amount of money in her bank account, she rarely indulged herself with luxury goods. While the Liu family was wealthy, they weren't so rich as to spend money like water. Spending 2 million yuan in one shopping spree still made Esther somewhat worried about the expense. But Marissa obviously wasn't bothered by it. Today, she came specifically to indulge her daughter. In her view, for the past 17 years, Esther had never enjoyed anything nice. A mere 2 million yuan worth of items was just a small compensation, nothing significant. Before Marissa could move, Sullivan, who had been carrying packages all afternoon, stepped forward. "Let me handle it, Mom." As Sullivan was about to hand the card to the staff member, a voice came from behind, "Big brother, use my card." Esther turned around and saw that Hewitt had come over at some point and was standing right behind her, gently encircling her waist. The man's black hair was slightly disheveled, looking a bit travel-worn, with a touch of cold wind's sharpness clinging to his hair ends. His facial features remained strikingly handsome. The high-quality dark gray wool coat highlighted his upright posture, while his tie, vest, and suit underneath were impeccable and neatly pressed. His long legs were clad in black dress pants, instantly drawing everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. "Weren't you in a meeting? How did you come over?" Esther was surprised, since an hour ago, Hewitt had told her he had an important meeting. "The meeting ended early, so I came to find you," Hewitt said to Esther, his tone low and gentle. A fresh and pleasant scent wafted over. He nodded briefly to Marissa and Sullivan. Even seeing a Lishan Yuan in a dress didn't surprise him. He simply handed the gold card to the staff member. "Use this card." Marissa was naturally delighted to see her son-in-law, but immediately stopped Hewitt when she noticed he wanted to pay. No. Ao Tian, today I'm buying things for Tian, how can you pay?" Hearing this, Hewitt replied, "All these items are chosen and bought by you, Auntie. The sentiment behind them is most important, and Tian has already received it. It doesn't matter who pays. And I have shares in Star Moon Mall, so my card gets a discount. So, logically, I should be the one paying." Marissa thought about it and found it reasonable. But clearly, she had prepared to buy things for Tian and had spent a lot. In the end, they wouldn't have to spend a penny, with all the expenses covered by Hewitt. But it didn't matter, they were family, and as long as they all loved Tian, that was enough. So Marissa said, "Ao Tian, you arrived just in time. Mthun's your work is done, stay at our place tonight, and tomorrow we'll celebrate the new year together as a family." Celebrating the new year as a family. Hearing these words, Hewitt felt a soft spot in his heart touched. Quietly, he held Esther's hand, interlocking their fingers, and nodded in agreement. "All right." Chapter 373, This is our first year together. The 30th day of the 12th lunar month, also known as New Year's Eve. If Deborah spent every New Year's Eve alone in her previous life, so did Hewitt. They had once been the loneliest individuals, without family or friends, let alone lovers. Amidst the nationwide celebrations of reunion and festivity, only themselves could accompany them. But this year was different. They not only had each other but also gained loved ones. On the afternoon of the 30th, Marissa already led all the servants and 2 younger sons to busily hang up colorful lights and New Year decorations. When Deborah and Hewitt came into the living room, what greeted their eyes was a festive scene of deep red. There were red balloons that spelled Happy New Year, beautiful vases filled with red winter plum blossoms, various candies and nuts placed on tables, and piles of fireworks that Sullivan had specially entrusted a friend to buy. More surprisingly, it had snowed heavily in Gillisong Iliog last night, creating a stark contrast to the large patches of red inside. The sky was still scattered with large flakes of snow, floating everywhere. After a night of snowfall, the outside world was covered in thick layers of snow, turning everything into pure white. It was flawless and sacred, with a natural romantic aura. Deborah stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching her brothers in the yard. Israel was inspecting his valuable potted plant which had been exposed to the night snow. Sergio, wearing a down jacket and standing upright, was taking pictures of this rare snowy scene. Dennis wore a woolen cap and thick gloves, diligently building a snowman in the yard. His nose was red from the cold, constantly exhaling warm breaths. "Do you want to go out and take a look?" Hewitt asked when he saw Deborah lost in contemplation at the sight outside. Deborah nodded. Hewitt then said, "Wait for me a moment." A few minutes later, Hewitt returned to the living room, holding a thick white cloak with a fur collar. He stood before the girl, who was almost a head shorter than him, and gently draped the cloak over her shoulders. He put the hat on her head and carefully fastened the ties at the collar. Then, he took Deborah's hand, enveloping her slightly cool little hand in his large, warm palm, his voice gentle enough to melt the snow. "Let's go see the snow." Seeing Deborah come out, Atlee enthusiastically pulled her to build a snowman. Noticing that Deborah wasn't wearing gloves, he thoughtlessly took off his own and gave them to her, ready to dig snow with bare hands. Sullivan immediately stopped him, asking a servant to bring another pair of gloves. So, Deborah squatted down and rolled snowballs with Atlee in the snow. Dennis rolled the body of the snowman, while she rolled its head, leaving footprints scattered all over the yard. Hewitt quietly watched from the side, his gaze never leaving Deborah. Whenever he saw her smile, a smile would also grace his lips. It seemed that simply watching his beloved was enough for him to be happy. After about 10 minutes of hard work, Deborah and Atlee successfully built a lopsided yet chubby little snowman. Atlee scoured the yard for something to use as facial features for the little snowman when Reese suddenly appeared silently, handing Deborah half a carrot and 2 black buttons. "When did you come out?" "No, you're actually coming out to build a snowman with us?" Atlee stood on the other side of the yard, surprised to see Reese. In past years, Reese always pretended to be aloof and wouldn't even come downstairs during such times. "Who wants to build a snowman with you?" Reese said unnaturally. "I just came out because I couldn't bear seeing you struggle to find something for eyes and a nose, making Aotion follow you around in the cold." "TCH, you clearly wanted to play with Aotion and me." Atlee didn't believe it. "It makes sense. Cooped up in the room reading books, what fun is there? With the rare snowfall, we should definitely come out to play. Here, catch." Without waiting for a reply, Atlee bent down, made a snowball, and hurled it straight at Reese. Caught off guard, Reese was indeed hit by the snowball, right on his forehead. Snow burst onto his face. "Ha ha ha, my aim is too good." Atlee held his sides laughing, gloating at Reese's current disheveled state. Reese took a deep breath, clenching his fists, with a glare colder than the snow, coldly saying, "Atlee, you're dead." Saying that, he bent down to make a bigger snowball and hurled it back at Atlee. What had started as making a snowman turned into a snowball fight, with only Deborah and Hewitt finishing off the snowman by adding the 2 buttons and the carrot. The little snowman now had a proper appearance. "Isn't it adorable?" Deborah asked. Hewitt tousled Deborah's hair, then gently brushed the snowflakes from her curved lashes with his fingertips, planting a kiss on her forehead. "But my baby is even cuter. Stop playing outside and come in to help me make dumplings," Marissa called out from inside the house. Everyone finally shook off the snow from their bodies and returned to the house, washing their hands before heading to the living room to help make dumplings. In this big family, apart from Josue, who lived alone outside and cooked for himself because he didn't want to hire a babysitter or eat takeaway, no one else knew how to cook. The dumplings each person made were oddly shaped, ugly but unique in their own way. Marissa remembered what Deborah had said earlier. Although the Liu family had never eaten dumplings with coins inside before, today she packed several 50-cent and 1 yuan coins into the dumplings. There was also one dumpling with a 100 yuan note inside. Just like Everly, Marissa also claimed there was only one such lucky dumpling, and whoever ate it would be the luckiest in the family. The New Year's Eve dinner was all prepared by Marissa with the help of servants, filling a large table with dishes. After dinner, the whole family, for the first time ever, gathered on the living room sofa to watch the Spring Festival Gala on TV, something that had never happened before. But in reality, the gala was just background noise on the TV. Everyone was busy playing with their phones, sending messages or replying to them. Yet, just being together like this made everyone feel warm and full-hearted. The fireplace in the house burned warmly. Deborah was covered with a blanket Hewitt found for her, lazily leaning against the man's broad chest. Hewitt and Sullivan received countless greetings and New Year wishes from business acquaintances. Deborah also received many messages wishing her a happy New Year from various people. There were messages from Brenda, Mathewena, Jobert, and other classmates. Even Jackson sent a message wishing her a happy New Year, though it wasn't clear if it was specifically for her or a mass message. People in the class group were sending red envelopes one after another, creating a flurry of activity that quickly hit the 99+ notification limit within minutes. Since it was New Year's Eve, there was no limit on the amount of money that could be sent via WeChat red envelopes. Being children of wealthy families, the students of class A usually sent at least 1,000 yuan each, while ordinary people might send only a few hundred. Deborah thought for a moment, then directly sent a 20,000 yuan red envelope to everyone in the group. Deborah, wishing everyone a happy new year, and I'm glad to have met you all. Her simple but sincere words set off an uproar in the group. Skylar led the chorus of thanks, saying they were thrilled to meet someone as remarkable as Deborah. As midnight approached, the servants brought the freshly boiled dumplings to the dining table. It hadn't been long since dinner, so no one was really hungry. But everyone was excited to find the coins in the dumplings, even Sullivan, who was usually serious and stern, joined in. Especially the dumpling with the 100 yuan note inside, it being the only one, everyone was eager to see who would get it. Coincidentally, Deborah only needed to eat 3 dumplings from her plate before biting into something. When she took it out, it was the 100 yuan note wrapped in tin foil. Wow, this 100 yuan note was meant for our Tian. Marissa seemed even happier than Deborah, patting her head affectionately. But there was a glimmer of tears in her eyes, seemingly moved. My precious daughter will surely be the luckiest in the new year. Marissa thought back to the letter Everly wrote her before falling ill and dying. Everly had said she did not expect Marissa to treat Deborah like her own child, only hoping she wouldn't be too harsh on Deborah. Marissa felt she had not let Everly down. In her heart, Deborah was now her child, no different from her biological ones. As the New Year's bell was about to ring, Marissa and the brothers went to the yard to set off fireworks. Meanwhile, the countdown for the new year began on the TV during the gala. 10, 9, 8, 7. Methuselah, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the New Year bell rang on the TV, the entire audience erupted into jubilant cheers. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, several fireworks soared into the night sky, exploding into vibrant hues among the starry expanse, casting colorful glows around them. It was breathtakingly beautiful, almost surreal. And right at this moment, amidst the din of fireworks and firecrackers outside, Hewitt suddenly leaned down and gently kissed Deborah on the lips. At the moment their lips touched, Deborah felt as if time had suddenly come to a standstill. The clamor outside became indistinct, while the sound of her beloved's breathing was unusually clear. It seemed as though the entire world now consisted only of the two of them. Happy New Year, baby. This is our first year together, and there will be many, many more. Hewitt looked at Deborah, his eyes reflecting only the figure of the young girl, his tone low and devout. Until the end of my life, I will always love you this way. Hewitt did not say forever, he said until the end of his life. The future, afterward, until the end of life. These words used to be unfamiliar and distant to the former Deborah, but now, with Hewitt's presence, they were given meaning. Happy New Year. Deborah took a deep breath, hugging the man before her under the sky full of fireworks outside the window, speaking with the same solemn tone. Hewitt, I love you too. Chapter 374, College entrance exam results are out. The pleasant and relaxed days didn't last long. Just a few days after the spring festival, it was only the 8th day of the first lunar month, and Xinjiang's senior high school classes resumed. June was just around the corner for the college entrance exam, and this year was also the first year for provinces and cities to uniformly use the national exam after the reform. Because no one could gauge the difficulty of this year's national exam, all high schools were stricter with their graduating seniors than ever before. After the new semester began, Deborah clearly felt that the atmosphere in the class had become tense. Break times became quieter and quieter, many people rarely left the classroom anymore. Even Skylar, who used to like to play and make a fuss in class, now spent his days hunched over his desk, diligently filling out test papers and listening to lectures. Although class A mainly consisted of rich children who would have other options even if they didn't get into good universities, everyone knew that they bore their parents' expectations. No matter what, they couldn't slack off during these final few months, they had to put in some effort. In class, after Jordy was expelled following the special admission incident, Deborah became the class favorite once again. People like Ava, Yen Nina, and Mona no longer dared to cause her trouble. Yenif became peaceful. On the day of the college entrance exam, Marissa took it very seriously because there were 3 examinees from her family. Deborah, Reese, and Atlee were sent off to the examination site by Marissa and the 3 older brothers. During those 2 days, Marissa hardly made a sound at home, afraid of disturbing the kids' rest. She was also extra cautious with their meals, worried about them having an upset stomach during the exams. After the 2 tense days of testing were over, everyone seemed liberated from a grueling protracted battle. When Deborah returned to the classroom, she saw books scattered all over the floor. Everyone was joyfully discussing what they planned to do during the 2-month summer vacation. However, Deborah didn't have much feeling towards the summer vacation. After the holiday started, most of the time she spent reading lore-related books in her room. Sometimes, her 4th brother would come to play cards or chess with her, and sometimes her 5th brother, who had been freed from restrictions, would take her on a motorcycle ride to the outskirts. Or sometimes she would go out on her own, either delivering meals to her 2nd brother working a shift at the hospital or visiting Wally's company. The first time Deborah went to Wally's company, she hadn't called Wally ahead of time and was stopped by the front desk staff. Seeing that Deborah looked like a high school student, they assumed she was a fan or something similar and didn't even ask if she had an appointment. They directly told her that their president wouldn't see anyone and asked her to leave. Thinking Wally might be in a meeting, Deborah called Gordon. Before long, however, Wally personally came down in the private elevator. He took a step forward and enveloped her in his arms, saying softly and tenderly, "Baby, why did you come?" The receptionist's eyes widened, disbelief written all over her face. The next day, Gordon posted Deborah's photo in another main group outside the work chat. He said outright that she was Campbell Yanni's wife, the most cherished gem of their boss. If she wanted to visit the company or go anywhere or do anything, no one was allowed to stop her. From then on, Deborah could enter the company without any issues. Or rather, not only without issues but also secretly getting favored by many people. For instance, someone from the marketing department would run to the president's office just to bring her some snacks when she felt a bit hungry after waking up from a nap, claiming they bought them downstairs casually. Deborah noticed the brand of the chocolate, costing thousands per piece. It was definitely not something you could buy casually downstairs. But indeed, it tasted great. Wally didn't say anything at the time, but later Deborah heard from Gordon that Wally gave that person a 1,000 yuan raise. Just because he tried to curry favor with me? Methodic on Wally's lap, she poked his chest muscles. President Yanni, promoting executives and giving raises just because they try to please the president's wife isn't a good trend. You'll be talked about. Wally didn't mind, raising her hand to his mouth and kissing her palm. Even if people talk, it will only be about how I have no principles, that flattering you is equal to flattering me. But it's true. Besides, that person really works hard. His abilities match his increased salary. To Wally, sometimes principles were not as important as the pleasure seen on the young girl's face when eating delicious chocolate. The college entrance exam was held on June 7th and 8th, and the results came out on the 24th. That afternoon, Sullivan, Josue, and Monty all came home, and Wally also specially rushed to the Liu residence. Everyone gathered in the living room downstairs, waiting to see Deborah, Reese, and Atlee's scores. Actually, given Deborah and Reese's levels, there wasn't really anything to worry about, but as parents, Marissa and Sullivan were still very anxious. Adding to this was Atlee, which made them even more nervous. The first one to check the scores was Reese. Chinese 141, Math 150, English 149, Science Comprehensive 300, total score 740. Seeing this score, Marissa got extremely excited. In previous years, no matter if it was for liberal arts or sciences in the entire Gillisangching, the highest total score had never exceeded 711. And now her son had scored 740, setting a new record for the city's college entrance exam history. However, considering Reese's intelligence level, this score was just a normal performance, and he still had some weaknesses in Chinese. The second one to check the scores was Atlee. But the moment the score appeared, Atlee didn't dare to look and directly handed his phone to Deborah with an expression of readiness for whatever came next. "Guagua, you help me look. If it's below 500, just knock me out, no, better kill me." Deborah had seen how hard her fifth brother had worked over the past 6 months. Seeing the score, she couldn't hide her surprise. 614. Dennis, not 500, it's over 600, 614. Holy shit. Hearing this number, Atlee jumped up from the sofa. My god, how can I be so awesome? I can't believe this is my score. Ah. Just now, when Reese saw his score of 740, he remained calm without any change in expression. But now, Atlee with 614 was ecstatically shouting. Atlee was genuinely happy. Although this score wasn't enough for him to attend Galenga, Peking University, it was enough for him to go to a top-tier university in the capital city. Finally, he could be in the same city as his sister. Deborah was the last one to check her score. When they saw 750 on Deborah's phone screen, the whole family was stunned for a moment, then took a sharp intake of breath. Another perfect score. After the 2 days of exams, people online were saying that the national paper was particularly difficult this year. Yet Deborah, like in the special admission exam she accidentally participated in, achieved another perfect score. Besides genius, there was no other word to describe it. This was not just breaking the record of Gillisangching's college entrance exam history. Since the founding of the country, no one in any province across the nation had ever scored a perfect score. Everyone in the Liu family was incredibly excited and proud of Deborah. Just minutes after the results were published, Marissa and Sullivan's phones started ringing one after another. Chapter 375, There's someone else who scored herbal marks. The first call Marissa received was from the admissions office of Tsinghua University. Both Peking University and Tsinghua University are the top academies in Huaguo, with comparable strength, reputation, and status. Of course, they are also in a competitive relationship. So every year when the college entrance examination results of each province are announced, the two schools, for the purpose of attracting talents and increasing their fame, try to recruit the provincial top scorers. The tone of the call from Tsinghua's admissions office could even be described as urgent. Hello, Ms. Gillisong, you are the parent of Esther, who scored 750 points, and Esther E., who scored 740 points, right? May I ask if your two children have decided on a school yet? If they want to study at Tsinghua, we can offer them the best conditions, such as freshman scholarships and opportunities to study abroad. If you have an interest, we can discuss it further. Or if there are any requirements, you can tell us directly, we can negotiate. Not to mention 750, but 740 is also an unprecedented score. Tsinghua's admissions office was more than willing to be so proactive and sincere. Illegitimate has produced 2 geniuses this year, and these 2 geniuses happen to be siblings. Recruiting this pair of genius siblings would be a great opportunity to enhance the school's reputation. Marissa remembered that Esther's preferred school was Peking University, but she couldn't directly refuse Tsinghua, so she said she would consider it. Just as she hung up, the phone rang again. It was the admissions office of Peking University, saying almost the same thing as Tsinghua's, with an equally sincere tone. In reality, for a family like the Liu family, where Esther and Esther E can go depends on where they apply through regular admission procedures, they don't need special incentives from the schools. Meanwhile, Sullivan received a call from Mayor Yen-nin. Mayor Yen-nin couldn't hide his excitement in the call, praising Esther for achieving such an incredible score, making her not only the top scorer in Illegitimate this year but also the national top scorer, bringing much honor to Illegitimate. He asked if it would be possible for reporters and media to come to the Liu family for interviews. If Esther were willing to cooperate, she would be on the front page of major newspapers tomorrow. Esther didn't want to make the headlines, but considering her connections with Yen-nin, Brendan and Daphne, and given Mayor Yen-nin's past favors toward her, she couldn't refuse and thus agreed. Within hours, a group of cameramen and journalists, all bearing press badges from different newspapers and official social media accounts of Illegitimate, rushed to the Liu residence. Every year, the most anticipated after the announcement of the college entrance exam results is the list of provincial top scorers. Moreover, Esther wasn't just any ordinary top scorer, she was the first ever perfect scorer in history. The journalists were eager, hoping to uncover the secret behind such a genius. But in reality, journalist, Esther, how much time do you spend studying daily? Esther, The time spent studying is just the class time. Journalist, why do I suddenly feel like a clown? Journalist, what do you usually do after school, Esther? Esther, be with my 4th brother. 4th brother? The same 4th brother who scored 740 points. It seemed this pair of siblings were really hard-working, always studying together after school. Journalist, could you please tell me what exactly you and your 4th brother do together after school? A lot. Esther counted on her fingers. Sometimes we play Sudoku, Go, chess, sometimes Texas Hold'em and other card games. Journalist, so being together after school means playing games? Journalist, how did you manage to score full marks on the exam, Esther? Esther, by finishing all the questions. Journalist, did I ask a redundant question or did she give a redundant answer? Journalist, do you have any advice for the next batch of students regarding studies? Esther, I hope they can study well. Journalist, why does this sound both useless and profound at the same time? Anyway, a bunch of microphones were thrust forward, bombarding her with questions, some of which Esther really didn't know how to answer. These journalists seemed to expect an inspiring story from her, believing she must have some exclusive study techniques or extraordinary effort that led to her high score. But in truth, ordinary people, no matter how much technique or effort they put in, could only reach a certain score limit. She scored so high because she wasn't human, and her 4th brother was purely intelligent. It's that simple. As Mayor Yen-nin had said, the next day, reports about Esther flooded the internet, and videos of her being interviewed at home were also released. Naturally, in the comments section, there were people praising her, envying her, questioning her, and even some feeling jealous. Esther didn't care about those comments online, she didn't even bother to look at them. However, a phone call from Brenda that evening woke her up instantly from her post-nap daze. Did you see it? I was truly shocked. Apart from you, there's actually another person who scored full marks this year. I was really stunned. This is a perfect score. In previous years, the highest score was usually just around 710 or so. Besides you, there's actually someone else who scored full marks this year. What kind of monster is that person? Brenda's phrase, that person is a monster, was merely an exclamation. Because she felt that Esther was already superhumanly exceptional, and yet there was someone who could match her and achieve the same score. It was truly impressive. But while the speaker was unintentional, the listener had her thoughts. Esther immediately wondered, could there really be a human who can score 750? Even someone as brilliant as her 4th brother might make minor mistakes in Chinese and English. Who could possibly be better than Esther E? Esther asked into the phone, Brenda, what's the name of the person you're talking about? You mean the other girl who scored full marks? Brenda replied. I only know she's from Illegitimate, and coincidentally, she goes to the same high school as me. It's said that this girl wasn't in good health before, so she used to study at home with private tutors. She seems to have had surgery last summer, and after recovering, she transferred to No. 1 high school. But by the time she transferred to No. 1 high school, I was already here at Xinjiang, so I don't know her personally. As for her name, I didn't pay much attention, but like you, there are many reports about her online today. Both your names seem to have topped the trending charts together. I saw it, Janine, Brenda read out as she looked at the trending topics. The girl's name is Hildred. Chapter 376, wanting to see her fall from grace. Shirley? It wasn't the uniqueness of the name that caught Deborah's attention, but rather the surname. Shir was not a very common surname. Could this Shir be the Shir family from Beijing? Deborah asked into the phone. Brenda, who seemed to be looking at reports about Shirley, exclaimed, oh, it really is. This Shirley turns out to be the daughter of the Shir family, specifically the daughter of Remy, the chairman of Illegitimate Pharmaceutical. She really is Remy's daughter. The last time they met by chance at the night market, Nicholas had mentioned in the car that Remy's first wife, now deceased, had 3 sons. Jackson was his second son. Later, Remy remarried and took a second wife, with whom he had a daughter and a pair of twin sons. So, Shirley was the daughter born to Jackson's stepmother, making her Jackson's younger half-sister. Almost instantly, Deborah recalled what Jackson had told her in the police station interrogation room that day. My sister has congenital heart disease. She had a severe episode last summer. At that time, she was in critical condition. Her heart even stopped during resuscitation. But later on, perhaps because she wasn't ready to leave this world, she miraculously came back to life. After that, her personality changed quite a bit. She became different from before. Her heart had once stopped due to a severe cardiac episode, only to come back to life miraculously, with her personality changing afterward. These details linked together led Deborah to think of one possibility. Reincarnation through possession. Monsters could reincarnate through possession, entering the corpse of a recently deceased human to borrow the body and live as a human. However, only those monsters with strong enough soul power could come to the human world to reincarnate through possession. Such creatures were rare, so at the time Deborah thought she might be overthinking it. The only monster Deborah knew of that could reincarnate through possession in the human world was Methunclair, and one other. But how coincidental could it be? This resurrected Shirley, whose personality changed after coming back to life, managed to score 750 points on the college entrance exam, a near impossible feat for humans. Hey Brenda, Deborah asked into the phone, does the report mention what Shirley's academic performance used to be like? No, didn't I just tell you? Due to her poor health since childhood, Shirley always studied at home with private tutors. She never participated in formal exams, so there are no records of her scores. But she is indeed impressive. Even without attending regular school or receiving structured education and examination drills from teachers, she achieved a perfect score on her first major exam, the college entrance exam. If cheating weren't impossible in such an important exam, I would think this belongs in a fantasy novel. I scrolled through some comments. Now the entire internet is praising her, but... Pausing hesitantly, Brenda was then interrupted by Deborah asking, but what? Brenda took a deep breath and then said angrily, but, these netizens are idle. Someone on the trending topic compared Shirley to you. They say you at least went to school from a young age, while Shirley never attended school yet still scored full marks on the college entrance exam, making her much better than you. Some people brought up your background, saying you're an illegitimate child, while Shirley is a proper heiress of the Schur family, superior to you in terms of origin. And others compared your photos with hers, claiming she's more beautiful than you, criticizing your appearance. I don't understand why these netizens are comparing you two when you've never met. And if they want to praise Shirley, why do they have to put you down to do it? Deborah could understand. Ever since FSI stood up for her and confirmed her identity as June, netizens initially praised her. But within a few months, public opinion gradually shifted. For someone outstandingly unreachable, many might admire her, but there are also many who, harboring dark thoughts, envy and despise her. The higher they lift her up, the more they desire to see her fall from grace. In recent months, marketing accounts easily stirred up rumors about her, leading to numerous attacks on her Weibo. But speculation remains just speculation. These online trolls' criticisms don't hold up under scrutiny. By not responding, she made them look like fools. Now, with another top-scoring heiress from the Schur family appearing, they found an opportunity to bring her down. Let them talk, Deborah replied, public interest changes daily. Ignoring it won't harm me. That's true, Brenda remembered something else. By the way, Janine, this morning, the Capitol has already opened for college application. Jobert has been admitted to the Computer Science Department of Galengda in advance, Mathawena, and I applied for the Finance Department of Galengda. What about you and your fourth and fifth brothers? I applied for the law major at Galengda, my fourth brother applied for applied mathematics at Qingda, and my fifth brother's first choice is Jiang Hengda, and if not admitted, his second choice is Gongda. Isn't your fifth brother scoring 614, which is quite high? There's hope for Jiang Hengda. But no matter what, we will all be in the capital anyway. That's great, Brenda couldn't hide her joy. Although we can't be in the same class like in high school anymore, everyone can still be in the same city for college, and even if we are in different schools, they are all close by. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Indeed. The college entrance exam is the first major turning point in life. Many people leave their hometowns to start a new chapter. Most former high school classmates part ways after graduation and may never see each other again. But for Deborah, her important friends and 2 elder brothers would still go with her to the new city and school. This was indeed very fortunate. And there was Hewitt, his newly established company in the capital had already started operations. When she went to the capital, he would also accompany her. Everything was developing in a positive direction, and life was peaceful and beautiful. However, at this moment, Deborah didn't know that her tranquil life was about to be disrupted soon. Half a month after the exam results were released, which was in early August one afternoon. Job knock knock, Janine, are you in the room? Deborah was reading in her bedroom when she suddenly heard Sullivan knocking on the door outside. Sullivan rarely came to find her in her room, so she wondered what was going on. Big brother, I'm here, just a moment. Deborah got up and went to open the door. However, upon opening the door, Deborah noticed that Sullivan's gaze seemed complicated, even more serious than ever before. Taking a deep breath, he said, Janine, come to the living room with Big Brother. There's an important matter I need to discuss with you. Chapter 377, a new chapter begins. Beijing, Sure family. Esther was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why her eldest brother looked so serious and spoke with such gravity. However, though puzzled, Esther did not ask more. She just followed Sullivan toward the living room. But once she got there, she found that the living room was packed with people. Apart from Marissa, Esther E. and Adam were also in the living room. Her second brother had come back home from the hospital at some point, and her third brother, who was supposed to be filming in another city, was also here, sitting on the sofa. Even Hewitt was present. He seemed to have just arrived at the Liu residence, standing beside the sofa, catching her eye for a moment. Yet besides them, there was also an unfamiliar woman sitting on the sofa. This woman appeared to be under 30, with regular features and striking beauty. She had dark brown shoulder-length hair and wore a string of lustrous pearl necklace around her neck. Her black and white suit ensemble was highly fashionable, and she wore 6-centimeter square-toed heels. She exuded excellent taste and elegant grace. Upon seeing Esther following Sullivan in, her eyes instantly lit up. She stood up and walked straight toward Esther, seemingly eager to grab her hand, with an excited tone. Catherine, you are Catherine, right? Catherine? Though clearly a stranger, she addressed her so intimately. Esther instinctively took a step back, avoiding contact, frowning almost imperceptibly. Seeing Esther's instinctive retreat, the woman froze momentarily. Then a hint of pain flashed in her eyes as she slowly withdrew her hand. Esther raised her gaze, speaking politely yet distantly. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? Hearing this, it seemed like she accepted the situation. The woman took a deep breath, looking at Esther with teary eyes, and said, Catherine, I am Sabine, your aunt. Aunt? Upon hearing these words, even Esther was taken aback. She glanced at Marissa and Hewitt. It was clear they had already heard what she had to say. They seemed reluctant to interrupt and merely listened. Catherine, I know meeting me suddenly and hearing all this must be confusing. I don't know if your mother ever mentioned us before. Sabine stood in front of Esther, her voice choking. But Catherine, I really am your aunt, the only sister of your mother. Do you know Illegitimate Pharmaceutical? Its founder, Ted, is your grandfather, and now Illegitimate chairman, Remy, is your elder uncle. Aunt, mother's younger sister? Ted, Remy, grandfather, elder uncle? What is this all about? Esther opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a while before finally uttering one sentence. Miss Sure, are you mistaken? My mother's surname is Du, not Sure. Hearing her words, Sabine seemed to recall something painful. Her eyes reddened again as she hurriedly explained. No, your mother's original name was Arya. Du is your grandmother's surname. After leaving home, your mother changed her name to Everly. Because of the name change and because she lived in a remote area with poor communication, my father and I could never find any trace of her, let alone know about your existence. If I hadn't accidentally seen you on a TV report and noticed your resemblance to your mother, I wouldn't have sent people to investigate your background and eventually found your mother's records through the public security system. If I hadn't given that extra glance at the TV, I wouldn't have known that my sister had passed away and left behind a daughter who is now in Illegitimate with the Liu family. Mentioning her sister's death, tears streamed down Sabine's face, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Every word Sabine uttered came as a surprise to Esther, leaving her unsure of the truth. Seeing Esther's dazed expression, Sullivan took a deep breath and said, Miss Sure, please sit down and explain everything from the beginning to Catherine. What you're saying must be shocking to her. Sabine seemed to realize her own emotional outburst and sat back on the sofa. Esther glanced at her and sat opposite her. Just as Esther sat down, Hewitt stood behind her, silently telling her that he would stay by her side no matter what happened. And on the sofa, her third brother moved closer to her, firmly holding her hand, also conveying that the family was there with her. Sabine calmed herself down and, with moist eyes, asked Esther, Catherine, has your mother ever mentioned anything about the family? No, Esther looked at Sabine, shaking her head. Mom only told me one thing, Grandma slit her wrists and committed suicide after discovering Grandpa was cheating on her. She couldn't forgive Grandpa, so she completely broke ties with him back then and came to Illegitimate alone. Sabine seemed not to expect that the only thing her sister had mentioned to her niece was the father's infidelity and the mother's suicide. She took a deep breath and said, when your mom left Beijing, she was 23 years old, and I was 10, but I already remembered things clearly. She wanted to leave home because she couldn't forgive your grandpa. But what really made her leave so resolutely was not this. Esther paused for a moment. You mean? The incident of your grandpa's infidelity was a setup. He drank too much at a class reunion. His former first love entered the room where he was resting, climbed onto his bed, and arranged for Grandma to catch them at that exact moment. In fact, nothing happened. Your grandpa was too drunk to do anything, but that woman created false evidence and acted it out, just to provoke a divorce between Grandma and Grandpa, so she could marry into our family. But she overplayed her hand. Our mother was a very strong-willed person, and her mental state was unstable at the time. She wouldn't listen to Dad's explanations, believing he betrayed her by cheating. So she slashed her wrists in the bathroom. Mother bled out and died in the bathroom, found first by your mom. The shock caused her to faint right there, That scene must have deeply traumatized her both visually and psychologically. After knowing why mother committed suicide, your mom couldn't forgive your grandpa. One night, they had a huge argument, and around 2 in the morning, she ran out. I remember, that night father and the eldest brother were very worried and went out looking for her. Eldest sister-in-law was also afraid that your mom might do something foolish in her emotional state and went out despite leaving her newborn Shiche behind. Eldest sister-in-law was an excellent person who cared for us younger siblings after marrying into our family. Especially, she had a very close relationship with your mom, like sisters. She knew where your mom would go when she was upset and searched for her there. But Sabine's voice suddenly halted, making Esther's heart race with dread. A bad premonition surged within her. But what? What happened next? Sabine took a deep breath. Eldest sister-in-law wanted to take your mom home, but she refused and pushed her. The push wasn't hard, but it had rained that day, making the ground slippery. They were standing by the roadside. Sister-in-law lost balance from the push and stumbled forward. At that moment, a car happened to be driving by. It couldn't brake in time and rolled over sister-in-law. Chapter 378, Sending Janine to the capital and returning home. Upon hearing Joeberry's words, everyone present was taken aback. Even Deborah held her breath in that instant. Fabio's expression tightened, and almost instinctively, he placed his hand on Deborah's shoulder. The warmth from the man's palm penetrated the thin fabric of her nightgown, conveying a sense of concern, making Deborah take a deep breath involuntarily. Although Joeberry had only spoken a few brief sentences, they contained an immense amount of information. The TV interview had been conducted half a month ago, meaning Joeberry had coincidentally seen her on television at that time. Joeberry felt she resembled her sister who had left home many years ago, leading her to investigate and find Everly's background, eventually locating her in Gilisangching. Joeberry mentioned that Everly's real name was Arya. This meant the original host's mother was actually the eldest daughter of the Sher family, the daughter of the highly esteemed yet retired elder Ted, who was renowned in the business world of the capital. Therefore, the original host was also part of the Sher family. She was the granddaughter of Ted, and this Joeberry standing before her was indeed her aunt. Everly had broken ties with her family long ago, changing her name and living in the countryside with the original host. Even when they were so poor they couldn't afford food or needed poverty assistance, and even when they were too poor for Everly to pay for her own medical treatment. Everly chose to forego treatment rather than return to the family for support. It wasn't because she couldn't forgive Ted for infidelity. It was because, during a heated argument in her youth, she had pushed her kind-hearted elder sister-in-law, leading to her being run over by a car and dying on the spot. This must have been the regret and pain Everly carried with her for her entire life. Choosing such a difficult life in the countryside and ultimately passing away in excruciating pain. She likely wanted to punish herself as atonement for that impulsive push years ago. Almost instantly, Deborah connected all the dots. Why the original host lived in such hardship for so many years while her grandmother was friends with influential figures like Balder, arranging marriage alliances for their grandchildren, and why the famous Chinese medicine master Hanley visited Everly in the countryside and took the original host as an apprentice. Why, in the original host's memories, her mother never spoke of her family. If questioned, her mother's expression would reveal not anger but sadness. Why, during New Year's Eve, Everly prepared 2 portions of paper money, which Deborah assumed was for both her grandparents, but it was actually for her mother and elder sister-in-law. At the same time, Deborah recalled her previous interactions with Ambrose. Deborah finally understood why she felt so familiar when she first met Ambrose. It wasn't her imagination. Ambrose did bear a resemblance to Everly because Everly was Ambrose's aunt, and they shared blood ties. So in this context, Ambrose was actually her cousin. She had unknowingly met her cousin twice. Deborah also linked Nicholas's words from that day. As far as I know, her father, Remy, is now the chairman of Eliosher Pharmaceutical. His older brother is a lawyer, and he has a younger brother studying at Gillison University. Their biological mother seems to have passed away over 20 years ago. However, one time over drinks, Tracy mentioned his mother's cause of death to me. He said his mother died in an accident. According to him, she was killed by his biological aunt. Specific details are unclear, but apparently, on a night over 20 years ago, his aunt and mother got into an argument. In anger, his aunt pushed his mother onto the road, and at that moment, a car drove by, directly running over his mother. His mother died on the spot, her bones crushed and flesh mangled. Ambrose said his mother was killed by his biological aunt. Deborah had initially liked Ambrose. He was good-looking, exuded righteousness, and worked as a police officer, naturally instilling trust in people. In the interrogation room at the police station, Ambrose's gaze was filled with concern, and the rice ball he handed her still retained warmth. But now, she was the daughter of his mother's murderer. And there was Madeline. The daughter of Ambrose's stepmother, this relative considered a cousin. What exactly was her position? Suddenly, all the scattered pieces seemed to connect. For the first time, Deborah felt her mind racing, causing her to take a deep breath. Seeing the girl trying hard to process everything she said, Joeberry's eyes became redder. Taking a deep breath, she said, Janine, during my investigation, I learned about the life you and your sister lived over the past years. I truly didn't know that all these years, your sister raised you alone in the countryside, nor did I know she had cancer and eventually couldn't afford chemotherapy. If I had known, how could I have let your sister die from illness? How could I have let you nearly become an orphan without a father or mother? And then there's your grandfather. Mentioning Ted, Joeberry took a sharp breath, and large tears rolled down her cheeks. Janine, I know it may be hard for you to accept everything I'm telling you today, coming so suddenly. But there's no time. We're running out of time. Hearing Joeberry's words, Deborah's breath hitched, and she couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by in no time? Janine, your grandfather is on his last legs. Joeberry choked out, yesterday, he returned from abroad on a private jet. Even the best doctors abroad were helpless with his condition, they basically told him to come home and wait to die. But if your grandfather could get out of bed, he would insist on coming with me to find you. Your grandfather says that his greatest wish before he dies is to see you one more time. Tears streaming down her face, Joeberry pleaded, Janine, please, for the sake of your aunt, come to the capital with me, just to see your grandfather one last time, okay? Chapter 379, Would that family let you go? Deborah had just accepted that she had a new family, with a grandfather in the capital city. The next moment, her aunt told her that her grandfather was already on his deathbed. Emotional highs and lows couldn't be more intense than this. Grandfather, he. Deborah started but paused, I mean, what illness does Honor have that is so serious? Sabine shook her head and took a deep breath. Catherine, you might not believe it, but we have sought out the best doctors from all over the world for your grandfather, yet no one can diagnose what exactly he has. It's only in the past year that his condition has visibly worsened, he's beyond recognition now. He struggles to speak and relies entirely on a ventilator and feeding tubes to sustain his life. He doesn't expect a cure for this strange disease himself. He just wants to resolve his heartache of over 20 years before he dies. He wants to see you, apologize to you and your late mother. Your father has always regretted not noticing the changes in your mother's mood back then and failing to take care of her properly. In fact, your father suffered as much guilt and pain over Dicey's death as your mother did. Catherine, my request may seem abrupt to you, but I really hope you will go back with me to see your grandfather. Who knows when? I don't want him to die with regrets. I also hope that you can give grandfather, give our family, an opportunity to make it up to you. Tears welled up in Sabine's eyes. You've been wandering outside for so many years, suffering so much with your mother. How could we not feel heartbroken? It's our Scher family who has wronged you, failing to find your mother and you earlier and bring you back home. Hearing Sabine's words, Marissa finally spoke up. Miss Scher, you don't need to be so self-reproachful. Although Catherine endured much hardship with her mother in the countryside before, she is living well in our Lou family now. Catherine is the jewel of our family. See, when they heard you were coming, all her brothers rushed back home out of concern for their sister. Marissa said to Sabine, with old Honor in such condition, we are equally distressed. However, Catherine has just learned about these things, and this is the first time she has met you today. No matter what, I think we should give the child some time to digest and consider it. Sullivan has booked a hotel for you. Why don't you rest there first? Once Catherine has made up her mind, I'll let her contact you. Though anxious, Sabine felt that Marissa's reasoning made sense and turned to Deborah, then Catherine, you. Not only her, everyone in the room was now looking at Deborah, waiting for her response. Although Sabine hadn't explicitly stated it, her intentions were clear. She not only hoped that Deborah would visit old Honor but also wanted Deborah to return to the Scher family. The Scher family was a top-tier clan in the capital, deeply rooted in wealth, power, prestige, and social status, far surpassing the Lou family. Firstly, Sabine believed that if Deborah agreed to come back to the Scher family, the Schers could provide her with a better life. More importantly, Sabine knew about how Randall had abandoned her elder sister, and now the Lou family was managed by stepmother Marissa. Would a stepmother genuinely treat Catherine, the illegitimate daughter of her husband from another woman, well? And the 5 half-brothers, would they treat her like their own sister? On the other hand, the Scher family was her blood-related grandfather and aunt. At least Sabine knew she would certainly take good care of her sister's only child. There was also Wally. A man of significant influence and status, 8 years older than Catherine. Without a powerful maternal family backing her, how could she be protected from harm being with such a man? If she ended up like her sister, discarded by the fickle Randall, left without anyone to speak up for her. I'd like to think about it. Deborah took a deep breath and said, Miss Scher, please go to the hotel to rest. I'll give you an answer later. Once Deborah put it this way, Sabine couldn't press further and stood up. All right, if you've thought it through, call your aunt. Saying this, Sabine pulled out a business card from her pocket and handed it to Deborah. Deborah glanced at it. It showed that Sabine worked for the largest architectural design firm in the country as its chief architect. After Sabine left, Deborah didn't get a chance to say anything before she was embraced by Atlee. Janine, you're not really going to go back with this woman to the Scher family, are you? Atlee's voice quivered with tears. I don't think she just wants you to visit that old man once, she wants you to stay there afterward. Please don't go with her, just stay with us. If you must, you can make a video call to that old man. Graham. Seeing Atlee acting so irresponsibly, Sullivan couldn't help but rebuke him. That's Janine's maternal grandfather. What do you mean, that old man? Moreover, we are Janine's relatives, and so are the Schers. Sabine mentioned taking Janine to see the seriously ill Scher elder, which is reasonable. The condition of Scher elder, I've heard from my mentor. Josue paused, then said, it's very peculiar. All his physical indicators are normal, yet he becomes weaker each day. If you want to see him one last time, you should act quickly. At this moment, Deborah E. lifted her eyes. Her tone calm. Visiting honor isn't the main issue. What matters is whether Janine will run into the Remy family if she returns. Hearing this, the others were taken aback. Regardless of whether Janine's mother made a mistake or how remorseful she felt afterward. To Remy, Janine is the daughter of the woman who killed his wife. To Remy's 3 sons, Janine is the daughter of their mother's killer. Would they not hate her? In the past, they didn't know about Janine and her mother's whereabouts. But now, if Janine goes back, can she return safely? Would that family really refrain from venting their hatred on her and doing something to harm her? Upon hearing Deborah Yee's words, everyone in the room drew a sharp breath. Yes, they had only been considering whether Janine should go back, forgetting that Janine and the Remy family had this unresolvable enmity. Even Monty frowned and said, I have met Remy in the capital. He's the type who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals. His reputation isn't good, even considered ruthless. Hearing this, the Liu family became even more worried. Sullivan couldn't help but look at Wally. Bard, what do you think? The Liu family had their own concerns, but for Wally, it wasn't about what he thought but what Deborah wanted. He wouldn't interfere with any decisions made by his beloved. If Deborah wanted to return to the Schur family, he would support her. Thus, Wally's gaze was steady, his voice deep. If Janine wants to go back to the Schur family, I'll accompany her. I'll protect her. The entire family looked back at Deborah again, waiting for her to speak. Chapter 380, Go See What Shirley Is. Seeing everyone's gaze turn to her, Deborah took a deep breath and then looked up, saying, I have to go once. Deborah's words struck the hearts of these people in the Liu family, making their hearts tremble. Was this trip just to visit old Master Schur, or was it to acknowledge the Schur family as kin, to develop relationships with relatives over there? Would she return after seeing them once, or stay for many days? When would she come back to the Liu family? If she went and really bumped into Remy's family, would she be bullied by those people every day? For a moment, everyone was filled with worry and concern. But since Deborah was going to her mother's family, they couldn't stop her from going. Deborah spoke up, Mithun Sabine has already investigated everything, my background should not be wrong. My mother is indeed a member of the Schur family. Mom has already passed away, and now grandfather is gravely ill. Regardless, as her daughter, I have an obligation to visit him on her behalf. That's the first point. The second point is, I want to see grandfather Schur's condition as described by Sabine and Sergio. I want to check if I can treat his illness. Right. If Deborah didn't mention it, Marissa and Sullivan all forgot that Deborah was the apprentice of Hanley, the top traditional Chinese medicine master in China. Previously, Gil's leg, Deborah Yee's injuries, and Monty's illness were all cured by Deborah. Gil's leg had been examined by the best doctors worldwide without any results before. But Deborah only needed a few acupuncture sessions, and within half a month, Gil stood up from his wheelchair. Her medical skills were beyond miraculous, they brought the dead back to life. They say a healer must have a compassionate heart. Even if it was someone unrelated to her who was suffering from a serious illness, Deborah would never ignore them. Especially not when it came to her blood-related grandpa. That's true, Sullivan said, with Janine's incredible medical skills. If domestic and foreign experts can't figure out what's wrong with grandfather Schur, perhaps Janine could diagnose and cure him. If so, then you should go. Marissa also seemed resolved, holding Deborah's hand. If anything happens, call Mom and your elder brother immediately. We'll rush to Beijing right away. Don't worry, Aunt, Gil said at this moment. Illegitimate Pharmaceutical previously had financial turnover issues and is currently weak internally. That Remy even came to Gilisangching and asked me to invest in Illegitimate. At the time, I did not give a clear response, but now this connection might come in handy. A company of that size can only be supported by the Yanni Corporation. As long as I'm around, Remy won't dare do anything to Janine. Sullivan thought this was great news. Merchants prioritize profit. Even if Remy harbored resentment against Deborah because of Everly, he wouldn't dare harm her openly while Gil was present. Unless he wanted to challenge Gil and become enemies. Actually, Deborah mentioned 2 reasons. She had a third reason for visiting the Schur family, to determine what Shirley really was. If it was just a human, and grandfather Schur was genuinely ill with a rare disease, then she would treat him and come back. But if it was a demon, grandfather Schur's condition might not be an illness at all. With this decision made, Deborah called Sabine that night. Sabine's voice revealed her excitement upon hearing Deborah agree to go back to the Schur family. Great, Janine. Leave the travel arrangements to me. I'll pick you up early tomorrow morning. You don't need to pack anything. Your aunt has prepared clothes and essentials for you at home, all in your room. Regardless of how long you stay here, the Schur family's door will always be open to you, and your room will always be kept for you. You can come anytime. Deborah thought her mother must have treated this sister exceptionally well. Even 20 years later, Sabine still cared for her like this. Originally, Deborah thought Sabine would book a flight ticket for her, but early the next morning, a small private jet was parked near the Liu residence. Fortunately, the Liu house was located in a villa area far from the bustling city, or else this private plane wouldn't have had anywhere to land. Janine, knowing your grandfather's condition, we should return to Beijing as soon as possible, Sabine told Deborah. Thus, Gil and Deborah boarded the plane with Sabine under the watchful eyes of the Liu family. Once the plane stabilized in the air, Sabine began to introduce the Shi family situation to Deborah. I didn't have time to tell you about the family yesterday, so let me fill you in now. Your grandfather has 5 children in total. My elder brother, your eldest uncle, is Remy. Brother is 48 this year. He is currently the chairman of Illegitimate Pharmaceutical. You might have heard his name before. In fact, I did not tell brother about your return to the Shi family, Sabine sighed. Brother and your mother had a terrible argument back then. When brother learned of his wife's death, he directly took a knife to confront your mother, demanding her life as retribution, and your mother didn't even try to dodge him, almost resulting in a real tragedy. Your mother left home because she could no longer face brother's family. What happened in the past cannot be changed. Although it was an accident, it was indeed due to your mother's push that led to your aunt's death. Brother's family hates your mother, and I am very worried they will transfer this hatred onto you. That's why I haven't told brother about finding you or my visit to Illegitimate. Sabine continued, your grandfather's eldest daughter, also my elder sister and your elder aunt, is named Rebecca, who is 45 years old this year. Elder Matthew's term mostly stays abroad, managing our family's overseas businesses. She isn't in the country at present. Your grandfather's second daughter is your mother. The third daughter is me, I'm 30 this year. And below me, there is only one younger brother, your youngest uncle, Kirsten. Wenjing is 26 this year. He is currently attending an academic seminar abroad, so we don't know when he will return. So, since brother's family does not live in the old residence, and neither Elder Matthew's turn nor Wenjing are at home, only grandfather and I are in the old house. Sabine held Deborah's hand, so, Janine, when you come home with me, you should only see grandfather. You don't need to be afraid. Chapter 381, High Energy Warning. So, Remy's family doesn't live in the Shi family mansion. Esther originally thought that this time she could see Hildred directly when visiting the Shi family. But since Sabine deliberately concealed information about her, it was likely she wouldn't get to see her. Brianna paused for a moment. She could sense that Sabine genuinely cared for her, so she changed her question and asked, Auntie, have you gotten married and had children? Sabine immediately shook her head, no, our line of work is too busy. I don't even have enough energy after working all day, where would I find the time to fall in love? Actually, only Avram has married and had children. His previous wife gave birth to 3 sons, while his current wife gave birth to a daughter and 2 sons, making their family quite large. Besides him, Elder Matthew's me, and Wenjing are all single and childless. Esther couldn't help but feel somewhat surprised. Mathun, Sabine and Kirsten were young, being single without kids made sense to Esther. But is her eldest aunt also single? Esther asked, isn't aunt already 45 years old and still not married? Not exactly. Elder Matthew's is single because she has married and divorced multiple times, 3 times, in fact. Sabine said with a helpless tone, Elder Methuster's personality is too dominant, and her temper is very bad, which led to her 3 marriages being unsuccessful. The last one ended quite nastily. She beat my ex-brother-in-law so badly that he had to be hospitalized, and he even called the police. In the end, after Elder Matthew's gave him a large sum of money, they settled and got divorced. It was clear that Sabine truly treated Esther as family. Even sharing those unsavory secrets of the wealthy family directly with her, without any qualms about Wally sitting behind them. After about an hour, the plane landed. The Shi family estate had its own private airstrip, and the pilot safely landed the plane on the ground. Wally first stepped off the plane with long strides, then gently lifted Esther down, tenderly helping her fix her hair. In fact, Sabine was quite surprised to see Wally at the Liu family home yesterday. Although the headquarters of Yanni Corporation is in Illegitimate, its business spans nationwide. Moreover, Wally ranks prominently on China's wealth list. While she wasn't overly respectful, she did treat the young chairman of Yanni Corporation with courtesy and respect. Furthermore, Wally's grandparents had a deep relationship with her grandfather in their youth, so he wasn't exactly an outsider either. What surprised Sabine most was Wally's relationship with her recently found niece. Initially, she worried that in this relationship, Wally might take a leading role and Esther might suffer. But from what she observed over the past couple of days, it seemed like the man loved her more deeply. Despite speaking little, his gaze never left her, and every action showed how he cherished her. So Sabine also got off the plane and said, Janine, let's go inside. The Shi family mansion is vast, with the courtyard alone covering thousands of square meters. The main house is a grand and elegant traditional Chinese building. As the heavy red wooden door of the main house opened, an elderly butler greeted them. He first called out, "Third miss," then looked tearfully at Esther and called out, "Yanadal miss," with a trembling voice. Clearly, the butler knew Esther's identity. This butler has probably been serving the Shi family for many years. He watched Everly grow up and experienced events from back then. For the second miss who left home all those years ago to have such a grown-up daughter now, yet to have passed away herself, it inevitably brought mixed emotions. Sabine was eager to introduce Esther to Ted and nodded to lead her inside. However, just as she took a step, the butler stopped her. "Wait. Third Mississippi. Confused, Sabine asked, "What is it, Matt Yanni? Why are you stopping me?" Third Miss, eldest Miss heard about Mathur's health condition and returned from abroad last night. The butler hesitated. Eldest Miss is currently in Mathur's room. Upon hearing this, Sabine's eyes widened and she gasped, "What? You mean Elder Matthews to returned, and she's in father's room now?" The butler took a deep breath. Yes. Esther didn't understand why Sabine suddenly looked different and asked, "Aunt, is there a problem with Elder Aunt coming home?" Sabine clenched her fists and took a deep breath. "I thought Elder Matthews to wasn't home, so I didn't mention it. Actually, when your mother was here before, Elder Methuster's relationship with her was very poor. Mainly because, at that time, eldest Matthews to liked someone who, in turn, liked your mother. This caused a rift between the two sisters. Back then, I was too young to say anything about it. I just told you earlier, eldest Matthews to has a very dominant personality and a terrible temper. I'm not sure how she will treat you when she sees you." Sabine wanted to take Esther back to her room to avoid confrontation. But before she could finish speaking, a voice came from ahead. "Sabine, father is so ill, where have you run off to instead of staying home to take care of him? You didn't even come back all night?" Her tone carried obvious dissatisfaction and accusation. Esther looked up and saw this woman walking out from the inner hall. She looked to be in her 40s, dressed in an expensive-looking dark purple cheapao, with an emerald necklace around her neck that glittered greenishly, and wristwatch and rings that exuded opulence. She had an elegant and luxurious presence, but her features weren't particularly dignified or impressive, though well-preserved. Age showed in her crow's feet and nasolabial folds. Sabine was clearly afraid of her elder sister. The moment she saw Sir Susan, her shoulders shuddered reflexively. She steeled herself and called out, "Eldest Matthews to, you're back." Sir Susan's brows immediately knitted together, especially upon seeing Esther and Wally beside her. Her gaze grew sharper. With folded arms, she remarked somewhat mockingly, "I've returned, but where have you been? Who are these two people you've brought home?" Sabine took a deep breath and couldn't avoid answering her elder sister. She introduced Wally first. "This is Chairman Wally of Yanni Corporation." Eldest Matthews to must have heard of his name, right? Wally? Upon hearing this, Sir Susan's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected the legendary only heir of the Yanni family to be so young and handsome. Cultivating connections with someone like him would only benefit the Sher family. If she could marry Yuvway into the Yanni family, their wealth and influence would surely increase exponentially. Before Sabine had finished introducing him, Sir Susan had already started dreaming, staring approvingly at Wally from head to toe. Sabine wasn't sure what her elder sister was plotting, then pointed to Esther and sighed, This is. She hesitated over revealing Esther's identity, fearing it might cause trouble. Just then, the front door opened again. Seeing her eldest brother walk in with Bruce and Sir Yuvway trailing behind, Sabine froze on the spot. "Israel? What are you doing here?" Remy paused when he saw guests in the house. He didn't recognize Esther but was pleased upon recognizing Wally, assuming Wally had come for him. Because not long ago, he had invited Wally to visit the family in Gillising. "Chairman Yanni? Why are you in Gillising? Did you come for me? Did you come to the wrong place? I don't live in the old residence. Why didn't you inform me in advance so I could arrange to pick you up?" Remy wore a forced business smile and extended his hand to Wally. Sabine was at a loss as to how to handle the situation, feeling completely flustered. Wally said nothing, took a deep breath, shook Remy's hand, but looked at Esther. Esther's eyes, however, were fixed on the beautiful girl in a pure white lace dress standing behind the dapper man in glasses. The girl was also staring straight at her. Esther only heard the spirit bell hanging on the jade bracelet Ue gave her suddenly chime. More shockingly, after the girl entered, her mother, Remy's second wife, also came in, saying, Wei, you left your phone in the car." However, once she entered, Esther's bracelet chimed again. Chapter 382, Two Fox Spirits in the Sher family. Deborah's pupils constricted in an instant. The girl in a pure white lace dress, who seemed to be about her age, should be Vita. The woman who entered after Vita was Yaneli, whom Remy married after his first wife passed away. However, what made Deborah's pupils constrict instantly was that the Xiunyao bell on her bracelet rang when this Vita entered. But it rang again when Yaneli entered. What did this mean? Just as Deborah suspected, Vita, the younger sister of Trenton who had a personality change after being saved and scored full marks in this college entrance exam, was a spirit. But even more outrageously, her stepmother Yaneli was also a spirit. This came as a surprise to Deborah too. Remy, it turned out, had two spirits surrounding him, both his wife and daughter were possessed by spirits. He must have a remarkably tough destiny to still be alive. Deborah almost instinctively looked at Remy, her eldest maternal uncle. The man looked to be in his 40s, of average height with a medium build, and a typical square face. His eyes under thick eyebrows flickered with a calculating glint, revealing a somewhat mercantile demeanor. Though his voice seemed powerful, a closer look revealed dark circles under Remy's eyes. Despite his chubby physique and protruding beer belly, his cheeks appeared sunken, his complexion black and blue, suggesting severe kidney deficiency. Jobidney deficiency. Spirits could replenish their soul energy by absorbing human vitality, but such vitality was innate and not everyone had it. However, there was another source of soul energy that certain spirits could absorb. Fox spirits. Fox spirits could absorb men's essence, and sexual intercourse was the fastest way, though other methods were possible too. Deborah took a deep breath and looked at Yaneli. This woman should be over 40, yet she looked only in her early 30s. Her skin was delicate and fair, with willow leaf eyebrows, almond eyes, and a pointed chin. Her gaze was captivating, like it could ensnare souls. This Yaneli is a fox spirit? Then what about Vita? Deborah couldn't help but recall fox spirits. She had once encountered a very powerful one. But that red fox had been severely injured by Ari, and it was unknown if it had been killed afterward. When Deborah looked at Vita again, she noticed that Vita was staring at her bracelet with a thoughtful expression. At this moment, Remy also saw Deborah and asked Wally, Mr. Yanni, are you here with this young girl? Is she your... At this point, Trista finally stepped forward to explain. Brother, you misunderstood. Mr. Yanni didn't come to the capital city to see you. I invited him to come to the old house. You invited him? Remy couldn't help but frown. Why did you invite Mr. Yanni to the old house? Trista took a deep breath and said, it's like this, brother. Mr. Yanni came here accompanying Deborah. And as for Deborah, he paused, she is second Methuster's daughter. Father isn't doing well, so I brought her here to see him. Upon hearing Trista's words, the expressions of those present, including Rebecca, Remy, and Bruce, changed drastically. Trista, what are you saying? The second sister you mentioned is Arya? Rebecca's eyes widened as she looked at the girl she hadn't paid attention to earlier, pointing at Deborah. You mean this girl is Arya's daughter? Yes, Trista bit her lip. I didn't tell brother or elder Matthews Tur that I found information about second Matthews Tur. She passed away from illness last year. Deborah is her only child. Deborah grew up in the countryside with second Matthews Tur until last year when she was brought to Gillisangching's Liu family. After I got the news, I went to the Liu family and brought her back. Despite her usually dignified attire, Rebecca now seemed anything but composed, merely shouting, are you crazy, Trista? That unlucky woman, Arya. Whether she was sick or dead, we just wanted her far away from our Shur family. How dare you secretly inquire about her whereabouts and bring her daughter to see Dad? Are you out of your mind? Hearing her elder sister blame her without understanding the situation, Trista couldn't help but retort. Elder Matthews Tur. How can you say that about second Matthews Tur? And bringing Deborah wasn't my own decision, it was also because... Trista wanted to say that finding Deborah wasn't her idea but the dying wish of Ted. But before she could finish... Slap. A heavy slap struck her face. Sabine. Have you forgotten how your elder brother's wife died after 20 years? This slap came as a complete surprise. Remy's face turned bright red with anger, and after he slapped her, his hand trembled as he pointed at Sabine. Clearly, he used considerable force. This slap not only sent Sabine staggering back 2 steps but also left Remy panting heavily from the exertion. Deborah hadn't expected Remy to lash out so suddenly. He even seemed unsatisfied, ready to strike again. Just as Remy was about to hit Sabine again, Deborah stepped forward and grabbed his arm, her face grim and her tone icy cold. Honor, you can talk things out properly. Hitting someone solves nothing. Remy hadn't expected this young girl to dare stop him. Instantly, he wanted to slap her too. But when he tried to pull his hand back, he found it clamped tightly by Deborah, unable to be retracted. Not only that, but the girl's grip tightened continuously. Remy felt as if his arm was being squeezed by steel bars, and it hurt as if his flesh and bones were about to be crushed. Remy nearly screamed out in pain. Beside him, Yaneli also cried out in shock. But surrounded by so many people, Remy gritted his teeth and endured the pain, hissing, you little brat, how dare you grab me? Let go of me right now. Do you believe I won't? Before Remy could finish, Wally interrupted him. Wally's expression was stern, his presence intimidating. Honor, I suggest you consider the consequences before you speak. Only then did Remy remember what Sabine had said earlier, that Wally accompanied Deborah here. Although he didn't know the relationship between Wally and this girl, it clearly wasn't superficial. Unwilling to risk offending Wally, Remy had to swallow his threat. He glared at Deborah. Tegan, will you release my arm immediately? Teaching my sister a lesson is a family matter within our Shur family, none of an outsider's business, he said with a sneer. Or do you think you are one of us and want to meddle? Remy had just acknowledged that Deborah was Everly's daughter, yet his words now implied that he did not recognize Everly as part of the Shur family, thus neither was Deborah. Furthermore, he justified this act of violence as a family matter, declaring outsiders should not intervene. Seeing Sabine's left cheek swelling, Deborah barely suppressed her anger. Whether I am part of the Shur family or not, domestic violence is a violation of human rights and an illegal act, Deborah said coldly. I recall Honor being a lawyer. Deborah suddenly looked at the man in a dark brown striped suit, wearing golden-rimmed glasses, with striking features, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Out of professional ethics or as the eldest nephew of your aunt, shouldn't you step in? Chapter 383, I would give her anything she wants. Deborah has a very good memory. Last time Nicholas mentioned in the car that Trenton's elder brother is a lawyer. Although she still didn't know his name, it was obvious that this man before her eyes is Remy's eldest son. Suddenly being stared at by the girl's cold and hard gaze, Francisco was momentarily stunned, then took a deep breath. Today, he had only come to the old house with his father to visit Grandpa, never expecting such an incident to occur. 20 years ago, the day his mother passed away was just one day before his 8th birthday. He did not wait for his mother to celebrate his birthday but instead received the news of her death, crushed by a car. Rationality told him that his aunt wasn't at fault, but emotionally it was hard not to hate her. Yet Aunt had been missing for too long, and as time passed, the hatred and blame towards her were gradually buried deep down. Francisco didn't expect to learn about his aunt's death today here. Nor did he think he would meet his aunt's daughter, his blood-related cousin. The girl looked beautiful, exuding a formidable presence, and her gaze carried a hint of mockery. Francisco couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Just now, when his father suddenly slapped Yanadal Aunt, he hadn't reacted fast enough, let alone managed to stop it. Seeing that his father intended to hit again, he wanted to step forward to stop it, but the girl beat him to it. Unexpectedly, she turned around and questioned why he hadn't stepped in. But what she said was right. Whether from a professional standpoint or as the eldest nephew of his aunt, he should have stopped it before her. Father, calm down, Francisco pulled on Remy, his tone unfriendly. Yanadal Aunt hasn't finished speaking yet. No matter what, you shouldn't have hit her. This time, someone from their family stood up for her. Deborah glanced coldly at Remy, then released her grip on him. Sabine's hair was disheveled, her left cheek swollen red from the slap, tears streaming down her face. Hamish supported her, comforting her, while Yanali didn't dare speak. Remy, wary of Fabio, refrained from scolding Deborah but continued to berate Sabine, feeling no remorse for the slap. Snorting disdainfully. Sabine, don't blame your elder brother for hitting you. Do you remember how your sister-in-law died? You saw her in the morgue before she was cremated, right? The sight of her body crushed by the car, do you forget? If it weren't for Arya wandering off late at night, would your sister-in-law have left her newborn baby to find her? If Arya hadn't pushed her, would your sister-in-law have been run over by the car? Arya was your second sister, but your sister-in-law treated you no differently than she treated your second sister back then. Why are you looking for her now? And bringing her daughter back, what do you intend to do? Do you want me to relive Alexia's tragic death? Or do you want Mukwan, Suyu, and Daetong to experience the pain of losing their mother all over again? Each accusation from Remy stabbed at Sabine's heart like a knife. Her sister-in-law was a good person, and so was her second sister. But there was nothing she could do to change any of this now. Sabine only wept silently, unable to refute anything, letting Remy accuse her as he pleased. Deborah took a deep breath and suddenly looked at Remy, saying, "It wasn't Aunt who sought me out." Sabine choked up, hearing Deborah say, "I inadvertently found my mom's former name through some research, then contacted her. It was also because I heard that my grandfather was ill, so I begged her to bring me here." "You?" Hearing this, Rebecca turned to look at Deborah, sneering. "Do you know what evil your mother did, causing my elder brother's family so much harm? If you knew and still rushed here, you're shameless, just like your mother." Before coming, Deborah hadn't failed to consider how things might go if she encountered Remy's family. Although what happened back then was an accident, her mother indeed had faults, and their hatred was justified. So Deborah willingly bore some insults or accusations in place of her mother. Even if Rebecca hated her mother purely and cursed her for it, she didn't refute it. However, seeing Rebecca scold Deborah, Sabine stepped in. "Elder Matthews to her, no matter what happened back then, it's something between our elders. Catherine is just a child, she is innocent. She only wants to see father." "Just to see father?" Rebecca sneered contemptuously. "Sabine, are you just getting older in age and not in sense? Do you believe whatever she says? This child went to great lengths to contact you, saying she wants to come back and visit the Sher family. Do you think she's here just to see her grandfather? Obviously, she has her eyes on our family's assets. Didn't you say she grew up in the countryside? People from there who only think about money, I've seen plenty of them." Rebecca, looking at Deborah, could clearly see what was on her mind. But at this moment, Fabio suddenly spoke up, his gaze coldly fixed on Rebecca. "The entire Yanni Corporation, the entire Yanni family, belongs to Janine. Do you think she would care about any property of your Sher family?" Fabio's words startled both Rebecca and Remy. The entire Yanni Corporation, the entire Yanni family, belongs to Janine. What did that mean? Could it be? However, at that moment, a strained, elderly voice came from not far away. "I'm not dead yet. Sushin." Deborah looked up and saw a frail old man, as thin as withered wood, being supported by a caregiver on one side while holding a cane in his right hand, standing shakily at the doorway of the inner hall. The moment the old man saw Deborah, his cloudy eyes instantly welled up with tears. He then said, "Besides, if this child really wanted to claim money for her mother, I would give her anything she wants." Chapter 384 Unconditional Love and Protection. As Esther lifted her eyes, she saw her biological grandfather, Ted. The Sher family made its fortune in the pharmaceutical industry last century. Under Ted's leadership, Elio Sher Pharmaceuticals became a leading domestic player in the industry. In earlier years when the internet was not so advanced, and even after it became widespread, Ted rarely gave interviews to the media. Nonetheless, the industry always held Ronnie in high regard, praising him for his integrity and benevolence. Devoted to charitable causes throughout his life, he was hailed as one of the most upright and kind-hearted entrepreneurs. Before coming, Esther had searched for reports about Ted. The photos used were from when he was around 30 years old. The man in the photo wore a shirt that was typical of scholars of that era, standing upright with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding youthful vigor and aspiration towards life and the future. However, the Ronnie that Esther saw at this moment resembled a piece of rotten wood eaten away from within by insects. Originally over 1.7 meters tall, he now hunched to just above 1.6 meters. After saying that not-so-long sentence to her just now, he was already breathing heavily. He was extremely thin, with no meat on his body or legs, making his pants look empty. The wrists visible from under his sleeves appeared fragile, with loose skin barely covering the bones, looking like they could easily snap. His hair was all white, and his face looked aged and weathered, filled with wrinkles. It seemed as if the moisture and nutrients in his body had been drained away, leaving an aura of lingering and dying decay around him. Perhaps this is the magic of blood relations. Although it was her first time meeting this grandfather, seeing Ted this way made Esther feel a surge of heartache immediately. Father. Why did you come out? Didn't the doctor say you shouldn't move around? Upon seeing Ronnie stand up, Sabine, who had just been beaten, was the first to run over anxiously. Then, Rebecca hurried over to support him. Soon after, Remy also went over, but there was a hint of impatience in his eyes despite his movement. Apart from the younger uncle who was abroad, Esther could now tell which members of the Scher family truly cared about Ronnie. Cough. Ronnie took a deep breath and spoke with difficulty, leaning on his cane. If I don't come out, my long-lost granddaughter might be bullied to death by her elder uncle and aunt. Hearing this, Rebecca was displeased. What are you talking about, father? Who's bullying her? Bullying to death? Though his appearance was aged and his voice weak, a trace of his youthful resilience could still be seen in Ted's demeanor. Sushin, I heard everything you said just now. This child didn't want her younger aunt to be wronged, so she stood up and said she found her mother's previous name and contacted Arya on her own. But actually, I asked Arya to find and bring her back. I know I don't have much time left. I've been holding on because Arya told me there was a child of Claudia's in Gilisangching. If she hadn't said she was willing to visit me yesterday, I might not have made it through the night. And you say Claudia has sinned, Ted's tone turned sorrowful. The root of the tragedy back then was me, not Claudia. If Illegitimate wants to hate or blame someone, let it all fall on me. This innocent child has nothing to do with it. Father. Rebecca had initially planned to use past events to make things difficult for Esther, but she didn't expect Ronnie to come out and protect her, taking all the blame onto himself. If she continued to harp on those old matters, wouldn't it seem like she was picking a fight with her own father? She couldn't afford to get a reputation for being unfilial. Seeing this, Rebecca could only glare at Esther and swallow her resentment. Remy was the same. At least in front of the elderly man, he had to be cautious, and thus he could only give a cold snort and stay silent. Seeing neither of them speak, Ted finally looked at Esther standing beside Wally. With trembling arms, he beckoned her over. Child, come here, let Grandpa see how you are. Tears glistened in Ronnie's eyes, and his voice quivered. It wasn't an order but a plea. Esther took a deep breath and walked over to hold Ted's hand. The warmth from the elderly man's palm conveyed to hers, evoking a myriad of emotions in her heart. Things really were different. In the Liu family, besides Randall being a despicable person, Marissa was her stepmother, and her 5 brothers shared only half-blood ties with her. None of them loved her based on blood relation. But now, Ronnie was truly her flesh and blood, her grandfather. When Ronnie heard that she was being confronted, he forced himself to come out despite never having met her before, and regardless of whether she was particularly sensible or outstanding. But as long as she existed, this kind of love and protection required no reason. Grandpa. Esther gripped Ted's hand. Good child, good child. Ted was probably too moved. He could hardly say anything else but hold Esther's hand tightly. Tears finally fell from his eyes, sliding down into the crevices of his weathered face. But then Esther said, Grandpa, I didn't come to the Scher family just to see you briefly. Let me take a look at your illness. Esther's words stunned everyone around her, and their faces turned disbelieving. Rebecca was shocked. What nonsense are you talking, girl? Have you gone mad? Remy was equally bewildered. What did you say? You want an ordinary high school girl to treat Grandpa? Can you even practice medicine? Beside him, Bruce frowned slightly. Sure, Yuv and Yaneli exchanged glances, but Esther couldn't see their expressions. I'm not talking nonsense, nor am I mad. I can indeed treat illnesses. Esther had anticipated the Scher family's reaction. She had come to the Scher family this time specifically to treat Grandpa's illness. Given how serious Grandpa's condition was, she could set aside those 2 demons for now and focus on understanding his situation first. After dealing with skepticism over saving Herb Lao Yi, Esther didn't want to waste time this time and directly revealed her identity. The chief traditional Chinese medicine master in Huaxia, Feng Gilan, is my teacher. My teacher told me that you've been trying to invite him to treat Grandpa these past few days, but he is abroad and can't return. When I called my teacher, he was also preparing to call me, wanting me to come here on his behalf. My medical skills are on par with my teacher's. If you don't believe me, you can call him right now to ask. Chapter 385 No problem is the biggest problem. What on earth was this girl talking about? After hearing Deborah's words, Rebecca's eyes almost rolled to the heavens. In the capital city, no one among these wealthy families was unaware of Hanley, who was known as the divine physician. Despite the overall decline in traditional Chinese medicine, Hanley's reputation remained solid as a rock. In recent years, his fame had even spread overseas, with many influential foreign aristocrats seeking him out specifically for medical consultations, even sending private jets to pick him up from Huaxia. Precisely because of this, when Rebecca contacted Hanley twice before, he mentioned each time that he couldn't free himself to return. Eventually, she gave up. Rebecca had never asked if Hanley had any disciples, nor did she care. In her view, a disciple was still just a disciple. Their skills could never match those of their master. She wanted nothing less than the best. But now, this young yellow-haired girl, Sabine brought back from Gillisangching, not only claimed to be Hanley's disciple but also said her medical skills were on par with Hanley. What an absolute joke. Rebecca couldn't believe it and scoffed immediately. You're quite bold, aren't you, little girl? How did you hear about me contacting Hanley? Did Sabine tell you? What do you hope to achieve by fabricating such lies? What are you trying to get from us? Seeing that Rebecca didn't believe her, Deborah didn't bother arguing. She pulled out her phone, dialed the number marked Master, and put it on speaker. The call connected quickly. Deborah spoke into the phone. Master, it's me. I'm at the Sure residence now. They don't quite trust my abilities. Could you please speak to them? Oh, Janine, give the phone to them, and I'll talk. Upon hearing Hanley's voice coming through the phone, both Rebecca and Remy's faces changed drastically. Deborah explained calmly, I have it on speaker, Master, they can hear. Hanley then addressed them, Miss Sure, Deborah is my youngest disciple. Despite her youth, she is a natural-born medical genius. You contacted me twice, and I couldn't make it due to commitments. But I was concerned about the old man's health and intended to send Janine instead. It just so happened that she was going to visit the capital city. Rest assured, I know Janine's capabilities well. If she cannot diagnose or treat your father's condition, my presence wouldn't make a difference either. Everyone present drew in a sharp breath. Deborah hung up the phone and looked up. Now, can I examine Grandpa's condition? Sabine's face lit up with surprise and joy. However, Rebecca and Remy turned alternately red and white, clearly not expressing any relief that someone might finally treat their father. Ignoring them, Deborah went over to support Ted. Her cold tone softened. Grandpa, let me carry you back to your room. This petite granddaughter, barely more than skin and bones, actually said she would carry him? Before Ted could respond, the man who came with Deborah stepped forward and offered in a deep voice, Mathur, allow me to carry you. With that, the tall, well-dressed man knelt down in front of Ted. The two men of the Sure family, Remy and Bruce, stood there doing nothing while this outsider, Hewitt, willingly helped carry the elder. This felt awkward to everyone. Remy felt his pride hurt and was dissatisfied. But before he could stop it, he saw his father already leaning against Hewitt's back. Ted didn't think much of it, since the man accompanied his obedient granddaughter, he must be trustworthy. Once Hewitt carried Ted away, Deborah directly addressed Rebecca, I need to examine Grandpa inside without any interference. Please stay outside for now. What? This Deborah wanted to examine the elder alone without allowing anyone to watch? Remy's face flared with anger as he demanded, are you joking? You've been here for mere minutes, and you already consider yourself family? If we don't observe, how can we trust you with our father? What if something goes wrong with his treatment? Can you take responsibility for that? Given Ted's current condition, he wouldn't last long regardless of who treated him. Nevertheless, Deborah remained firm, I simply don't want any distractions. Moreover, if I were to harm Grandpa here at the Sure residence, you have plenty of ways to ensure I don't leave this place unscathed, don't you? Remy was momentarily speechless. They watched as Hewitt carried Ted into the house, and Deborah promptly closed the door, not even allowing the caregiver to enter. Hey, brother, you really let that girl take Dad in alone like that? Aren't you afraid something might happen to Dad? Rebecca couldn't help but blame Remy. Remy said, didn't that Deborah say that if anything happens to the old man, she won't be able to leave the Sure residence unscathed? I don't think she would dare. However, while Remy said this, he secretly hoped for the best. If the old man really died because of Deborah's treatment, it would be even better. The sooner he dies, the less changes can be made to the will. Once the old man is dead, the entire Elio Sure will be entirely his. Meanwhile, after entering the room, Deborah helped Ted lie down on the bed. This trip outside had taken too much out of the old man, he was wheezing heavily. Deborah waved her hand, and Ted gradually closed his eyes, relaxing his furrowed brows. Deborah took a deep breath and placed her fingertips on Ted's pulse. The room was so quiet that the ticking of the clock could be clearly heard. Noticing Deborah's increasingly furrowed brow, Hewitt, standing beside the bed, asked the solemn young girl, is there a problem? Upon hearing this, Deborah withdrew her hand from his pulse, exhaling slowly. No, according to the pulse, Grandpa's body has no issues at all. Deborah continued, now I understand why Aunt mentioned that they couldn't figure out what was wrong with Grandpa despite consulting the best doctors both domestically and abroad. Hewitt also became surprised, slightly frowning, so, the old man has no hope of being saved? No problems are the biggest problem. Deborah's expression was serious. There must be some abnormality in Grandpa's body, but this kind of abnormality cannot be detected by ordinary Chinese medicine diagnosis or Western medical examinations. Before Hewitt could speak, Deborah said, "Help me pull the curtains shut, will you?" Hewitt didn't ask why he should close the curtains, he simply followed Deborah's instructions. After closing the thick, dark gray curtains, the large room instantly plunged into darkness. But when Hewitt turned around, he saw the girl sitting by the bed raise her right hand. In the palm of her right hand, a deep red flame hovered and ignited, casting dancing firelight over the bedside area. Chapter 386, Parasitic Goo. This was the first time Wally had witnessed Esther use her inhuman abilities directly. The deep red flame hovering above the girl's palm, flickering unpredictably, created a striking visual impact, making one's heart tremble. Esther had used soul power before, but always in secret, hidden from Wally and others for fear they would discover something abnormal. But now, she had opened up to her lover, and Wally knew her true identity, so there was no need to hide or avoid anything anymore. Wally walked over to Esther and noticed that this fire not only illuminated the space beside the bed and Ronnie lying on it. Ronnie was wearing a thin, soft linen pajama with blue vertical stripes. Under the glow of the fire, the skin on Ronnie's exposed neck, wrists, and ankles seemed translucent. "Is this?" Wally couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "Help me take off Grandpa's clothes, just leave his underwear on," Esther told Wally. Wally roughly understood what the girl intended to do. He took a deep breath, started unbuttoning Ronnie's pajamas, and then undressed him further. After removing the clothes, the elderly man's emaciated body, drained as if all nutrients had been sucked out, looked painfully fragile. However, in the next moment, the firelight cast by Esther revealed Ronnie's entire body. Wally was shocked by the miraculous sight before him. Under the illumination of the flame in Esther's palm, Ronnie's entire body became transparent. He could clearly see the organs inside, like those in the head, chest, and abdomen, the skeletal structure of the limbs, even the blood flowing through the veins. It was like an X-ray image displayed in real time, far more detailed than any MRI scan, showing every anomaly within the patient's body. Too amazing. Is this the power of demons? Esther didn't dwell on these thoughts. She concentrated fully on examining her grandfather's body. This was her last attempt. If she couldn't find any abnormalities this way, she wouldn't be able to diagnose the illness. Without diagnosing the problem, she might not be able to save her grandfather. Esther first placed her hand on Ronnie's head, carefully checking for tumors or lesions. Next was the throat and thyroid gland in the neck area. Then came the chest. When the light moved to the chest cavity, Esther suddenly noticed something strange. Her pupils contracted sharply as if in disbelief. Wally immediately leaned closer, asking solemnly, "Baby, what did you see? Did you find something?" Esther took a deep breath, raised her other hand, and pointed to Ronnie's heart. "Look here." Following Esther's finger, Wally's eyes widened in disbelief. He saw that Ronnie's heart, which pumps blood throughout the body, seemed smaller than normal and beat much slower. Pointing to a spot inside the heart, he could make out a tiny black bug attached to the inner wall of the heart, visible only when squinting closely. The insect had a cone-like mouth, and its belly was swollen, looking well-fed. Wally, seeing it for the first time, asked, "Baby, what is this?" "Parasitic goo." Esther's eyes turned cold. She explained after taking a deep breath, "I once read an ancient book from the demon-hunting clan that described how powerful fox demons can cultivate a type of parasitic worm using their soul power, which can then be embedded in a human host. The purer and more righteous the host's soul, the higher quality energy the parasite absorbs. This energy nourishes the owner of the parasite, enhancing their soul power. However, the human host infected by the parasite gradually weakens, eventually dying from being drained of vital energy. Only when the host dies does the parasitic goo crawl out of the body and return to its master. How could such a terrifying thing exist? Wally realized the gravity of the situation and felt even more shocked. "You mean a fox demon put a parasitic goo into Ronnie's body? Does that mean a demon once approached him?" "Not once approached," Esther said, looking at Wally. "Do you remember Alice, the daughter of Fremont outside, and her mother Yaneli?" Yanni Moo nodded instinctively. Esther continued, "Both of them are demons." Wally, hearing this, sharply drew in a breath. There were actually 2 demons in the Sher family. And these 2 demons were the only daughter-in-law and granddaughter of old Master Sher? "I don't harm others, but demons like me are rare." Esther said, "Most demons haven't received education or proper moral guidance. Their nature is selfish and self-serving, and they cannot empathize with humans. They only seek to extract soul power from humans to grow stronger and live more comfortably. As their soul power increases and desires expand, they become reckless, viewing humans as mere ants to be harmed. During the last century, when the internet wasn't widespread and the police system was not yet established, the bloody and violent massacres caused by demons were rampant. Only in recent years, with the rapid spread of information and increasingly strict and comprehensive police systems, have these demons had to be cautious, not daring to openly kill or harm humans. This is also why demon hunters relentlessly pursue all demons. They've never seen kind-hearted ones." Wally thought of Esther's past life being hunted by Ari, clenching his fists unconsciously. So, one of those 2 demons outside might be a fox demon, or both could be fox demons, and they are the ones who placed the parasitic goo in Dovey. Wally asked, "What should we do now?" Can we make this goo worm come out? No, Esther paused. The goo worm can only be guided out by its owner. In other words, to save Grandpa, I must first find the owner of this goo worm. Finding the owner of the goo worm. Wally remembered that Esther had mentioned before that she could only sense whether someone was a demon and how powerful their soul force was if they used their soul power. A demon that can cultivate a parasitic goo must be very powerful. Esther's eyes turned cold. I'll try it out, and I'll know which one of them put the goo on Grandpa. Try it out? How would she try? Chapter 387. The flame in Esther's palm vanished, plunging the large room into darkness. In the next second, she raised her hand and snapped her fingers. However, the moment she finished snapping her fingers, Rebecca's voice sounded from outside the door. What's going on? Why did the power suddenly go out? She must have been feeling around in the dark, which made her tone anxious. Matt Yanni? Where's Matt Yanni? Go check what's happening. The sudden blackout clearly caught the people outside off guard. Stay here and watch Grandpa for me. No matter what you hear, don't come out. Hearing Rebecca's words, Esther stood on tiptoe and kissed Wally on the lips. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Before Wally could respond, the girl vanished as if teleporting right in front of him as soon as she finished speaking. At this moment, the staff in the living room were in a panic. For some unknown reason, not only had the lights gone out abruptly, but the phones wouldn't light up either. The butler went to check the circuit breaker, and nobody brought any candles. The entire living room was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. Esther teleported in the darkness and appeared beside Yaneli first. She held the black gold dagger given to her by Esther E., which she always carried with her. With lightning speed, the tip of the blade sliced across the back of Yaneli's neck, leaving a thin trail of blood before she even noticed. Yaneli didn't react at all, only realizing belatedly that there was pain. She felt something cool and wet on her neck when she touched it, causing her eyes to widen in shock. Seeing this, Esther's gaze shifted slightly, gauging the level of the fox demon possessing Yaneli. In the next second, Esther approached Madeline, who was wearing a pure white lace dress. Without hesitation, she lifted the knife in the darkness and plunged it straight towards Madeline's abdomen. However, just as the blade was about to touch Madeline's skin, a powerful force, like a shield, deflected the dagger away. The dagger actually slipped out of Esther's hand and flew to the nearby staircase, lodging itself deeply into the wooden board with a loud sound. Ah! This sudden noise startled Rebecca, Sabine, and Yaneli. Remy and Bruce also didn't know what happened, fumbling in the dark and unable to see anything. Then came another bang, like someone being slammed against the wall. Following that was the sound of a vase shattering on the floor. What's happening? Ah! The commotion made Rebecca's hair stand on end as she screamed in terror. But then, the lights in the living room, which had gone out without warning earlier, turned on again. The old butler said, "Young miss, the power tripped just now." It has been. He didn't finish his sentence because the lights had already illuminated the scene. Everyone present drew a sharp breath at what they saw. Rebecca and the others saw that Esther had somehow left the room and was standing beside Madeline near the wall. Both girls looked calm, showing no signs of disturbance. However, behind Esther, a part of the wall was dented as if it had been struck hard. And under Madeline's feet lay shards of broken vases, with blood trickling down from her head. Rebecca exclaimed in shock, "Wait, when did you come out, Esther? Weren't you treating Grandpa?" Yaneli's eyes widened in alarm. "Yahweh! What happened to you?" Remy, Yaneli, and Bruce hurried over to Madeline when they saw she was injured. But then Remy noticed something on Yaneli's neck and gasped, "Curstyling. What happened to your neck?" "There's blood." Chaos ensued. However, the two girls at the center of everyone's attention remained calm. Esther said calmly, "The power went out, so I came out to find a candle and accidentally bumped into the wall." Madeline wiped the blood from her head, speaking softly, "I slipped and hit the vase. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. Mathun's Esther is such a skilled doctor, let her take me upstairs to get bandaged." With just a few words, the two girls explained the inexplicable situation. The crowd, still bewildered, watched as Esther and Madeline headed upstairs together. These two weren't they just introduced? They seemed to have barely exchanged a word. How did they become so familiar so quickly? The second floor of the old house had many guest rooms. Esther and Madeline seemed to be in perfect sync. The two girls walked into the nearest room to the stairwell corner, and once inside, they closed the door right away. However, the next second, Madeline turned around and looked at Esther standing in front of her. Their eyes met. "Well, I never thought I'd run into an old acquaintance here." Madeline suddenly laughed, her innocent face making her appear unusually naive and pure. "Long time no see, Demi. You didn't die, after all?" Esther's gaze was as sharp as a blade, and her voice as cold as ice. "You should be the one saying that, Red Fox." Esther wasn't a demon who favored violence. But at this moment, she understood what it meant to feel your blood boil upon meeting an old enemy. Back in the darkness, when she had pretended to stab Madeline but had her knife deflected by the shield. She felt the power of the soul force, as well as the familiar aura within it. In an instant, she knew which demon had been reborn within Madeline's body. Red Fox. Once the most powerful fox demon, ruthless and cruel with an easygoing nature. She had wreaked havoc on humanity due to her strong soul force. A few years ago, driven by a greed for the pure souls of children, Red Fox massacred an entire orphanage. After draining the children's vitality, she fled before the demon hunters arrived. That evening, Esther walked into the orphanage where she had been volunteering for a long time, only to see the bodies of the children she had spent time with every day. Her hands trembled. For several days afterward, Esther tracked down Red Fox's whereabouts. Finally, she traced her to a church, where they clashed. At the time, Esther was living incognito and maintaining a low profile. Furthermore, she refused to harm others to boost her soul force, and even lacked a solidified essence pill within her. Her strength paled in comparison to Red Fox's, nearly leading to her being disemboweled and having her heart torn out. However, at this critical juncture, Ari arrived after Esther had anonymously provided the location. While Ari fought with Red Fox, Esther seized the opportunity to leave. But before she left, she saw Ari impale a soul-devouring nail into Red Fox's shoulder. With the soul-devouring nail embedded in the body, the demon's soul would fragment immediately. If it entered the heart, it would disintegrate instantly. Esther did not know if Red Fox had been killed outright by Ari or if she escaped with her last breath after severe injuries. Regardless, she hadn't heard anything about Red Fox since then. But now it was clear, Red Fox had survived. Demi, you're not thinking of fighting me again, are you? Madeline noticed Esther's clenched fists. When we clashed just now, you must have sensed it. Although my soul force is less than half of what it used to be, I can still give you a 50-50 chance. If you still want to fight, neither of us will come out unscathed. Madeline raised an eyebrow. So much has happened since then. We've both taken on new identities. And technically, we're sisters by blood now. Why don't we forget the past and talk things over calmly? Talk things over calmly? After killing all the children in the orphanage she cared for and nearly draining her grandfather's life force with a parasitic charm, Madeline dared to suggest talking things over calmly? Esther almost sneered. In the next second, she conjured a large cleaver about half a meter long out of thin air, its heavy blade dragging on the ground and gleaming coldly. Bullshit. She only wanted to kill her. Chapter 388, If I Die, You Won't Yaniv Either. When Esther said the words F*****ku, and when she suddenly pulled out a half-meter-long machete, Hildred's eyes widened. Has this demi gone mad? She had already told her that if they fought, it would be a 50-50 chance of winning for both of them. The result would only be mutual destruction. Yet, she still chose to fight? Hildred didn't have time to speak as Esther's machete swung towards her head in an instant. Wait! Hildred instinctively turned her head away. Esther's blade narrowly grazed past her neck. She almost really chopped her neck. The sudden cool breeze made all the hairs stand on end. Barely dodging this quick and fierce attack, Hildred staggered backward, but soon enough, Esther's second strike came down again. Not giving her a moment to catch her breath or say anything. Damn it. Hildred was grinding her teeth in frustration. If she were her former self, let alone allowing this demi to slash at her with a knife, she could have crushed the other party with just a flick of her finger. But now, all she could do was dodge. Hildred told Esther earlier that even though her current soul power was less than half of what it used to be, it was still a fair match between them if she did not have her essence-strengthening pill. But in fact, she said that to avoid fighting Esther altogether. Years ago in that foreign church, Ari drove the soul-devouring nail into her body, which shattered 9/10 of her soul. Only 1/10 remained, protecting her essence-strengthening pill. She barely managed to escape from Ari's hands with her last breath. However, with only 1/10 of her soul remaining after such a severe blow, she could not even reincarnate into a human body. She could only linger in the human realm, barely holding on. It took several years for her to finally restore her shattered soul and obtain the opportunity to possess a human. That's how she ended up possessing the original host of this body. But her soul power was far inferior to what it used to be. In fact, it was even weaker than those lowly demons she used to despise the most. There was no difference between her and an ordinary human. She couldn't accomplish anything. To quickly enhance her soul power, she needed to absorb the essence of humans. To directly absorb the essence required her to engage with men. However, since she was born into this heiress of the Schur family, her nominal father Remy was afraid her body might have problems. He arranged transportation for her to and from school and hired bodyguards to follow her outside. She wasn't allowed to leave home freely at night, leaving her no chance to find men. There were men with extremely good essence within the household, but they were all her brothers. Even if she wanted to commit incest and bed her own brothers, those 3 brothers wouldn't be tempted by her. Therefore, she only had one indirect method left, raising parasitic worms and then letting these worms live inside the elderly, yet upright and benevolent old master of the Schur family. Mathuns the old man was already advanced in age and his body naturally weakened. His sickness or death wouldn't arouse suspicion. Over time, as the parasitic worm gradually consumed the old man's essence, her soul power was gradually nurtured. When she saw old Master Schur nearly drained to death, there was no ripple in her heart. Her only thought was that once he died, she'd have to find another person for the parasitic worm. Plus, 2 weeks ago, when her college entrance exam results were announced, and she received so much admiration during interviews, her soul power had increased significantly. Yet, she never expected to meet her old nemesis here and now. Back then, Hildred suspected that Ari was led by Esther. Because at that time, Esther seemed unsurprised by Ari's arrival. Moreover, she took the chance while Hildred was off guard to flee and never appeared again. Upon seeing Esther as soon as she entered the door, Hildred noticed the prayer beads around Esther's hand. The bell hanging on those prayer beads, which rang when she and Yaneli entered the room, was clearly the demon-catching tool known as Sunya Yaning. At that moment, her heart pounded with panic, thinking Esther was a demon catcher who came to the Shur residence. However, after a brief confrontation during the blackout, she immediately felt a familiar aura and recognized Esther's true identity. That brief clash using her barrier cost Hildred most of her soul power. Facing Esther, she knew she couldn't win. Therefore, she proposed a peaceful talk. Yet unexpectedly, Esther ignored everything, even deciding to kill her right here in this ancestral house. Room. After a series of rapid attacks, Esther forced Hildred to retreat continuously. Finally, Hildred could no longer bear it. Suddenly gritting her teeth, she said, "Demi. Didn't you claim not to kill humans? If you kill me, you will also kill the original owner of this body." Hearing this, Esther's sharp blade abruptly paused. Her icy cold eyes flashed with a hint of tremor as she looked at Hildred, whose disheveled appearance was evident, and asked with a frown. "What did you say?" Seeing that her words were effective, Hildred felt relieved. Looking at Esther, she said, "When I possessed Hildred's body, she wasn't dead yet. Her will was weakened due to impending death, allowing me to take over this body. If I detach from her, the original Hildred can still wake up." Hildred gave a cold laugh, "But if you kill me now, you'll be killing her as well." Hearing this, Esther's gaze turned stern, recalling what Trenton had mentioned earlier. "You mean, on the operating table in the surgery room, you forcibly took over the original owner's body, and there is still her soul inside this body? You're lying, you're just afraid that I'll really kill you." Esther clenched her fists tightly, staring into Hildred's eyes, trying to spot any sign of guilt. However, Hildred showed no weakness. Instead, she smiled provocatively. "If you don't believe me, go ahead and continue. After all, for us demons, killing a person isn't much of a deal, right?" In an instant, Esther took a deep breath. This red fox knew she didn't want to hurt or kill anyone, so she used this as a threat. 80% of what Hildred said might be false, but the problem was, what if it was true? What if there was still the original soul inside this body? She couldn't just recklessly chop off this body without checking. "Now, can we have a peaceful chat?" Hildred raised an eyebrow, smiling, looking quite pleased. Esther's anger surged internally, closing her eyes to calm herself before looking back at Hildred. With an expressionless face, she spoke. "If what you say is true, I'll let you go today. As long as you remove the parasitic worm from Dovey's body and leave this body." Hildred lifted her chin upon hearing this. "I can remove the parasitic worm. After all, I've already sucked most of his essence. But leaving this body is out of the question. Without this body, who knows how long it would take to find another human body suitable for my reincarnation." Noticing how tightly Esther gripped her knife, Hildred narrowed her eyes. "Aiden, why? Only I can remove the parasitic worm from Dovey's body. If you want him to live, you have to rely on me. So, why not make a deal? You let me go today, and I'll remove the parasitic worm from Dovey. Afterward, we live separate lives without interfering with each other, settling all past grievances. How about that? Settling all past grievances. How could she settle accounts for all those innocent lives that had been killed by the Red Fox? And living separate human lives. How could she possibly let this cruel demon fox stay close to her blood relatives?" Before Esther could respond, Hildred suddenly looked at the prayer beads on Esther's hand, sneering. "Aiden, why, did Ari give you this Sunya Yaning? He mustn't know you're a demon too, otherwise, he wouldn't give such an expensive charm, which can sell for sky-high prices among the rich, to a demon like you. When you said to let me leave this body, weren't you thinking of contacting Ari to hunt me down once I'm gone? I tell you, I will continue to live in this Hildred's body. If you bring Ari to kill me later, I will definitely tell him you are also a demon. If I die, neither will you." Chapter 389, Get Out of My Way. This Christine. Brianna's gaze grew colder. Brianna had indeed intended to have the fox spirit leave the host body and then contact Ari after that. She didn't expect that Christine would guess this and directly announce that she wouldn't leave this body, threatening that if she was targeted by Ari, she would reveal Brianna's true identity to the monster hunters. Christine clearly wanted to make it impossible for her to continue living as Brianna, a true lose-lose situation. It was impossible to talk about justice or morality with such a cunning fox spirit. They only cared about their own interests. Brianna took a deep breath and asked coldly after a moment, "What about Yaneli?" "She? That green fox arrived after me, a minor demon who has never been recognized." Hildred said indifferently, "Her soul power is extremely weak, she can't even cultivate parasites. At best, she sleeps with Remy to absorb his essence. Don't worry about her. The small Shur family actually has 2 fox spirits." Thinking about how often Ted and Sabine must have been in close proximity to these 2 demons, how could Brianna not be concerned? Withdraw the parasitic goo from Grandfather Shur's body, stay away from the Shur family, don't think about targeting them anymore, nor harm other humans. If you do this, I will consider your deal. Seeing that Brianna's attitude had softened, no longer fixated on killing her, Hildred's face revealed a triumphant smile. Why should demons be kind? Jobinness means being vulnerable. Relax, Hildred tilted her head. Nowadays, even the slightest murder case is taken seriously by the police, drawing public attention. I won't kill randomly like before. All I want is to slowly shine in front of the public. The more they like me, the stronger my soul power becomes, just like winning top marks in the college entrance exam. Speaking of which. Hildred's eyes twinkled. I couldn't understand at first why someone else scored full marks and stole the spotlight from me. Now I know it was you. One time is okay, Hildred raised an eyebrow, her voice light and almost boasting, but, Aiden, why, you should know that when it comes to being liked, you can't beat me. Fox spirits are inherently adept at deceit and manipulation. Judging by how much Remy and Bruce care about Hildred, it's clear she is beloved within the Sure family, having charmed everyone with her innocent and sweet act. Brianna sighed heavily. Just then, someone pounded on the door. Yue? Are you okay? Accompanied by the sound of fumbling with the lock, Remy sounded anxious and angry. Why can't I open this door? Is Brianna bullying you inside? Tell Dad quickly. Dad, I'm fine. While responding, Hildred kept her eyes fixed on Brianna, as if waiting for her to make a move. Brianna closed her eyes and finally put away the knife. The large half-meter-long machete vanished instantly in her hand. Seeing this, Hildred smiled satisfactorily and mouthed silently to Brianna, that's right. Brianna struggled to suppress her urge to kill her. She slowly lifted her hand, and the lock quietly turned back to its original position. When Remy rushed into the room, he saw Brianna and Hildred sitting beside the bed. Brianna was expressionless, bandaging Hildred's head. Remy was about to shout but realized Brianna was genuinely helping his daughter, so he held back, giving her a hateful glance. Yue, are you okay? Despite having slapped her earlier, the kind-hearted Sabine was still concerned for her niece. I'm fine, Aunt, don't worry. Hildred replied with a sweet smile. After finishing the last wrap, Brianna stood up without looking at Hildred. Sabine asked, by the way, Janine, did you see Grandpa's condition just now? How is he? Thinking of Ted, Brianna paused in her breathing. I found the cause. I'll go back and give him a dose of medicine, he'll gradually get better. Huh? Remy's eyes widened. Are you kidding? So many experts both domestically and internationally couldn't diagnose what's wrong with Grandpa. And you figured it out in less than 20 minutes? You claim that one dose of medicine will make him better when he might not survive the next 2 days. Are you serious? Hearing this, Brianna's gaze suddenly turned sharp as she said coldly, if I say I can, then I can. How so? Are you actually hoping for my grandfather to die, my really great uncle? Brianna looked at Remy with an extremely cold stare. The young girl's aura was exceptionally strong, instantly imposing immense pressure on Remy, making his scalp involuntarily tingle. Feeling somewhat guilty yet raising his voice, Remy retorted, You. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I wish for the old man to die? So, I'm going to save my grandfather now. Brianna had no more patience for beating around the bush and said coldly, if you don't want your grandfather to die, get out of my way. Scram. Chapter 390, I'm crazy, don't mess with me. Esther rarely swore. She also seldom revealed her sharpness and intimidated others like this, exuding an overwhelming presence and a strong sense of pressure. When she had just been reborn and arrived at the Liu family, she had deliberately hid her sharp edges and acted obediently. But later on, her 5 elder brothers and Marissa all truly loved her from the bottom of their hearts, and she also deeply loved these family members. As for those who targeted her, if it was aimed at her, no matter how many times they came to provoke her with their tantrums, Esther rarely got genuinely angry because they weren't worthy. However, if someone targeted the people she cared about, for example, when Marilyn tried to trigger Avram's condition to kill her, she would never tolerate it. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt the people she loved, whether they were lovers, family, or friends. Just like now. Everly was indeed responsible for the accident 20 years ago. So previously, in front of Remy and Rebecca, Esther willingly endured the emotional outbursts and anger towards her mother. There was nothing wrong with that. Now, she had already said she could save grandfather, yet this Remy was still questioning and blocking her here. Esther did not see any hope or desire in this person's eyes for the old master to get better. Instead, what she saw was guilt. What, are you afraid that she really can revive grandfather? Do you really think she is a naive little girl, someone who can be easily bullied? Esther looked at Remy, her expression turning colder. When Esther said, get lost, everyone present stared with widened eyes. Sabine hadn't expected that this composed and sensible niece since their first meeting would act so forcefully. Remy and Rebecca couldn't imagine that Esther dared to be so arrogant in the Sure family. All present were members of the Sure family, except for Esther, the only outsider. The only one who could protect her, Fabio, was downstairs in the old master's room. A girl who grew up in the countryside, without any support in the Sure family, dared to tell him, the chairman of Illegitimate Pharmaceutical, to get lost? Is she crazy? Remy became furious instantly and yelled at Esther, what did you say? Do you dare say that again? I said get lost. Esther remained expressionless as she coldly said, what, President Sure too old to hear properly. You. Remy nearly choked from anger, his finger trembling as he pointed at Esther. He didn't expect Esther to actually repeat herself and even insult him by saying he was old and hard of hearing. Enraged, Remy wanted to slap Esther to teach this insolent girl a lesson. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by his daughter. "Dad, don't get upset." Madeline stood in front of Esther, speaking sincerely. Esther is worried and eager to treat grandfather, so she spoke impulsively. "No matter what, Esther is second aunt's daughter, my sister. Forgive her for my sake." Madeline spoke gently, appearing kind and understanding, protecting Esther. But mentioning that Esther was Everly's daughter made Remy even angrier as he recalled the deep hatred from back then. Both girls were around the same age, but one was gentle and polite while the other was cold-faced and swearing. Seeing this, Rebecca couldn't help but sneer. No wonder they say dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and rats' sons know how to dig holes. Such a gentle woman like her gives birth to such well-mannered and sensible daughters. Look at Arya's daughter, she's practically a carbon copy of her, uncultivated and acts like a hag. Who are you calling a hag? Upon hearing Rebecca's words, Esther's gaze turned suddenly cold, her eyes cutting into her. The atmosphere seemed to drop in temperature. Facing Esther's fierce gaze, Rebecca felt inexplicably unsettled. But thinking that a young girl couldn't do much, she lifted her chin and retorted. "I'm talking about your shameless mother. What's with you glaring at me like this?" Esther was truly angry. She took a deep breath, and in the next second, nobody saw how she moved. Almost instantaneously, there was a heavy thud, and Rebecca's back slammed directly into the wall. Esther's hand was mercilessly choking her neck, pinning her to the wall unable to move, her eyes filled with a killing intent. Her voice was icy cold, causing goosebumps to rise instantly. "You have guts, try repeating what you just said." Everyone present was frozen in shock. Even Madeline, who didn't expect Esther to make such a move. Sue Exayan. Elder Aunt. Elder Matthew Stir. Sure, Sue Exayan was unsure whether she was frightened or choked breathless. Her entire face turned beet red, unable to utter a single complete sentence. She could only make sounds of struggle. Everyone else was shocked. All screamed in surprise, but none dared approach Esther for a moment. "Are you really mad?" Remy's eyes almost popped out in fright as his voice trembled. "This is your elder aunt. Your mother's elder sister. You're actually treating your senior like this? Now we are talking about bloodline relations and respect?" Esther coldly stared at him. "When I entered the Sure family's door and was insulted, were any of you thinking that my mother is your younger sister and you are my seniors?" Among those present, Sure Mu Chuan reacted first. He took a step forward, grabbing Esther's wrist but not exerting much force. "Esther, don't be rash," the tall man kept himself calm. "Elder Aunt indeed went too far just now. I apologize on her behalf to you and your mother. Please calm down, all right?" Sabine was nearly in tears from fright and hurried over. Catherine, don't be rash. We can talk this through, see how your aunt is struggling to breathe. Let her go, please." Seeing Sabine pleading on her behalf, Esther's gaze flickered slightly. In the next second, she released her grip. The moment Esther let go, Sure Sue Exayan slumped to the ground leaning against the wall. Sure Mu Chuan and Sabine rushed to support her. Sure Sue Exayan had tears from being choked moments ago. Her hands covered her neck as she dry-heaved, unable to speak. Sure Sue Exayan shivered uncontrollably. She was the young miss of the Sure family. Everyone had always treated her with utmost respect. No one had ever treated her like this in her life. But no one understood better than her. When Esther squeezed her neck just now, she truly meant to kill. Esther nearly choked her to death. After letting go of Sure Sue Exayan, Esther once again looked at Remy, who was still stunned by the shock. Yen Nike looking at a roach she detested, she spoke coldly. "I came to the Sure family to treat grandfather. You asked if I'm crazy. Let me tell you, I am crazy. So it's best not to mess with me, or you'll have to bear the consequences, did you hear me?" Chapter 391, Do you think I'm dead? This time, Esther didn't care about the Sure family's reactions. She walked straight towards the door. Before leaving, she cast a cold glance at Hildred, reminding her not to forget what she had to do. After Esther left, Rebecca finally recovered from the suffocation caused by being choked earlier. She was sprawled on the ground, sobbing and shouting frenziedly. "Rebellion. Total rebellion. A country girl almost strangled me to death in our home. Call the police. Matt Yanni, call the police now. Get them over here. Muchuan, aren't you a lawyer? Sue her. Use all of the Sure family's connections to send this girl to prison. I want her to eat prison food for the rest of her life." Rebecca's face twisted with rage, all semblance of her former dignified appearance while wearing a cheapao completely gone. "Aunt, please calm down." Bruce held Rebecca and took a deep breath, his tone tinged with helplessness. "Even if the injuries inflicted by Esther are only minor, even if we report it, the police will only mediate the conflict and won't arrest Esther. As for what just happened, Aunt, you were also wrong. No matter what, you shouldn't have repeatedly insulted her mother in front of Esther. It's hard for her not to be angry after hearing that. Herbert Thurmore, talking about using our Sure family's connections to send her to prison. Did you forget who that man accompanying Esther is? Our connections might not compare to his." Bruce said this with a clear and rational expression, but Rebecca glared at him, looking even angrier. "What are you saying, Muchuan? Are you taking her side against us? Do you know that the little wench's mother killed your mother? Your mother died the day before your birthday, causing you to faint during the wake. Have you forgotten? Hearing Rebecca mention his mother, Bruce felt a sharp pain in his heart. Ultimately, he pressed his lips together slightly and said, "Aunt, regardless of how things were back then, it wasn't Esther's fault. She was just a child, and she lived a hard life in the countryside with second aunt for so many years. She came to the Sher family to see grandfather. Even if you don't welcome her, you shouldn't vent your anger towards second aunt on her." Once Esther entered the house today, Rebecca had been relentlessly provoking her, using Everly's accident as an excuse to scold Esther, which was merely an outlet for her resentment towards her sister. However, Bruce's words undoubtedly exposed her vile thoughts. This made Sher Suishin instantly furious and embarrassed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Don't tell me you're feeling sorry for those kids who lost their mother at a young age. Muchuan, you really disappoint me. Are you actually treating that little tramp as your sister? Do you know what it means to be enemies due to maternal killing enmity?" Upon hearing this, Bruce couldn't help but frown. Second aunt didn't mean to do it back then. Moreover, she had lived a poor life in the countryside for 20 years and eventually died from illness, having already paid the price for her mistake. Talking about maternal killing enmity was too much. Besides, despite Rebecca being his aunt, her constant insults towards Esther with terms like little tramp sounded too offensive even to Bruce. Bedroom. Esther returned to Ted's room. Wally always took Esther's words seriously. Once she asked him to guard grandfather Sher, he hadn't left the bedside since. Seeing Esther enter the room, Wally immediately stood up and asked, "Baby, there's nothing unusual with grandfather Sher. What happened on your end?" Esther didn't want to worry Wally, so she omitted the confrontation with Rebecca and Remy, summarizing the key points succinctly. "The fox demon who placed the parasitic curse on Grandpa is that Hildred. We've had some dealings before. I made a deal with her," Esther explained. "She would draw out the parasitic curse from Grandpa, and I would spare her life." Though Wally didn't know how Esther negotiated with Hildred. He checked her thoroughly to ensure she wasn't injured, then relaxed. "So, does that mean the insect in Grandfather Sher's heart will come out?" Wally asked. "Yes." Esther nodded, and both stayed by the bed, closely watching Ted's reaction. For a moment, everything was silent. A few seconds later, they saw a black, swollen-bellied insect crawl out of Ted's ear. It seemed Hildred had kept her promise. Esther was quick-handed, directly pinching the insect between her fingers. With a look of disgust, she threw it to the ground and crushed it underfoot. The insect bled green blood. At the moment Esther squashed it, both she and Wally smelled a foul odor mixed with a fox's stench, which was truly nauseating. But at the same time, Esther finally heaved a sigh of relief and glanced at Ted, who lay unconscious in bed. Thank goodness she came. If it were a couple of days later, her grandfather's vital essence would have been completely drained by this damned parasitic insect. Wally wiped Esther's fingers that had touched the insect with a wet wipe from the bedside table, then asked, "Is Grandfather Sher fine now?" Esther gently shook her head. The vital essence already sucked away by the insect cannot be reversed. "I can only say that the thing threatening Grandfather's life is gone. I can first infuse some of my soul power into him. But afterwards, I can only help him slowly recover his weakened body, restoring his vitality." Saying this, Esther sat on the edge of the bed, placing her palm over Ted's heart. Wally saw a red light seep into Ted's heart through Esther's palm. The following scene was truly magical. As soul power flowed in, Ted's originally pale, colorless lips gradually turned rosy. Even his hair, which had turned fully white, began to turn black. Although his eyes remained closed and his body still frail and gaunt, Ted no longer looked like he was weak and dying an hour ago. But before Wally could relax, he saw the girl's lips turn pale as she withdrew her hand. Her figure swayed slightly as she stood up. "Baby." Wally quickly supported Esther, then carried her and made her sit down on a chair, letting her rest against his chest. "You gave your soul power to Ted, so you are getting weak, right?" Wally couldn't help frowning deeply, worried about her. "I'm fine," Esther panted a few breaths, just too much at once. "I'll be fine after resting for a while." Just as Esther rested her head against Wally's chest, wanting to take a rest, the bedroom door was suddenly slammed open. "Esther." Rebecca rushed in, looking like she wanted to devour Esther. She roared furiously, "You little bitch, how dare you lay a hand on me? Get out of our family now. I won't let you off." Esther was truly exhausted. Her body needed rest to recover. She didn't have the energy to tangle with Rebecca. At this moment, however, a voice, old but powerful and filled with authority and anger, came from the bed. "Sushin. Do you think I'm dead? You dared to bully this child right in front of me?" Rebecca and Remy froze, then stared wide-eyed at Ted sitting up in bed, utterly shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes and couldn't close their mouths. Chapter 392, Yes, it was me who did it. Bedroom. Rebecca stormed into the room with people following her, immediately yelling at Deborah. However, before Deborah could respond, Kent, who was on the bed behind her, spoke up in anger. "Sushin, do you take me as already dead? In front of me, you would bully this child like that?" Ted had woken up from his unconsciousness at some point and even sat up in bed. His words took Rebecca and Remy by surprise. Recently, the old man's voice had been so weak that they had even prepared for his funeral. How did his voice suddenly become so strong? Upon looking at Ted. Though still emaciated, with loose-fitting pajamas hanging on him, he seemed to have transformed. Originally, most of his hair was white, but now more than half had turned black again, making him look 10 years younger at first glance. His previously aged and withered face looked nourished and flushed. Even his pale lips now had a hint of color. Dad? Rebecca stood there stunned. Remy stared wide-eyed, finding it hard to believe what he saw. Only Sabine was first surprised, then overjoyed. She hurried to the bedside. Dad, how are you? Sabine, moved to tears, opened a small mirror she carried and showed it to Ted. Dad, look at yourself quickly. I can't believe it, you look like you've gone back to the way you were before getting sick. How are you feeling now? Are you better? Ted lowered his head and saw himself in the mirror, also shocked. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. After waking up, I feel as if my body suddenly has strength, and I no longer feel out of breath. Ted looked at Deborah, his expression filled with excitement. Catherine. What did you do to me? Why is the effect so immediate? Did you find the cause of my illness? Not just Ted, but everyone in the room turned their eyes to Deborah at once. Deborah remained calm, standing beside the bed. Grandpa, I found your cause and removed its root. But, Grandpa, although you've recovered a lot, you still need proper care to fully regain health. In the coming week, I'll give you acupuncture daily. And follow the diet and exercise plan I set. You should recover quickly. How could this be? Rebecca didn't believe that Deborah, a little girl, could be better than the experts they consulted both domestically and internationally. In just tens of minutes, she claimed to have found the root of the old man's illness and cured it directly. But the once barely speaking old man was now revived right before her eyes. Whether she wanted to believe it or not, it was true. You. Rebecca's lips trembled as she asked Deborah, is this really your doing? What method did you use to change the old man like this? What was the cause of his illness? Whether it's the cause or the methods I used, they cannot be disclosed, Deborah said coldly to Rebecca. Anyway, I will make sure Grandpa gets well. At this, Rebecca had nothing to say. Remy could hardly believe what was happening. The old man, who was supposed to die in these few days, was now healed. According to Deborah, if properly taken care of, the old man might even be healthier than before. Ted remembered Rebecca storming in angrily at Deborah. Sushin, Ted frowned deeply, his voice accusatory. You just said you wanted Catherine to leave the Sure family and that you wouldn't let her off. What's going on? This sudden questioning made Rebecca clench her fists tightly. The reason Rebecca hated Everly wasn't just because, as Sabine had mentioned, the person she once secretly loved ended up liking her sister. There was another very important reason. First came Remy, then Rebecca, followed by Everly. 10 years later, Sabine and Kirsten appeared. So during Rebecca's teenage years, her sister had always been the youngest in the family, treated like the apple of her parents' eyes. And because of her exceptional beauty and cuteness, she drew attention wherever she went. As long as her sister was around, no one paid attention to Rebecca. All the praises for being beautiful, cute, smart, and lively were reserved for her sister. No one praised her average looks and ordinary talent. This jealousy toward her sister had almost run through all of Rebecca's life. Even when Sabine and Kirsten came along later, even when Everly became rebellious and argued with him, Ted always loved his second daughter the most. After the accident that led to Everly leaving home, Ted spent these 20 years searching for news of his daughter, harboring deep guilt toward her in his heart. How could someone who loved his daughter so much not love the only child left after her death? Seeing the accusing look on Ted's face, Rebecca knew her father was going to stand up for Deborah, who had just come to the Sure family today. Rebecca couldn't help but get angry. Dad, do you know this Deborah almost strangled me to death in the room upstairs just now? She pointed at her neck, revealing the bruised marks from being choked. She said resentfully, I told her to leave the Sure family, not call the police and send her to jail. I did this all for the sake of blood ties. Ted didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing the bruises, he couldn't help but take a sharp breath, then looked at Deborah. Catherine, did you really do this? Rebecca glared at Deborah with cold eyes, thinking that if she dared to deny it, everyone here saw her choking her. And the marks on her neck were undeniable proof. How could she argue her way out of this? Everyone looked at Deborah. Deborah paused, then slowly said, yes, I choked her. Hearing Deborah's admission, a triumphant smile appeared on Rebecca's face. Methinks she admitted it, even if the old man wanted to cover for her, there would be no way. Upon hearing this, Ted immediately grew anxious, pulling Deborah's hand. Child, Grandpa knows you wouldn't do such a thing without reason. Did your aunt do something to you? In the Sure family, or wherever you are, Grandpa is your closest relative. If you have any grievances, tell Grandpa, and Grandpa will handle it for you. The one who was almost strangled was her, yet her father asked Deborah what grievances she had. Seeing Ted's reaction, Rebecca felt a surge of anger on the spot. Chapter 393 Sue Exian, apologize to Janine right now. Rebecca immediately shouted out. Dad! The one who was nearly strangled to death was me, and yet you're asking if Esther has any grievances? The more hysterical and indignant Rebecca appeared, the quieter Esther seemed. Esther lowered her eyes and softly said, no, it's my fault. I shouldn't have done such a thing to my aunt. The acupuncture treatment I mentioned earlier would indeed help Grandpa recover faster, but not having it won't cause much difference. My original purpose for this trip was to treat Grandpa's illness. Mathunsi is now cured and well, I can rest easy. Mathun's aunt dislikes me so much and wants to chase me away, I'll leave. As she spoke, Esther gently let go of Ted's hand as if not wanting to reveal her sadness. In the next moment, Wally stood beside her, silently declaring his stance. Janine saved Honor from his illness, but Miss Sure is demanding her to leave without a word. The man's expression turned slightly cold. A family like this isn't worth Janine staying in. Hold on, Janine. Grandpa just met you, how can you leave now? Afraid that Esther might really leave, Ted tried to get up from the bed, his eyes turning red with worry. Trista immediately grabbed Esther's hand and anxiously said, Janine, Aunt brought you back here hoping you'd stay for a while. We even prepared a room for you. You haven't seen it yet. Moreover, your only visit was to check on Grandpa's health, yet Aunt didn't even offer you a meal at home. If you left like this, wouldn't we be treating you as nothing but a tool? Remy only noticed the cold and stern look on Wally's face. It was clear that Wally had a deep relationship with Esther. If Esther left, they would likely offend Wally too. Therefore, Remy also stepped in to stop her smoothly. No, Mr. Yanni, please don't be upset, it's all a misunderstanding. How could the Sure family truly ask Esther to leave? Having such a talented niece is a blessing. Seeing her father, elder brother, and younger sister all speaking up to stop Esther from leaving, Rebecca couldn't believe her eyes. Dad, brother, Trista. Esther almost choked me to death. Are you ignoring my life and death by keeping her in the Sure family? Elder aunt, that's enough. At this moment, Bruce stood up. The handsome man with a tall posture wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses revealed a hint of determination in his eyes as he addressed Ted. Grandpa, Esther did indeed attack Elder Aunt, but it was because Elder Aunt kept insulting Second Aunt, which made Esther unable to endure it. Esther, you saved Grandpa's life. You are our family's benefactor. Bruce looked at Esther and took a deep breath. For Grandpa's sake, please don't be angry with Elder Aunt and stay here for some time. Don't be angry with Elder Aunt? She was the one who nearly got choked to death, yet everyone was taking Esther's side and telling her not to be angry? Rebecca was so angry that her hands were shaking, pointing at Bruce and the others. You are. Sushin. Hearing Bruce's words, Ted could not help but roar angrily. Which child can tolerate someone repeatedly insulting their mother? You did something like this and now want to expel this child from the family? I'm ill, not dead. As long as I'm here, no one shall bully this child. Janine. Ted looked at Esther with red eyes, his tone becoming loving and pained. It's Grandpa's fault that you've been wronged. It's hard to meet you, so please stay for a while longer, okay? Esther pursed her lips, seeming very hesitant. But Aunt. Ted immediately said, I will make Aunt apologize to you. Afterward, Ted turned a stern gaze toward Rebecca. Sushin, apologize to Janine right now. What? Apologize to this little girl? Crazy. I think all of you have gone crazy. Feeling she would die of anger if she stayed, Rebecca slammed the door and left the bedroom. Seeing Rebecca leave, Esther finally nodded, looking at her grandfather. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Seeing Esther agree, Ted let out a sigh of relief and his expression brightened. Trista immediately perked up. That's great. Janine, shall Aunt take you to see your room? Then she looked enthusiastically at Wally, and Mr. Yanni, would you like to accompany Janine and stay for a while? Aunt, if I stay here, Wally won't, Esther said to Trista. He has a lot of things to handle in the company every day and will go back tonight. Yes, it is such a big group after all, Trista understood. She looked at Ted, then Dad, you rest here for a while, I'll take Mr. Yanni to see Janine's room together. Seeing that Wally was about to leave with Trista, Remy hurriedly followed up with a flattering tone. Hey, wait a moment, Mr. Yanni. Regarding our previous matters. Honor, Wally's attitude was cold. I'm here accompanying Janine to visit her grandfather, not here to discuss business. Let's not talk about business matters at home. Remy was immediately turned away as soon as he opened his mouth. He watched helplessly as Wally accompanied Esther and Trista away. What the hell? This Wally actually didn't give him any face? Remy's face instantly darkened. The room Trista prepared for Esther was on the second floor. Compared to when she first returned to the Liu family and was arranged in a guest room on the first floor, this room Trista prepared for Esther at the Sure residence was the best room on the second floor. As soon as you entered, it was bright and sunny, spacious and large. A glance showed a beautiful princess bed and light gauze curtains, an excellent view from the bay window balcony, a wardrobe filled with brand new clothes, pants, and shoes, along with all kinds of exquisite furniture and supplies. Just looking at the decor and arrangement, one could tell how much care had been put into it and how important Esther was to them. Janine, are you satisfied with this room? Trista's voice was gentle. If there's anything else you need, just let me know. There's nothing more. Esther could feel Trista's sincerity towards her, so she squeezed her hand. I like it very much, thank you, Aunt. Meanwhile, upstairs, Esther was showing Wally around the room. Downstairs, Remy was already preparing to take Yaneli, Bruce, and Ignacio back home. Before leaving, he wanted to talk to Ted about the recent situation at the company. But just as he approached the bedroom door, he heard Ted talking on the phone from inside. Yes, Lawyer Yanni, I'm planning to modify my will. My second daughter passed away, but she left behind a daughter. I want to make some adjustments to the inheritance distribution. Yes, I'm feeling better. Come by the house in a few days, we can discuss the specific adjustments later. Chapter 394, A Family Vacation. Rebecca had stormed off in a huff. According to the butler, she left without even packing a bag, storming out of the house without anyone knowing where she went or when she would return. When Esther, Wally, and Sabine came downstairs, the Remy family had already left. Thus, the vast old residence of the Scher family now only housed Esther, Wally, Sabine, and grandfather Scher. Without those people, the atmosphere seemed much more tranquil and harmonious, almost warm. As noon approached, the servants had already prepared lunch. Ted's health was far better than before, he could even come out to sit at the dining table for meals. During the meal, as he looked at his granddaughter whom he had missed for nearly 18 years, he couldn't bear to look away. He kept telling Esther to eat more, saying she was too thin and needed to be well nourished at home. However, the vital energy that Ted possessed had been severely eroded by the parasitic charm. After sitting for a bit longer and speaking a few more words, he would start to pant. So after the meal, Esther first helped Ted back to his room to rest, lighting a soothing incense stick for him. Only after seeing her grandfather fall asleep did she and Wally return to their own room. Just as they entered the door, Esther received a video call from Marissa. After connecting the video call, Marissa quickly asked Esther against the screen, "Baby girl, how are things on your end? Has no one bullied you at the Scher family? Has anyone made it difficult for you?" Esther had also planned to call home once upstairs to reassure them. Today's trip to the capital exceeded her expectations, with so many events occurring. For instance, not only did Rebecca return from abroad to the old residence, but the Remy family also came to the old residence. Another example was that grandfather Scher's illness turned out to be caused by a parasitic charm cast by fox spirits, and there were 2 such fox spirits in the small Scher family. Though Remy and Rebecca were very hostile towards her and she fought Shirley upstairs, Esther felt that she hadn't really been bullied. "Mom, I haven't been bullied, nor has anyone made it difficult for me, don't worry. Children away from home always report the good news while hiding the bad." Facing the screen, Esther said, "I met Grandpa, and he treated me very well. I found the cause of his illness and cured it, so he is no longer in danger." "Heavens, really?" Marissa was very surprised, then revealed a proud expression. "No wonder our baby Tion is like a divine doctor, surpassing all the most famous experts both domestically and internationally." Before she finished speaking, someone snatched away Marissa's phone. Atlee's handsome face suddenly appeared on the screen, his voice revealing urgency. "Janine, since you've seen grandfather Scher and cured his illness, can you come home today?" No, although Esther didn't want to disappoint her eldest brother, she still said, "Although grandpa is no longer in danger, he still needs acupuncture and other treatments to recover. So I'll probably have to stay here for a week." "A week?" Atlee's eyes widened instantly, and he visibly deflated. Then Sullivan took the phone again. "Janine, staying there for several days makes it hard not to run into your Matt's family." Sullivan's expression was serious. "If any of them target you, you must tell Israel. We won't let the Scher family bully you." Seeing how protective her eldest brother was, Esther felt warmth in her heart. She replied, "I know, Avram. Don't worry, even if they try to bully me, they can't beat me." After calling home, Esther and Wally also took a nap in their room. When they woke up, it was already dusk, and the soft twilight filtered through the windows into the room. Sabine arranged for a private plane to send Wally back to Gillisangching, and the pilot would be waiting on the tarmac after dinner. "Baby. I really can't feel at ease leaving you alone here." In the room, Wally pulled Esther into a tight embrace, his forehead resting against hers. "I can stay in the capital. Work isn't more important than being with you." The man's deep and magnetic voice was like feathers gently brushing past her ear. His broad hand caressed the fine hair at the nape of her neck, finally settling softly on her lips. Then he leaned down to kiss her. Their bodies pressed tightly together, mouths intertwined, conveying an intense longing and affection filled with reluctance. Eventually, Esther tilted her head back, catching her breath, pulling slightly away from him. Looking at Wally, she said earnestly, "True love should be built on the foundation of mutual reliance and independence. We are both independent individuals. You have your career, and I have my tasks. I don't need you to set aside work to stay with me, nor do I need you to shield me and solve all my problems. So, don't worry." Esther pinched Wally's earlobe. "While we're apart, remember to eat well every day, go to bed on time, and be good, okay?" I will be good." The tall and handsome man, like a big dog, rubbed his chin against the top of the girl's head and tightened his embrace. After dinner, she saw Wally off, and the sky had nearly turned completely dark. Esther was about to go to Ted's room to prepare for his acupuncture session when she suddenly heard the front door of the living room open. To her surprise, it was Remy's family returning to the old residence. More bizarrely, Remy not only showed up in person but also brought large and small suitcases as if he were bringing the whole family for a vacation. Moreover, this time, there were 2 identical-looking little boys walking beside Yaneli, who had come in the morning. These should be the twin sons of Remy and Yaneli, Miguel and Shepard. The 2 little boys, around 10 years old, were dressed in beautiful little suits with bow ties, looking like precious young masters with noble demeanor. They shared the same big double-lidded eyes, high noses, and delicate facial features, fair-skinned and beautiful like little angels. However, the one on the left appeared obedient, while the one on the right seemed somewhat dazed, with somewhat lifeless eyes. Sabine was taken aback by the sight of Remy's family. She went forward and asked hesitantly, Avram? What are you? I plan to renovate the house recently, so we'll be staying at the old residence for now. Remy had clearly prepared his explanation. Ignoring Sabine, he directly looked at his twin children, coaxing them, Luoyu, Luochen, weren't you happy to hear that grandfather is better? Quickly go with your sister to see grandfather. Remember what dad told you at home, right? You need to try to make grandfather happy and get him to like you, understand? Chapter 395, Sharing a Bed with Her Man. Sabine truly had no idea what her eldest brother was up to all of a sudden. Ever since he remarried Yaneli 20 years ago, Remy separated from the family and moved into the villa in Beijing's 3rd Ring Road with his family. Among all of Shirlauzi's children, he was closest to Sabine and most distant from this eldest son Remy, who inherited the family business. Previously, except during holidays when Remy would make formal visits back to the old residence to see Shirlauzi, he hardly ever set foot in the old house. Not to mention coming over like now, bringing his wife, daughter, and 2 precious youngest sons he doted upon to specifically stay at the old residence. Miguel and Shepard, the twin brothers, had only met their grandfather Shirlauzi a few times since they were born. On average, they would meet once or twice a year. Of course, the old man loved his grandsons, but these 2 children were not at all familiar with their grandfather. Sabine was baffled, but Remy clearly had a clear purpose. Seeing Madeline take Miguel and Shepard into the old man's room, he finally withdrew his gaze, satisfied. His eyes then fell on Esther standing nearby, turning immediately harsh as if he wanted to devour her whole. Who knew what kind of witchcraft this wild girl from the countryside used to actually revive the old man who was nearly dead? Remy had long paid off Ted's private lawyer handsomely and knew the contents of the previously notarized will. The tens of billions of assets of the Schur family, Ted had made early arrangements when he felt his time was near. He left Illegitimate Pharmaceuticals to his eldest son Remy and foreign wineries and estates to his eldest daughter Rebecca. The younger daughter Sabine and the youngest son Kirsten each received tens of millions in cash deposits. But all properties owned by the Schur family in Beijing apart from the old residence, Ted intended to leave to the next generation. Out of guilt towards their mother, Ted left 2 houses within the 2nd Ring Road in Beijing to each of his grandsons, Bruce and Ambrose. And the most expensive house valued at 200 million went to Russell. At the time of the accident, Remy's 3rd son Russell had just been born. Bruce and Ambrose at least had enjoyed their mother's love. But Russell lost his mother even before he could remember her, so Ted always wanted to make up for it. Apart from them 3, both Madeline and the twins Miguel and Shepard were each given 1 property within the 3rd Ring Road. Originally, Remy was quite satisfied with the inheritance arrangement by Shirlauzi. Arya had disappeared without a trace, and even Lauzi believed she was already deceased, hence there was no portion left for her. As for Rebecca, Sabine, and Kirsten, all single and childless, they would only get 1 share of the inheritance. But things were different for his own family. He became the chairman of Illegitimate, grasping the most profitable business of the Schur family. He had 6 children, and the most valuable properties went to his sons and daughters. They were making a fortune. Given the old man's state previously, Remy had prepared everything to process property transfers and company equity changes right after Lauzi passed away. That's why he had been visiting the old residence frequently these days. But it turned out that someone like Esther appeared unexpectedly. She actually understood some medical techniques and managed to save the old man who was almost in his coffin. Even more shockingly, she influenced the old man to reconsider changing his will. Over the past 20 years, Remy knew very well how much his father missed his vanished sister. Now that his sister was dead, but left behind a child, the old man might be carried away and give a large part of the properties originally meant for his children to Esther, or even leave shares of the company to her. He absolutely couldn't tolerate such a thing happening. A little brat also wants to get their hands on the Schur family's assets. Remy pulled Yaneli aside and instructed, forget about Tracy since he can't come back from Gilasangching, tell Muchuan over the phone to come straight to the old residence after work. And about Shichi, whenever he goes out partying with his delinquent friends, he is hard to find. If his phone is off, keep calling him and tell him to come back to the old residence. Remy sneered, during this period, as long as that little brat is staying at the old residence, you must take Yahweh and Luochen to serve and show your face in front of the old man, letting them win his affection. Don't let that little brat trick the old man into giving away our children's inheritance. I understand, don't worry dear. Yaneli spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice, her hand circling on Remy's chest. She said coyly, go take a shower soon, and I'll wait for you in bed. Today I'm wearing new lingerie that you like. Remy looked at his young wife with a seductive expression and swallowed hard. He didn't know what had happened to his wife over the past 2 months. Why did she look younger, prettier, and more alluring than ever? At his age, he was still tempted to have it at least once every night, more frequent than young people. Every morning when he woke up, he felt dizzy and weak, with dark circles under his eyes getting darker and deeper. But no matter how exhausted he was, he couldn't resist such temptation every night when they got into bed. Okay, darling, your husband will go take a shower right now. Wait for me in bed. Upon hearing Yaneli's words, Remy's eyes shone brightly. He kissed Yaneli fiercely on the lips before heading off to the bathroom. After he left, Yaneli was about to head upstairs as well, but Hildred suddenly appeared in front of her. I say, you should pace yourself. The girl with an innocent appearance spoke calmly and arrogantly, despite addressing her own mother. Look at Remy, you've nearly drained him dry. In less than a month, he'll die in bed. If he dies, where will you get the essence to suck? Hildred tilted her head. Moreover, Remy's low and dirty soul means his essence is murky and impure. No matter how much you suck daily, it won't boost your soul power much. Hearing this, Yaneli lost her usual sweetness in front of Remy. She bit her lip regretfully and said, I don't have any other choice. I can't cultivate parasites like you do and place them on others. Who says there are no other ways? Hildred asked. Remy's essence may not be pure, but didn't you see that man Gil today? He has the Yennefer essence of an orphan star, inherently carry inky, a form of negative energy, and his essence is the purest among all humans I've seen. Just one session could greatly increase your soul power. You mean that man? Yaneli, or Terry, recalling the handsome and majestic man she saw during the day, couldn't help but feel excited inside. But then she sighed, however, with my current identity, I can't possibly sleep with him. Why not? Hildred raised an eyebrow and smiled nonchalantly. I already told you, the bite on your neck this afternoon was done by Esther. She is a demon like us. Once your auras match with her body, if you kill her and take over her body, you can sleep with her man openly. Chapter 396 Joa Billing with a borrowed Job knife. What did you say? Yaneli suddenly lifted her head. She seemed to be calm, but her eyes were glowing slightly, clearly intrigued by Madeline's words. I have already investigated Tanya today, said Madeline calmly, clearly expecting Yaneli's reaction. That Tanya is no ordinary high school student. Besides being a member of the Sher family, her father's side is from Gilasangching Lu family. Her 5 half-brothers are all outstanding individuals, CEO, doctor, movie star, and academic elites. Just look at their photos, each one is more vibrant than the last. Tanya has many other identities as well. She is not only this year's National College Entrance Examination champion but also Hanley's protege, Lilia who wrote Daytime Fireworks, Chloe the reigning champion of the Abyss Underground Boxing Match, and Blue Star, the author of a top-tier FSI journal paper. Just think about it, if you took over Tanya's body, wouldn't all her family background, boyfriend, brothers, and these impressive titles belong to you? More importantly, Madeline continued, your current body is already over 40 years old. No matter how well you take care of yourself, you can't hide the fine lines around your eyes and the nasolabial folds. But Tanya's body is under 18 years old, a prime age. Plus, she's beautiful and has a great figure. Madeline looked into Yaneli's eyes and curled her lips. After hearing all this, don't you want to replace Tanya and become her? How could Yaneli not be tempted after hearing Madeline? They're both demons. Whoever occupies a human body makes it hers, right? If she really took over Tanya's body, she could have daily intimacy with a man like Hewitt, instead of always trying hard to seduce an impotent old man like Remy. Hewitt's towering height, his broad shoulders and narrow waist with those smoothly defined muscles, and those long legs in tailored trousers, it was clear he'd be excellent in bed. And he was incredibly handsome, with that chiseled, handsome face and the dominant aura and pressure emanating from him. Yaneli could barely stand it, longing for him, her legs going weak just thinking about it. Moreover, becoming Tanya would make her young and beautiful again. She would simultaneously be the lady of 2 prestigious families, the Sher family and the Lu family, and Hewitt's wife, with numerous identities and connections to exploit. It sounded perfect. Seeing Yaneli's eyes growing increasingly bright, Madeline knew she had hooked her fish. She wore a smile of innocence and purity while feeling coldness inside. Between demons, there are no deals or rules. In the world of demons, power is the only rule, might makes right. If not for her weakened soul power, why would she bother to make any deal with Tanya? She would have strangled her in the room earlier that morning. However, Tanya was now the biggest threat to her. Tanya was stronger than her. Although Madeline agreed not to kill her today, what about tomorrow? She couldn't let such a significant threat exist under her nose. She must eliminate Tanya. But acting herself carried too much risk. If one assassination attempt failed, it would break the agreement they had, possibly provoking a counterattack from Tanya. Therefore, among the 30 Methu stratagems, killing with a borrowed knife was the best strategy. It allowed her to get rid of the enemy without getting her hands dirty. Madeline planned everything perfectly. But Yaneli, caught up in her excitement, suddenly became alert, looking at Madeline suspiciously. That doesn't add up. Red Fox, if becoming Tanya is so good, why don't you kill her and become her yourself? Why come tell me? So, she isn't completely clueless. But Madeline was prepared. Do you think I need to do that? Madeline raised an eyebrow. Is my own body not as good as Tanya's? 18 years old, beautiful, the only daughter of Elio Shiryao Pharmaceuticals chairman, and recently crowned as the college entrance exam champion. Why would I give up this body for another? Moreover, my aura and Tanya's body aren't compatible, so I can't possess her. Madeline blinked, feigning regret. I only told you this because I saw how pitiful it is for you, struggling every day to seduce the impotent old man Remy and only getting a tiny bit of soul power. If you're not interested, forget it. Consider I never said anything. With that, Madeline turned to leave. Seeing her about to go, Yaneli hurriedly stopped her, calling out, wait. Hesitating for a moment, she asked, even if I wanted to become Tanya, you said that the flower demon's soul power is stronger than yours. How could I possibly kill her? Madeline smiled lightly. No matter how strong her soul power is, she's still inside a fragile human body right now. As long as she's not releasing her soul power and is in an ordinary human state, you can stab her with a knife, poison her, suffocate her, strangle her, any of these methods would work to kill her. Once her human body dies, her soul will detach from it. You can then immediately enter the original host's body and revive within it, right? With just a few words, Madeline opened up Yaneli's thoughts. Yes, that's right. As long as Tanya is in an ordinary human state, wouldn't there be plenty of ways to kill her? Thinking this way, Yaneli couldn't help but get excited and began contemplating how she could kill Tanya. Then, as if she had thought of a brilliant plan, her eyes suddenly lit up. She hurriedly walked toward Ted's room. Meanwhile, in Dovey's room, Yanadel Miguel sweetly called Dovey and dutifully massaged his legs and shoulders like a cute little angel, making herself very likable. However, her younger brother Shepard, standing by the wall, hadn't moved since he entered the room. His beautiful, dark ruby-like big eyes seemed somewhat vacant, and he appeared dazed. When Tanya first saw Shepard, she found him rather strange, but it seemed the Schur family was used to it. So she glanced at Shepard from afar and asked the nearby Sabine, "Aunt, is Luo-chan a bit introverted? He seems like he doesn't talk much." Hearing this, Sabine instinctively looked at Shepard and then sighed, "You're talking about Lonnie." "It's not that he doesn't talk much, it's that he can't speak." "Can't speak?" Tanya was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Just as Sabine was about to answer, Yaneli appeared at the door. She waved at Shepard in the room and called out, Lonnie, let your brother stay here with Grandpa for now, come to Mommy." Chapter 397, The Fruit Job Knife Held High. Hearing someone call her name, Shepard finally snapped out of her daze. Seeing that it was her mother calling her, she instinctively walked toward Yaneli. Joberry saw Yaneli's sudden arrival and asked, "Elder Methuster-in-law, you came to look for Lonnie so late at night, is there something important?" However, when Joberry asked this, Yaneli's face turned displeased as she responded unhappily, "As a mother coming to find her own son, do I need a reason or have to ask for your approval?" "Not that, Elder Methuster-in-law, I didn't mean it like that." Hearing this, Joberry stood up helplessly to explain. She asked because every night the two children were put to sleep by the nanny. It was almost 11 o'clock now, and she thought Yaneli had already gone upstairs to bed with her elder brother. Moreover, Yaneli only called for Loniag. In the Schur family, Remy had never been friendly towards Joberry, which also made Yaneli cold towards her. Joberry wanted to improve their relationship but found that even small talk would be misunderstood easily. Seeing her son walk over to her, Yaneli lost interest in talking to Joberry, pulled Shepard, and left. Joberry could only sit back down seeing this. Deborah frowned slightly but said nothing. She continued the previous topic and asked, "Auntie, what did you mean by saying Loniag can't speak?" "Oh, about that," Joberry sighed, "Loniag can't speak because he has an intellectual disability." Intellectual disability? Deborah couldn't help but be surprised. A child who looked as beautiful as a little angel like Shepard actually had an intellectual disability. Yes, Joberry explained, Ulysses and Luo Elio are twins, born less than a minute apart. But Ulysses could say mommy and daddy at 8 months old, while Luo Elio hadn't spoken a word until he was 2. At first, our family thought maybe this child was just speaking later. But when Luo Elio still hadn't spoken by 2.5 years old, my elder brother and his wife got worried and suspected if he might be mute. They took him to the hospital, and the doctor said he wasn't mute but had an intellectual disability. His brain lacks understanding of speech. They also said he might always remain at a child's intellectual level. In fact, that's exactly how it is. Look, even though Luo Elio is 10 years old, he always seems a bit vacant and completely different from Ulysses. I don't know if he can understand what we normally say. So that was the reason. After hearing Joberry's explanation, Deborah thought of Shepard's previous appearance and felt touched. Though Remy had targeted her, the grudges between adults shouldn't involve the children. If possible, Deborah still hoped to help Shepard return to normal. But intellectual disability is different from physical illness. Physical illnesses can be treated with medicine, but intellectual disabilities cannot be cured even by Deborah. She had no way to make the child's brain develop anew. A few minutes later, the servant took Schur Ulysses away too. After Deborah finished administering acupuncture to Ted, she bid farewell to Joberry and went back to her room. However, when Deborah returned to her room upstairs, as soon as she entered, she noticed a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance that wasn't there in the afternoon. Deborah furrowed her brows instinctively. She looked around the room to find the source of the fragrance and then saw a small ancient bronze incense burner on her bedside table, with wisps of smoke rising faintly from it. Incense? There wasn't one here in the afternoon. Who put it here, and when? Mathun's the incident 6 months ago at Horatio Shu's restaurant, where the incense caused her to fall unconscious and lose her memory. Deborah had been particularly wary of such things. Just then, a servant passed by the door. Deborah stopped her and asked, "Is this you, Lucky? Did you put the incense in my room?" "Yes, Miss Deborah," Lucky nodded, seemingly unaware. "Third Miss said you just arrived and might not get used to sleeping the first night, so she instructed me to light a soothing incense before bed to help you rest better." It was Joberry who had it placed. Hearing this, Deborah relaxed her frown and let Lucky go back inside. Yet, she remained somewhat cautious. She knew Joeberry cared about her enough to consider such small details. But now, with 2 demons in the Sure household, sleeping too soundly wasn't a good thing for her. Deborah poured some water into the incense burner to extinguish the incense. Then she opened the window to ventilate the room and disperse the smell. Not sure if it was because she had inhaled some incense or because she was too tired from the day's events, Deborah felt her eyelids getting heavy as soon as she lay down on the bed after changing into her pajamas post-shower. Struggling to stay awake, she made a phone call to Wally, who had already returned to Gillisangching, and then she drifted off to sleep very soon. Sure Muck entered the living room right at midnight after entering the password. He had gone out for dinner and then returned to the firm to prepare materials for the next day's trial. After finishing all the work, he finally came back to the Sure family old residence. Sure Muck had no idea why his father suddenly decided to renovate the house they were currently residing in and said that the entire family would have to live in the old residence for the time being. Sure Muck didn't think too much about it. If his father wanted to live in the old residence, then he would come over. After all, with his grandfather's health improving, it would be good to spend more time with the elderly here. He smelled of alcohol from drinking earlier that night. Compared to his neatly groomed, impeccably dressed self during the day, now Sure Muck's hair was slightly messy, and he was loosening his tie as he climbed the stairs, with the top 2 buttons of his shirt undone. His room was on the 3rd floor. Just as he reached the corner from the 1st floor staircase, preparing to continue upstairs, Sure Muck noticed that one of the rooms on the 2nd floor was half open with light seeping through. Then he remembered this should be the room of his new little sister, Deborah. In midsummer, with various flowers and trees planted in the courtyard of the old house, many mosquitoes flew into the house during summer nights, disturbing people's sleep. With the door left open like this, countless mosquitoes would fly inside. The light being on meant someone was likely still awake inside. Sure Muck hesitated for a moment but ultimately strode toward Deborah's room. He intended to knock on the door and give her a heads up. However, upon reaching the room, Sure Muck found the door was mostly open. One accidental glance could easily take in the scene inside. But before he could avert his gaze, when he clearly saw the situation inside, his eyes widened instantly. For a moment, Sure Muck thought he was hallucinating from the alcohol. He actually saw his 10-year-old little brother standing beside the bed in the room, holding a sharp fruit knife high in both small hands, as if he was about to stab it into the heart of the sleeping girl on the bed. Chapter 398, Brother? Lonnie. Even if he thought it was an illusion. Upon seeing the scene inside the room, Bruce instinctively called out loud and rushed into the room with his long strides. The old house at midnight was quiet to begin with, and Shepherd was lost in her own world, paying no attention to the outside situation. That sharp fruit knife was originally held high by a child's 2 hands, suspended above the girl's heart. But when Bruce shouted, Shepherd was frightened. His hand loosened, and the knife fell directly from midair. The tip of the knife first grazed the girl's neck, then with a plop, the entire knife rolled and fell to the ground. Watching the knife fall from midair and graze the girl's neck, Bruce nearly had a heart attack. The slight drunkenness he had was almost instantly gone. Without thinking, he instinctively rushed to the bedside, shaking Deborah and calling her name, Deborah, Deborah. Wake up. Bruce tried to wake the sleeping girl on the bed but found that she seemed to be in a deep slumber. No matter how loudly he had just shouted or now called her name, the girl showed no response. This state was too abnormal. It didn't seem like sleep, more like unconsciousness or having taken a sedative. Bruce was a famous golden lawyer in the legal field, known for his calmness, yet he was completely flustered at this moment. Coming home late at night only to see his 10-year-old little brother holding a knife trying to kill his sister who had just returned home, with his sister unconscious, who wouldn't be shocked? Bruce had no time for anything else. He also didn't question Shepherd, who was standing dazedly beside the bed, still in shock. He immediately lifted the girl from the bed and held her in his arms, checking her breath first. Fortunately, she was breathing. Bruce let out a sigh of relief. However, that fruit knife was too sharp. When it fell, it left a mark on the girl's fair and slender neck. Blood was seeping through the wound, causing one to feel alarmed just looking at it. Bruce quickly grabbed a tissue from the bedside table and covered the girl's wound while repeatedly calling her, Deborah, Deborah, wake up, can you hear me? Seeing no response from Deborah in such a critical situation, Bruce could only harden his heart. At least he needed to wake her up first. So he took a deep breath, grabbed the girl's hand, and twisted down sharply on her delicate and fair hand. If she were just asleep, this would surely wake her up. Persistent, sharp pain. After twisting for about 10 seconds, the girl's eyelids finally fluttered and opened hesitantly. Then she saw Bruce, who she had met during the day, holding her with an anxious expression. Deborah had just woken up, her mind still foggy, unsure what happened, so her brain automatically reflected familiar relationships. Thus, she subconsciously called out, Brother? Bruce's heart had just relaxed upon seeing Deborah finally awake. However, with her confused gaze calling him brother, his heart skipped a beat. Such a term of endearment inexplicably gave a sense of trust and reliance. Bruce had witnessed the strong attitude Deborah exhibited in the room earlier that day. But at this moment, the innocent look in her eyes softened Bruce's heart unexpectedly. I'm here. Bruce took a deep breath, seeing the red mark on the girl's hand caused by his action, feeling a bit guilty. His tone softened. Don't be afraid, everything will be alright. Everything will be alright? Gradually regaining consciousness, Deborah instinctively glanced at Shepard beside her. Lonnie? Why was Lonnie in her room in the middle of the night? Why was Bruce in her room? Looking down, Deborah saw the knife lying next to Shepard's feet, making her pupils shrink. Where did this knife come from? The pain on her neck made her wonder what happened before she woke up. Seeing Deborah fully awake, Bruce took a deep breath and stood up from the bedside. This incident tonight was far from trivial. If he hadn't arrived in time just now, that knife in Lonnie's hand might have pierced into the girl's heart. Deborah would have been stabbed to death in her sleep. There were too many suspicious points. Why was Deborah unconscious? Why did Lonnie come to her room in the middle of the night to kill her? Where did Lonnie get the knife from, and who taught him to do this? Shepard was his own younger brother. Bruce was certain that intellectually challenged Lonnie had a mental age similar to that of a 3-year-old child. If no one had incited him, Lonnie would absolutely not do such a terrifying thing on his own. But if someone really did incite him, what was their purpose? Did they want to use Lonnie's hands to kill Deborah, who had just come home today? Who was this person? Bruce clenched his fists and walked to the wall of the room, raising his hand to press a red button above the wall lamp. Originally, Deborah did not know what Bruce was going to do. The moment he pressed the button, a loud fire alarm blared through the room. Wail, wail, wail. The sharp and ear-piercing sound instantly echoed throughout the entire Scher family old house, and the lights in the corridor lit up. Honor. Deborah didn't understand what Bruce was doing. Shepard had already been frightened by Bruce, and now with the piercing alarm ringing, the child trembled and squatted down, hugging his arms. Tears welled up in his big eyes, looking very scared. Seeing Lonnie like that, although her neck still stung from the scratch, Deborah went over and squatted beside Shepard to comfort him. Don't be afraid, Lonnie. It's just an alarm, it will stop soon. Bruce heard Deborah's words. He turned around and saw the girl patting his brother's back to soothe him, which made him pause for a moment. Did she know that Lonnie almost stabbed her with a knife just now? Despite her bleeding neck, she was more concerned about the child's condition. Soon, Deborah understood what Bruce was doing. The continuous shrill alarm woke up everyone else in the house. Not knowing what happened, they all rushed here following the sound. Besides the butler and servants, the first person to arrive was Sabine, followed by a hurried Remy and Yaneli, then Madeline. Finally, even Ted came over, supported by the servants, not knowing what was happening. What's going on? Which one? Lonnie? Why are you both here? Oh my goodness, what happened to your neck? Everyone gathered in the room and were shocked by the scene before them. Bruce and Lonnie were in Deborah's room late at night. Upon closer inspection, the knife on the ground, the blood-stained tissue, and the blood mark on Deborah's neck were enough to make anyone tremble with fear. Yaneli first stared in shock, then quickly changed to a panicked expression, shouting loudly, Lonnie. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Bruce observed their initial reactions and took a deep breath. It was me who triggered the fire alarm, Bruce explained the situation. 10 minutes ago, I happened to come to Deborah's room and saw Lonnie holding a fruit knife, standing beside the bed, intending to stab the knife into Deborah's chest. Chapter 399, Poisoning. Everyone present was stunned by Bruce's words. Lonnie broke into Brianna's room in the middle of the night with a knife, intending to stab her? How could this be possible? Remy was the first to protest. He looked at his eldest son unhappily. Michwan, what nonsense are you talking? How can Lonnie do such a thing? Everyone present knew that Shepard had intellectual disabilities and was still a child. If anyone in the Scher family had it out for Brianna and wanted to stab her, it certainly wouldn't be Lonnie. However, Bruce's expression remained cold, and his tone was almost certain. Precisely because Lonnie could not have done this on his own, someone must have told him to. Otherwise, where did Lonnie get the knife from? He's too short to reach the knives on the kitchen countertop. Besides, why would he come out alone late at night and find his way to Brianna's room? After hearing Bruce's analysis, everyone except Elwyn, who stood at the back looking amused, became tense. Bruce meant that someone had given Lonnie the knife, led him to Brianna's room, and taught him how to stab someone. What does this mean? It means that someone in the Scher family wanted Brianna dead and used Lonnie to carry out the task. Sabine was shocked, her mouth agape. But if there is indeed someone who wants to harm Esther, why choose Lonnie? Lonnie is just a little kid with intellectual disabilities and cannot speak. Who would choose him to commit murder on their behalf? At this moment, Brianna spoke up. It's precisely because of his intellectual disabilities that even if he commits murder, it can be excused as an act of someone with mental problems. Being a child, he doesn't need to bear any criminal responsibility for murder. Not being able to speak means that even if the plan fails, Lonnie won't reveal the person who instructed him. He might not even understand what we're saying, let alone know what he did. So it's not inappropriate to choose Lonnie, rather, using him for this task is the best choice for a proxy murder, Brianna said, raising her eyes. No matter whether it succeeds or fails, one's hands remain clean. Listening to Brianna, Sabine suddenly realized the truth of her words. Ted had never imagined that his long-lost granddaughter, whom he had finally found, would nearly be stabbed to death during her first night at the Scher residence. Brianna had saved his life today, yet she nearly lost hers in return. Seeing the bloody mark on Brianna's neck, Ted was seized by anger, slamming his cane forcefully. Who Who wanted to hurt my granddaughter and use my grandson to do it? If you have any grievances, dare to come at me directly. If I find out who did this, I will not let them off. Seeing the old man gasping angrily, Sabine hurriedly comforted him, patting his back. Dad, don't get so worked up. There are only about 8 or 9 people here who could have interacted with Lonnie. We'll definitely figure this out. With that, Sabine squatted in front of Shepard, holding his small hand consolingly. Lonnie, don't be scared. You haven't done anything wrong. Just tell Auntie why you went to the sister's room, who brought you here, and where you got the knife from. However, before she could finish asking, Yaneli rushed over and shoved Sabine aside. She protected Shepard like a mother hen defending her chick, glaring fiercely at Sabine. Sabine, Lonnie can't understand your questions. What good does it do to ask him? Sabine felt aggrieved. As the key party involved, how could they find out the truth without questioning him? But Yaneli firmly shielded Shepard, clearly unwilling to let anyone near her son. Then, as if remembering something, she turned to Brianna and asked deliberately, setting aside Lonnie, I want to ask you, Brianna, were you sleeping so soundly that you didn't even hear someone opening the door? Upon hearing this, Bruce's expression became even graver, taking a deep breath. This is what I intended to mention next. Not only did Lonnie enter Brianna's room with a knife, but when I came in, Brianna was in a state of complete unconsciousness. That kind of sleep isn't ordinary sleep. I couldn't wake her up no matter what, and I only managed to rouse her by pinching her hand. I suspect that the person who arranged this drugged Brianna, causing her to sleep so deeply that she couldn't hear someone entering the room. Drugging? Upon hearing these words, everyone's expressions changed drastically. If Lonnie bringing the knife over might still have some chance of being coincidental, then Brianna being drugged was undoubtedly a premeditated murder attempt. Drugging? Could it really be true? Yaneli displayed a look of horror, but dinner was had together with Grandpa and the rest, and Esther didn't eat anything else afterwards. How could she be the only one drugged? Yaneli seemed to be actively searching for evidence in the room. Her eyes darted around and then landed precisely on an ancient copper incense burner on the bedside cabinet. She immediately exclaimed, Hey, what is that incense burner? I don't remember there being this thing in the room before, right? Did Esther light this incense burner before sleeping? Could it contain something that makes people fall into a deep sleep? Yaneli's exclamation made everyone look at the incense burner. In the next second, Yaneli turned to question the servants standing behind, as if she were interrogating them. I'm asking you, who placed this incense burner here? Given that a murder attempt occurred late at night, the Schur family servants were already on edge. Seeing Yaneli approach and pick up the incense burner, Lucky stepped out tremblingly and said softly, Madam, it was me, I placed this incense burner. You did? Yaneli's eyes grew cold, but before she could speak, Sabine quickly stood up. This incense burner was put here on my instruction. I wanted her to sleep well on her first night here, so I asked Lucky to light a calming, sleep-inducing incense for her before bed, Sabine explained. But this incense is what I use every day. Although it has components that aid sleep, it certainly isn't strong enough to cause someone to sleep so deeply that they can't be woken up. Clearly, Yaneli didn't believe her. Besides this incense, Esther didn't consume or come into contact with anything else. Why would only she fall into such a deep sleep? Yaneli remarked, I want to see if there's something strange about this incense. With that, she opened the lid of the incense burner in her hand and let out a startled cry after a glance. Wait, there really is something in this incense. Dad, husband, take a look. What is this white powder mixed in this black incense? Chapter 400, Stop Pretending to be Ignorant. Yaneli pointed at the incense burner and screamed in shock. In an instant, everyone gathered around to see. They saw that among the black powder in the incense burner, there were indeed some unknown white powders mixed in. Schur area was directly stunned and bewildered. How could this be? The kind of tranquilizing incense I have only contains black powder. Although no one knew what this white powder was, it was definitely not part of the original incense. Seeing the sudden change in everyone's expressions, Yaneli let out a sigh of relief in her heart. Thankfully. At that time, she had kept a backup plan because she was afraid that if Dwayne's attempt to kill Deborah failed, it would be traced back to her. It turned out that this backup plan truly came in handy, proving how shrewd she was. Yaneli raised her eyes and looked at Elio Auntie, the servant who was now cowering nervously. Taking advantage when others weren't paying attention, she gave Elio Auntie a knowing glance. Elio Auntie immediately understood and nodded, signaling Yaneli to rest assured. So Yaneli first put on a face of disbelief. Then she loudly declared, if this black incense is indeed for tranquility, then what is this white powder? It's obvious that someone added something to the incense burner. Pretending to be extremely angry, Yaneli suddenly walked behind the other servants and dragged Elio Auntie out. Elio Auntie. Didn't you light this incense for Deborah? Tell us, what exactly happened here? I. Yaneli looked fierce. Elio Auntie appeared scared or guilty, stammering as she spoke. I don't know what this white powder is. There wasn't anything like this when I lit the incense. Beside them, Bruce, with his tall and upright figure, said sharply, is that so? Then tonight, after you, did anyone else touch this incense burner? Elio Auntie bit her lip, I don't know. I placed the incense burner in Miss Deborah's room and left. Perhaps someone entered her room before she came back. Yaneli immediately turned to the other servants, asking, "Did you see anyone enter Deborah's room after Elio auntie?" In the Scher family residence, several servants responsible for cleaning would thoroughly clean all floors both before the owners went to sleep and after they woke up every day. If someone really sneaked into Deborah's room after Elio auntie, it was impossible for none of them to have seen it. But upon hearing this, the few servants present exchanged glances and shook their heads, saying that apart from Elio auntie, they hadn't seen anyone else. Yaneli scoffed, "Hear that? What's left for you to argue about now? The incense you lit was directly placed in Deborah's room. Now there's something suspicious in the incense burner, and you claim you don't know what it is? Madam, please, I am wronged. I really don't know what's going on." Scolded like this, Elio auntie cried while complaining, wiping away tears. But Yaneli seemed unmoved by this act. "No more pretending." She snorted coldly, "There are no other abnormalities in the room, and Deborah didn't eat or drink anything unusual. Her unconsciousness must be due to this incense. If this incense powder contains sleeping pills, then the person who drugged it must be the one trying to murder Deborah using Illegitimate. If you refuse to admit it, fine. Such a serious matter, we should call the police right now." Yaneli's tone brooked no argument. Upon hearing, "Call the police," Elio auntie trembled, her legs giving way as she knelt on the ground. Don't call the police. Madam, I have a child in university who wants to become a civil servant later. I can't afford to have any criminal record that might affect his future." "Then why won't you tell the truth?" Yaneli pressed on relentlessly, "Tell me quickly, is that white powder in the incense sleeping pills? Did you use Dwayne to try and kill Deborah? What's your motive?" Under Yaneli's threat of calling the police, Elio auntie seemed unable to bear the pressure and finally spoke, "Yes. The white powder in the incense is indeed sleeping pills." Then Elio auntie lifted her head and cried, "But, the person who wanted to use young Master Luo Elio to kill Miss Deborah isn't me." Elio auntie actually admitted that the incense contained sleeping pills. Upon hearing this, Dovey was furious, thumping his cane hard on the ground. "Elio Guafin. Are you saying you put sleeping pills in my granddaughter's incense burner? What exactly is going on?" "Grandpa." Elio auntie wiped away her tears, "Yes, I put the sleeping pills there. But I have no grudge against Miss Deborah. Why would I do such a thing, especially involving Dwayne? It doesn't benefit me at all." Charlene recovered from her shock and couldn't help but ask, "Elio auntie, what do you mean? You're saying, someone asked you to do this? Who ordered you to do such a thing?" As soon as Elio auntie finished her question, she looked at Charlene with a grievous expression and cried, "Third miss, now that everything has been exposed, don't pretend you don't know. Are you going to watch me, who has been loyal to you, get taken away by the police? You promised me that no matter whether it succeeded or not, nothing would happen to me." The moment Elio auntie said this, the entire room fell silent for 2 seconds. Yaneli drew in a sharp breath, "Elio auntie, what do you mean by this? Are you saying that Charlene made you drug Deborah?" Charlene's eyes widened in disbelief, "Elio auntie, what are you talking about? When did I ever do such a thing?" But Elio Guafin paid no attention to Charlene's reaction. Instead, she knelt before Ted, tears streaming down her face, "Old master, you know that third miss grew up under my care. She has always been very close to me, so she tells me everything. This time, according to your instructions, third miss found Miss Deborah and brought her back. On the surface, she seemed to love Miss Deborah very much, but privately, she told me that Miss Deborah's return might significantly reduce her share of the inheritance. As long as Miss Deborah is alive, whether she is here or not, you will surely leave a large portion of your estate to her out of guilt for second Mississippi. So, third miss had the idea of killing Miss Deborah. Third miss shared her plan with me. She said that using Luo Elio was the best choice. Because Luo Elio doesn't understand things and can't speak, all she needed to do was coax him into Miss Deborah's room late at night and have him stab Miss Deborah in the chest. As just a servant, I didn't dare say anything more when third miss told me this. But then third miss said that even if Luo Elio really went through with it, there was no guarantee. What if Miss Deborah woke up from a light sleep? She gave me a packet of sleeping pills and told me to put them in Miss Deborah's incense. She told me to say it was for calming her and helping her sleep better. Miss Deborah wouldn't suspect a thing. This way, once Miss Deborah was in a deep sleep, even if Luo Elio stabbed her at midnight, she wouldn't resist. Afterward, no one could get any information from Luo Elio. In one breath, Elio auntie finished her explanation. Chapter 401, Look at how happy she is. What a malicious plan. Upon hearing Lucky's words, almost no one present could believe it. If this plan were true. Using a child with intellectual disabilities and unable to speak to kill someone. Pretending to be affectionate and caring to make others lower their guard, while secretly drugging the person for deliberate murder. What kind of venomous thoughts and how deep of scheming would it take to carry out something like this? Sabine was already shocked when she saw Esther nearly stabbed to death tonight. She never thought that Lucky would suddenly stand up and accuse her, saying that she had done these things and meticulously planned them. Lucky, what are you talking about? How could I possibly do such a thing? Sabine was extremely anxious, hurriedly explaining, Dad, Israel, Methuster-in-law, and Janine, I really didn't do this, believe me. Believe you? Yaneli clearly believed Lucky. She countered, then I ask you, Sabine, did you use this incense yourself? Did you ask Lucky to burn it and send it to Esther's room? At this point, Sabine couldn't refute it. She took a deep breath. This incense is indeed what I normally use, and yes, I did ask Lucky to burn it and send it over to Janine. But I absolutely did not ask her to drug Janine, I can swear. If swearing could prove innocence, we wouldn't need police, Yaneli said. Now there's both physical and witness evidence, don't you want to admit it? How can I admit to something I didn't do? Sabine became agitated. It seemed she thought of something and suddenly questioned Lucky, you just said I told you that because Janine coming back would reduce my inheritance, so I wanted to kill her. But if I was worried Janine coming back would reduce my inheritance, why did I personally go to Illegitimate to look for her and persuade her to come back to the Schur family? Wouldn't it have been enough just to tell Dad I didn't find her? That made sense. Considering Sabine's previous enthusiasm in bringing Esther home, this motive for murder seemed indeed unfounded. At this moment, Remy suddenly spoke, as if it struck a sore spot for him. When you brought Esther back, did you not think she could cure illnesses, even directly curing Grandpa? These words immediately silenced Sabine. Indeed, she hadn't thought Esther could treat illnesses or even directly cure her father. But even so, she couldn't develop envy over Esther getting an inheritance and the thought of killing her. However, now, the incense burner was placed by her request, the incense inside was what she used, and Lucky insisted she had instructed everything. Sabine felt like she had 100 mouths but still couldn't defend herself, unable to provide solid evidence to prove her innocence. Yaneli seemed ready to convict Sabine outright, directly telling Ted, Dad, since this was done by area, we can't report it to the police either, as it would damage the Schur family's reputation. What should we do with this? Parents would naturally know their children's character. Sabine had always been the most obedient and sensible among the children, and Ted couldn't bring himself to believe that she had done such a thing to Esther. But under the current circumstances, with both witnesses and physical evidence present, whether or not it was the truth, if he defended Sabine, he would be disregarding Esther's safety. After all, Esther was his long-lost granddaughter whom they had just found. Ted was hard-pressed but also didn't want Esther to suffer injustice, preparing to call the police for an investigation. However, at this moment, Esther, who had been watching everything silently, suddenly spoke up. I almost forgot to mention this. I am quite cautious about incense. So when I smelled the incense when I returned to my room at night, I immediately extinguished it with water, which is why there are traces of solidified ash. The amount of incense I inhaled should have been very little. Hearing this, Yaneli thought Esther was implying that the small inhalation wasn't the cause of her unconsciousness. So she immediately retorted, with such a small intake, she still slept so soundly? This clearly shows strong sedatives were used. What a cruel heart you have, Sabine. She added another accusation to Sabine's list. Sabine's eyes turned red, but before she could respond, Esther added, but, what I wanted to say isn't this. Esther lifted her gaze, her expression calm and serene. Her black and white eyes were profound, and despite wearing only a simple white linen nightgown, she exuded an imposing presence. What I want to say is, because I'm quite cautious about aromatherapy things, and it was my first night sleeping in an unfamiliar place, so before I went to bed, I took some precautionary measures. Precautionary measures? Everyone was taken aback. Bruce looked at Esther. The measures you're talking about are. Esther's eyes turned toward the bedside table on the other side of the room. Everyone followed her gaze. Only then did they notice that in the crease of the curtain on the bedside table, a phone was leaning against the wall. No one had noticed the existence of this phone before. And the camera on the back of the phone was pointing directly at the bed and the door of the room. Esther picked up the phone, bent down to press a few buttons, and then turned to look at everyone, explaining. The measure I took was setting the phone to stay lit and choosing the video recording mode, then placing it there. I just stopped the recording, which automatically saved the footage. In other words, everything that happened in this room from the time I fell asleep until now has been recorded by my phone. Everyone was wondering how Lonnie ended up alone in my room in the middle of the night and where he got the knife from, right? Esther glanced at Yaneli seemingly unintentionally, then withdrew her gaze. Let's see the footage to find out what really happened. What? This is what? Esther said she had recorded everything that happened in this room from when she went to sleep until now? Who would be so idle as to put their phone beside them to record while they slept? Is that something a normal person would do? In an instant, Yaneli felt her heart racing and shortness of breath. Her trembling hand pointed at the footage, shaking like a sieve, asking Esther, Did you really record everything that happened these past few hours? Of course, Esther suddenly smiled sweetly, then went over to hold Yaneli's hand, sincerely praising her, Aunt, you really care about Lonnie. As soon as you heard I recorded the real culprit, you're so happy that your hands are shaking. Chapter 402, Play the video, begin the public condemnation. At this moment, Yaneli felt her scalp tingle and the hairs on her body stand up. How could this be? How is this possible? Her originally foolproof plan, how did this unforeseen situation arise? Tonight, after thinking of using Lonnie to kill Deborah, Yaneli happened to encounter Lucky holding an incense burner and preparing to go to Deborah's room. Yaneli had been wondering how to get strong sleeping pills into Deborah, and now she had the perfect opportunity to deliver them. She directly transferred Lucky 50,000 yuan, instructing her to put the drug in the incense burner. And she told her that regardless of whether the matter was successful or not, if there were any investigations, she should throw all the blame onto Sabine. After all, it was Sabine who sent the incense for relaxation. Yaneli hadn't anticipated that Bruce would return home precisely at that time, nor did she expect him to witness Shepard stabbing someone in Deborah's room. Bruce not only saved Deborah but also wanted to investigate and hold someone accountable. Once this was the case, she could only push Sabine forward. If Sabine blames anyone, it's her own bad luck. Why did she send a relaxing incense to Deborah when she wasn't busy? After all, there were only so many people in the family. Someone had to take the fall. She was the mother of Lanieg. Who would suspect a mother of deceiving her own child to do such things? No one would suspect her. Originally, seeing that Sabine couldn't explain herself, Yaneli had completely relaxed. She thought the matter would just pass like that. But even if she were killed, she never expected that Deborah would suddenly bring out the phone leaning against the wall, saying she had filmed everything that happened tonight. Second aunt really cares about Lanieg. As soon as she heard I recorded the real culprit, look at how happy she is. Her hands are shaking. The girl's sweet smile and tone seemed laced with hidden sarcasm. Could it be, she already knew? Feeling the chill from the girl's cool hand gripping hers, Yaneli shivered involuntarily. Almost instinctively, she reached out to grab Deborah's phone without hesitation. However, the girl easily tilted her hand holding the phone and stepped back 2 steps, looking at Yaneli with deeper sarcasm in her eyes. Looking up, her tone was cold and distant. Second aunt, what are you doing? So eager to see who the real culprit is? You. Yaneli's lips trembled, unable to utter a word. If the phone really captured everything, once Deborah released the footage, she would be done. Yet, she couldn't destroy the phone. Deborah held the phone firmly in place, and due to her attempt to snatch the phone, others had already cast their gazes over. Curstyling, Dottie was about to play the video. Why are you so anxious? Ted frowned. Yaneli sucked in a breath, forcing a smile as she tried to make one last stand. Dad. Can we just let this go? Deborah didn't really get hurt, maybe it was just Lanieg playing around. We're all family, it's better not to make things too ugly. The victim is me. Why should second aunt speak for me and let it go? The girl's eyes suddenly turned sharp, and she said coldly, besides, second aunt was convinced that auntie was the one who wanted to harm me just now. Now you start considering familial ties and say it was just Lanieg playing around? Yaneli's chest heaved violently, unable to speak, large beads of cold sweat on her forehead. Elwyn watched everything in silence, cursing in her heart. Standing behind, arms crossed, indeed, relying on such uselessness, it's impossible to kill Deborah. So, Deborah opened the photo album on the phone. Except for Yaneli who was trembling all over, Ted, Sabine, Bruce, and Remy all gathered around. Deborah clicked play on the most recent video on the phone. Initially, the footage showed no abnormalities. The girl on the bed was clearly asleep, only the quilt rising and falling with her breathing was visible. The door was tightly shut, the room serene. Deborah extended her hand, fast-forwarding through the video. Then they saw, when the clock on the wall pointed to 11:45 p.m., the door to Deborah's room creaked open. As the door opened, the first person to enter was a bewildered Lanieg. Entering Deborah's room seemed to make him somewhat nervous, one hand clutching into a small fist, the other seemingly being led by someone. Everyone held their breath in an instant. Who was the person holding Lanieg's hand? Yaneli trembled even more, but nobody noticed. In the next second, everyone saw Yaneli appear on the screen. One hand was holding Shepard's hand, and the other hand was gripping a fruit knife. And this fruit knife was precisely the one that now lay on the carpet in the room. The Schur family was stunned. Remy's eyes bulged like bells. Even Sabine's eyes widened instantly, her face filled with disbelief. Only Deborah seemed to have anticipated this, showing no surprise at all, merely narrowing her eyes to turn up the volume on her phone a little bit. Everyone watched as the moonlight streamed into the room, and Yaneli led Shepard to the bedside. She first pushed the sleeping Deborah forcefully, as if confirming whether she was deeply asleep. Seeing that Deborah didn't react, Yaneli looked very satisfied and then squatted down in front of Shepard, patting his head. Lonnie, Mommy said we would find a monster here. Look, this is the big sister who came home today. Lonnie likes her very much, doesn't he? Mommy tells you, Lonnie, now there's a monster inside this big sister's body. If this monster stays too long, the big sister might be killed by it. Yaneli asked, does Lonnie want the big sister to die? Does Lonnie want to help her? On the screen, they could see Lonnie glance at the sleeping Deborah on the bed, then look back at his mother, shaking his head and then nodding. Indeed, a child with intellectual disability is easy to deceive. Seeing Lonnie shaking and nodding his head, Yaneli revealed a satisfied expression. In the next moment, she placed the fruit knife in Shepard's hand. If Lonnie doesn't want the big sister to die and wants to help her, you must do exactly what Mommy told you. Yaneli glanced at the clock on the wall, estimating how long it would take for her to return to her room upstairs. She needed to use this time difference to create an alibi for herself. Do you see the clock, Lonnie? When both the short hand and the long hand point to 12, you need to hold the knife tightly with both hands and stab it into this place of the big sister. Yaneli pointed at Deborah's heart, patiently repeating it as if afraid he wouldn't remember. Do you remember, Lonnie? Push the knife hard into this place. Then the monster will leave the big sister's body. Chapter 403 Thud, she knelt down. This. From the moment they saw Yaneli walk out of the room in the video, leaving Shepard with the knife inside, everyone was too shocked to react. What is this? So, tonight, Yaneli had come into the room late at night with Horatio, and she had also brought the knife. Then, she had coaxed Horatio into killing Deborah. She even taught Horatio how to stab Deborah in the heart with one strike. If the truth is really as it appears in the video, then Yaneli's previous shock upon entering the room, her surprised look when she found the incense, and her firm accusations blaming everything on Sure area. What were all these? Were they all just an act? The video was played publicly, and every word previously spoken was transmitted back into their ears. Yaneli heard it all. At this moment, she felt like she had fallen into an ice cave, stiff and unable to move. For a moment, she considered whether she should just kill everyone in the room. If she killed them all, she could escape and never return to the capital city. But the problem was that not everyone in the Sure family was human, and there was Deborah. Even if Christine was on her side, Deborah's soul power was higher than Christine's, let alone comparing it to hers. Together, they might not be able to defeat her. If she really tried to kill the Sure family members, Deborah would undoubtedly kill her first without hesitation. If she tried to run, she wouldn't get far either. Yaneli couldn't speak. Unexpectedly, Remy stepped forward to defend his wife. He glared angrily at Deborah. What kind of ghost video is this? Did you edit this video, Deborah? Remy gritted his teeth and said, Kirstyling was in bed with me by 11 o'clock, and we woke up together when the fire alarm rang. How could she have been in Deborah's room doing such things? And Horatio is our own son. Would any mother ask her child to kill someone? Besides, Lucky just said that all of this was planned by Sabine. Kirstyling has no grudge against Deborah. What benefit would she get from killing her? Hearing Remy's words, Deborah inwardly commented, Horatio is your biological son, but not this green fox's. The green fox naturally doesn't care about Horatio's mental and physical health. I didn't expect that even after the video has been released, there would still be attempts to twist the facts, Deborah said coldly. When brother rushed in, I was almost stabbed while still half asleep. After I woke up, you all came into the room. Even if the video can be edited, even if my video editing skills could be so advanced, wouldn't I need time to edit it? Or would you prefer I hand over my phone for you to check the shooting time of the video and whether it's the original file? Given the current situation, there was no need to call Bruce honor. Deborah directly called him brother. Bruce, standing beside, slightly flinched. Deborah looked at Remy calmly and said, as long as she leaves after you fall asleep and returns before you wake up, from Matt's perspective, she never left. You say that Aunt Kirstyling has no grudge against me, and what benefit would killing me bring? How did you frame Aunt just now? If I live, wouldn't it be the family of my uncle most affected by the inheritance? After all, among the Sure family, only you are married and have 6 children. As for what Matt said about Lucky, Deborah paused, shifting her gaze towards Lucky. This made Illegitimate instinctively shudder, daring not to raise her head. In fact, I found it quite strange. This is a plan to kill. If Lucky helped Yanadal Aunt put drugs in my food, that would make her an accomplice to murder. Just because she loves Yanadal Aunt so much, Lucky would take on such a risky task. Wouldn't Yanadal Aunt give her some money as a reward? Lucky took a sharp breath, stuttering, no. I genuinely care for Miss 3. Genuine love means being the first to betray Yanadal Aunt? Deborah nearly sneered and suddenly lifted her leg, walking toward Lucky. Deborah. Bruce feared Deborah might hurt Lucky and couldn't help wanting to hold her back. In a society governed by law, initiating violence on others always puts one at fault. However, Deborah wasn't planning to hurt Lucky. The moment she reached out toward Lucky, even Lucky thought Deborah was going to hit her. Terrified by the exposed truth, Lucky almost collapsed on the spot when Deborah's hand approached, trembling like a sieve. But Deborah merely slipped her hand into Lucky's pocket. Then she pulled out a phone. Unlock pattern. Deborah pressed the unlock button and then asked calmly. Miss Deborah, you. Lucky's eyes widened, instinctively trying to snatch her phone back, but she failed. Deborah held the phone firmly in her hand, her voice soft but steady, staring straight at Lucky. I'm asking for your unlock pattern. Did you hear me? Despite her gentle tone and a faint smile on her face, the oppressive feeling was suffocating. Tears streamed down Illegitimate cheeks as she stammered, 00359. Lucky's attempt to grab the phone confirmed for Deborah that this phone definitely had something they couldn't see. After unlocking the phone, she first checked WeChat wallet. The balance was only a few dozen yuan, so Deborah opened Alipay. In Alipay, the balance showed 500,000 yuan, 500,000 yuan. 500,000 yuan. Illegitimate face turned deathly pale. She had resigned herself to her fate. 500,000 yuan, received just after 10 tonight. Let me see who sent it. Deborah tapped on the screen and showed everyone the page on her phone. This, from Ling, those 2 hidden characters can only be Yaneli, right? This. Who else could it be besides Yaneli? Who else with the name Yaning would transfer 500,000 yuan to Lucky at such a critical moment? And what reasonable explanation could there be for suddenly transferring 500,000 yuan to a maid late at night? The video captured on the phone and the bank transfer record in Lucky's phone, saying these were ironclad evidence wouldn't be an exaggeration, nailing down Yanali's actions that night beyond any doubt. Even Remy, who wanted to protect his wife, couldn't say a word now. Everyone looked at Yanali, who hadn't moved since the beginning. They saw her shoulders trembling. She took a deep breath and abruptly turned around, her eyes red and swollen. She walked towards Deborah. Bruce instinctively blocked Deborah, frowning, "Aunt Yen." But Yanali wasn't going to do anything to Deborah. She simply knelt down in front of Deborah and started sobbing uncontrollably. "It's all my fault, I made a terrible mistake. Yanadal niece, please forgive me." Chapter 404, I will settle accounts for my mother. Terry had never imagined in her wildest dreams that everything she did tonight, including how she deceived Shepard into killing Deborah, was all recorded by a mobile phone. Moreover, even the bank transfers she made to Trina were exposed by Deborah, completely smashing her defenseless. What should she do now? She couldn't kill the Sher family and escape directly, she could only continue living as Yanali in this human body. But the problem was, living as a human meant being bound by human societal rules. Murder is a severe crime punishable by death or life imprisonment. And what she did tonight, there's no need to mention witnesses and physical evidence, her entire crime process was clearly and thoroughly recorded. If it really reached the courtroom, she would have no room for any defense. Even if it was attempted murder, she would still be sentenced to at least a few years. Not wanting to go to prison, she would have to commit suicide before the trial to let her spirit leave this body. However, Yanali's body died of overwork on that early morning, allowing her, who was wandering nearby, to coincidentally take it over. To find another suitable human corpse for rebirth didn't know when it would be, who knows how long she would have to wander as a spirit. No, she didn't want to wander anymore. But she also didn't want to go to prison. Tonight's incident could be big or small. After all, Deborah wasn't really killed. If they didn't report it and resolved it within the family, nothing would happen to her. As long as Deborah agreed to forgive her and not report it. For demons, what face? It's just this body's embarrassment after all. So she knelt before Deborah with a thud and sobbed loudly, begging Deborah to spare her. Yanali's actions stunned the other members of the Sher family. "Kerstyling, are you admitting that it was you who bribed Trina and used Horatio to kill Janine tonight?" Ty's chest heaved as he tried to remain calm. This was his only daughter-in-law, actually conspiring with the servant and using her intellectually disabled son to try to kill his granddaughter. Yes. There was no point in denying under these circumstances. Yanali cried, "Dad, it's all my fault. I was worried that Deborah would come to the Sher family and snatch the inheritance that belongs to Yue and Theodore. In a moment of madness, I entertained such thoughts, and I truly regret it." Her tears streamed down her face as she grabbed onto Deborah's clothes. "Deborah, Janine, it's all your aunt's fault. Please forgive your aunt, don't report me or pursue this matter. I swear, from now on, I will treat you like my own daughter, just like Yue. Please forgive me." Deborah stood there, letting Yanali kneel in front of her, pulling at her clothes, weeping bitterly and pleading. She remained unmoved. Without even a flicker of expression. Bruce never expected his stepmother to do such a thing and clenched his fists but did not intervene. Meanwhile, Remy couldn't bear to see his wife in such a pathetic state. "Kerstyling, what are you doing? You are an elder, how can you kneel to someone so junior like Deborah? What gives her the right?" As he spoke, Remy moved to pull up Yanali from the ground. "No," Yanali slapped away Remy's hand and continued crying, "it's all my fault. I'm willing to apologize to Deborah by kneeling. If she doesn't forgive me, I'll keep kneeling until I die." They acted in tandem. Remy was heartbroken hearing this. Seeing that Yanali wouldn't get up, he glared angrily at Deborah. "Deborah, did you see what your aunt looks like? It's wrong of her to try to kill you, but she has repented and acknowledged her mistake. Are you going to make her kneel forever? Having an elder kneel to you, aren't you afraid it will shorten your lifespan?" Deborah was almost amused by this display. Apparently, in this world, some people really had such warped values. Almost being stabbed to death wasn't much. Attempting to kill someone was just a minor mistake. Once one knelt, shed some tears, admitted remorse, and apologized, she must forgive. Even dragging out the elder-younger relationship, attempting to morally blackmail her with kinship, without considering that if Bruce hadn't arrived in time, she might have died under that kitchen knife. She regrets not thinking about murdering me. Deborah looked at Remy coldly and said, but failing to notice the phone I placed in advance, which recorded the entire crime. Upon hearing this, Yanali, who was kneeling in front of her, shivered, retracting her hand as if guilty. Deborah took note of Yanali's reaction but showed no change in expression. Her expression was indifferent. It doesn't matter whether my eldest uncle's wife wanted to kill me for the reason she just said, or if she had other motives. Attempted murder is still attempted murder. Both my eldest uncle and his wife should be fully aware that I have video evidence and witnesses. If I call the police, Auntie will face several years in prison at the very least. And me, if not for brother happening to come across this scene, would now be a cold corpse. There's no reason for me not to report it and let the police arrest Auntie. Deborah, how can you? Upon hearing that his wife might be arrested and serve several years in jail, Remy's eyes widened in shock, but he couldn't refute her words. Who could forgive a murderer after nearly being killed by them, merely from some tears and sobbing? But then Deborah said, however, I indeed don't plan on reporting it. When the girl spoke these words, everyone present was taken aback, wondering if they had misheard. Remy looked up in disbelief. What did you say? You mean? Deborah cut him off directly. She met Remy's eyes calmly. Eldest Matt, 20 years ago, my mother accidentally caused the death of your late wife. She felt guilty towards you and your 3 sons until her last breath. My mother has passed away. And I, Deborah pointed to her neck with a slash wound, today, I almost lost my life with a knife thrust toward my heart, leaving a bloody mark on my neck. I want to pay back my mother's wrongdoing with this life. I can follow your wishes and not hold Yaneli accountable for what happened to me tonight, sparing your second wife. But from now on, aside from your children, my mother owes you nothing. The girl's voice was calm and serene as she lifted her gaze. On behalf of my mother, we are even. Chapter 405, You and she job meal together. In a state of mutual agreement. None of those present expected Deborah to say such things. The girl appeared aloof and cool. No one imagined that she had been holding on to the guilt for her mother's wrongdoings all along, even though it wasn't her responsibility. No wonder when she first came to the Sure family, even as Remy scolded her face to face, she did not retort. Catherine. Ted was heartbroken. On the very first night in her grandfather's house, she nearly got killed in her sleep. After learning the truth just now, Ted had already made up his mind that if Deborah said she would not let Yaneli off, no matter what his eldest son said, he would definitely send Yaneli to the police station with his own hands, giving an explanation to his granddaughter. But then, Deborah said she could choose not to pursue this. Consider it an exchange of lives, repaying the debt from 20 years ago when her mother wronged Remy. Yet, the fault from 20 years ago, traced back to its roots, originated from him. Tears glistened in Ted's eyes. Seeing how understanding this young girl was, how could he not feel guilty and heartbroken? You. Hearing Deborah's words, Remy was momentarily speechless. Tonight, his wife and son almost killed Deborah. If he did not agree to Deborah's terms, Deborah would call the police and take Yaneli away. That was absolutely unacceptable. Remy drew in a sharp breath and gritted his teeth. Agreed, no more talk of your mother's past, and don't mention tonight's incident involving curstyling again. Saying this, he immediately helped Yaneli, who was kneeling on the ground, to her feet, glanced at Deborah with a glare, and turned away. Curstyling, call Horatio, let's go back. Thank goodness, no jail time. I understand, Illegitimate. Finally relieved, Yaneli wiped away her tears as she stood up and beckoned to Sir Luoda standing by the wall. Horatio, come here, mommy will take you back. Horatio always listens to his mom. Although he did not know what exactly happened tonight, he sensed that everyone was upset because he did something bad. Though he didn't know what he had done wrong. Seeing his mother beckoning to him, Horatio looked puzzled but started walking towards Yaneli. However, as he passed by Deborah, the young girl pulled him back. Horatio, unaware of the reason, looked at Deborah with his wide, innocent eyes but obediently allowed her to hold his hand. Deborah then turned to look at Ted seriously. Grandpa, my elder aunt-in-law tried to kill me and used Horatio, an innocent child, as a tool. If Horatio really stabbed the knife into my chest and saw blood splattering, how could he not be afraid? How could there not be psychological scars left behind? To allow Horatio to stay with someone who would do such things worries me greatly about his future development. Upon hearing this, Yaneli became agitated. Deborah, what are you implying? Horatio is my own. Enough. Before Yaneli could finish speaking, Ted thumped his cane on the ground with authority, his eyes burning with anger toward Yaneli. Yaneli, you tried to kill my beloved granddaughter and even used my grandson as a tool. If not for Catherine being lenient, I would never have let you go unpunished. Even without reporting to the police, you must still accept family punishment. Starting tomorrow, you will eat only 1 meal a day, kneel in the prayer hall for 3 hours each day, reflecting on your crimes for half a month straight. During this period, Xiaoyu and Horatio will be cared for by area. You are forbidden from having contact with them. What? She didn't care much about not seeing the 2 kids, but only 1 meal a day and kneeling in the prayer hall for 3 hours daily for half a month? Yaneli's eyes widened, nearly cursing aloud. How could Remy bear to see his wife suffer like this? He immediately objected to old Master Sure. Dad. How can you be so heartless to curstyling? Curstyling is weak, making her kneel in the prayer hall for half a month is tantamount to killing her. Missing a few meals and kneeling in the prayer hall a few times is heartlessness? Then drugging Janine and trying to stab her, what is that? Seeing his son's warped sense of right and wrong infuriated Ted. He retorted directly, Job kneeling in the prayer hall several times means death? Who exactly wanted to take a life? If you're worried about your wife, you should kneel alongside her, company might make it easier for both of you. Job kneel together. Hearing these words, Remy immediately shut his mouth. Remy supported Yaneli out of the room. Ignacio glanced at Deborah and followed. Ted and Sabine comforted Deborah and went to settle Horatio down to sleep. The servants dispersed accordingly. For a moment, the room remained only with Deborah and Bruce. Even if Bruce hadn't stayed, Deborah would have taken the initiative to find him. In fact, before going to bed tonight, Deborah not only prepared by recording a video in advance with her phone. She had thought someone might have ill intentions, but she assumed the one who wanted to kill her would be Ignacio. Therefore, she placed a soul force on the bracelet given by Ari before falling asleep. If any demon approached and attacked her with soul force, the bracelet would tighten and wake her up. However, she never expected that the one who wanted to kill her was Yaneli, this fox demon. And Yaneli didn't act herself, instead, Horatio, a little child, did. Just a whiff of that incense caused her to succumb. If Bruce hadn't rescued her in time, she would have at least been injured tonight. So Deborah looked at Bruce and said, "Honor, thank you for saving me." The atmosphere was still somewhat tense. After all, they were nominally brother and sister, but this was their first meeting, and they weren't familiar with each other. However, Bruce immediately closed the distance between them with his next words, speaking in a deep voice, "Didn't you call me brother?" Seeing Deborah's pause, Bruce remained composed as he walked toward the cabinet on one side of the room. His long legs, clad in dark dress pants, squatted down, rummaging through a drawer. After several seconds, he stood up holding something, found it. Good thing no one moved it. Deborah looked up and asked, pointing at the small box in Bruce's hand, "This is?" "First aid kit," Bruce explained. "Half a year ago, when the old house was renovated, each room got its own first aid kit. Fortunately, this room still has one." Bruce walked over with the first aid kit. His handsome face and calm voice seemed to have an enchanting effect of reassurance. "My foot down first, let me treat the wound on your neck." Instinctively, Deborah reached up to touch the cut on her neck. "I can heal myself." "Don't touch it, you'll cause an infection." Before Deborah finished her sentence, Bruce directly grabbed her wrist and pulled her hand away. Once Bruce insisted on helping, Deborah sat down on the chair. Bruce sat opposite her, looking down to find hydrogen peroxide in the first aid kit. He deftly unscrewed the cap and dipped a cotton swab. Then he gently pressed the swab onto Deborah's wound, carefully disinfecting it. He was very focused, and Deborah didn't speak. However, after just a few seconds, both of them spoke at the same time. "I'm sorry. In fact, I..." Both stopped, then almost simultaneously, they said in unison, "You go first." Chapter 406, Calculation. An inexplicable. Seeing the situation, Bruce looked at Esther and repeated himself in a low and determined tone, "You speak first." Esther paused for a moment before speaking. "Actually, I want to apologize on behalf of my mother." Esther had heard from Sabine that when Bruce's mother passed away, it was exactly one day before his 8th birthday. It was hard to imagine what kind of impact such an event would have on a child. Bruce must have taken a long time to come out of the shadows, growing into the calm and steady person he is now. What was owed to Remy has already been repaid. But towards Bruce, Ambrose, and even Russell, whom she hasn't met yet, Esther couldn't help but feel guilty. The incident back then was just an accident, and it wasn't your fault. Bruce's eyes revealed a trace of melancholy as he looked down. Moreover, if children were to bear their parents' mistakes, then the one who should apologize more is me. After all, my stepmother did such things to you, while my father blindly protected her without discerning right from wrong. So even Bruce feels that Remy doesn't distinguish right from wrong. The youngest and most promising lawyer in China's legal circle indeed still has the right values. Thankfully, he wasn't corrupted by that father of his. "So what were you about to say just now?" Esther asked. While continuing to disinfect Esther's wound, Bruce spoke. "I was going to say that actually, before you returned to the Schur family, I saw your statement online." "My statement?" Esther was taken aback. "It was what you said about why you wanted to study law." Bruce recalled the scene, when those new graduates from our law firm shared your words in the group chat. "I saw them by chance. At the time, I thought if I went to give another speech at Gillison University, I could find a chance to meet such an outstanding high school student. But I didn't expect that shortly after this thought came up, when I got home, I was told that this outstanding high school student was my blood-related sister." Bruce threw away the cotton swab used for disinfection, peeled off the Band-Aid's packaging, and continued, "This feeling is quite magical." "You don't hate me?" Upon hearing Bruce's words, Esther hesitated and asked, "Do I hate you?" Bruce carefully applied the Band-Aid to Esther's wound on her neck. "At the time, I thought any girl who could say such words must have correct views and a strong character, different from ordinary high school students. Initially, it was admiration. Now, perhaps this is the magic of kinship. From the moment you woke up from your sleepiness and called me brother, I felt that as an elder brother, I have the duty and responsibility to protect my younger sister. Herbert Thurmore, actually, before that incident happened, Aunt really loved me. Even with what happened with Mother, when I learned that Aunt was seriously ill and passed away, I also felt sad. And losing one's mother at such a young age, I can relate to every bit of your pain, so I can't possibly resent or blame you." "Thank you." Moved by this honest sincerity, Esther hesitated and said, "If Mother could hear your words, she would be deeply touched too." Esther's gratitude was heartfelt. After this conversation, the distance between the two had invisibly shortened. But it was already very late, and after dressing Esther's wound properly, Bruce left the room, letting her rest well. However, as Esther lay in bed, reviewing the details of everything that happened tonight, there was one point she couldn't understand. She and Yaneli, that fox demon, had no grudges or grievances. They hadn't spoken a single word during the day, nor had they even exchanged glances. Why did Yaneli suddenly get the idea to kill her at night? What benefits would killing her bring her? Was it truly to prevent her from claiming the inheritance share meant for her child? Yet, knowing that Esther is a stronger demon than herself, why would a fox demon take the risk for such reasons? Esther couldn't help but frown, but suddenly remembered Madeline's behavior tonight. Mithun's coming into her room and seeing everything inside, she showed no shock or surprise at all. It was as if everything was within her expectations, watching everything unfold like an audience member. Did Yaneli tell her about the plan? Or was this murder plot something she was involved in from the beginning? Thinking of this, Esther couldn't help but grow cold-eyed. They agreed not to interfere with each other. If Madeline instigated this, she was the one who broke the agreement first. Then don't blame her for being unfriendly. The next morning. After last night's turmoil that stretched into the early hours, even Honor Sr. woke up later than usual. Supported by the caregiver and seated at the dining table, the servant had already laid out breakfast. Sabine took the initiative to get up to serve porridge for her father. Seeing only the two of them at the dining table, Ted asked, "Arya, what's going on? Why are only we two here for breakfast?" Sabine explained, Muchuan went to the law firm early today as he has a case in court. Xiaoyu and Luochen finished their breakfast and went to attend Olympiad and intelligence classes. Catherine and Yusin probably haven't woken up yet. As for Avram and eldest Methuster-in-law, Sabine said awkwardly, "You said last night that you were punishing eldest Methuster-in-law by limiting her to 1 meal a day. Avram said he wouldn't eat if she didn't, and when I went upstairs to call them, he scolded me back. How dare that little Yun scold you?" Hearing this, the old master's tone immediately turned angry. "Your eldest brother isn't scolding you, he is humiliating me. If it weren't for Catherine saying not to pursue it last night, I would definitely have reported it and had his wife arrested. Now, he still complains about not being allowed to eat or lock himself in for reflection. Really? He makes Catherine suffer." Seeing the old master getting angry, Sabine hurried to comfort him. "Father, don't be upset. After last night's incident, eldest Methuster-in-law will surely not dare to do anything to Catherine anymore. We just need to pay more attention to Catherine in the future." Just then, Esther also woke up and came into the dining room, greeting Ted and Sabine, "Grandpa, Aunt, good morning." The young girl with her slightly disheveled dark hair spread over her shoulders wore a simple linen strapless nightgown, revealing her delicate collarbone and slender arms and legs. She wore ankle socks and stepped into fluffy white slippers. But it was obvious she hadn't rested well. Her small face was pale with faint dark circles under her eyes. Yet, compared to yesterday, there was an additional touch of cold elegance tinged with vulnerability. "Good morning, Catherine." Sabine saw the noticeable band-aid on Esther's neck and couldn't help but feel sympathetic. Speaking softly, Methut down quickly. "Aunt will get you some porridge. What would you like to eat?" Esther sat down at the dining table, preparing to speak, when a servant came forward proactively, saying, "Third miss, you should start eating breakfast too. Let me serve Miss Esther some porridge." Serving breakfast and setting the table were originally part of the servant's duties. So Sabine didn't think much of it and directly handed the ladle to the servant. The servant efficiently ladled a bowl of porridge and respectfully handed it to Esther. This new Esther, who had healed the near-death old master upon arrival, was not only his granddaughter but also his savior. Moreover, due to last night's incident, even though nothing truly happened to her, the old master punished the first lady by restricting her meals and making her kneel in the Buddhist hall for half a month. This was already a severe punishment. Last night, the servants realized how important Esther was to the old master. Naturally, they planned to treat Esther with more care in the future, which would also please the old master. However, just as the bowl of porridge was handed to Esther, in the next second, the servant's hand suddenly lost control and loosened. Caught off guard, the bowl slipped from the servant's hands and fell onto Esther's chest. This was freshly cooked porridge still steaming hot. The servant was completely frightened, seeing most of the porridge spill onto Esther's body. The once clean pure white nightgown now had scattered rice grains from the chest downwards, looking pitiful. Red marks appeared on her collarbone from the hot porridge. The floor was littered with broken bowl pieces and spilled porridge, creating a mess. "Catherine." Sabine gasped sharply, immediately rushing over from her chair to Esther's side. Ted was also startled and stood up hastily without waiting for support. "Catherine, are you okay? Are you burned? Let Grandpa see." Seeing Esther covered in such a state, with her skin red from the hot porridge, Ted was both worried and furious, turning to look at the servant who served the porridge. His voice couldn't hide anger and blame. "What were you doing? Can't you hold a bowl of porridge steadily? Or did you do it on purpose?" Seeing the old master so upset, the young servant was almost in tears, quickly defending herself. No, grandfather, I wasn't on purpose. I was holding it steadily. I don't know what happened just now, the porridge just... You're still making excuses? In Ted's view, if the hand was steady, how could the bowl have fallen? However, at this moment, Esther calmly interrupted, "Grandfather, she really wasn't on purpose." Ted couldn't help but be stunned. "Catherine, how do you know she wasn't doing it on purpose?" Her body was in disarray, and the skin scorched by the hot porridge also stung painfully. Esther couldn't help but draw a breath. She knew the servant didn't do it on purpose because just at the moment when the servant spilled the porridge, she heard the Sunyao bell on her bracelet ring. The Sunyao bell would ring when there was a demon attempting to harm her with soul power. This meant that a demon must have used soul power to deliberately make the servants spill the porridge on her. Was this demon Vita or Yennelie? Was it mere retaliation, or did it have another agenda? However, at that moment, from 4 to 5 meters away near the staircase, Esther glanced up to see Hildred slowly descending the stairs. Dressed in a high-quality beige cheapao adorned with exquisite hand-embroidered patterns, outlining the young girl's slender waist and graceful figure. With her hair coiled into a bun at the back of her head, 2 strands lazily hanging down, and her makeup light yet refined, she looked like a classic elegant and graceful young lady of a distinguished family. Separated by several meters, they exchanged a silent glance. Only the two of them knew that sparks filled with tension ignited in that split second. Seeing her dirty clothes, Hildred's expression remained unchanged as if she had expected it. Esther's pupils constricted slightly, immediately having an answer to her first question, her expression turning cold. But the next second, Esther heard the front door click, then creak open. Unexpectedly, the first person to walk in was Rebecca, who stormed off yesterday. Behind her followed a man dressed as a reporter holding a microphone and a cameraman carrying a camera, also entering the door. Rebecca didn't look around the house, but greeted those two warmly. Oh, Qingmang TV is the hottest channel in all of Huagua. Every show they launch becomes a sensation online. I often watch it even while abroad. Journalist Yan Nin, for you to have such a new show and want our Rainway to participate, even coming over for a live interview today, why didn't you let us know beforehand? We could have made some preparations. Hearing this, journalist Yan Nin seemed puzzled. We called student Rainway 3 days ago to inform her. Didn't she tell your family in advance? Chapter 407 Afraid I'll steal the show? Just say it. When Rebecca and the journalist and photographer following her entered the house, and they heard their words, Ted and Sabine, who were sitting at the dining table, were completely baffled. Shirley chose the perfect timing to descend gracefully from the stairs just then. Stepping elegantly in her heels as she walked toward the living room, she said apologetically, "Oh, sorry, Aunt, the production team did call me 3 days ago. I told my parents at that time, but yesterday we all moved here to the old house. I changed the address with the production team but forgot to tell you and Grandpa." The camera in the photographer's hand was broadcasting live. Before the official start of the show, the new program pilot focused on live streaming the real family lives of these genius scholars online, which had been agreed upon by the invitees beforehand. Now, these tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream room had been waiting for a long time. When they saw Shirley, dressed in a cheapao and exuding elegance, appear on the screen, the chat exploded immediately. Wow! This is the eldest daughter of the Shir family, this year's perfect score champion Shirley, how beautiful and elegant she is. Of course, she is genuinely a young lady from an aristocratic family, far superior to the illegitimate daughter pretending to be a lady. Honestly speaking, Shirley's looks are no worse than those popular actresses nowadays. Instead of watching those stars awkwardly act in variety shows, it's better to see this truly wealthy and beautiful sister from a prestigious background. I agree, and we are tired of dating shows. This learning competition show from QM TV station is refreshing. Gathering the most outstanding young geniuses from across the country, it's much more appealing than previous shows. Over there, seeing Shirley approaching, journalist Yan Nin explained to Rebecca. Madam, this time our QM TV station launched a new show, mainly a learning competition variety show, inviting the top 30 students in this year's college entrance exam. Your niece Yui is the top scorer, so we came to Beijing to invite her first. Today we came here for live streaming to film Yui's real family life, with her prior consent. Yen of streaming? Sabine never expected that journalists and photographers would suddenly come to their home early in the morning and start live streaming as soon as they entered. She first glanced at the camera lens, then instinctively looked at Deborah beside her, whose dress was a mess, and her heart leaped to her throat. How could Yui forget to mention this? Even if they didn't prepare in advance, at least they should have known about it. The timing of the journalist's arrival couldn't be worse, catching Deborah having messed up her clothes while eating porridge again. If she were caught on camera like this, it would be quite embarrassing. So, Sabine wanted to get Deborah upstairs to change clothes before the journalist noticed them in the dining room. But before she could speak, Shirley seemed to recall something and asked suddenly, "Right, journalist Yan Nin, aren't you going to Illegitimate tomorrow?" Deborah, who scored perfectly like me, and this year's 3rd place Deborah E., 7th place Mathawena, and 13th place Brenda, are all in Illegitimate. Yes, journalist Yan Nin nodded, but those students declined our invitation call a few days ago. So we plan to go to Illegitimate tomorrow to try contacting them again and see if we can convince them to change their minds. How coincidental. Hearing this, Shirley smiled knowingly and looked directly at Deborah seated at the dining table. The public may not know yet, but actually Deborah is my second aunt's only daughter. My grandfather brought her home yesterday, so she's eating here now. You will be contacting Deborah first when you go to Illegitimate tomorrow, right? Shirley smiled sweetly. It's convenient, you can invite her in person now. What? The other perfect score winner, Deborah, is also a member of the Shir family? And she's right here in the Shir household? Journalist Yan Nin followed Shirley's gaze with a shocked expression, and the camera panned over as well. The live stream viewers immediately saw several people at the dining table. The legendary yet retired patriarch Ted, the accomplished architect 3rd Miss Sabine. And seated between them was Deborah, who had appeared online before, with a flustered maid standing beside her. Learning that Deborah was also a member of the Sher family and even a cousin to Shirley was shocking enough. However, seeing Deborah's current appearance left all the viewers with wide-open eyes. As the camera panned over, the viewers could see the mess under Deborah's table, as if there was a puddle of vomit. Deborah's white nightgown was also smeared with what looked like loose porridge. At first glance, it seemed as though Deborah had vomited on the floor and dirted her clothes. Holy crap, what is this? Did Deborah throw up while eating breakfast? I don't think it's vomit, but it looks like she spilled her bowl of congee onto herself and the floor. It does look pretty disgusting. My God, one is so elegant and dignified, the other is so messy. Who's the true young lady and who's from the countryside? This comparison is just heart-wrenching. I thought Deborah was quite beautiful, but compared to Shirley, she doesn't seem comparable at all. It really shows how important upbringing and manners are. Indeed, only when unprepared can one show their true self, otherwise, they would pretend in front of the camera. As netizens were mocking Deborah through their comments, Shirley appeared to just notice Deborah's messy state. She covered her mouth in surprise, blinking her big, delicately made-up eyes, sounding innocent and naive. Ah, little Janine, what happened? Did you accidentally spill your congee? You should be more careful when eating. Even if you've never had cordyceps sea cucumber congee before, there's no need to rush. Her words naturally were heard by the live stream viewers. So, did Deborah spill the congee on herself because she was too eager to try cordyceps sea cucumber congee for the first time at the Sher family? TSK, this country-raised illegitimate daughter indeed couldn't make it in polite society, even after being brought back to the Liu family and now to the Sher family. She truly lacks sophistication. Not understanding the insinuations in Shirley's words, the netizens felt disdainful. But at this moment, they saw the mentioned Deborah stand up from the dining table. Her expression showed no signs of discomfort, remaining calm as she walked towards the camera. Rebecca glanced up and noticed that Deborah was still staying at the Sher residence, clearly settled in. Recalling the almost fatal encounter with Deborah yesterday, she felt an urge to vent her anger. You little, almost cursing out loud, she remembered the live broadcast and suppressed her urge to call Deborah little bitch, instead saying, Deborah, look at you. You're now part of our Sher family. Is it necessary to be so